afternoon, people. How are you? I hope everybody's doing well. I'm doing well, despite the technical difficulties. People, listen, this is happening, okay? Just anybody who doesn't seem to get this, it's happening. I have sent out links to this new stream to everyone that I invited. I think I sent it out to everyone I invited. So this is happening. And we got all day and we got all evening. So this is happening. And I don't even know how we're going to spend the next 12 hours, honestly. But this is going to go on until 1:30 because we started at 12:30. Or this is going to this is going to go on until 12:30. Sorry. And people have been gifting memberships. I appreciate it. I did turn off the super chats for this because this is about Aiden, and it would help if I added his link since this is about raising money for Aiden's defense. So here we go. 1 second. Sorry, guys. This is going to be a little wonky due to the hiccup that we had today, but we'll be okay. We'll be okay. But yes, we got Turtle Boys to free, and nobody's going to stop us. So that's what we're doing. So yeah, we are going to have some fun today. I am sure of it. No matter what, and we got a lot. I mean, who knows what we're going to talk about today? But I tell you, the guests that I have lined up today, and are free to jump on whenever they want. And does anybody know what time's the Pats game? 1 o'clock? Usually these games are at 1 o'clock, right? What time's the Pats game? 1 o'clock? 1 or 4? Yes. 1 o'clock. Okay. So I'm going to try to find a way to watch it. Even if I have to pay for the game to watch it. I can't stream it unless you want this one taken down too. But I am going to find a way to watch it, and we can watch it together because I'm actually interested in watching the game myself. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to figure out a way to watch that, and then we'll watch it together. And if anybody who I sent links to wants to join while we watch, we can do that too. Now, mind you, I don't know who any of the players are. I don't even know who the fucking head coach is. I don't give a shit about football as far as following it and keeping up with it. But I do enjoy watching it. I do enjoy a game. But I'm not going to know what the fuck's going on except for the game itself. So I don't know who's good. I don't know who sucks. I don't know any of that stuff. So radio, right? So yeah, we're going to let me see who else. I just want to make sure that I got everyone that I invited a new link. Blah 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 blah. It looks like I did. Yeah. And I'll send one to this person too, actually. Okay. All right, let's see. Watch Patriots game. Sorry, guys. Right now, I'm trying to find the Raiders or the Patriots game. Sorry. Raiders Patriots or Patriots Raiders. Um oh man, I just realized like when I said that, y'all are probably like, no, it's a Patriots game. Piece of shit. Oh my god. Do they not want me to? I mean, okay. Actually, this might work. Okay, so it looks like um so far all I'm seeing is on Paramount Plus uh Steelers versus Jets. And having been from Miami, I don't think that it's okay to watch the Jets. um okay, so apparently Paramount Plus isn't playing it. Looks like, even though it said it was. Um CBS television, CBS Sports. Oh my god. I already did that. Why is this always such a fucking pain in the ass, dude? So apparently I can't watch CBS Sports Live because even though I took down my fucking ad blocker, it's still not letting me. Mm-mm-mm. All right. Oh my god, this is so fucking annoying. All right. So I think I'm getting closer to it, folks. Give me 1 second. All right. I'll do that. All right. Okay, I don't care about all that. Sorry, I'm setting up an account here to watch this game. Okay, we're good. All right. So is it on CBS or Fox? I don't know. Dude, did I just get a fucking account on something that cost fucking $70 to watch NFL games and I can't access the fucking. Are you fucking kidding me right now? No. No. Oh, this is so fucking annoying. Um no, CBS won't let me access it either. All right, give me a second here. No, dummy. Hold on. Like, are the Patriots just not good this year? Is that why like it's hard to find the fucking game? Um, is that what it is? Um, 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 um. All right. I mean, I see an on-site preview, but that's not what I'm looking for. I'm talking to tech support on Fubo because the problem is what it looks like it's not available in my area for whatever reason. So I can't watch it. That's the craziest shit I've ever heard in my life. Like, how can I what is I mean, how the fuck can I not watch an NFL game, any NFL game? Okay. Yes, I want to cancel my shit. All right. All right. This is really annoying. So it looks like the only things that I can watch on CBS even are Pittsburgh versus the Jets, Detroit versus Green Bay, and Rams versus Tennessee. So unless I buy like a full Sunday ticket, which I'm not gonna fucking do, um, I can't watch the Patriots game from down here. I can't even watch it on TV. There's like no way to watch it because I live in butt fuck the South, where nobody likes the Patriots here. And that's probably why. So I mean, I don't blame anybody if they got to go. That's cool. Um, all right, I'll try. Let's see. I'll try one more thing here. Okay. Okay. My God. Stupid fucking passwords. Oh my God. So fucking stupid. How is that email already registered? I don't fucking care about football. How in the fuck is that even possible? I swear they make it impossible for you to give them money. It's like, I'm just trying to give you money, stupid. All right. Now, let's see if this works. Why was the payment not processed? Oh my fucking God, bro. Okay, there we go. All right. Let's see if it comes up here. Again, Cowboys, Eagles, Chiefs, Chargers. That's all I got. So now I'm paying for, cannot watch the Patriots game in my area for whatever fucking reason. Is what it looks like. Yeah. So, yeah, it's not happening. There we go. Okay. Canceled that subscription. That's good. That was easy enough to to cancel at least. So yeah. Unfortunately, I can't follow the game with you guys because I live in the asshole of the South. So, because I live in the asshole of the South, I can't watch the game with you, unfortunately. So, now for those of you who got invites and are listening, you were sent new links. The reason why you were sent new links is because the last stream got taken down for copyright issues. I apologize for that. Never had that happen before. Playing those songs. That's never happened before. So I don't know why it happened now. But a lot of things have changed with StreamYard. And hold on. So yeah, there are ways to bootleg that shit, but I don't know any of those sites. But somebody said to check my Discord DM. It looks like somebody just nope. Nope, says dangerous site. Nope, not doing that. Thanks for nothing. No, thank you for trying. I appreciate it, but not clicking on that shit. So yeah. Fubo charged me 70 something fucking dollars for just to tell me that it doesn't play in my area. So there is literally no way that I can watch this here without accessing a bootleg site, which I don't have any links to. So I'm not good at those things. I don't know how to do those things. So yeah. And guys, if you're going to donate to Turtle Boys, and please do so. This is why we're here. This is why I don't have super chats turned on. This is all about raising money for Aiden. So, and his defense fund. So please make sure to put Glare Stream or something relating to Glare Stream, hashtag Glare Live, whatever the fuck you want to do, to indicate that you are donating from this stream because of this stream, so that we could take a tally as to how much money was donated from this stream at 12:30 this evening. So that's what we'll do. Okay, people, you're not understanding. All of you that are giving me sites to go to that play NFL games that I have to pay certain money to, those games are not played in my area, not available in my area, cannot be done. The only way is to access some bullshit site, which people are sending me. Oh my God, why? Okay, so I guess I can't access Facebook now. What the fuck is going on? All right, let's see here. All right. I don't want to listen to some asshole commentate on the game. Okay. Even though I'm trying to be that asshole, I can't. I'm not going to listen to a YouTube channel guy sitting there going, "Oh my God, whoa, I can't believe he caught that. Whoa." It's not going to happen. I'm not sitting through that. I'd rather watch body cam footage videos until my first guest arrives. So, and anybody who wants to jump up here who got links is more than welcome to jump up here. Oh my God. I swear to God, if I click on that and it's a fucking another. My God, dude. Stop DMing me, telling me that Hulu has it or whatever. If there is a legitimate service provider streaming the Patriots game in your area, it doesn't mean that it's streaming in my area. It is blocked in my area. You cannot watch the Patriots Raiders game in my area. It cannot be done unless I buy like a full NFL ticket, which I'm not going to do. Okay? I don't know how much clearer I can be about that. Stop sending me DMs telling me, "Oh, Hulu has it." I don't give a shit that Hulu has it. It doesn't have it here. You don't think I have Hulu, Paramount Plus, YouTube Premium? I mean, come on, people. I need you to stay with me here. Okay? It's like, okay, I've tried to get on poker sites where I can actually gamble. Can't do it in a state that doesn't, like, it doesn't matter. It's the internet. I get it. You know, like people can watch this channel anywhere in the world. But you cannot, if gambling is illegal in this state, they can, like, wherever you're streaming from, the internet, and however the fuck the internet webs work, it can track where my area is and it won't be available. I can't, since gambling is illegal in Tennessee, I can't play poker for money online. Can't be done unless I go on the dark web. And I'm not doing VPN thing. I'm not doing all that either. Like, I don't care enough about the game for that. Like, you have to understand, I don't give even a fuck enough about football to go through that much effort. The most effort I was willing to go through was to pay $75 fucking dollars for Fubo or whatever the fuck it was. And that still didn't work. So, no. All right. All right. So that didn't drop yet. All right. So thank you, Wallflower. So we've reached $876 for Aiden so far, which is absolutely great. It's amazing. Thank you guys so much. That is amazing. Let me see what else. So what I'm gonna do, I'm playing I'm gonna play some body cam footage stuff. And I'm gonna put football out of sight and out of mind because it's already put me in a bad mood. And I need to get out of my bad mood. Because I have to sit here for 12 hours and I'm gonna fucking enjoy it, god damn it. This is gonna happen. You understand? All right. All right. If you guys could be so kind, because I'm going to be streaming some videos here, and God bless these people who put these body cam videos out. So make sure to click on that and give it a like for me. It's really helpful.
21st, 2024, deputies were dispatched in response to a disturbance involving a family at a restaurant.
How you doing? What's going on?
We're just leaving dinner.
Okay. Was there some sort of argument or
Yes.
over what? What happened?
So we were sitting down we got a little loud at dinner time, and while my mom and I were in the bathroom, one of the servers came over to my husband and father and said that we were being too loud, and we took it as an insult. And so we paid our tab and asked for the food to go, which we have in the car. And while I was paying the bill, some things got escalated outside. I think that there was just some feelings that were hurt, and now we're just going home.
Okay. So when I pulled up, the staff at Ziggy's was saying that there was drinks thrown on them.
Drinks thrown.
Yeah. Was there any drinks thrown by anybody? Honesty goes a long way.
I did not see anything.
Can you roll down this window?
Yeah, I can roll down all the windows.
How you guys doing?
Hey.
So
honestly, I just think we were. I mean, I wasn't outside, so I didn't. I was
outside. We didn't throw any drinks on anybody. They told us to get off the property. I handed in the wine glass, and we poured out the second wine glass we had. My father and I were outside. We poured it out, and I mean, maybe something spilled on them, but we didn't throw anything out.
Okay.
By any ways.
Like I told her, honesty goes a long way, guys.
That's exactly what happened.
So when I go back there and I look at the camera footage, what am I going to see?
You're gonna see us telling them how much of it, how inappropriate their behavior has been, and obviously in an emotional way, and like.
I'm not going to see anybody throwing any drinks or.
Absolutely not. Absolutely
No.
Absolutely not.
My wine glass.
You-
I was like,
She poured it down on the floor. She didn't throw it at anybody. She poured it down. The gentleman's foot was really close by. Got maybe a couple of
I
like.
mean, I've never in my life experienced anything like this. We went to the ladies' room and came out of the ladies' room and we felt like we were attacked.
Okay. So what happened?
They had arrived. They had ordered a few things.
Yeah.
And my server had already brought it up to me that they might have drank before, and that they had a little bit of an attitude coming in. Towards not too long ago, I guess there was people around them, and he had politely asked them to just tone it down a little bit because they were shortly as they're paying their check, and he had communicated that to them because they asked for their check because they felt offended from it. All of a sudden, I went over to see what was going on, and he's just pointing a finger in his face and saying, "You're an." And I'm like, "Hey, what's going on?" And then they're saying, "He's a." And then they came outside. I said, "Okay, we're gonna leave now." So they paid their check. I walked them. I'm walking him off the property. The younger daughter is still inside, and I'm not letting him back in the property. And he's saying, "Why aren't you letting me back in?" I said, "Because you're obviously not having a great day with us. You're calling him a." So no, we're not going to come back in.
Yeah.
The mom came with a glass of wine and threw it on my leg, on my shoes and leg, and at that point, one of my servers was recording. I didn't realize it. But then the son-in-law, I guess, got really irritated about it. And then it just became a whole downfall from there. So then it was just downhill from there until I got them to the parking lot. And then the dad is turning around and saying, "I'm going to punch you," saying that I was pushing him. But the wife was leading him on.
Yeah.
And he was thinking that it was me, I guess. So he turned around and he said, and I was like, "I just need you to get in your car and leave. We're having a day." And they continued. I mean, the daughter came out, and then it was still downhill until they got in the car.
Okay. All right. What are you looking to get out of this tonight?
I don't want them here again. I want them trespassed.
You want to trespass? You don't want them on the property no more?
I don't want them on the property.
Okay. Are you looking to press criminal charges against the wife for throwing wine on you?
I just don't want them back on this property.
Okay.
They're throwing wine on you?
What's up, Papa? It's just a battery. For the female.
Driver?
The female. Where the female is.
There's two.
There's I think it's the mom, not the daughter. She threw wine.
Okay. Driver's most likely signal one.
Okay.
So
Big Pip.
we'll go ahead and
Do a signal one investigation.
Yeah.
They don't want to press charges. He was just battered with the wine. Threw the wine on him. Just trespass. He doesn't want to press charges.
All right, guys. So like I said, they're reviewing the camera footage, and all the staffs there said that there was some wine that was thrown on them. They don't want to press charges.
Real quick, I really, really, really want to thank you guys for your patience, because we had a little monkey wrench that got thrown in. Had to set up a whole new stream. I had to send out all new links to all of my invited guests. And yeah, it's going to be a fun day. I just got confirmation from one particular guest that you guys are going to absolutely love. Now, they can only join us for a short while, but you're going to be very happy to hear from them. I promise you that.
Like I said, honesty goes a long way. I know you said you dumped it and it might have landed on them. At this point, you're not getting arrested because they don't want to press charges. But you are going to be trespassed from there. They don't want you to come. They don't want you to come
No,
back.
believe me,
You don't-
we'll never
you
go
don't
there
say
again.
anything. You be
We'll
quiet.
never go there again.
You be quiet and you listen to him, please.
We'll never.
Okay, so this drunk ass family, from what I'm gathering, so I was a little oh yeah, you do need the new link. So from what I'm gathering here, this drunk family decided to get into it with another family and throw wine on them in a restaurant. and so they called the cops. Or something like that. It seems like. Sorry, I'm still trying to like make sure that this goes well. I'm trying to save the stream, y'all. Okay. Stand by, Cherry. I got you. 1 second.
Go there again.
Yeah. So, just I guess you guys are lucky because if they would have pressed charges, then that's battery, and somebody would be going to jail tonight. Okay. Okay.
So, where you guys live at?
Are you doing it?
Clear so far?
Yeah, we're doing a DUI investigation now. Because that's what we
Rachel
presume
is
that
bound
she's
on
impaired and we're
Colorado,
going to check.
expired Florida, otherwise clear so far.
Anything happened.
Okay, but she's driving a
Oh, she
vehicle
threw the
and
wine
they
on the
suspect
staff?
her of being DUI. So we got to do our job.
Valid Colorado, not valid Florida, time
They're
free,
just looking
suspended
for lots of
indefinitely, or
reasons
compelled to pay otherwise correct.
Make us criminals.
No, not at all, man. We don't do that at all. We don't look for any reasons.
They're looking for any reason to make us criminals. I love it. This is my favorite thing about America right now, bro. I don't know if you can sense the sarcasm, but it's just the whole victim mentality. The whole victim mentality. I'm crazy about it. It's so much fun. They're looking for any reason to try to make us out to be criminals. Like, no, you acted like an asshole. Like, let me tell you something. If it's the staff that they threw wine on, then let me tell you something. That's as far as that goes. That's honestly as far as that goes. Like, because any establishment, any restaurant, their policy is always do what the customer wants. We don't want to lose customers. Can we de-escalate the situation and, maybe see if there's something that we can do to appease them? And that may not have happened here. It's possible because a lot of times, you don't get that treatment when you go into a restaurant. That's possible. Maybe the waitress was being an asshole and she threw wine on her because she had too much to drink. But it doesn't justify throwing wine on somebody. And somebody being an asshole does not justify throwing wine on somebody. So, it's just very fascinating to me that this person is like, they're just trying to make me out to be a criminal. We're not criminals. We're just a family.
Listening to them like they are.
They don't want to.
charge.
They don't want to press charges against you. They're being very nice.
Guys.
Not-
Throwing wine is technically assault. If you invade someone's personal space and touch them physically, that person can absolutely charge you with assault. If you intended harm, I mean, think about it. If I throw wine on you, what if you got an allergy to the wine? Or what if it goes into your eye or whatever? I mean, most people would just be like, dude, no, I don't want to press charges. I just want them out of here, which is what they're doing. What are you going to go to court, sit there and testify in front of a jury and be like, she threw wine on me, your honor, and ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and I have not been the same since. Like, that's not going to happen. Nobody's going to do that.
So it doesn't matter.
Let's tone it down a little bit.
Very disappointing.
Okay, all right.
We're
Any questions?
And now they're blaming the
Sir, you
cops.
seem to be the very reasonable one. Please just keep the whole group and down. Let us do our job.
How would you feel if you went to dinner?
Well, we're investigating a crime and we have a battery. Your wife could have been placed in jail today for battery. So,
I love how they're not even acknowledging the fact that she could have totally just went to jail right now. Like, I am justified. Like, I have the authority and, to charge her with a crime and put her in handcuffs, throw in the back of my car, book her. And I mean, and you're not even getting it. You're sitting here and you want to whine and bitch to the cop.
With it.
I don't know what you're
We'll be
getting.
we'll be here shortly. Be back with you. Give my deputies some time while they conduct their DNY investigation.
Is there any way you can move? It's my wife. I just want to see.
Hmm?
Like, her.
Oh, you can move. Absolutely. Okay. Do your thing. Your BTO, sir. All right. If she gives you a problem, I'll head over there. Or Landon will head over there. I got to deal with them because they're going to be a little bit of irate. Yeah. And then we'll go once I get done over here, get the tow in the vehicle. I'm not letting them drive it. They're all impaired. Yeah. And then I'll go ahead and do what else I got to do. Victims right for sure. And the he does the non-pros. He doesn't want to press charges.
Okay. How about can we get statement from whoever?
He's going to give us a statement, video, and a non-pros we're going to hand out to him. Okay. So that'll be on her mom. All right. Appreciate you, brother. You can go help out. I'll explain it then. Yeah.
All right. People aren't drunk enough for me, bro. Oh, wait. Hold on. This actually just got good. My bad. This actually just got good.
Tonight.
She's not done.
Yep. Guys, unfortunately, she's going to be placed in custody for DUI tonight. Yep. You're not going to open this door. You're going to go to jail.
What?
You're going to go to jail.
What?
I'm letting you know right now.
Are you kidding me?
Are you kidding? Are you kidding me?
From that restaurant?
We're also towing the vehicle.
Did they pay you to do something? Are you kidding me?
Come on, that's not fair,
No,
guys.
you know she's not
We were
drunk.
leaving peacefully, and they
We
came
were
out with
leaving.
cameras.
Are you kidding me?
Bunch of horse shit,
6 months, 6 months, 16.
It's like the whitest thing ever, bro. It's a bunch of horse shit, guy.
Female custody. Signal. Assign him a case number, next misdemeanor court date.
2015. I can't even stand on one foot with 2000.
And next rotation. Thank you, ma'am.
Record me all
That's
you
absurd, guys. Come on. There's gotta be a. This is a joke.
We're staying half a mile away.
You guys got to call Uber or somebody.
No, come on, guys.
Yeah.
2000
bullshit.
You guys made her come to
Total
2015. That's not fair.
This is absurd, guy.
Why you just need,
That's just-
like, why are you doing
Come
this?
She's
We
a-
are innocent people
We
who went to a restaurant and got mistreated,
Waiter
and you're.
tells us we're being
Because they're
too
local
loud.
and they sent a video,
No.
and you're gonna. And
I won't let you do that to her.
Ma'am, don't get involved. You're going to go to jail. You already been
I
spared.
mean, he's pleading with them. This lady just won't like. She's like, I'm not going to let you do that. That's what that lady just told that cop. I'm not letting you take her to jail. This is going to turn out great. I already have a great feeling about this. This is awesome.
By the establishment for not pressing charges.
She's not.
do anything wrong.
I'm letting you know.
None of us did anything wrong. Are you, who are you being paid by?
Anybody.
Ma'am.
We didn't spill wine on anybody. We didn't do anything they accused us of.
You got
You
the
guys just
keys?
take their
You
side.
got the keys?
Where's the video?
Yeah, to the vehicle.
What did you do?
No.
All right.
But the lady's drunk and she's driving. She's behind the wheel of a car. She's probably got the engine on. Like, she's going to jail, dude. That's it. And they probably wouldn't have even done that if these people weren't just so stupid. These people probably got her locked up.
Where's the video? We can walk. We can walk to our hotel room. We
Hey,
can have our.
thank you guys. Let's be a little bit cordial.
Oh, this is bullshit.
It's on video.
Huh?
It's on video.
I don't care, but it's
Okay.
not fair that you guys.
Guys, we're going to tow the vehicle. All right? Yeah.
We're coming to get it tomorrow morning.
No, we can't be on this property. We're towing it, okay? So you guys need to find
Towing
You
anything.
guys got to call an Uber.
We're getting the person that's at our hotel room to come pick it up and take
Uber.
it home. Huh?
You guys got to call an
Who are
Uber.
you being paid by?
We're not being paid by
We
nobody.
can't walk.
Okay, you can walk if you
Yeah,
want to.
goddamn right we can walk.
Why are you taking
God damn right we can walk. Now listen real quick. Folks, I just got an update. So my very first guest, all right, or at least my very first scheduled guest is going to be on at 2 p.m. And you're going to love this guest. Never been on this channel before. But I'm telling you guys, show your appreciation by donating to Aiden. When 2 o'clock rolls around in the next 32 minutes, get your wallets out, get your cards ready, click on the link pinned to the top of the chat, and show Aiden how much you appreciate this guest joining this channel for the very first time ever. And I will remind you when that person comes on. But you've got about 32 minutes before that guest joins us. Olivia's been on here 10 times, Kimberly. What are you talking about?
Fine.
Oh my God.
You guys are free to go. You guys are free to go.
Look at this. Okay. I absolutely love this. You guys are free to go. My man was just like, you guys are free to go. And this dude is physically holding this lady back. But they're free to go. I love it.
Going.
You are free to go.
Where's she
Where
going?
is she going?
To jail.
It's my
Where? Where is jail?
You're laughing. You're smiling. Come on, man.
I'd be laughing and smiling. Look at my man's face right here, bro. This dude is triggered, dude. Oh my God. Like, what do these guys do? I'm fascinated. Like, I don't, what do you got? What do they do as a family? Huh? Do they just go around biting rabid dogs and giving it to each other? Like, what are they doing? I'm blown away by how stupid this entire family is. Like, nobody is a voice of reason in this family. Not one person is going, hey, okay, stop. This guy right here in the front seat is so angry. This guy is so angry, and he's physically holding this woman back because she just might assault that officer who's laughing at them because he can't even believe it. To him, this is just another fun night at work.
Mother.
You guys are unbelievable.
Why do you think
Guys,
it's funny?
Come on.
Videotape your wife about attack me.
She's not attacking
Why-
you. Come on.
I'm laughing because you guys are the stupidest people. You guys are easily, like, if I'm that cop, I'm like, I'm laughing because you guys are the stupidest family collectively that I've ever seen on the job. That's because I guarantee you that's what this is. I guarantee you that this young officer has never seen a family of stupids before to this level, like where everybody in the family's stupid. Like, they all got the stupid gene, like all of them. This is awesome. This is my favorite in the world, bro.
Come on, man.
Guys, get out the
Where is she going?
That's my daughter.
Where is she
Come on.
going?
She's
To
not
jail.
attacking you. She's in the.
Where is
driving
she
impaired.
going?
Answer your question.
Okay, where can we pick
Your
her?
Where is-
daughter
where
is
is-
driving.
Question.
Where
Ma'am,
can
you're
we
about
pick-
to.
She's not attacking you. She's just driving drunk. You can't just let her go. You don't see the color of my skin, dude. What are you doing?
Go
My
to jail.
wife up, please.
Jail?
Yeah.
For doing
Where is that?
For asking you a question? Oh, man.
Give you some time.
Are you
I'm gonna give you some time to get out the vehicle.
Please.
You guys are free to go. You guys are free to go
Where is my daughter going?
to jail.
Look at this guy.
Where is that?
Plantation Key Jail.
Where is that?
In the,
My man, I know you're not sitting here trying to act all tough with a cop wearing jorts, homie. Like, I know that's not what you're trying to do, dude. Like, I know you're not sitting here wearing like blue Dockers or jorts, whatever they are, with whatever that shirt is, and filming a cop and acting tough. Stop it.
in Isla Mirada.
What?
Isla Mirada, sir.
Why?
Because she's been driving under the influence, DUI.
She was not driving under the influence.
Okay, sir, you're free to
Did
go.
you offer her a
Sir, do not
She was not driving under the influence.
get
Did you
close to
offer
me.
her a breathalyzer?
Sir,
Did you
step away.
offer a breathalyzer?
Okay.
Did you
We
offer
answered
her
the question.
a breathalyzer?
Sir,
Did
do
you
not get
offer
close.
her a breathalyzer? Yes
Dude, look at this guy, bro. This guy is so mad.
or no? Did you offer her?
Go to jail?
No.
right.
Did you offer? I'm asking you.
These cops they have the patience of saints, bro. Like, oh my God. I could never be a cop. I'm so glad that I just never went through the process. Like, even still, I am, as shocking as it is, I am as mature as I've ever been in my life, as shocking as it is. But I almost decided to go for being a cop in my early 40s. And I'm so glad that I didn't, because I would not have had the patience then. And I'm realizing I don't have the patience now. Watching these videos that we've been going over, I don't have the patience for it now. No way. I couldn't do it. There's no way that dude is yelling at me and I'm smelling Tito's and this guy's phone is in my face and I'm not like taking him down to the ground going, sir, you're publicly intoxicated.
Question. Where did you offer a breathalyzer?
Did you offer her a breathalyzer?
Did you offer her?
Sir,
a
do not get close to me. Do not get close to me.
Offer her a breathalyzer? Did you offer her a
Bill.
breathalyzer?
Get her driver's license.
Did you offer her a breathalyzer?
Sir, you're free to go.
Did you offer her a breathalyzer?
Sir, you're going to go to
Now,
jail.
I'm wondering about that. Like, do you have to offer her a breathalyzer? I mean, at the end of the day, I feel like the sorry, I have to check messages because I have a lot of guests and they're trying to let me know when they can come and blah blah blah. So I'm wondering if they have to offer a breathalyzer. I don't think they do. I feel like it's on them if she gets a good enough lawyer, which she probably can, because they seem entitled enough to seem at least privileged to some degree. So I would imagine that it's just a question of if they have a decent enough lawyer, can the lawyer go, well, they didn't even offer a breathalyzer. Did they even do a field sobriety test? So why not just drop the charges? So, I mean, already this seems like it's not even on the up and up. If I'm being totally honest, because even though this guy is a drunken moron, he's asking the wrong questions. I mean, okay, that's one question. Did you offer a breathalyzer? But that should lead you, if you're thinking logically, if you're thinking rationally, you go, okay, did you give her a field sobriety test at least? Did you even give her a chance? Did you even test her in any way officially that she's drunk? Unless the person said, oh, I had about 10 drinks while I was in there and I'm drunk. You know, if she admitted to being intoxicated, then that's another story. That should be grounds to arrest her. But unless that's the case, I don't see how they actually do have grounds to arrest her in this particular instance.
Soon.
For what?
Why are you?
What did I do? I'm asking you a question.
You're walking up on me.
Why can't you
Please
answer
control
the
him, please,
question?
sir.
I can't, but I mean, you're
Please.
laughing with his daughter.
I'm not laughing. I can't
These
believe
people watch way too much CNN and they're just looking for like, oh, we had a crazy police incident.
you guys. I can't believe you guys are acting like this.
Right.
You guys are common citizens. Why are you attacking us like that?
We're not talking. You come on, man.
Why are you doing that to us, man? We're a law enforcement officer. This is how you treat the police.
This is how you treat the citizens. We didn't do anything.
She's been arrested for DUI.
I'm not driving the vehicle. I'm going to close it. Okay?
Do not start it. Get out the vehicle. Get out the vehicle. Get out.
I would have
Wow.
closed the windows.
Get out. Do not start the vehicle.
Oh my God.
The windows of the vehicle.
You're going to go to jail.
For closing the windows? I'm gonna
No,
close the
we will close it for you. Go home.
Holy cow.
This is like
Go home. Go home. Before all you guys go to jail, go home. Go home right now.
Right now.
Where's our
Go home. She's going to jail.
Can we get our
Plantation Key Jail. If you were not drunk, you would know what that is.
Can we
Go home.
We're not from here, dude.
Go home.
We're not from here.
Why is she
Right up the street.
Why is she in jail?
Because she's drunk.
Ladies and gentlemen, sorry to interrupt all this fun, but we've got the wonderful, amazing Jimmy Anti-Deb.
Anti-Deb, I like that. What's up?
Anti-Deb.
Do you like
I
my
get it.
Gaylera
I
background?
didn't even realize I said it like that. I wish
Anti-Deb. You like my gay Gaylera background?
Dude, I love it. Look
I'm
at
gay
that.
Gaylera.
Dude, I love it. You're gay glare. You're gay glare. He's gay glare.
Why not gay glare?
It's amazing.
You guys see gay glare? It's gay glare.
It's gay glare.
What's going
love
on?
it.
I saw you getting mad about links and
Oh
what-
my god, dude, this has been a disaster from the start, but it's good. I know I said this was a free for all. You're not going to get mad at me if I boot you at 2:00 and then bring you back on about 30 minutes later, are you?
I
Not even
literally
10
have
minutes.
until about 2. I'm writing my
really?
intro for the
Perfect.
Wilbur. Almost through.
Perfect. So let's spend that time promoting the Wilbur, because if you guys have not bought your tickets to the Wilbur show on the 12th, this Friday, right? This coming Friday. Yeah.
Dude, about 100 and what? Like yesterday he said 130 left. The whole second mezzanine sold out.
This should not. We got 2 goals today, folks. We got 2 goals. We're raising $20,000 for Aiden's defense. That's the goal, because we're aiming high. Why not? We can do that. We can do that. And we're selling out the Wilbur. 2 goals.
I've been to the Wilbur a bunch of times. I've never seen it sold out. I've never even seen it like.
That's why it's got to be done, Jimmy.
I'm like a little shocked. I'm shocked. Like that's a big fucking deal.
It is.
It's a big deal.
Yeah.
You look at other shows. Like it's not like it's nothing in comparison to Friday.
Can you give us some history on the Wilbur as far as like artists and acts that have played the Wilbur that you know of that has never sold it out?
Oh, well, everyone that I've gone to. So, a couple drag shows of like, pardon me, pretty big names.
Okay.
Let's see, you know what? That's a good question. The history of it. Let's look at that. Let me see. Okay.
Oh, I thought maybe you already knew. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to put
I didn't, but you know what? I fucking should. So shame on me. 1914 is when it opened. Known for comedy and music. Okay. Let me see some comics that have been there.
Yes.
There are a lot of specials that were filmed there. Sarah Silverman special.
Wow.
Jim Jeffries, Taylor Tomlinson, Sam Morrill. I feel like I know who that is. Dana Carvey.
And they give those tickets for free because they want the seats filled for the specials.
Yep.
So that doesn't count as sold out.
And if you don't sell it out, you got to go bark, which means you got to go stand outside the theater before the show and have people come in. Kathy Griffin, David Cross, Craig Ferguson, Dana Carvey. Dana Carvey, that's so impressive.
Yeah. Dana Carvey's a legend.
Love Dana Carvey.
Me too.
Does he do? Who's the guy that does? Is it Jiminy Glick? Who does Jiminy Glick?
That's Martin Short.
Rogan's Strange Times Netflix special was filmed at the Wilbur.
Nice.
Tom Green.
Wow.
Love Tom Green.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Tom Green's just great. Get the poo off my bum. Get the poo off.
Yeah, dude, Jiminy Glick was so funny.
Yeah, I like Jim Jeffries. He's a little too far to the left for me, but I like him. I just don't like his take on gun control. But that's it. Other than that,
what's your take on gun control?
I'm pro Second Amendment, 100%. I feel like everybody should have a gun. Personally,
it's like I'm with you because it's like they're already here. What are you gonna do? Like, I wish guns didn't exist in the first place. I just wish they never existed, but they do. So, better fucking get one.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to be.
I mean, right. You're actually making a very similar point that I've made about it, which is just like, they're not going anywhere. You know, like
Mm-hmm.
they're going to keep getting manufactured as long as they're out there. You can get them.
Right.
You know, you can either get them legally or illegally, but you can get them.
They're
Somebody
gettable.
was so inclined, they're going to get one.
Perfect world, like if no guns existed, yeah, that would be great. That would
Sure.
that would be beautiful. That's not
I wish Superman was a real thing and he swooped in like in Superman 4 and got rid of all nuclear weapons and everything and guns, and that'd be great. But somebody else just invent it again.
So is Superman your number one?
No.
Because you like superheroes.
I do. Yeah. Batman's my number one for sure. Without a doubt. And it's just because of like the comic books, like the graphic novels specifically. They're always the best graphic novels because they're really cool, like detective stories. And sometimes like they're really graphic. So it's not like Batman, not like that kind of Batman. More like the last movie with Robert Pattinson.
I haven't seen a recent Batman in so long.
Yeah, that one is the closest thing to a Batman graphic novel that I've ever, as far as, but even still, it doesn't do the best Batman graphic novels justice. But that one's actually kind of based on one particular one, I think, called Hush, maybe. I think it was Hush.
Okay.
I don't know. You don't know what I'm talking about, so I'm just
Hush the movie?
No, Hush is a Batman graphic novel.
Oh,
and,
okay.
Yeah.
The last Batman movie I saw, I think, was Alicia Silverstone.
The worst one.
Was it? I liked it.
Yeah.
I thought it was good.
I watched this. It's really funny because, that's because I'm a Batman fan and you're not.
Right.
As a Batman fan, you're like, why are they making this and you're gay, no offense, but they put nipples on the costume and it's like they Joel Schumacher got a hold of it and I'm pretty sure Joel Schumacher's gay. So he made like the gayest Batman version of movies that he could, which was Batman Forever and Batman and Robin. Yeah.
Batman, dude, Batman Returns.
He might as well put a rainbow costume on Batman, is what I mean.
There's
you know
a big
what I mean?
dick right in his mouth, right?
Right. No, there was nipples, and they showed him gearing up in the beginning, and you see his butt all, it's
right.
They focus in on his butt. It's really funny.
Well, Batman and Robin, that relationship is pretty gay. And who's the butler?
I agree. Yeah.
The butler's gay too.
Probably. Yeah. Probably. Alfred. There's definitely a lot of undertones, and really, I've never been comfortable with the relationship between Batman and Robin. Never. Even in the comic books, I'm just like, dude, come on, man. It's a little kid, and then and if you're willing to train the kid how to fight and put him in front of flying bullets every night, what else are you willing to do with that kid? You know what I mean? You don't care about the kid's well-being. Stop acting like you do. You know what I mean? There's this whole dynamic between the two of them where he's like, Robin, it's too dangerous. Be careful. Like, what? How about don't dress the kid up like a twink and then send him out there to fight crime? That's weird.
I got you something. Hold on. Give me 1 minute. Hold on. Shit. That just reminds me of something.
Oh my God. So we're waiting on Jimmy because I hit a buzzword apparently. And I think that word is twink. And he said he got me something. I don't know if I should be scared or excited. I have no idea. I am loving his background though. That does look cool as hell. Like it really does.
Okay, remember the conversation we were having about the cane?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. So
you did.
I needed to get the fuck out of Worcester for a little bit, so I went and went to the mountains for a day or two. I got you something.
You did not.
Yeah, I did.
I think you did.
So what's the opposite of a twink?
I don't know.
What you are. Huh?
Okay. A bear.
A bear cane.
Wow. I love it. That's awesome, dude. That is awesome. I love
Go
it.
to town and fucking shine.
Dude, I love it. That's
Yep.
happening.
That's for you.
I'm gonna rock the fuck out of that thing, dude.
Yeah, dude, you're gonna pull so much puss with that thing. You have no idea.
It's already happening. Like, oh my god, my DMs are flooding right now. Stop it.
Batman
I have to turn my
Returns.
phone off.
Thoughts?
Oh, that Tim Burton did his best. You know, Tim Burton did his best. It was dark. You know, the problem was, you know, it was before CGI. You can't really make like a great Batman movie, but I mean, he cast Michael Keaton because he liked working with Michael Keaton. He was good as far as like the acting goes. Easily the best contrast between Bruce Wayne and Batman on film. The other ones, like sometimes they're a good Batman, sometimes they're a terrible Bruce Wayne, sometimes they're a great Bruce Wayne, terrible Batman. You know what I mean? Because they have to be completely different. Like it's like Batman's actually a sick individual. Like he's completely and totally like he's just not homicidal, but he is insane. He's just as crazy as the Joker. He's just, you know, he just doesn't. So that's what's cool about the graphic novels. They're very psychological.
I thought that was a great Woman by Michelle Pfeiffer.
Yeah, yeah. And that was fun. You know, the thing was these movies were made at a time where it was like we have to, you know, kids are going to go see it. And we want to make it enjoyable for the whole family and not just kids, you know. And it's funny because like I hated Batman Forever, the one that you were just talking about that you liked, right? I hated it. And Tommy Lee Jones, I was watching this YouTube video on Tommy Lee Jones and how he said that he actors that he didn't get along with because he played Two-Face.
Yeah.
And I hated how campy it was.
Okay.
And he apparently did not get along with Jim Carrey at all on the set.
That doesn't surprise me.
Right. Like Tommy Lee Jones is like a serious actor and just big. Yeah. What now?
I bet he was irritated by him.
Very much so. He like literally what happened was Jim Carrey saw him and Joel Schumacher, Tommy Lee Jones and Joel Schumacher sitting in a restaurant, and Jim Carrey came up being, you know, who he is.
Yep.
And Jim and Tommy Lee Jones got up and walked away. Goes, I can't deal with your foolery, with your foolishness, or something like that, and walked away from him. And Jim Carrey was like, what? And so it turns out that like on set there was like all this tension, and he hated the production of Batman because he thought that, and it's funny because I don't think he ever read a Batman comic in his life, but he was like, I could make this character like really dark and serious. Like this guy could have serious problems. Half his face is messed up. You're giving me the origin of this guy and how it happened. And why am I this weird, funny guy like this? Right. I'm not a why do we have to make this guy a cartoon? It's really stupid. And that's what really bothered me about the movie. One of the things that bothered me about the movie, and Tommy Lee Jones is one of my favorite actors. And I was just like,
great
what
actor.
the hell? Right. So, but he was, he's like serious all the time.
That wasn't with Mr. Freeze, or was that Mr. Freeze was the next one?
That was the next one.
And that's the last one I saw was Mr. Freeze.
Yeah. That was even worse.
Good.
Well, if you're gay, I would imagine they would be.
Those movies are great. Those are good gay porn movies.
I agree. But for us straight people who grew up reading dark, broody Batman graphic novels, you're looking at this going, what the fuck is this? I remember I was like, when I went to the theater and I was with one of my closest homies at the time, we were like, already at the point where we kind of gave up on Batman movies being good because we were both really big Batman fans from the comic books and stuff. And already like the first line in the movie or something is like, Robin is like, I want a car, chicks take the car. And then he's like, Batman's like, this is why Superman works alone. And I was just like, oh, I already want to leave. I want to leave. This is so corny and so stupid. It set the tone for how bad this movie was going to be. Speaking of which, before I forget, I watched this new movie last night. Are you a Spike Lee fan by any chance?
He did basketball. What did he do?
He did He Got Game. You're thinking of He Got Game.
Yes. Yeah. I like Spike Lee. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a new movie on Apple TV that he did with Denzel. And I still don't know what I think of it. I still don't know.
I like movies though, where you're like, I don't know what to take of this.
Right. There's some really good acting. It's weird how he cast it because, like, Denzel, he's amazing. He's a great actor, but like the person he got to cast his wife, terrible actor. Or at least she just did a terrible job in this movie. And it was just like, I got really upset because I was really excited about the movie because I love Spike Lee's style of directing. And then I was just like, oh man.
I like Spike Lee too.
Yeah. And I was waiting for this big twist at the end and it just didn't happen.
What was it called?
You
remember?
Oh my God. Highest to Lowest, I think.
There was this Batman meme I saw once that made me like laugh my ass off. I don't know if you've ever seen it. He was like opening up a present and it's like a mug and he turns it around and on the back of the mug it says world's deadest parents and he starts crying and that like
I always love those. I always love those. Those are so funny. I love those memes. Like there's a bunch of memes too where because Superman, I can't even explain them, but like there's great memes and I couldn't even quote you one, but there's great memes based on the fact that both Batman and Superman's mothers are named Martha. And there's but Superman's Martha is still alive, Batman's isn't, and then they just make these hilarious memes.
Are you a Spider-Man person or
yeah, totally.
What do you think? And I'm not a superhero guy, but I went to the movies 3 times to see Into the Spider-Verse.
Oh my God. I didn't see it in the theater, but I have watched it under the influence of
life.
Yeah, amazing.
It's so good.
Like the visuals. If you're epileptic, you can't watch it.
No.
Yeah. It's too much, but
the
it's
story
brilliant.
I feel like I left a changed man. I really do. Like it was so good. It was so good. The music,
both of them were good. Into the Spider-Verse and Across the Spider-Verse are amazing. They're both so good.
I didn't like the second one.
I did. I liked it more because they referenced some other Spider, because there's this thing called What If, and there's like alternate universe, you are the multiverse and blah, blah, blah. And that's always been in the comics. And there was like one of the main guys was Spider-Man 2099. And I remember buying the first issue of that when I was like 13. And I was like, wow, this, it's futuristic Spider-Man, and never saw him mentioned again. And then he's in Across the Spider-Verse is like, I wouldn't call him a villain, but he was kind of a villain.
Oh, so they like brought back actual lore from.
Yeah. And I like the story and everything, but it did leave you hanging. There should be a third one coming out. But
I don't care about Gwen. I'm sorry, but
I don't really care about Gwen either.
I care about that horror. Next time you come to this area, you need to come down where me and Aiden are. There is a comic book store called That's Entertainment, and it's on Lois Lane.
Okay.
That's the name of the street that it's on.
Oh, this is crazy because I had removed. And I thought I was looking at, because we were talking about Batman, and I swear I thought I was looking at like a shot of the Batmobile just blurry from like the first 2 movies. And but it's really just a hotel there and a car. It fucked me up when I looked at it backstage. But yeah, you said what now?
I'm sending it to you right now. Okay. So I'm going to send this to you in the chat room, and me and you ready?
Okay, actually, I've got. Yep. But come back later, please.
If I'm not knee deep in writing a good intro, then I will definitely come back. But click on that after you're done and have fun with the president. See ya.
All right. See you
Bye.
later, man. Bye. All right, folks. People, for the very first time ever on this channel, please give it up for the cerebral ninja himself, Mr. David Yianetti.
Well, it's so good to see you. And by the way, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you good.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for the invite.
Oh, thank you for coming, man. I appreciate it. It means the world to everybody here. I promise you that.
It's great to see you again.
You too. How have you been?
I've been great. I've been much more relaxed, and life is back to normal.
All right. How's Lucky, your new cat?
He's awesome.
Right
He really bonded to my oldest son, who has left the house and gotten his old apartment. So he's kind of rediscovering the rest of the family. But thanks for asking.
Right on. Yeah. So you mentioned in the messages that you were in trial, so I guess you're staying busy.
I am
as well.
Yeah. I'm
right on.
reacquainting myself with my other clients. So I was incredibly fortunate because I really could not deal with anyone else's case that I had been handling for months. For the good 4 months, we were preparing for trial and on trial with Karen's case. But my clients were incredibly understanding, and now they're all clamoring for a little bit of attention. So I'm trying to give it to them.
I think it's probably a good idea to do so.
Yeah.
Oh man, I actually just forgot what I was going to ask you. I'm terrible at this. I don't do interviews. So, but I was going to, as far as like just adjusting with everything. I mean, it can't be overstated that you took on an entire local government and beat them. And I mean, you don't have to say it, but I'll say it. I'm of the opinion of a corrupt local government, and you beat them. Is there anything moving forward in the future? Did this inspire you in some way to take on similar cases moving forward in the future? What kind of impact did this have on you and how you want to move forward with your career?
Well, I think at the outset, one of the lessons of this case is just how much effort and manpower it takes to take on the state in a case like this. I mean, it's particularly poignant now that it's come out just how much the government spent on this case trying to convict Karen Reed. I think we got the bill for the second trial, but the amount of money that they spent and the things that they spent them on. I mean, they had an unlimited budget. And part of the reason I came on today is you had told me this is in part a fundraiser for Aiden Carney. I mean, without
it is exactly a fundraiser for Aiden, for his defense.
So, I haven't been following it too closely, but obviously, without the spotlight that Aiden put on this case, would we ultimately have the resources to fight them, in kind by, hiring our own, very expensive experts and gathering a team together and, having a hotel with a war room where we all gather and, live and eat and breathe together every day, just talking about the case. I mean, without the fundraising that he did and the advocacy he did, I fear there may have been a different outcome. So this is a big thank you to him.
Thank you for that, because I mean, for me, Aiden has become a friend, and but more importantly, before him and I kind of developed a friendship, I was already very passionate about his case, simply because for me personally, it's more about a fight for free speech and a fight against corruption. And I personally take that very, very much to heart. And the man spent 2 months in jail when he could have pled out and, made things much easier for himself. And he's moving forward and fighting. And this is why we're here to make sure that he has the same chance that Karen had, and has the resources necessary to be able to fight this. Because this is screaming a lot of the same stuff. Special appointed prosecutor Hank Brennan, and then we got special appointed prosecutor Ken Mello and special appointed prosecutor Robert Cosgrove, and it just seems like they're doing anything they can. And I can't imagine what at this point why they would even move forward, especially considering what they know, what evidence Aiden has to be able to fight this. There's just no way that they're going to beat it, but yet relentlessly they're moving forward, just like they did as far as prosecuting Karen, which seems to make no sense. Especially now that Karen has been exonerated, it almost proves him right.
Well, it does, speak to me that there is, a personal animus here. I think at a certain point regarding, Karen's case, it seemed to me that it kind of crossed the line into being a personal vendetta against her. My view of the case is that they never had the evidence to get a conviction. I think they would have considered another hung jury to be a win because they could have, bled her dry of, many more hundreds of thousands of dollars. And they would have kept trying her, forever. I don't think they ever would have dropped the case. And,
Wow.
and you bring up a really good point, which is, the case that Aiden has been working on that led to him being charged was Karen's case, and his point from the beginning was, this is an innocent woman, she's being unjustly prosecuted, and I'm not just going to sit here and let it happen. I'm going to challenge what's going on here, I think he put himself in the crosshairs by taking that attitude. And, that it took a lot of nerve and a lot of courage to do what he did, which is to put his money where his mouth is and, to be locked up away from his family for 60 days. Somebody that, has never been in jail before, is not a criminal.
Right.
And suffered as a result of it. So he's got street cred. This is, as I said, he put his money where his mouth is, and he suffered as a result of this. And I'll speak for myself. I was not involved in any of Aiden's ultimate actions here. Nobody needs to be involved because Aiden's a force to be reckoned with, and he makes his own decisions. But and I didn't follow it too closely, but it's funny. At one point he published, I think, or somebody did on X or Facebook or one of those sites. 60 Minutes reporters going to somebody's house who is under investigation for something and knocking on the door and asking tough questions right to their face. And it struck me that Aiden may have made people uncomfortable, but 60 Minutes made people uncomfortable too. And we all have a First Amendment right to ask questions, the media in particular. I think
and we as the public have a right to those answers, to certain ones.
Exactly. So I think they're going to have a tough time convicting him, and that's if he had ordinary run-of-the-mill lawyers. He doesn't. He has at least two excellent lawyers. I've known Tim Bradle for a long, long time, and Tim is an assassin in the courtroom.
Oh, yeah.
He's a great lawyer, and Mark Betterow I've come to know as a result of this process, and we all know he's brilliant. So
yeah,
Aiden's in very good hands. I'm confident in the end he'll win out, but I think he does need people's help. This is expensive.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, because again, Aiden is also fighting a corrupt local government. Yeah, so he does need our help, and that's what this is all about. I have to ask you, when you in regards to the Karen Reed case, I remember there was a moment when it was when I was in the courtroom. There were two occasions which were great, but one that sticks out in particular is when I asked you about the February 2nd filing that you did for of 2022, where you wanted all discovery, you wanted all evidence, that you filed a motion for all of the evidence. And I remember asking you, because I thought they're supposed to do that anyway. Most attorneys would just wait until they realize that they're not getting it before they have to file a motion for it. But immediately, the day of her arraignment, you filed for this motion. And I remember asking you, did you feel like something was absolutely wrong? And you just nodded your head at me and said, yeah, from the beginning.
So there were three major isolated moments that led me to that conclusion. A couple that happened right from day one, and then one that happened a few months later. So what happened right from day one is that I had heard what the allegations were. It sounded to me like this was a sort of run-of-the-mill motor vehicle homicide case. Many criminal defense attorneys have handled dozens of them. I certainly have. So in these circumstances, really every other time I've been presented with a situation like this, where my clients called me and said that, hey, I'm being suspected of having done X, Y, and Z, I would send a letter of representation immediately out to the investigators in the district attorney's office and say, hey, my client has no record. He or she has hired me. I will surrender her to any police department or courthouse that you direct me to. Just give me a call. Here's my cell phone. Here's my email address. I had never before had a district attorney's office and a police department ignore that promise of cooperation. I think most people know. I mean, I was an assistant DA for 10 years. I devoted a decade of my life to being on the other side, I think that had served me well in terms of law enforcement being able to trust my word, and I've never gone back on my word. So I expected that would happen, and when they arrested my client without telling me about it, locking her up when she's in a pair of jeans and a COVID mask and all alone at night, that was my first inkling that this is going to be a little different. We've got a battle on our hands, more so than just a battle within the courtroom, but this appears to be somewhat political. I said that at arraignment, that I think there was a lot of pressure on them because a police officer was the victim. And then The second thing that happened immediately is that, I show up at court and I learn that, they didn't just charge her with motor vehicle homicide. They made the wild and crazy allegation that she intended to do this. And they charged her with manslaughter. And, so I'm clamoring after, discovery material. I can't get any. They gave me a bare bones affidavit at arraignment. I'm reading it, on the fly with my client in lockup. And I'm looking and I'm saying, I don't see any criminal intent here. Where's the evidence of criminal intent? Why is this a manslaughter case? And I suspected at that time it was a manslaughter case because, they wanted to lock her up. They asked for $100,000 cash bail, or maybe it was $50,000. I think they asked for $50,000 cash bail, not knowing whether she could post it or not. Thank God she did. And then, the third thing that happened, I'm sorry for being so long-winded, but,
no, please.
This is all in answer to your question. I mean, the third thing that happened that further shocked me is, the case is pending in Stoughton District Court for quite a while. I'm having the most difficult time getting basic discovery material from them. I filed that motion for discovery at her Stoughton District Court arraignment, in part because of the fact that they locked her up behind my back, but also I need to get going. I need to start my investigation. I need to, find out who they talked to and who I can talk to that they haven't. And, obviously I found people that they had not talked to and they probably didn't want to talk to. But then, she makes all her court appearances. Everything is, we're completely in compliance. Clearly, she's not fleeing anywhere. She has nowhere to go. They asked the grand jury to indict her for second-degree murder, and I was flabbergasted. Manslaughter was a reach. I said that from day one. It was not an appropriate charge. There was no criminal intent in terms of the evidence that they had. And now, they've gone and upped the charges. You can get a grand jury to indict on whatever you ask them to. And that's what they did here, so that they could lock her up again. And this time they wanted $500,000 bail. So, you asked me, did I have some suspicion from day one that this case was going to be a little different? And that this was going to be a full-on press to do whatever they could to lock up Karen Read. The answer is yes. And so, we had to meet that with equal force. And, ultimately, it took the brain power and the skill and the energy of 4 lawyers working full time to combat this. And, thank God we all worked in concert together, pulled for each other, and did what had to be done.
Yeah, I got to tell you, on a personal note, when I started talking about this case, and the more I dug into it, because it's the strangest thing, because this is the shadiest case that I've ever even looked into in the first place. And then strangely enough, all court filings, everything was available. It was as if they were telling the public, yeah, we're doing this and we don't care what you think about it. It's really bizarre, because I've covered other cases where I'm just like, why can't I get the filing on this? I know they filed it. Why can't I get it? But I don't know if you know who Sleuthy Goosey is, but she's kind of the unsung hero of the YouTube, besides Aiden, of course, because she created a spreadsheet with everything in regards to Karen's case. All of the filings, everything, timelines and phone records, everything that was made available. And it was really, really helpful, because I was shocked once I got somebody told me about it, and I thought, oh, there's our boy. He says,
Aiden, how are you? Good to see you. Or I'm not seeing you, but good to be seen, I guess.
But yeah, I besides Aiden, her doing that, if I heard about the case, somebody that I respected very much said, I think she might be innocent. And I was like, ooh, really? So it got me curious enough to look into it. And then I just decided to just, as I like to call, raw dog this, and I just went live and started researching it live. Most creators do it behind the scenes. I just decided to make content out of my research. And so while I was researching it, I didn't realize that there were so many people locally that were following this. And then all of a sudden, seemed like half of Boston joined my chat. And it was like, and they're watching me discover things here and go and question things and go, wait a minute, something's wrong here. And they're like, yes, Will. They're blasting my chat with, yes, Will, you got it, you got it, you got it. And then I'm realizing how passionate this was, how much of a passionate thing this was for so many people locally there already. And this was 2 years ago this month for me that I started talking about this case. So
and then Will, I mean, you joined us at the courthouse more than once, and I would imagine, I don't want to speak for you, but I would imagine that like the passion that you saw from afar, when you're in the middle of it, it's a whole different ballgame, isn't it?
You just brought up my next point. I was just going to tell you that once I started interacting with all of you and got to be a fly on the wall and just watch you guys interact with each other and see how passionate you were, and just see your personal camaraderie. You could very much tell how much you respect each other as a team, and everybody had their place and their strengths, and everyone knew what to do. And Karen too, being such a big part of that, a big part of her own defense. That has become the most inspiring thing. Covering this case and the experiences that I've had and meeting the people and interacting with the people that I've had throughout this has easily been the most profound and rewarding experience of my life, spiritually and every other way. I've never been a part of something so important. I never would have thought that I would be. And I want to thank you for being so gracious while I was there, being so hospitable, so patient with me as well. You guys
I'll tell you, I mean, it's, I've said this before, having the support that we did from the public, just, it put gas in our tank. It put, air under our wings. It was a tremendous boost for us. We're used to, I won't say toiling in anonymity, but there's not this public attention to most cases that you handle as a lawyer. And if the public is aware of the case at all, a lot of times they're against you. They unfortunately, I think a lot of people, maybe this case has changed it, but a lot of people, when they hear allegations, immediately think, what did that dirtbag do? Or, they automatically assume that somebody's guilty. And I think this case, served a tremendous purpose beyond, Karen's acquittal and justice being served just in this case. But I think it opened people's eyes up to, wait a minute now, I mean, if there's an allegation that's made, why don't you take a beat and, wait till you hear some evidence and then make up your mind, as opposed to tarring and feathering somebody just because they've been arrested for something that's, not a popular crime or even a heinous crime. They're still presumed to be innocent. And, this country was founded on that bedrock principle, which is, we don't do show trials. We don't convict somebody in the press. And we need to keep an open mind because we're better than other countries in that way.
Which is exactly what Michael Morrissey did. He attempted to convict Karen Reed in the press, which is one of the most unethical things I've ever seen an attorney or a DA do. When I was, since I've started covering cases, I've been on YouTube for about 6 years. I've covered a lot of trials, and I've never seen anything like this. And I've never seen this kind of behavior from officers. I've never seen this kind of behavior from district attorney. prosecutors. I
particularly from an elected district attorney. And, I have some perspective here because I worked with several of them very closely. So I know how a professional district attorney acts and what they do and what their ethics are and what their legal knowledge is, quite frankly. It's no secret that, I was very disappointed in that statement that, Mr. Morrissey came out with when the case was still pending. There are still potential jurors out there, all of whom are supposed to come into court with an open mind. And for an elected district attorney, to come out and start talking about the supposed guilt of somebody that he's prosecuting in the media, not in the courtroom, I thought was unprofessional and unethical, and I said so. In open court, it's you just don't do that, and I believe Michael Morrissey has never actually been a prosecutor. I don't know if he's ever tried a case. But there's got to be somebody in that office that would have said to him, "Hey, Mr. Morrissey, maybe it wouldn't be a good idea for you to do this." Who was there to put the brakes on that? Where were the adults in the room? I'm still waiting for an answer for that.
Right. I mean, it was really, really strange that he even did that, and it can't be denied that a lot of that, if not in part fully, that Aiden inspired this insane action from Michael Morrissey based on the things that he was saying. Colin Albert was not in the house. Repeating these things and over and over and over again, saying, it needs to stop because he's trying to control what the narrative is. And Aiden had gotten a hold of this narrative and it became his to tell, and I'm of the opinion. I've seen nothing but receipts from Aiden. He might have an unorthodox method, but he hasn't lied yet as far as this reporting goes, as far as this case. And he's been right about everything as far as this case so far.
Well, you bring up a good point, which is that I suspect what's going on here is, this case was unorthodox in so many ways. But one way in particular related to this topic is that, the prosecution is used to controlling the narrative. The way a high profile case normally, behaves is, there's a big splash when somebody's arrested. There's a big splash at arraignment. The defense typically does not reveal their defense. A lot of times the defense is on its heels because it does not fully know what the allegations are. And so what gets reported is Joe Blow was arrested. Here's Joe Blow in handcuffs before a judge, having the charges read to him. And it's broadcast, and then the media goes silent. And the defense may be investigating the case. They may be, learning that the charges are not what they're cracked up to be, but nobody's paying attention. And then the media only pays attention again when there's a trial. And once again, the prosecution goes first at trial. And so, they have multiple opportunities to get their narrative out there, and the defense is at a handicap. Now, obviously,
it's like a home field advantage, more or less.
Big time. Yeah, big time. This is like the old Boston Garden where, the Celtics knew where all the dead spots were in the parquet floor. It just wasn't fair to the other side. And, this case was different. This case was handled differently. You talk about unorthodox. It was an unorthodox strategy by the defense in this case. In terms of, really getting our theory out in the press, mainly through pretrial motions. And, people knew where we were going. I think our ultimate feeling was it doesn't matter because you can know where we're going, but you can't combat where we're going. There was reasonable doubt in this case from the beginning, not just with regard to the overcharges, but with regard to the motor vehicle homicide too. And then, I think it wasn't even a close call during the second trial.
Yeah, no way. And big shout out to that jury, man, because they were, yeah, I all we could do is hope. Now I'm going to ask you a couple things that you may or may not be able to answer. Just feel free to just be like, yeah, I can't answer that. But in regards to the alleged video that the news initially, when they first reported that Karen was arrested and charged, supposedly ring camera footage. The news reported this. Was there ring camera footage? Because a lot of people are speculating that there was, but they didn't want to present it because it proved that Karen didn't hit Boston police officer John O'Keefe with her vehicle.
Well, if there was ring camera footage, we never saw it. From a very early juncture in this case, we looked for it. I had an investigator on day one. My investigator found Brian Lucky Loughran, when it's just unbelievable that investigators never. And he works for the town of Canton. It was a blizzard, and nobody thought to go check and interview the plow driver. Well, my investigator also canvassed the neighborhood, and there were ring cameras in that neighborhood that should have recorded what went on between 12 a.m. and 6 a.m.
right
on January 29th of 2022. There were ring cameras, but no video was ever produced.
Wow.
I mean, at least not to our knowledge. I mean, I can't imagine that it was produced in the hands of the prosecution and that they buried it. I don't think that they would go that far, but who the heck knows?
Right. And I was going to also ask, do you feel, and you may not be able to answer this because I'm wondering, you're still a Boston lawyer and you might find yourself in front of Beverly Canoni again, in front of her in her courtroom. So, but do you feel that Beverly Canoni handled this case ethically?
I think your instincts are right. I mean, I'm not going to criticize the judge for anything that she did in any trial. A good, aggressive criminal defense attorney will clash with a judge. It doesn't matter that judge is bent or supposed bias. We fight like hell. We try and get rulings in our favor. I've said this before, which is, you also tend to develop a little of, trial psychosis where, you're so invested and you're fighting so hard that anytime a ruling goes against you, you think that, there's this conspiracy against you within the courtroom. And I confess that I fall victim to that sometimes. Being a judge is a tough job. You have to make rulings on the spot. We certainly clashed with Judge Canoni, but beyond that, I'm not going to criticize the judge.
Okay, thank you. I don't blame you, but that's actually a better answer than I expected. But thank you for that.
No, my pleasure.
So, as far as again, I'm not very good at interviews, but
I think you're doing a great job.
But there's obviously a civil case moving forward. Do you feel that you will be playing any part in that civil case moving forward? I know that Alan Jackson is. I know that Liza Little is, and both amazing, obviously. You won't be playing any part in that?
No, yeah, and Alan and Liza are obviously tremendous lawyers, but I also know lead counsel Damon Seligson very well. I've known
Okay.
him for a couple of decades. He's a fantastic lawyer, and he has two very experienced, excellent lawyers from his firm with him on the case. So they have their own dream team for that case.
Right
I
on.
will not be a part of that. I'm not a Hollywood guy. I'm not a civil lawyer. I am a criminal defense attorney from Boston, and I stay within my lane. I've always said that I stick to what I'm an expert in, and I don't venture outside that. And I think that's a good way to stay out of trouble. Karen's well represented. She doesn't need me for that. And it kind of segues into the next thing that I wanted to bring up, which is that for me, it's like it's weird that I lived with this case for so long, and the stress and pressure of this case for nearly 4 years, 3.5 years. I went to college for 4 years, and I did the Karen Reed case for 3.5 years. This is a good chunk of my life.
Yeah.
And now I'm remembering what life was like pre-Karen. Just in terms of keeping up with the day-to-day stuff, being home with my family, taking care of my current clients. And it's still being a defense attorney is a stressful job, but it's less stressful, without the spotlight of Karen's case. And, for me, it's like, wow, it's still going on. There are people that are still dealing with that stress, and in particular, and most importantly, Karen herself. So, I wish everyone defending Karen, and if Karen, prosecutes her own suit, I wish them all the best and all the success in the world. But I'm grateful that I'm not a part of that any longer. And I think about her, and I think about Aiden. He's still in the crosshairs here. It's not over for him. He can't take the exhale that I can, at least not yet. So I hope your fundraiser is successful for him.
I hope so too. It's going okay so far. I mean, and as far as money wise, as far as what's being raised, people are putting the totals in the chat so far, which I'm really grateful to you guys for doing that, by the way. And especially for you being here and joining and showing your support. I appreciate that. And I know Aiden does. I got 2 more questions. Sure. And then I'll let you off the hook. I appreciate you so much for joining.
No, my pleasure.
On the steps of the courthouse, Karen said, nobody has fought harder for justice for Boston police officer John O'Keefe than myself. Do you feel that this civil suit still holds a chance? This is just a personal opinion of yours that I'm asking for. Do you feel that this civil suit holds a chance of justice being attributed or being achieved for Boston police officer John O'Keefe still? Is there still a chance in your opinion?
So the civil case itself, no, because the only issue is whether Karen is liable for John O'Keefe's death. And that's the only thing the jury's going to answer. But, there will be.
Well, I meant in the sense that, like, are things going to be able to come up that couldn't come up in the criminal case that might facilitate that? I should have been more elaborate.
I was just going to go there. I think even before the case goes to trial, probably a lot of people know this, but maybe some don't. There is no right to a deposition in a criminal case. We can't just call in everybody that was at the party into our offices and question them under oath for hours about whatever comes into our minds. But there is a right of deposition in civil cases. So, I expect that those depositions, despite the fact that people are on record multiple times. When they're on record, they're still subject to the rules of evidence, or they're being asked selective questions by the prosecution and the grand jury. If they're deposed by opposing counsel, I expect there's going to be a plethora of information that comes out that people did not know before. And that information, to the extent that it's relevant at the civil trial, will come out. So, I have no idea what's going to happen with the civil trial. Most civil cases settle. I have no inside information on the civil case at all. I can't speak to that other than as a commentator at this point. But I suspect that this civil case might go to trial. If it does, I think there's going to be still a lot of attention that people are going to pay to it. They're going to be very interested for the very reason that you bring up in your questions, which is, what else is there out there?
Right. Yeah, that's exactly what I kind of wanted to hear. Last question. Since this is all about raising money for Aiden, I know everyone here wants to know, because everybody, by the way, everyone in the chat who's fans of mine are expecting me to ask about the shoe. I won't do that to you. I got your answer from the Defense Diaries podcast,
right.
and
Yep.
I'm very grateful that you even addressed it. I'm satisfied with that answer, more than satisfied.
Thank you.
And it's more just fun, like it's just an ongoing shtick that I do here. That's all it is. But can we and all the other Turtle Riders expect a formal interview with Aiden, with you and Aiden, anytime soon?
So to that, I would say stay tuned.
Okay.
2 words.
Good enough. Good enough. David, I'm not going to keep you any longer. I know you told me you had 20 to 30 minutes. We're almost at 40. So,
okay. Well, it was fun. It flew by.
Yeah. I mean, you're welcome to stay if you want, but I'm sure you've got other things to do. But
yeah, I kind of have a full plate here. So it was great to see you, Will. God bless you for the work that you're doing, and hello to all your fans out there, and my best wishes for a good Sunday.
Thanks, David. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for joining. This meant the world to me and everybody here. I promise you that.
My pleasure. You take care.
All right. You too, David. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Wow. The cerebral ninja, David Yianetti, y'all. Wow. Good start, huh, guys? I hope you all are donating, man. This is all for Aiden. This is all in support and in the spirit of supporting Aiden Carney, Mr. Media, Dr. Turtleboy. Make sure, get those cards ready, and shell out some cash for Aiden, because his defense is going to be expensive. You heard Mr. Yianetti himself. He needs those resources. He's fighting a very similar fight, a very expensive fight. So, wow, blown away, really. So grateful that he jumped up here, man. And people, we got until midnight. We got a lot more to do. We got a lot more people scheduled to show up. Well, he was the only one that was actually scheduled, but I have to kind of, it's the cerebral ninja. You know what I mean? You got to kind of manage things around, guests, like very special guests, such as very special. All my guests are special, but very special guests such as the cerebral ninja, David Yianetti. So I'm really, really grateful that he got to join. That meant the world to me, that he took time out of his Sunday to talk to me and to address all of you guys, and to thank Aiden for everything that he's been doing. Wow. The bad mood that I was in before, gone. Oh man. So yeah, and anybody who got links, man, they're welcome up here anytime they want. And I'm telling you, I sent a lot out. I got a lot of responses and a lot of confirmations that said that they'll come through here, but I don't expect. I think I think what we're going to have to expect is whenever anybody's football game is over, they'll jump on and hang out a little bit. So in the meantime, until the next guests show up, let's watch a little more body cam footage videos. Yeah. See if I can find something here. Oh my God, this lady assaulted 3 flight attendants. Okay, this is what we're watching. This is going to be great.
That got kicked off the flight. On September 12th, 2023, officers were called to the airport in regards to a highly intoxicated woman who was acting belligerent that got kicked off the flight.
Break it up. Hey, you're 100%.
Wow.
That man said, get his ass beat. Great. I'm standing over here. I want you to go deal with that man saying, get my ass beat. Go, then deal with that him. Great. Go. Deal with him.
No, I'm going to deal with you first. Okay? So you can go stand over here so we can talk.
I can go what?
Wow.
Come on, Tim.
Stay.
We're going to watch that. Sit down.
You actually don't. I'm not assaulting anyone. I'm not doing anything. No. I'm not doing anything.
Holy shit, dude. Lady.
Sit down. What is going on? I heard you from all the way down there. Did she assault somebody?
When I ran up, she was in the corner. She had her camera in the face of one of them, and they were all grouped together.
When did Shia LaBeouf?
Where's your driver's license?
When did Shia LaBeouf become a cop? An airport cop?
Charles, there we got one handcuffs.
Where's your ID?
Disclaimer.
Listen, the faster you work with us, the faster we can know what's going on. Because right now, it's completely escalated. Okay? Can you give me your name?
Who'd she hit or touch? What happened?
Those three.
What did you say the captain said?
How's it going? Yeah, everyone okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Did she hit or touch or
She touched
somebody?
me, her, and her.
So what happened?
She got to screaming once I let her down the jet bridge and just cursed. I said, "Man, we can't do that. Just come up." What part? This is that. So the captain ended up coming up for some paperwork.
Okay.
So as I'm on the phone with her at another gate for the paperwork, I said with the captain, "What did you say the captain said?" Mind you, the captain sitting right here said, "Ma'am, you are not getting on my flight."
She chest to chest?
Chest to chest.
She chest to chest.
Her.
Me.
And him.
Okay. And like
And
try to
swiped.
push?
Yeah. She slapped. Yeah. She's like tried to slap me.
Did she actually hit anybody? That's what I'm asking.
She did make contact. Contact was made.
With her phone.
Mm-hmm.
Contact was made.
Okay. Who was the contact made with?
Me, her.
Wow.
So she hit all three people with her phone?
She hit him in the corner.
She said,
So the phone.
And then she's recording, so I'm just standing here being
Recording's
recorded.
not illegal.
And then
But
complete my statement.
But
And
your
then she
phone was a
reaches
weapon.
across and swipes me
Dude, the cop's trying to help you. Calm down.
like to hit me with the phone because she starts screaming directly in my face. And I said, "You're not going to scream at me. You're going to calm down. This is the very behavior that our
What's up, Microdots? Dude, when's your video coming out, man? I can't wait to watch that shit, dude. Like, that trailer is fire, bro.
captain has denied boarding for. At which point she starts slapping at me with the phone and she hit me here.
Shit, yeah. Okay. Are you okay?
I'm
Do I
fine.
need to call paramedics? Okay. So
No,
so my next question is, are we wanting to press charges for that?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Because she had him in the corner. That's why all her stuff is right there on the floor.
So it's basically, just so you understand, it's a class C assault. It's offensive contact, right? Okay.
We'll be waiting impatiently, my friend.
From you. As far as that
so excited
goes, that will be basically between you and a judge and her. I think, based on everything I saw, she's probably gonna go for PI. That's the thing. If you're okay with just PI, we do that. But if you're wanting to press assault charges, we can go that route.
Now, remember, folks, if you buy tickets to the Wilbur Theater Show on this Friday, you will be still supporting Aiden. Okay, so if you can't afford to donate to his defense fund that's pinned to the top of the chat, buy a ticket to the Wilbur. It's just as good.
Yeah, it's intoxication.
Yeah.
Well, that's illegal.
Yeah. Oh, she'll most likely go with us. If that, so I'm asking, are y'all okay with that, or are we wanting to press assault charges on top?
Press assault charges
Okay.
on top of
So what I'll need. So what did she do to you?
As stated, before they came over, she was doing this to me.
She's poking
You're
your
not doing
finger.
that to me.
Okay.
Step away. So after they came, that's when she started using her phone, tapping people.
She's tapped people's
Yeah.
phone. Okay. Where did she tap you?
Right here.
Right in the chest. Okay. Are you okay? Do you need paramedics?
No, I don't need
Okay.
her.
All right. It doesn't seem right. Hold on a second. I'm going to keep this playing, but for 1 second here. Oh, my bad. Sorry.
First, because she was bombarding.
Okay. So what I need a driver's license or ID for me. We'll go through the whole thing, just step from step, so I can put it in my report and everything. Okay. We'll go from
Did the flight get closed, Jess?
And then, ma'am. So, are we gonna add? Are you wanting to press assault charges as well?
So what all does that entail?
So basically, because that didn't happen in the presence of you.
She's like, does that mean I got to go to court? Does that mean that I got to testify? Does that mean I got to take a day off of work? Like,
it's basically going to be your word against hers. You'll have to go to court for it. You have to talk to the judge about it. However, I mean, I think I'm gonna do a little bit more investigation with her, but it seems like she can go jail on it for PI. Okay, if we're okay with that, just getting her out of here, absolutely good that route. But if you want to press assault charges, that's that. Going to talk to the
No, but
judge.
I'm fine. I don't want to press.
Yes, ma'am. Are you sure you're okay?
Yeah, I'm mad.
I totally understand. Totally understand.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Then yes, ma'am. If I get your information.
Okay. Can you tell me your name? Because we need to figure out what's going on. Because do you understand what it looks like when I get here
I like her hair though.
and you're in the corner with all these people and you have a camera in someone's face? Do you know how that looks? You got to give me some answers here. I'm trying to work with you, okay? Yes, I am. I really want to know what's going on.
Go away.
I'm not going anywhere. I have to understand what's going on.
Listen, man,
don't wanna
I'm
tell
not
me
going to
anything?
lie, dude.
Nope.
The last couple times, well, just the last time really, but there's been, I've gone to Boston about 5 times in the last year and a half, right? Maybe 6, at least 5 times I've gone to Boston in the last year and a half. And I got to tell you, there was one occasion I was actually live on Instagram when it happened, but I was sitting at a fucking bar in the airport streaming, and I was on a layover in New York. It wasn't a layover, it was just a connecting flight, but I had like an hour or 2 before my flight boarded. So I sat at the airport, and the lady, the person, and it's really funny because I was really annoyed because this lady's telling me, hey, you're disturbing people and you're being too loud, because I was live streaming and talking, and I was in a good mood. It was actually a pretty good live stream. And I had a little buzz, but I wasn't like wasted or nothing. But I was really annoyed because this lady's telling me to shut up, and the people around me are going, he's not bothering me. And it was really annoying coming from this person because A, the people around me who she said I was bothering were making it a point to say I wasn't bothering them. And then B, they were this person, I have to order my shit with my phone and scan a QR code and order from a menu because these people can't even be troubled to take my order. You know what I'm saying? Like, ever since COVID, this has been the thing. And then they're just like, well, fuck it. We could just cut down on labor costs and not have so many people working a shift. So, and one person was even like, and it was cool because it was in New York, and one person was even like, I actually know who you are, and I'm enjoying listening to you. So, and I was like, oh, wow. Okay, cool. Thanks. So, and I was just like, in your face, lady. You know what I mean? And then eventually my flight was boarding and that was it. But that was the only time they threatened to like call the cops on me. And I was just like, I'm not doing anything, like, so, and then the last time I just had a terrible experience because of my leg and nothing worked. And my ticket was pricey. My flight was pricey, and everything was, it wasn't like I paid for a pricey ticket, and it made me mad. And they fixed it, don't end up on YouTube, Will. Thanks for the advice, Microdots. And so I yeah, like, and I was like, look, I paid a lot of money for this ticket, and this is like the worst experience ever. And I don't want to sit here and complain and get into it, because I really don't like complaining. And so she fixed it though. She was actually really cool about it because, again, you don't have to be a total asshole. You could just be like, hey, listen, I paid a lot of money for this ticket and nothing's working. Everything is messed up. And like, I can't even watch a movie. Like, come on, I already hate flying, so I hate traveling. So please, and then she was just like, how about if we just give you this many Sky Miles? And since I always fly that airline, I was like, that's fine. Perfect. That's great. But 9 out of 10 times, if you talk to them, they'll try to fix it. Wallflower, it says that we're at 1,000. We haven't even broken 2,000 yet. Come on, people, let's go. It's already 3:00. We should be at like $5,000 right now. But part of that's my fault because I had to set up a whole new stream. But thank you guys, all of you guys that have donated. Thank you so much. You guys are amazing. Remember, this is not just to support Aiden. This is about supporting the person who is fighting for your freedom of speech, who sat in jail for 2 months for your freedom of speech. Okay. And could at any given moment be thrown in jail again under trumped up charges because he was thrown in jail under trumped up charges the first time. So Nurse Kim had a fundraiser today. When? I mean, I know she was live. What are you talking about? Okay. I know I didn't. Yeah. What are y'all talking about?
I'm really just trying to figure out what's happening.
Fuck off. This lady is not being helpful at all.
I'm done. This is bullshit.
I don't even know what's going on. That's what I'm trying to
Yep,
figure out.
you don't.
Right.
I am not fucking walking my way into this. You can f off. This is not what you think. I have flown for 30 years. I'm a high school graduate and I worked my way out of the darkest point that anyone could.
Did you hear that, y'all? I mean, did you hear that? She is a high school graduate, folks. I mean, you didn't mention the big degree. You didn't mention the huge life accomplishment, lady. Dude, let me tell you something, lady. That haircut is a better accomplishment than you graduating high school. It's a much more incredible feat than your graduating high school, my friend. I promise you that.
Never imagined him even off. I hate this whole. I hate this.
Do you fly for business? Are you
Yep.
flying? Okay.
And I'm not talking.
Okay. I'm really just trying to figure out what's going on. Okay.
I've flown with American for 15 years. Anything like this happened, I'm not. It's crazy.
There you go, folks. Don't fly American because you end up a fucking mess like this lady. And by the way, American Airlines is exclusively for high school graduates and above, for the record.
I'm done. I hate this.
I don't know what's going on. That's what
I
I'm trying to
don't
figure
care.
out.
I just don't care. I want to go home.
Okay, where's home?
I was supposed to go to Colombia. I'm going to miss a business trip. This is not good.
Okay, so you live.
But I assure you, I wasn't doing anything to screw any of the fucking travel agents. They're the best people ever.
Okay.
I don't.
Okay.
This is so dumb.
So are you traveling by yourself or with someone?
No, I was traveling with you. They're gone. It's fine. I'm done. I literally have never had anything like this happen.
Okay.
It's so dumb. I hate Americans so much. That's been.
Why didn't you get on the plane?
I tried to get on the plane. They wouldn't let me on the plane. I tried to get on the plane. And they're going to tell you they wouldn't let me on the plane because the captain would let me. I will tell you, I've flown this airline for 17 years.
Okay.
It's not, and this is, being handcuffed is the most traumatic thing I've ever had in my whole life, and I just want to go home. Please let me.
Okay, I'm sorry, but we had to do that because when I walked into it,
I
there was
totally
a group
get it.
of-
Please just let me go home.
Okay.
I don't care.
I can't let you go home until I figure out what's going on. But I appreciate you telling me more information because that's really helping me. Okay, so it'll be a
I don't
lot.
care. I'm supposed to be in Colombia for a business trip, and I've been flying for 14 years.
Okay.
And I've never had a single encounter, and I don't know how this happened. And I'm so sad. And
Okay.
I'm just, please let me go home.
Okay. Why
I'm
can't
not
you do
as
that?
drunk as you think I am. I am just super traumatized that I am handcuffed.
Okay. How much did you have to drink?
I had 2 drinks.
Okay.
Full drinks, very full drinks,
Okay.
but not any more than I normally drink when I travel.
Okay.
I've done this a million
Which means that she is fucking drunk.
times.
Okay. What kind of drinks were they?
They were vodka tonics.
Okay.
The same things I always have.
Okay.
I swear, I cannot overstate.
Okay.
I'm not innocent, but Jesus.
Fucking vodka, man. They should make fucking vodka illegal, bro. I mean, they shouldn't because then more people will just drink it. But dude, I don't fuck with vodka if I can help it. Like, vodka just sticks to your brain, bro. Like, it just does. If I drink vodka, like after the hangover lasts like 2 days. Like it's just there. It's like a cloud. It's awful. I can't fucking do it. And look at what it's doing to this lady. She's obviously got a lot of other problems. Like she's sitting going, I hate this place, blah, blah, blah. She doesn't even know where the fuck she is. Like, what city is she even in?
So do you think they didn't let you on because you were?
No, they didn't let me on because I got on at the wrong time. I got on late. My wrists hurt so bad.
Because she was sitting at the bar and she wanted to finish her drink. She's probably talking to some dude. Like,
usually on so early, and they were.
Dude, you know how many times that's happened to me, dude, where like I'm just fucking hammered sitting at the bar at the airport and I end up making out with some random lady like that. You know how many times that's happened? Like, or on the plane? Like, I'm telling you, it happens. Like, people are in a weird fucking place when they're traveling in their head, man. I'm telling you, it's fucking weird.
So it was final boarding, and that's when you were.
And I was trying to make a joke about my Indian friends, and they were with me, and they're all Indian. And I just think,
So when they didn't let you on, you started recording.
So you basically showed up there late, drunk as shit, and started throwing around racist Indian jokes. Lady, you're fucking vodka drunk. You roll up late expecting to just get on the flight after they finished boarding already. And then you're like, oh, I have Indian friends, so it's okay for me to talk like this. Dude, no, it's not. You can't do that. Like, these people are going to get really, really mad at you. Everybody at the airport is going to get really, really mad at you. Don't do that. And don't drink vodka if you can't control yourself from doing things like that. What the fuck is wrong with you, lady?
I mean, I recorded something. I don't even know where to record. I wasn't trying to record to be an ass. I just.
Do you understand why it escalated to the situation?
No, I don't. Actually, I don't. I actually don't. It doesn't mean that I won't do something different next, but I don't actually understand.
Okay. Would you like me to explain why?
No, I don't. I just want to go home.
Okay. Can you tell me what bar you drank those 2 vodka tonics at?
Yes.
Yeah, let me decide right now whether it's a good idea to lie to you about it or not, because I know that you're going to go ask them how many drinks I had. And if I'm lying about how many drinks I had, because I'm lying about how many drinks I had.
The one in this club.
In this terminal here?
Yes.
Okay. Was it a sports bar that served food, or was it a?
I don't know. I don't. I've honestly never been in a situation handcuffed before, and so the name of the bar that I was at an airport is super far off.
Okay.
From the
it's too far away.
Thinking about.
Okay. Did your friends get on this flight or a flight before?
They're already gone.
Okay. Were they on this flight with you?
Yes,
Okay.
they're gone. Good for them.
Okay.
It's not friends, it's coworkers.
Coworkers. Okay. Did you all walk up together?
Can't you tell, lady? I don't have any friends.
And they just
No.
let you on? Okay.
No.
Okay. I'm just trying to
And even if they did, I would still say no. I'm being super honest.
Okay.
Why would I say, yeah, they totally escorted with me? Like, why would I say that?
I'm trying to figure out why you weren't let on. That's the whole
I'm
thing.
not actually sure either.
Right. Okay. So
I'm
that's what
actually
I'm trying
more
to figure out.
disrupted right now than I've ever been.
Okay. Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
It's a little bit pointless.
I wonder if her coworkers were like, dude, this lady has been an asshole this entire business trip. Like, can you just like keep her off this flight, and then maybe, because I can't deal with her on this fucking airplane, especially this drunk. Like, can you just like hold her back and then make her take the next flight or something, because I don't want to have to sit next to this fucking woman for the next God knows how many hours on this plane. Please, please. Like, she's sitting here saying that her coworkers were Indian and she was making Indian jokes. And they're like, oh, they're my friends, so it's cool. Like, no, maybe you were pissing them off because you're a fucking obnoxious asshole who can't hold your liquor. And then you end up getting booted off the plane because they were like, I don't want to have to sit next to this woman for this whole flight. Like, please don't make us. Please don't make us. I'm willing to bet that's what happened, because she seems to have a little animosity towards those people. But we're going to have to come back to this, folks, because I have another guest who I don't think I've ever had on this channel before. I don't think I have, but I'm going to go ahead and bring them on. From Young Jerks, folks, Mr. Mike Crawford.
Hello, how you doing?
What's up, homie?
I'm friggin' like half asleep today, but I got pumped up. I when I saw Yianetti come on your show today, I was like, oh,
Dude,
that.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm still shaking from it. Like, I remember when Nurse Kim, because like me and Nurse Kim are cool, and like I was like, what were you so nervous about? There's no reason to be so nervous. You know, he's so cool. And I've met the guy 100 times. I've sat there, talked to the guy like he's, you know, like we're just homies. You know what I mean? And then him coming on here, I don't know why the fuck I was a nervous wreck. I have no.
It happens when you, yeah, it
no
happens.
explanation for this. No explanation.
You can't expect that. Plan for it. Just
yeah.
That's probably why you were a nervous wreck. You knew what was happening. You knew that you booked this. Because you said you had a time slot for him.
Oh man, well, that kind of happened on the fly, because with those guys, like every other fundraiser that I've done was for Karen, and I did 3 of them, and they were all really successful. And the way that I ran them each was just, you know, I just send links out to everybody. You just jump on whenever you want, just like you just did, right? And it always works out. You know, it's always worked out. And so, but with David, you know, it's like, oh man, I can't really do that, you know, because he's never been on here before. I want to have him here exclusively for the time that he's here, you know. Exactly. I don't want to have a whole panel full of people and people go, hey, David. You know what I mean? Like, you know, I had questions that I wanted to ask, and I was so nervous that I was forgetting them, you know.
Of course.
But he was so cool, man. I'm so grateful that he joined. But yeah, what happened was, I reached out to him right after the acquittal, and I did not hear back from him. And of course, I understand why. You know what I mean? Like, he has, you know, and I'm sure they're doing a thank you tour or whatever. I'm sure that this was part of that thank you tour, for him, and I'm so grateful. And then I sent out another message when I set this stream up, which was like 2, maybe even 3 weeks ago. I've had this stream set up forever. And he, I messaged him and sent him another invite and explained it to him. And then the night before last night, I think, it was last night. That he responded, hey, Will, sorry it took me so long to get back to you. You know, blah, blah, blah. Tell me a little bit more about how this is going to work. And then I explained to him. And then I said, you know, of course, if you're, I explained it to him straight up. Like, I mean, it's kind of a free for all, you know, but I was like, but it's you. So let me know if you would rather have just time by yourself. If you'd like to have time with another guest. I let him know who else was going to be here. And then he didn't respond after that. And so then last night, I'm just freaking out because I had told a couple people already that he had agreed to come. And then I went back and looked at the message. I was like, he never actually agreed to it. He just asked about it.
Details, yeah.
He just said, "Tell me more about it." And I'm like,
Yeah.
"Oh my god! I already said that he was going to join, and he never actually agreed to it." And then I sent him another link because the first one got shut down with all this copyright stuff. Because, and I don't know why that happened, but
Tube's getting crazy. They are
yeah,
getting crazy.
they're getting a little wild. Yeah. So, but it's fine. It didn't stop us, So here we are again. But, so then I sent new links out to everybody. And then he goes, "I can give you about 20, 30 minutes. Is that okay? About 2:00?" And I said, yeah, great. So, and I told him, of course I can manage the rest of the stream around you. That's perfectly fine. And he was like, he didn't say anything, but, but yeah, like, and I think it came out okay.
I thought it was awesome. I think it's a perfect. I love you doing this. I gotta say, like, I'm glad. Number one, you're doing this because I know, because I'm being sued right now civilly, how
Yeah.
much it friggin' costs. Like every time your lawyer does something for you, and these lawyers are doing 10, 20, 30 pages at a time, So like that hourly rate, and I can't imagine
Oh
having
my
two of them,
God.
the criminal. Like, so this is huge. I'm glad you're doing this for Aiden. I'm glad you invited me, and I'm glad that Yianetti came on here because I feel like we need this. Like we really do. We need more of that. Like frankly, I just got to be like, because there was a real freaking movement here, and I just seen a lot of shit. Like, and not just these lawyers, not just me, not you. Like everyone in the community is at odds right now. Like let's just be serious. It's a lot of, and it doesn't need to be that way. And Turtleboy, for me and you, like that's why I'm here. You know that, and that's why you invited me. I'm so thankful. We agree so 100% on that, and we just, I'm glad to hear Yianetti talking about it, like, because that's what we need. We need more of that. It can't just be Bettero. It just can't be Bettero and Melanie. I mean, she's doing great, but we need a lot more. Come on, because this is journalism. Like, if this happens to Aiden, there's going to be other people. Like, this is not. We need to stop this. This is, and especially what's going on right now with the mega motion and the fact that they're not letting the judge ruled. The judge ruled against Aiden on some shit, and it's like these journalists, the big time ones that have the resources and time and energy, need to go out and get that information. They need to ask the judge about it. So I just think we should all be talking about this Turtleboy case as much as possible. I've been trying to take a little break. I'm dealing with some bullshit in my life, health issues, but
Sorry,
it just.
man.
This, it's not nothing. It's not. I don't want any sympathy. I just letting people know, like it's nothing. I'll be fine. Like people have been asking me what's going on. I don't want to. I kind of talked about it, but then I stopped. I was really looking for advice, and I got good advice. I'm gonna be fine. No big deal. But just sometimes you need a break, and I just trying to take a break because I know what's upcoming, and it's this Turtleboy. Like we're all in on this, and all these other cases too, but especially Aiden Carney. Like. This needs to be the focus, and people need to unite a little bit again on that. If you care about journalism, police corruption, everything that we've been doing for the last 2 years.
Right. Agreed. Agreed. 100%. I mean, and it's like when I was talking to David just now, and talking about that Michael Morrissey hostage video, that infamous hostage video that he did that was so unethical. That it can't be overlooked that Turtleboy was the reason he did that, because I mean, that is Turtleboy rattling the right cages. That right there, for him to do something that unethical means that he was scared. And that means, and the stuff that he was talking about is stuff that Aiden has been talking about at the time. And there was and created all this buzz. And that right there, that hostage video proved how much Aiden's reporting scared the shit out of the right person.
Exactly.
For that person to risk his entire reputation and career by doing that means that Turtleboy scared the shit out of him.
That's right.
You know what I mean? This is why we need to support Turtleboy. This is why.
Yeah, and there's more evidence of that too, what you're saying, because we got the emails, Michael Morrissey's emails. He is Turtle. I said this on Grace's show. Turtleboy derangement syndrome. Like he has it in those emails. He's like the biggest rat shit about it. He's all worried about what everyone's saying about him, And it's like what we were all saying for the longest time, that these guys were paying attention to our YouTube shows. Like that's how concerned he was. He was watching every single Turtle Boy show. He was
Yeah.
so upset that Turtle Boy had any support anywhere, and he's crying about the governor and crying about the AG because they're not going after Turtle Boy. It's like he was crying to everyone. He was crying to his workers, the state police. He was crying to his district attorney. He was crying to everyone he could. He was crying to other courts, other judges. Like we saw him crying in emails over and over and over again to different people, crying to the feds about Aiden, about Turtle Boy. So
Yeah.
all of it. Again, it just, and thank God, because now we know what kind of public servant Michael Morrissey is.
Yeah, and I gotta say, man, first of all, congratulations on guest hosting the Grace Curley show, man. That must have been a big moment for you.
It was pretty cool. It's
Yeah.
like I gotta say, like I love them over there, the producers and shit. Like to have, because I used to do internet radio with producers, and then you always be an issue. They're so hot. Like I just love it. Like it's for me too, being a lib. Like I'm lib or a moderate, whatever you want to call me.
Yeah.
But to be on there and just be welcomed by them, I just yeah, I love it. I love the audience too. And I can't believe it. I can't. It's like, but I'm just filling in. I'm just a fill in. It's fun. It's great to just do it once.
But it could be a step in a new direction for you. You never know, man. It just depends on how focused you want to get on it. But you just that door's now open. You know what I mean?
And I have fun. Like that's the thing. It's
Yeah.
like that I just to even be thought of, and like I'm gonna be doing it again in 2 weeks. 2 weeks from Friday.
That's
So,
awesome.
Yeah, it's we're gonna do it once in a while over there, and it's fun to have such a professional producer, and like everything is just there, and just do your show, like just fucking easy. It's great.
Yeah, and just to quickly address the stupid little elephant in the room. I mean, you and I had our issues before, but the only reason I'm bringing that up is like if you all can see me and Mike Crawford sitting up here getting along great and finding, realizing that any differences that we had are nothing but petty. Like you guys can do that amongst each other. Come on, what I mean?
It totally too. It's like see the best in each other. Like I see a lot
Right.
in you, Will, that I like, and
Same
like,
here.
Even when we were fighting, it's like that's the reason I think it bothered me, honestly, because I liked you, like, and I like what you do,
Yeah.
like, and the fact is, like, we're together on Turtle Boy. Like I
Right.
know you're there, and it's like I am too. So it's just like that brought us together too. I think people need to focus on when we have the same cause. Let's get together. Like let's do that. Like if we can.
Facts. I mean, we've got the same. We're on the same team here, everybody. And just because there might be two people that we very much respect that might be having issues, those issues are none of our business, and they got nothing to do with why we're here. We're here because Aiden is fighting corruption. We initially got here because Karen was fighting corruption, being framed for something that she didn't do, and it brought us all together. And Aiden was the biggest part in bringing us all together on that. And so this stream is about not forgetting that and remembering why Aiden did it and why it's important. And it's because, like you said, freedom of the press is, freedom of speech. This is, if you don't support what Aiden is doing and what he's fighting, you're just un-American. I don't give a shit what you say. You're just un-American.
Right.
And
if you look at Bradle too, like Bradle's represented so many people this year on similar charges than Turtle Boy. Like, so Turtle Boy's not the only one. There's been cases in Everett. There's been a lot of cases related to the ducks that we talked about. We all talked about, but it's like his is the biggest case of all, though. Like, because his name and his reputation and what he's done and the journalism that he's done and the history of it. So if we let them get away with winning on Turtle Boy, it's gonna fuck a lot of people who don't have any kind of support or backing. The little ones that I hear from, the little guys that I hear from, the locals that say, Mike, can you help me out on this? And I got my hands full on my own shit. You know what I mean? I'm being sued right
Agreed.
now. So like I am like, because there's a lot of shit out there that needs coverage and there's no one to cover it. And I hear Jess Machado talk about this too, and Turtleboy. It's like we get so many email and messages for people that need support. And oftentimes we don't have the time, energy, or even just bandwidth to even look into it. But you just know some of it's just awful and it's not for the right reasons, and it's because people in power don't like what some citizen said. And it may not even be right what they said, but should they go to jail? Should they lose their job? Should they lose their houses? Should they get sued? This stuff, it needs to stop. It really does, especially on the level of a Turtleboy. Like that, he's the biggest one of all. So we really have to win this. We have to win this if you care about the free press.
Right, because this affects everyone. Like if Turtleboy gets convicted of this, it will set an extremely dangerous precedent. And you know, every dollar that you guys donate to Aiden's defense fund is a brick in the wall that is being built to block their efforts to take your free speech. That is the way you have to look at that. Every dollar that you donate to Aiden's defense fund is a brick in the wall that will block their efforts to take away your free speech. I do not squander my free speech, as you could tell by how I run my show. I do not squander it. You know, I love being able to say whatever the fuck I want. I love not having to censor myself. I love taking that risk that even YouTube might say, hey, you know what? This isn't going to work. You know, and worst case scenario, if this channel gets taken from me, then you know what? I'm flipping pizzas again. I'm fine with it. It's whatever. But I know that I did something amazing, you know? And you know,
the problem too, it's like I'm glad you're talking about giving money, donating, because a lot of people get frustrated. They're like, we've been donating for so long, you're always asking us to donate. But you have to realize there's a cost to this free speech.
Right.
There's a financial cost. I'm suffering right now. And someone asks why I'm getting sued. Defamation. Something I said on my show. It's ridiculous. Like if you read the lawsuit, I'm not going to say anything about it because I don't want to have more paperwork and more lawyer costs. That's what I'm saying. This shit costs money.
Right.
Like what Aiden is doing cost him money. People see all the money that he's getting donations. You don't see all the money that's going out the door for lawyers.
Dude,
like they call me Money Mike. They say how much money I made this year. If you saw what I'm going to be paying on this lawsuit, and I'm right. Like I feel like I'm going to win my lawsuit, and I could easily fold. I could give that guy like 10 grand, go away. But I'm not doing that. I'm throwing down. I'm throwing down my money and anyone else's money to defend my free speech.
Right.
And that's what Aiden's doing right now. He could easily, I'm sure, take some kind of bullshit deal, try to cheap it, go cheap on the lawyers, try to get some cheap lawyers. That's what people tell me to do. No. We're defending, we're going all out for our free speech and your free speech too. Like we're throwing it all down. Like that's what Aiden's doing. Think about what he's risking.
Right.
So I hope everyone donates. Please donate.
Right, exactly. I mean, dude, I remember when I was in a custody fight for my kid, man, I don't even want to get into how much that cost. But dude, an email, dude, I was flipping pizzas for a living. An email, like each email with my lawyer cost me $75. And that was in 2012.
Yeah, I look at that as being cheap now.
That's crazy.
My lawyer's $1,000 an hour.
That's crazy.
$1,000 an hour.
People
so if he
don't
spends 10
understand
hours writing up 50 pages, think about how much money that is.
This is an expensive fight, you know, and
then research, and then you know how much research these lawyers have to do too on these cases. People don't recognize that. This shit's complicated. Thank God he has Bettero that knew most of the background from all our shows, but still, there's a lot of research that goes into it, and even the legal research. Never mind the specifics of your situation. You know what I'm saying? So it's crazy. It goes on and on. Like you said, email. They just that's why I don't ask. Half the time I don't even know what my lawyer's doing because I know if he gets back to me with an email about what it's costing me money.
My lawyer wasn't even that good. He was okay. Like he wasn't even that good. He was no Tim Bradle. You know what I'm saying? He was no Mark Bettero. So like, I mean, you look at a fight like this requires a Tim Bradle and a Mark.
It does. It does. You need the best. You need the best. And thank God he has them.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Yeah. Absolutely. And thank God that we have somebody like Bettero willing to talk to us and give us his opinions and inspire us and say, no, you're not crazy. I'm a damn good lawyer and I'm telling you, you're not crazy. This is wrong. You know,
Thank God.
this is right. The blessings that have come from just being a part of this community, I can't even go down the list, you know, like I can't even go down the list. I mean, both of our channels have done very well. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. The rest of it is just simply inspiration and going to bed at night feeling like I was part of a fucking fight. You know what I mean? And
it's help knowing we can help more people.
Right.
Like I said, you know, I get all these emails. I can't get back to them all. I can't look into them all. But every once in a while, there's somebody else we help. Like it's just you do it, I do it. This is what these channels are about: is helping people, whether they're victims or people looking for justice or fundraising. That's what I like. I like trying to help the community. It just like gives you them a forum that isn't corporate, that isn't owned. You know what I mean? Like we own it, like the people. So that's what I like about it the most. That's the biggest thing I'm excited about is the future, the present and the future, knowing like just I'll just tell you something right now that I haven't talked about. Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Yeah, that's JFK
something came
and
in.
James Jackson have been yeah. Oh, tell me about that.
I haven't been covering it too much, a little bit. Yeah, actually I did on the, you know, who's been interested is Grace Curley. So Grace Curley's been bringing it up on her show. So that's where I've been talking about it more on her show. And something came in. That's all I'll say. Like it's kind of like a Gene from Boston type situation. Remember Gene from Boston?
No.
Gene from Dorchester? Gene from Dorchester.
Gene from
who's
Dorchester, right? Yeah,
it's
yeah.
kind of the same thing. Someone called me, and I first thing I said is, "Go talk to Tim Bradle's people." Like you know, like so. That's what I'm saying. Like sometimes it's on the show, sometimes it's behind the scenes. Is what I'm saying. It's like a lot of times I'll help, and people don't even know it because I'm sending them to fucking Tim Bradle, like you know what I mean, or somebody else. Like just being able to be in that position and know who to call, and it just I love it. I love doing this shit to help people when I can. Like I can't help everyone, and I think that's a problem. Is a lot of time people get pissed when you can't help them or you don't get back to them, and it's just like I don't know. It's just the way it goes, you know. We all have limited time.
I honestly keep my my personal communications with people in this world very to a minimum as much as I can, simply because it's like I get easily overwhelmed.
Yes.
Easily overwhelmed. And it's not
Totally.
because it's not me being a dick or being, and Cherry's gonna be like, yeah, it's because you're a dick. Shut up. But it's because
you don't want to be a dick.
It's because I don't want to be a dick. Exactly. It's because I don't know what I'm just
and
the
people
guy
and the other people, the community a lot of times doesn't know the boundaries too. So and then it becomes like, oh man, do I lay down the boundaries or do I let this person just kind of demand a shit from me? So it can be tough. Like it's that stuff. I'm the same way. Like that's why like a lot of times like I'm not that close to people as people would assume, you know, like the most I talk to people usually is on the show, really. Like, you know, there's some Twitter stuff, but that, you know,
that's how I
don't know.
prefer it. I mean, there's only a few people that I talk to behind the scenes, but it's only because I don't want to feel overwhelmed, you know, and then and already there's stuff that has taken place where I'm just like, I should have never even been in personal communications with some of these people, dude. Like, because now I'm caught in the middle of some shit that I never asked to be caught in the middle of. You know what I mean? And I'm just like,
exactly.
And all I want to do is just be helpful. Like it's really all I want to do is just be helpful. That's all I want to do. That's all my intention has ever been. So even when you're just trying to be helpful, you know, somebody could take whatever you do or say the wrong way, and then you're like, fuck, man, like, what are you talking about? And then it's bullshit that I have to deal with that's going to affect my mood, which is going to affect how I execute these streams. You know what I mean? Like I have to be in a good mood when I do these things, or else I won't even go on, you know? And if you're like me and you struggle with depression, I just go into slumps where I just don't want to talk and see anyone. you know.
Don't you think
And
this stuff YouTube creates it too? Because we get these highs and lows on it, like depending on how the show, like the last show, kind of.
well, my depression is already there. So
Yeah, I
what
get it. Yeah,
happens is it can absolutely
magnify it.
facilitate it. It could
Yeah,
it could absolutely wake up that lion, that bear in the cave. But so I do everything I can to avoid that. And some people take that personally, but at the end of the day, my mental health is more important than me developing a relationship with a stranger. I'm sorry, it just is. But I do the best I can, and just I try to come up and do this as much as I can because I truly, truly love it and enjoy it, and I get so much out of my favorite thing out of doing this is the chat, seeing them get along,
I
and
like it too.
seeing them bounce off each other, and everybody in my chat always gets along. It's great.
I love chats too.
I've been doing this like 6 years, Mike, and
wow.
And this
mental
is the first
health. That's a big thing that you said, because I feel like mental health is big. Like you got to focus on that.
For sure.
I'm not
does.
gonna say I haven't struggled with it at times. That definitely have had. I've seen what this last 2 years I had a what do you call that, a therapist.
Yeah,
I had a
that's
therapist
good,
before
man.
too. It is good. Like it's mental health too. Like I feel like unless you've had like a perfect life, you probably have some mental health issues. Like if it's just part of, like, especially in America, I don't know, the world. I think like growing up, a lot of us had kind of, it wasn't perfect. Let's put it that way. So you're gonna have some mental health struggles. So I think people should focus on that more, because I think that the mental part too is like the most important thing in life. That's why as I get older and older and older, I realize like I've done good a lot of times in my life. I've had like ups and downs, but every time the downs is me. It's not like what other people are doing. It's not the outside world. It's self-sabotage.
Right.
So like so I
And
just
that's
try
a
to
big
like
thing
make
to be
sure I'm not
accountable.
self-sabotaging anymore.
Right.
Since I started doing that, I've been doing much better. And I just gotta take like stay level. Like keep the level and think about it. If you're upset about something, give yourself some time. Maybe you won't feel that way later.
People underestimate how important accountability really is. Like I struggle with depression and anxiety, and I always have, but I got to a point where I realized like all the bad things that happened to me was anxiety and depression a part of that, sure, but really the bad things that usually happen to me were because of the way that I handled my depression or anxiety, the way that I dealt with it. And so like you were saying, you just said, once I started doing that, things got easier, because
Much
now
easier.
it gives you a sense of control as well. It's just like, okay, what am I going to let? I'm going to blame the universe, which I have no control over what the universe does. You know what I mean? Or I could go, wait a minute. No, how you handle things is what it boils down to. That's it.
And then the universe starts like going your way. It's
Totally
like
does.
It's like when
Totally
you're doing that other thing, you're pushing this rock up a hill and you're getting nowhere. You might get like 5 feet, 10 feet for a little while, and then it rolls back on you.
Dance
And
off. No, go ahead.
as soon as you change that ball starts rolling downhill. The universe starts. I swear to God, it's all like you said. Accountability is big. It's just you
And
got
it
to be
takes
accountable
balls
to
to be
yourself.
accountable. It takes balls to get there, man. Like you got it. You can't get there without self-awareness. And that is the hardest thing, is to really like look at yourself and go, wait a minute. Okay. That is me. Fuck. You know what I mean?
Sometimes we get mad about that criticism too. Sometimes
Right.
we get mad about that criticism and you say, oh, there's an element of truth there. That's why I'm mad about it. I actually like it when it's truthful. Like when people come at me about shit, I'm just like, ooh, that one hurt because it's truthful. Like most of the time, I'm just like, I get mad because it's not truthful. I'm just like, dude, you got to know me better. Come on, get it right.
Right.
I'll give you tips on your shit you can come after me for.
I've gotten to the point to where like that's what you think of me. That's your problem, you know?
Yeah. Well, usually too now it's like at least you think something of me because that's what I want. Like if you're thinking
Right.
about me at all, then we're winning because we get paid by you thinking about us. Like so, like the
Yeah.
trolls help us. Like
Yeah.
especially
When
the
it comes
ones
to the
like
trolls, that's my favorite
yeah,
shit. Yeah,
yeah,
please
like
bring it.
please make sure you watch every show though. Like don't be a
Right.
lazy troll. If you're only watching for 5 minutes and then you're complaining about the 5 minutes forever, you're a loser. Get over it. Come watch every show so you have something to complain about.
Agreed. Agreed. So what's next for you, Mike?
I don't know. I think I have a couple things planned, but I'm kind of keeping it loose right now. Like I probably will do some shows this week, but I have nothing set in concrete. 2 weeks from this last Friday, I'm going to be doing the Grace Curley show, hosting that again. So I'll start thinking about booking guests for that as well. Isn't there something I'm trying to think? I thought there was some stuff coming up. Oh, there's some stuff coming up in Canton this week too. So definitely be covering that. There's going to be like a forum for the Canton Police Chief to search for the new Canton Police Chief. So I'll be covering some of that local stuff in Canton, seeing what's going on with the citizens over there and their search for a new police chief, but mostly just chilling, like we'll see what happens.
Right on. Are you going to be heading to the Wilbur?
No, I'm like the only person. I'm such a loser.
Oh man.
We have so many dogs this weekend. It started this week. That's a big thing too. Like I've been cutting back on the dog business and it's been working for like most of the summer.
I
But
bet
then
that's
the
been helping a lot with your stress levels too. I can imagine it's a stressful fucking
doing
job,
both.
man.
It's too much.
Right.
But now it's been heating up again. Like this last month basically, and this week especially. Like I'm gonna be slammed. I'm going between two different mansions. My girlfriend is too. Like we're all overdone. And I was thinking about going by myself, but no, I definitely not. It's untenable. It's not able to do it. So
my buddy's got 3 huskies, and sometimes I would walk them, and I'm like, and since I first started interacting with you, and I'm like, how the fuck does Mike do this shit? Like, I'm like,
hard. People think it's a lot easier than
No.
it's bad mental. You got to be focusing too on that dog. All the years I've been doing nothing bad has ever happened, not once, but it can happen in a second. Like, that dog.
Knock on wood, man.
Yeah, knock on wood. That's why we're always about the health and safety and well-being. It's about like the number one concern. F the customer. Like that's the way I am. Like I fire customers. I care more about their dog than I do the customer. I don't give a shit now, especially now.
Yeah, it should be that way. I feel like it, at least in theory, anyway. I mean, I don't know what it's like to run a dog walking business because, I mean, that's like I said, that's got to be stressful, and there's probably a lot of factors to it. And then having to deal with the owners, I can't even.
That's the problem. That's what I don't like. But most of my owners are cool. Like we had them so long. If they're sticking with me, like after a while in the business, they'll start paying you a lot more. They just throw money at you, especially where I live because they're all mostly rich people. So it's and you
Take
don't
care
have
of my
like that's
little
my advice
baby
to
that
anyone in the dog business. Once you get to a certain point, raise your prices and fire your worst customers, and you'll be happier. You'll make more money and you'll be happier. And if you can't fire them, get fired. I did that one time. I got fired. My biggest. I don't want to say anything. They're nice. Whatever. It's just sometimes you just you got to stick up for yourself. You don't have to, like in the very beginning. I get it when you're hungry, when you're trying to get customers, but like in the dog business, it's money for time. So
know your worth,
you're good
man.
at it.
Know your worth for sure.
right.
For sure. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you can't get anything done without self-respect. You can't earn respect unless you've got that self-respect first. That's just it's what it boils down to. And so, it doesn't mean you have to sit there and eat someone's shit either. You know what I mean?
No, definitely not. Especially
Right.
if you're overworked too. Like if you're doing, if your schedule is full, like what are you doing that for? If some of them don't like you.
Any Pearl Jam shows coming up in Boston soon?
I don't think. I mean, they need a new drummer. Do you play drums?
No. What's funny is I could probably play a rhythm guitar set with them.
Wow.
But no
That'd be
new
cool.
songs. Like I could
No
do.
new say. I know, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I learned a bunch of their songs up to like no code. I
yeah.
think. And then after that, like I kind of just
I
veered
probably
away from them a little.
kept with it a little longer than that, like probably up to like I don't know, Riot Act even, but like
Oh
some of the
no,
new
I
shit.
could play some songs off Riot Act. I could play
Yeah,
a
and
few
like
songs off Riot Act.
yeah, Backspacer, I like that. But some of the shit though, like I don't know, the last album was okay, but the album before that was like, oh my god, this sucked. What is this? Like some of the
And I get that Eddie's getting older, so he has to
Yeah.
kind of change his method of vocals. And I'm not a
Yeah.
huge fan of that. Like his
I
new
think
vocals.
yeah.
I miss
I
the
think they also
growling
have
and the anger, but they're rich. There's nothing to be
Well,
angry
that's a
about
problem.
anymore.
That's the thing. I think it's more than him. I think it's the band too. Like I think that they have creative differences. Like when he put a solo album on, his last solo album, I thought was better than the last two Pearl Jam albums by far. And it's because it was with new musicians. It's guys from the drummer from the Red Hot Chili Peppers and some of these younger producer and some of these younger guys. Like I feel like they're set in their ways. They fight about what gets released, and it turns out to be shit. Like it like took them like 8
I'm
years to come
willing.
out with every new album. Where back in the day, they recorded an album in like a week.
Well,
So
it seemed like because I was such a huge fan. I remember I felt like Versus was taking forever to come out. I was like, come on, because all I listened to was 10.
what was
all
it, a
the
year
time.
or two? Yeah,
I
it
li-
might have
I
been 2
li-
years though.
Right, and it's really not that long in between.
But now
albums,
it's like
typically.
6-8 years between albums for that band, and they suck.
Yeah, and they're terrible, right? But they're family guys, they're dads, and they're
I
rich.
know. That's
So
we
we're
just
talking-
want to hear the hits. We just want to hear the hits, anyways. with our
I
fans.
don't. I want to
Everyone
hear
does.
new hits,
You wanna
but
hear
their
new
new
music.
hits aren't hitting. Like, because I can't. Yeah, like I don't get the same. Like when I hear them play Porch now, it's not like hearing it unplugged.
It's not the same. Yeah,
or live in Switzerland,
Back in the
because that's
day.
what I did that whole time in between 10 and Versus being released. I all I did was collect bootleg Pearl Jam albums.
Oh, me too. I bought them all.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
the live ones, the European ones, the digipacks.
Yeah,
I had them all.
live in Switzerland in '92
Yeah.
is my
Yep.
favorite one, easily bar none. My favorite one. I mean, it has the
don't think
James
I got that
Taylor
one.
James Taylor Pretenders cover that the Meaningless. It's a little improv thing that they did on stage, which is legendary. And I would listen to that all the time, and Yellow Ledbetter being a B-side, and then it got started playing on the radio like 5-6 years later, and then it became the most popular song. And I was like, now it's ruined. It was my favorite. Nobody knew about that song
Jam.
but us big fans, and now every college girl with vodka on her breath and a is jamming out to this and just being like, this is my song, it describes me, and I'm just like, shut up. But I was a lot more bitter back then, if you can believe it. But yeah, no, I will always love those guys. And if I had to say name who is butting heads in that band, it's Stone and Eddie. It's Stone and Ed, for sure. I
think you're
would
right.
guess that.
You're right.
Yeah, I feel like
those are the two. Those are the leaders. Those are
Yeah.
the leaders of the band. It's like, and probably Stone and Jeff go along together against Ed. That's what I would
Probably.
guess.
I feel like Jeff is just like
He's
Mike.
chill.
I feel like he's like Mike McCready, where it's just like, all right, I brought this song to the table. This
We
is how it
use it?
goes. We can use it or not. Okay, so you wrote this song. All right, here's the bass line to it. Or here's the solo. I did my job. Great song. Okay, cool. And I feel like they're just real easygoing, but I feel like Stone and Ed are like, no, that doesn't sound right. If you do this, blah, blah, blah. God, I've been in that position. And it's really, I mean, not like them, but if you've ever been in a band.
In
Oh,
bands.
God.
This is, and
It's
especially the longer a band is together, because I used to manage some local bands and book a lot of them too, book shows, and I became friends with a lot of them, and the longer they're together, the more it gets. Like even bands too, it's like bands that have been around, like SSD, one of the guys just died recently, but trying to like those two guys have been fighting for years. Like it's so funny. Like you know how it is. It's like Eddie Van Halen and David Lee Roth. Look at them. Like now he's fighting with the
Huge
kid,
egos.
right? Now he's fighting with Eddie's kid. Like
Right.
that's it's like
Right.
it
Did you
just
catch
happens. It's
did you
life.
catch that did you catch that Roger Waters comment about Ozzy?
No, what do you say?
Oh my god, it was like the most disrespectful thing that like he was like, "Oh, just a bunch of foolishness and nonsense. I never cared about Black Sabbath or Ozzy Osbourne, blah blah blah. Just a bunch of foolishness and nonsense." Just completely dismissed like that he's the god of metal, you know, and
What's wrong with him? What's wrong
well,
with him? Like he seems to say crazy shit a lot.
I don't know, man. I've never been. I've always found Pink Floyd to be a little bit too pretentious. Kind of like you know how you ever see that
used to like
Family
them.
Guy episode? You ever see that Family Guy episode
Probably
where
not.
they're in a panic room and it starts to flood, and then they start talking about The Godfather, and you know Peter's like, I never cared for The Godfather. And everybody's like, what? It's the perfect movie. What are you talking about? And
Yeah,
he's like,
that's
he goes, it insists upon itself. What does that mean? It insists upon itself. And I feel that way about Pink Floyd's music. It's totally if music itself could be a snob, it's Pink Floyd's music. Absolutely. Like
I can feel you. It is a little. You gotta, you know, it's a little thinking music. I mean, when I was a kid, we'd smoke weed and listen to it, and that's when it was like, oh. But
right,
then after that
because
wears
you
off,
were
it's kind of like, all right, like you know,
right.
I agree a
And
little
now
bit.
when you smoke weed, it's like, you know, you're just
Whatever.
older now because when
Yeah.
you just started smoking weed and then you're like, what's cool to listen to it with
Pink Floyd.
with this new experience of being high that I'm doing right now. And yeah, Pink Floyd was on there, Zeppelin. Like when I was a teenager, it was just Zeppelin and Pearl Jam. That's all I listened to is Zeppelin and Pearl Jam constantly, all the time. And then I don't know. And then I started once I started playing music and then working at a tattoo shop made a big difference because there was nothing to do but listen to music, you know, in the shop.
Exactly. I bet.
So it was like, did anybody bring a new CD in? Did anybody download anything new? Anything, please? You know, and so there was just, we were always trying to find obscure bands and, you know, whatever. But yeah, it's funny. That didn't happen for me till my 30s when I started to really broaden my
Branch
taste
out.
in music a lot. Yeah.
I think that's common, actually. I don't know, a little bit actually, because I feel like I kind of did too. Maybe a little younger, but it was mostly because I was hanging out with local bands. You know what I mean? Like I just got in this area where I was booking a lot of bands, so that's kind of how I branched out. Is because I was around, you know, music. You know, musicians, they have taste. They're all like, you gotta listen to this. You gotta listen to this.
Right.
And same thing with DJs, music DJs. My girlfriend's a music DJ forever. She's the one who got me into so many bands. Like I fell in love with her, listening to the like that's what we were doing. She'd be putting her turntable and like listen to the Morphine. You know,
Oh
just
yeah, I like
you know
Morphine a
Morphine?
lot.
I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, she knew them
Yeah.
guys. She knew them all. I met Dana. I met him actually all except Mark. Obviously, Mark passed
Yeah.
away, but he used to smoke a lot of weed.
Cure for Pain is probably my favorite song.
Oh, I love
Yeah,
it. That's
great
like
song.
one of my favorites.
Yeah.
Yeah, you listen to Treat Her Right too. That was his band before that. They're really good too.
No.
You should look up some of their, yeah, really good. I love them.
Now I'm old and I find myself just listening to nostalgic music, stuff that I liked when I was a little kid, like the stuff my mom would listen to. And
I listen
you
to
know,
Twisted
like,
Sister and shit. Like,
yeah,
I
I'll be at
love
the
it.
gym. Yeah, I'll be at the gym like, "Arr!" and I got like Linda Ronstadt playing, you know,
There you
like, and I'm like fucking just, "Arr!" you know, it's just really funny. Like if you're looking at me, you can't hear what I'm listening to. You think I'm listening to Slayer, but I sometimes I might be, but you know, most of the time,
I'm very similar in that. My girlfriend says I listen to cheesy music. I like cheesy music. It's true because I've reverted. I would go back, like you said. Like I'll be listening to Pearl Jam and Nirvana and Cinderella, and all that like 80s metal.
I love 80s hair music now,
me
dude.
too.
Like
I love it.
I
Always
hated
did.
it in the 90s. I like if you started listening to because I mean grunge, and I hate using that word, but just to generalize the style of music anyway, and that movement of music anyway, that happened right at a pivotal time in my teen years, so that was like, wow. But immediately being a teenager and then hearing bands like Nirvana and Soundgarden, Alice in Chains, Pearl Jam, and all of these other bands, and you end up going, looking at a band like Cinderella or Warrant and being like, pussy shit. Like, I don't want to listen to that shit. But now it's funny. Like, I'll just sit there and have like the Vivo Roku 80s video channel playing and
Love
in the
it.
background. And it's great. Like, it's great. And they'll play stuff that I haven't even heard in a million years. I'm like, oh my God, I forgot that song existed. And it used to be one of my favorites.
So different now, the music, because the 70s, 80s, 90s had some of the years of the albums, when you go through like the top albums, like even bands like Duran Duran and just all that shit. Like, I just love, I listen to it all day. I love it. I love it. I love all 80s music. Prince.
Yeah.
I love Prince. Prince is freaking awesome.
I think the 80s is arguably one of the most revolutionary times in music. I mean, it was all over the place. It was so versatile. Nobody sounded like the other, as far as like pop goes. Now all pop music just sounds the same to me, but I can't tell you the difference between a Lady Gaga song and a Taylor Swift song. Honestly, I couldn't, I don't know the difference. Right.
I mean, I know a couple of Lady Gaga songs from when she first got big, but like, anything new, like, you know what I mean? Like, and especially these new artists that come out. I'm like, Justin Bieber, he's huge. Could you name one song? I know he hasn't performed in a while.
No.
He's kind of fell off, but he made all that money. Like, I can't name one song of his.
Yeah. It was just so versatile in the 80s, man. Like, you 1 minute you're, Pet Shop Boys didn't sound anything like Howard Jones, and it's good stuff, man, and like rediscovering it now that I'm older, it's just like, man, I wish I was this open-minded when I was younger. I probably would have gotten a lot more done, but here we are.
True.
But
another one I love from the 80s. I didn't like it when it came out. Like, that's so funny. Like how you didn't like a song, or like even Tracy Chapman. That's another one my girlfriend started playing me all the time.
Brilliant.
I fell in love with it.
Brilliant.
I mean, that Fast Car, especially when she did that with the country singer there. Oh my God, I had goosebumps. Like, that was that song. I just love all of her music too. But when I was a kid, I didn't like it. I was just like, oh, I would change it. MTV is, I would be like, I'm not watching that. It's weird how you mature to it, I guess, or something.
Yeah, I grew to love Morrissey, which is really crazy. Like, it's funny. Man, that happened working at the tattoo shop, and there were, some tough dudes that spent years in prison were huge Morrissey fans. Dudes that'll kill you. You know what I'm saying? Dudes that'll kill you. And like, fuck prison, I don't care. But these guys will go to a Morrissey show and go to the stage and hand him a bouquet of roses, and you're like, what in the fuck is going on here? Like, what just happened? Like, Morrissey has that power over people, which is really wild, man. Yeah, really. Not Meatball, but the Smiths.
Yeah, the artist.
Right. But yeah, man.
80s.
Oh yeah, look at everybody we got everybody in the chat dropping their favorites.
Madonna. I like Madonna.
I love Madonna. I will say that Borderline is arguably the most brilliantly composed pop song of all time.
That's a good song.
Like, if you look at the way that song is composed, it's brilliant. Like, it's just
that whole
perfect.
Like, just the music of it. Never mind.
Just the changes, and then the climax of it. Like, Madonna is amazing in the 80s.
She was. I gotta say, like, as a teenager, she was hot as.
Man,
yeah. So I had that kind of, I remember my grandfather too. My grandfather was the funniest guy. He was a lot of times funny unintentionally, but sometimes he had this. He's like an Irish Catholic Kennedy guy, but like, for the workers, but like socially conservative. So like Madonna would piss him off, but he would be like, "Oh, what about that Madonna? What is she doing now?" Like he just like he always had a thing about Madonna. Like,
I don't blame
and he
him,
had-
man. Like, dude, I had like before Blockbuster became a thing and just monopolized on video stores, like the local video store guy, I could only imagine what he thought because I rented Body of Evidence like every week. Like it's just because
What's a
Madonna,
teenager
man.
gonna do?
Right. It's Madonna. Like she's like finger banging herself right there. And but it's Willem Dafoe, right? And you're just like, that's weird casting, but okay. You know,
I swear to God, that sounds familiar. Will, because I remember like my friend's mom used to buy, like she was the one who would rent the videos for us. Like my mom would never back then rent some VHS tapes for us, and so we'd always like be looking at the, I don't know, what do you call that? It's not like it's rated R, I guess, but it's like almost X but not X. It's like those. You remember those?
Unrated or
Yeah.
rated NC-17.
Yeah, we'd always be in that. We'd be judging by the cover. Which one is the hottest one? Like,
exactly. Yeah, absolutely.
What a different time. Now kids just go on the internet. I don't know.
Yeah, man. This is wow, this has been really fun so far, man.
Someone called it Bush Light. Bush Light.
Do you want to hang out a while? Do you need to go or what?
Probably should get going, but I'm having fun. It's fun.
Right.
I don't know if I'll probably we're probably boring some people because we're talking too much about music and the 80s, but it's been fun.
Yeah, it has been. I mean, we got 12 hours to kill. So people, we're not going to just talk about Turtleboy the whole time. I mean, you're just going to have to deal with that. But so
Looks like
far
they are liking it. They're all throwing in their like meatloaf. Meatloaf was good.
For sure. Yeah. I like him more as an actor. Honestly.
What was he in? Because I remember seeing him. I can't remember what he was in though.
First thing that comes to mind is Fight Club. He was Bob with bitch tits.
Oh my God! Yes, he did so good. He was the guy who hugger.
Yeah.
That was a good movie. That was a great movie. I love that movie. The Pixies. Do you know the Pixies? They're from Massachusetts.
Oh, I love
the last song. Yeah, I love too. It's funny because that's another one. Well, I used to, like you said, like work is where you listen to a lot of music.
Sure.
I used to work for a beer distributor, and so like you'd be in the. Usually we were I was like college kids would be the helpers in the truck. So whoever was the truck driver would kind of decide the music, and if you're the helper in the truck, you kind of you're stuck with whoever's playing the music, right?
Yeah.
And so there'd be fights over, and then on extra days, like we'd work 4 10-hour days on the 5th day. If you really wanted to work extra overtime, you could do some stuff in the shop itself. And so some of us would work that extra day and we'd fight over the music we were playing. It was in the breakage department. We'd put together the broken 24 packs and make them, clean and all that stuff. And so basically like we'd fight over the music. And this one dude loved the Pixies and tried to play it. And I was bashing the hell out of him.
Yeah,
I said, funny. I ran into one of his friends. I said, if you ever see Jeff, if you do see Jeff, tell him Crawford is apologizing about the Pixies. I love the Pixies, Jeff.
Yeah, man. Yeah, Frank Black.
Long story to get there. I'm sorry, but it's just funny.
Frank Black is a dick, but he's a genius. Yeah. I mean, he just didn't get along with the rest of his band. I don't think very well. He was just one of those guys that was just very, very overbearing as a band leader, from what I understand. And but I Doolittle like is just one of those albums that I will always be able to listen to from start to finish without even stopping it, like almost like it's just one song, even though it's not, but I love Doolittle so much. It's one of my favorite albums of all time.
Me too. And I gotta say, I have to stick up for she calls him Black Francis. My girlfriend knows him and has interviewed him, and she's been invited to special things with him. Like she like a lot of these rock stars are not nice. Let's just put it that way to her, anyways. Right. And he's been one of the people that I know that she always says is like wicked nice to her. So I will give him that. And yeah, and so that's another reason. Obviously, I like them too. But I just love the music. And not all the music. It's funny because it's like some of their music I'm just like, but there's a couple songs that I just love.
Let's see. We're at nice guys. $2,657 so far for Aiden's fundraiser. I love it. We got till midnight, folks. This is going to keep going up and up because we got so many other guests lined up to join. And
well, do you know who? Can you give us some hints? Is that not cool because you're not sure who's going to actually show up? I know that's hard.
I just like there to be surprises, and also I don't want there to be disappointment if somebody can't make it.
That's right.
But I got confirmations from everybody, but you never know, something could happen and they're just, so I don't like to get people's hopes up. But great guests that have confirmed that they were going to join at some point. But I'm guessing that football is probably one of the reasons why we haven't.
That's what I was just going to look out. I want to look at my fantasy scores. It's not for money. It's about family bragging rights.
Right.
We get wicked into this. We get so into this. I'm like, I need to check. I was getting smoked. Oh yeah, I'm down. 99-65. Oh shit.
I don't follow football at all, and I used to piss off in one of the pizza joints I worked at. We would do a pool, right? A pool of picks for each week. Who's these teams are playing, and I didn't even care, but I would join the pool, and these guys would and it was perfectly legal for me to do it. It was perfectly fair. They just thought it was kind of unfair, but I would just I'd find like the most popular sports announcer and find his picks for the week and go with those, and then I'd win.
You'd win and piss him off. I saw that happen. Oh my god, it's so funny. My friends in college had what do you call those? Kind of like the same thing, the betting slips or whatever. And the girls kept winning. And they were like picking it on based on the colors. They were like, oh, we like their uniforms. And people got so mad. They thought it was fixed. They were like, this is fixed. This it's freaking hilarious. That's hilarious, Will. You're
So
that
fun.
guy. I love it. I love
I'm
it.
totally that guy.
I love because I'm that guy kind of too. Like
Because
I
they
don't
didn't
really pay that
care.
much attention.
They wouldn't refuse my money because it was more money in the pot.
Yeah,
You
they
know what
thought
I
you
mean?
were a sucker. They were hoping you
Right.
were going to be sucker money. You were going to be easy money, and it turned out, it didn't work
Like,
out for them.
What
I
do you
love
think
it.
I'm gonna do? You think I'm gonna throw $5-10 in the pot, no matter how much it is? I'm gonna throw $5-10 in the pot and not do my homework. You know what I mean? Like, no, man. I want that pool.
You want to win?
Yeah. You let me in this thing knowing that I don't follow football. You know what I'm saying?
And you won. I love it. I
But
fucking love it.
It's just so funny to be like next to my other manager where I'm just sitting there stretching dough and be like,
He's watching every play. He's all into it.
You.
I like that. I like it. Because, like I watch it a little bit, but pro sports, even though I'm like a jock growing up, like I'd rather watch a high school team, honestly. I
More
don't
exciting.
hate.
Yeah.
And I like the athletes. I think the athletes, like I always want to support the athletes. I know they make a lot of money and I know they get a lot of shit, but they have issues. Like a lot of the athletes, especially the ones who aren't like I knew a guy who was on a Super Bowl, wanted, but he was mostly a practice squad player. You know what I mean? So like a lot of those guys don't make a lot of money. So I got love for the athletes big time, but just watch that shit all the time. I feel like it's such a waste. It's a
I mean,
depends
if you
how much
enjoy
too.
it, right? I
Yeah.
mean, if you
like
enjoy
I still
it, you
watch
enjoy
it.
it.
Yeah, and I say I'm a
But-
hypocrite because I'll still watch a little WWE wrestling, but like I said, like I don't watch every WWE thing. Like that's the thing. I think sometimes these football fans, they like if you're watching it like 8 hours on Sunday and then like on Saturday you're watching college, and I'm just like, whoa, like. I don't do anything like that. I feel like it's kind of a waste. I don't know. That's me. It's up to you. I'm
No,
not gonna
yeah.
badmouth people, but I kind of love that you didn't get into it and you won anyways. That's how I am in my fantasy league. But I keep losing. I wanna fucking beat the kids and be like, see, you don't have to watch the games to win.
Yeah, I mean, do what I did. Cheat. Like find whatever big announcer.
Well, that's what I do.
Picking for their fantasy football
Yeah.
team, dude. Like just cheat.
We at this thing Yahoo. You can
Because it's
check everything
technically
out
not
on Yahoo.
cheating.
Yeah.
It's
part of
technically not cheating. It's just enough. It's just cheating enough to make the others hate you, which makes it more fun.
It
Like-
is. That's the best part.
It's the
Especially
best
if you beat Sporty McSport, who's watching every single game and knows
Right.
like every player, and you love it.
Yeah. So like, I mean, I know, like I enjoy watching football. Don't get me wrong. I enjoy it, but at the end of the day, I just don't let it consume my thoughts, you know, like, I like watching it enough to where if I'm rooting for my team, if they lose, I'll be disappointed, but 5 minutes later, I'm going to forget all about it. And not care.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? I'm just not going to care.
Exactly. That's
And what about that?
pretty much me.
What about that lady, the Karen from the
she's
Phillies
ridiculous.
fan? Did you
What a
see that?
nutcase. I love the
Dude.
dad. I saw that some people giving the dad shit, but I think he did awesome actually because
I agree.
he looked at her and gave the ball back, and it's like kind of
He
showing his son
parented-
like
He parented
like
by
you-
example.
yeah, and showing his son like this is how you deal with crazy people. It's better not to freaking have
Yeah.
a crazy person in your face for a freaking baseball. Just go away,
Right.
lady. And look, they got rewarded for it. Like
And low
it turned out
key,
good too.
and he's low key telling his kid like, this is who you avoid when you meet women when you're older. You know what I mean? Like this is not what you want to go
Or
for.
anybody. It could have
You
been a dude
get rid
too.
of
I
him.
know it's a Karen, but still, I know what you're saying.
Well, right.
I know what you're
I'm-
saying, but
Yeah.
could have been a dude too. We've seen
Well,
dudes like that.
if
do
it
shit
had
like
been a dude, it's just like, all right, well, you don't want to grow up to be like that, dude. Like this is not what you
Exactly,
want to
that's
do.
true. That's
You
true.
know?
He just sucks. I don't know. I heard. Did she already get exposed and lose a job? I'm sure that's
Yeah.
coming.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Somebody
what are these people thinking too in this day and age? Because I seem like she had a good job. I'm like, how? Like, remember the couple that got busted at the Coldplay?
Yeah,
I just don't
those
get
weird.
that. It's like, dude, you're rich. You have like real serious jobs. Like I
Yeah.
wouldn't have done that when I was at AIG back in the day, and there were all this shit. You know what I mean? Like you wouldn't have got caught back then, and I wouldn't have done it. Like now, it's like everything is recorded. Everyone's got a cell phone. Like, what are you thinking?
Dude, how many angles? How many different angles were of that Karen lady, dude? Like of the Phillies
I know.
Karen. She like there was so many angles shot from different cell phones where you could see it, you could hear audio better on this one than this one, and you know, like there's no escaping that. Somebody
Yeah.
is going to recognize you, and somebody who doesn't like you is going to recognize you and go, "I know that asshole." You know
Exactly.
what I mean? Like,
And you do it at a concert or a baseball game, football game, whatever it is. It's like, how do you think you're staying anonymous? Like in this day and age, if you do something that's stupid, whether it's cheating on your wife in public, where those two people got caught in the, and especially too, like if you see they're putting people up on the cam, maybe that's when you run away if you're cheating on your wife or whatever. You know, like I don't know. It's just I'm like, are people stupid? Are they?
yeah. I mean, you've been following this case for as long as you have. I mean, people are pretty.
People used to
stupid.
like when they cheat, they would like go to another town. You know what I mean? Like now they're just like, you know, showing up to their spouse's like favorite restaurant and doing it. Like it's just like
That's
come on.
crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. That is true. Like it would be the thing to like, okay, well, we meet at a hotel in 2 towns over. You know, it's like a
Yeah.
45-minute drive. Like
Yeah.
people do that to go to work. You know what I mean? So it's like, how hard is that to just take your side piece, you know, and do that if you gotta, you know,
Instead
be
you
with
go to
them that
Cold
bad.
you go to Coldplay.
Right.
Cold
Yeah.
play.
where there's
What the fuck?
literally tens of thousands of people there. What are you doing?
When you could run into anybody. Like that's
Right.
the thing. It's just like anybody could have been there. Like
You know how
your
many times I've
sister-in-law
gone
or your
right. You know how many times I've gone to a concert that's not even in my town, and then I'll run into somebody I haven't seen in years.
oh my god, yeah.
You know what I mean?
That
Or somebody
happens
that I work with, and I'm like,
Yeah.
it's not even in my town. And I'm like, what?
You mentioned Pearl Jam. That happened to me. Like I went one night, I had tickets, we had shitty seats, me and my buddy go. And we were like up on the third thing. It was the Boston Garden. They were playing the next night. My buddy's a ticket scalper. So I call him up the night of and I say, dude, I want to go tonight. Like, give me a ticket. And he's like, oh,
Nice.
I'll give you face value. I couldn't get rid of them all. So he gives me one face value. I go in. I got fucking great seats. I'm right up front. And who's
Nice.
right in front of me is my brother and all our high school friends.
Wow.
Like it was like so weird. It was like holy
But
fuck!
how-
I went
but how
alone.
awesome is
Now I'm
that?
hanging out with my friends, my bro. It was
Right.
like, why did you guys tell me you were gonna be here? Like it was like it was hilarious. It
What
was
a
fucking
win.
hilarious. Yeah. So I
Yeah.
mean that was
I saw them. How many times have you gotten to see Pearl Jam live?
only like 4 or 5 times maybe. Yeah.
That's about as many times as I got to see them. I saw them. The first time I got to see them was when they were fighting Ticketmaster, and it was for the No Code tour. And
What venue?
It was the Fort Lauderdale baseball stadium that they did
Wow.
nothing at ever. So, like, you really have to appreciate the effort that they went through with this fight with Ticketmaster because it
Totally.
was hard to get a venue, you know. So there was this huge stadium that wasn't being used, and it's crazy because everybody was packed at the gate, and as soon as they opened the gate, everyone bum rushed to get to the front,
General
right?
admission. Yeah.
And then what happens just a couple of years later? Somebody gets
Roskilde.
trampled.
Yeah.
Somebody gets trampled, then they change the whole policy. They only start playing amphitheaters from then on.
That's right.
You know,
Yeah.
to ensure that that doesn't happen. You know, imagine having to live with that. You know what I mean? Because I remember hauling ass trying to get to the front of the stage.
Of course,
You know,
yeah.
and we made it like pretty close. Like I mean, like I could smell Eddie Vedder's tea that he had, like he's sitting on the floor of the stage, you know what I mean? And it was steaming and everything. And like, yeah, it was wild.
I wonder if they still do that in stadium shows because I really don't go to them. But I remember Monsters of Rock was like that too. You would run up to the front, but I don't know. I remember
That's
like I
so
went to Woodstock. That was
dangerous,
the
man.
craziest one. Yeah, but
Because
I
man,
wonder if they
nobody
still
would
do
have
it.
stopped. I'm telling you right now, remembering that when I heard about somebody getting trampled, and then I remembered going to that. I thought, I was like, man, there's no way anybody would have known that somebody fell down. And
Yeah.
you know, nobody would have cared to find out if somebody would have gotten trampled because they were just so hyper focused on getting as close to the front as they could, you know, and just pushing and, you know, crazy. And unless somebody, and the problem with that is, the scariest part of that is, even if you had the inclination to stop and help that person, you're going to get trampled.
That's it. That's
Yeah.
the problem. If you help, you
Right.
go down too.
So dangerous. So
It is.
dangerous. You
That's-
know, and I'm really glad that they changed that policy. You know, I'm really glad they did. I mean, it gets to a point to where you're such a big band, you can't have that free for all, you know. And they only did that because they wanted to keep pits going. And I
Yeah.
get that. But
Yeah.
they just didn't think about it, you know. And sadly, you could tell, I feel bad for them because that's like, as a band, that's their biggest fucking dark cloud that you know, of guilt that they all carry.
Totally.
You know, you ever hear them talk about it in interviews, they're just like, Jesus, you know, they don't even know how to like express,
Talk about it.
you know. Yeah, so sad. I saw somebody mention Billy Corgan here. That actually brought me to a thought.
You like him?
No,
Me neither.
no,
I don't
think
like
he's
him either.
I think he's such a douchebag because he thinks everybody's ripping him off.
God, he thinks he's
it's-
better than Pearl Jam too.
yeah.
Did you know his father was like a mafia dude, like a criminal?
No.
Yeah. It's funny because
He's from Chicago, so that
yeah,
makes
there's a lot of
sense.
rumors that Bill Burr is his brother, which could be. It's a weird thing.
Oh,
But
wow.
yeah, definitely. Like, yeah, him and Courtney, Billy and Courtney. I don't like them. Let's put it that way. And they were a couple, and I still think they're very friendly, and I think they're like accomplices in a lot of bullshit over the years.
Maybe. I mean, I just think Billy Corrigan is more of a businessman than anything.
Oh, he's good at
And-
business. Yeah, that is good.
Yeah.
He's true. He is
Yeah.
smart. He is smart. He's good at business, no doubt about it. But
But
I
his
just don't like
ego
him.
as an artist is so
Totally.
overblown. Like he had accused I think it was like Metallica. He accused Metallica of stealing something off one of their albums that nobody listens to, like Fuel or something. And he accused them of stealing his music in one of their songs. And then he just had two of the guys from STP who are brothers,
The
from Stone
Leos.
Temple Pilots, right?
Yeah.
he just had two of them on his podcast, on his on his YouTube show that he interviews people, and he was like, yeah, you know, you guys actually stole from one of my songs. Like, he accused them straight up, and they
And
were
what did
like,
they
oh,
say?
they in jest, they just joked around. Oh man, I think we owe you money, huh? They were just joking around because it was lighthearted, you know what I mean? Because they don't want to get into a fight in an interview, you know. So they were like, oh, okay, I guess we owe you money, blah blah blah. And then Billy Corrigan explains it, where he says there's a song off Gish, and I forgot what it's called, but a song on Gish, and he's like describing it. He's like, the part on Plush where he says, yeah, I'm feeling. And then I went back and I listened to it, and I was like, dude, that's just a melody. Like, that's not even, it's a melody that is slightly comparable, that lasts 3 seconds tops. What are you talking about? So you could tell that this asshole is so narcissistic that he is listening to other bands and trying to find discrepancies that are too similar to his music. That's how full of himself he is, you know. And it's almost as if he brings people on this show because he sees them in competition, and he wants to get in their heads.
He seems like he ambushed them too, which is shady.
Right.
Because because I gotta say, like, if they had known about it ahead of time, that's different. But I don't think he told them, so that's to me
No.
shady.
He totally hit him with that. And then it's funny because they were joking about it, and they were like, whatever, who cares? And then went on and went on to have a good interview. But then just a couple of weeks later, one of the DeLeos, he does another podcast with somebody. He's like, nah, he's like, yeah, I went back and I listened because I didn't think about it. And then a couple days later, I thought about it, and I was like, wait a second, let me go listen to that. And he's like, dude, it sounds nothing like that. Like, it sounds nothing like that. So like, whenever these people come out with a hit song, and then he accused who was it that he accused of stealing his guitar sound? He's like, they stole my guitar sound. Like, oh God, man. And I can't think of who it was, but it's really ridiculous. And he's just constantly always accusing people of ripping him off. And he doesn't see that he's the only one doing that. And so instead of going, well, maybe that's a me problem, you know, he's going, well, I'm the god of rock and roll and everyone's ripping me off. You know what I mean? That's how he looks at it. It's crazy.
It's douche.
Right.
Yeah,
And he started a wrestling company or something like that, where like a wrestling federation of his own. Crazy.
Yeah, I don't like him. Just
no, me either.
Something about him.
Me either.
And it seems like he didn't treat some of the musicians well in his band either.
No, he treated Darcy like shit.
Exactly.
Yeah. Jimmy Ehi he treated like shit too. No, it was Jimmy Chamberlain who he treated like shit. I think he treated them all like shit, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, if he thinks of himself like that, you know he's a total fucking band Nazi. You know he is.
You know it.
You know? No. That song, we're not using that. No, that sucks. You know, we're using this. You know, oh well, that riff is okay, but maybe if we do this, okay, yeah, we're changing it. You know, he's that guy. Like, yeah, totally condescending too. Yeah, I can't stand people like that. I have no patience for it. I get up and walk away.
I don't really like his music. Like, there's a couple songs that I'm like, oh, I kind of like them, but then I don't like them now. To him, I mean, I don't like him.
No, and he went full Nosferatu at one point, and I was just like, what is going on here?
I know.
Like, did he just find out that his hair started to recede, and then he just was like, okay, well, I'll go full goth? And you know, weird. Yeah, very weird. But I love Siamese Dream, and I will say that his guitar sound is impeccable. I will give him that. Like, he does back it up. It's just that I don't think that he was trying to steal it. Like, calm down, you know. But he is brilliant. He is brilliant. Like,
when you steal a song, it's more than just one harmony, right? Like, there's a definition of like what is stealing, and that's not the definition, even if he was right on that, right?
Right.
So
I mean,
idiot. He's an idiot.
yeah.
He's for someone so brilliant, he's pretty stupid in a lot of respect. It's weird.
Right. And it means shit. You know, like
Yeah.
I don't care how brilliant you are. Once you become a dick about it, your brilliance means shit. It's
Yeah,
no
exactly.
longer relevant. It's
And
something
why
that
do it to those guys?
I
Like
can
they
do
lost
without
their
it.
yeah. To do it to them too, the DeLeos, like they lost their singer. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
it
And
might not be nice to them.
after just dealing with his bullshit for as long as they did too, you know, can you imagine having to deal with the ego of Scott Weiland as a front man and just being like, dude,
And the drugs,
why
the
can't you
addiction.
just
Yeah.
right? Why
Why
can't you just show
play?
up to a show? Just
Yeah.
show up to a show. We have like you're rich off of this. You know how you stay rich? You fucking stick to your commitments, man.
You could make $50 million if you just stay sober and show up. Like, come on.
Right.
Come on.
You know, or at
It's
least
frustrating.
handle your shit.
Yeah.
You know, like
just show up.
The rumor is that Jimmy Page, I don't know how true it is, but the rumor is that Jimmy Page always had like a doctor on his payroll that would give him just the right doses of heroin. Yeah. Just to make sure.
I mean, it's true.
There,
there are some people that keep their shit together and do
Right.
drugs but you gotta keep it together. I mean, you gotta show up, like you said. You
party all you want, man. You know,
just don't let it get in the way of the business. I agree.
Right. Like I remember, I mean, I don't drink and do live streams anymore. I haven't in like 4 years. Like I've done them like on other people's channel because that was the vibe and they were doing it. And it was just like, you having a drink? You know what? Why not? Let's do that. And then, but never ever, because like, this is too important to me. I don't want to be, you know, like there's a time and place for that. If I go to Boston and we're all hanging out, that's different. You know what I mean? But up here, I'm too focused on being as entertaining as I can be and having fun with you guys. And, you know, I don't want to be sloppy up here. That sucks. That sucks for everyone else. You know what I mean? That's really selfish too. You know? So it's like, how hard is it just to keep your shit together for the people who support you? How hard is that? You know?
Sucks, unfortunately, in the music business. It's a big thing. Like you said, we were talking about earlier, mental health and drugs and alcohol. It's just, I think anytime you're in, whether it's nightlife, entertainment, even waiters and bartenders, you're around a lot of alcohol, number one, but you work at nights. Anyone that works nights, I think, especially if you're traveling a lot and it could be a party lifestyle, no one's going to say no to you. You're a celebrity. I think it breeds it, you know. Someone just posted about Chris Cornell. I loved him.
Me too.
I'm so
I
sad
mean,
about that one. That one killed me.
Yeah, because I was like, what, him too? And you know, after everyone he's lost, you know, Andy Wood and Lane Staley and who else before that? Cobain, you know, I mean, most of these guys were all his friends. I don't know how close he was with Cobain, but you know, I mean, that, like, people don't realize it, but that Temple of the Dog album is basically it's who Pearl Jam is today, but with Chris Cornell on vocals. So that's all it is, because Matt Cameron was on drums at the time.
Right.
So it's like people don't realize that, and it's a brilliant album, and it's just as tribute to Andy Wood. And like, okay, let's see, update on the fundraiser here.
Yeah, come on, let's bring some money in, people.
Let's go.
26. That's good. We need more.
You guys are killing it. Thank you guys so much,
Thank
man.
you everyone for donating.
Yes. But the thing is Chris Cornell was something else, because I just watched just yesterday, I think it was, a small little snippet of an interview with Josh Brolin, the actor, who played like Thanos and, you know, played Cable in Deadpool 2, and you know, the older brother in the Goonies, of course. And he was really good friends with Chris Cornell. And he was explaining that Chris Cornell had a condition that Mozart supposedly had and Beethoven supposedly had, I think that he said, or either maybe Tchaikovsky, I'm not sure, but where you literally saw sounds in colors. Like if you would see sounds and it would be in colors, and so there would be a certain shades of, instead of hearing A, C, or E, you would see darker or lighter shades of blue. And this is why Chris Cornell could sing as well as he could, because you wonder, like, dude, like, why there's never been a vocalist like that guy, man. That guy could do anything. Like, you listen to some of the notes, like Super Unknown, the song Super Unknown, not just the album, but the song Super Unknown. The later on in the song, like he hits these notes in the climax of the song that you're just like, how is he? And he's carrying it, and you're like, dude,
that's right. He was
yeah,
amazing.
he was
I
amazing.
love the songwriting too. Like he said, the Temple of the Dog. I love that album. Some of the lines in it, like the Hunger Strike song,
and it's
just
all
the
hard.
lyrics too were amazing. The lyrics about, like, I'll steal from the rich, but I won't steal from the poor. You know what I mean? Like that's it's just, and let's remember when we're all, all these other people in the back are starving, so it's just, I love that song. I like when he did covers too. Like he did some, like, I remember he did those Prince covers. Like he'd perform them. He'd go on like Howard Stern or wherever and just do like this acoustic by himself. He was a freaking amazing. He was so
His
good.
version of Billie Jean is just fucking intoxicating. Like it just hypnotizes you. It's amazing.
Yeah. And there's that one he did of what's her name? The one that
that
I can't
makes
remember.
sense.
She tore up the picture of the Pope. What was her name? He did her song too.
Oh, Sinead O'Connor, which is actually a Prince song.
Yeah. Oh, that was. You're right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Prince gave her that song as a gift.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah,
that was great too.
Sinead O'Connor is her name. Yeah, we didn't say it.
Thank you. Thank you. I
thank
was
you.
losing my track. I'm like doing this thing with my hands, like.
Well, no,
like
she ripped
the thing.
Yeah, on Saturday Night Live. Yeah,
that's right.
And then she got canceled for it.
She got canceled for it. She should have never got canceled for that.
No, of course.
Her life wasn't good after that either, and she was amazing. She was a good singer.
Right. Yeah, she made a little comeback recently.
He did, yeah.
Like a little, because that song became really popular again, and then she made a little comeback, and good for her, And the thing about Chris Cornell was, his death was suicide, and she passed too. She's dead.
Pass.
Forgot about that. And his death was a suicide, which is different than an overdose, and you just have to wonder, like, what kind of burden was this guy carrying, being considered one of the most influential figures in music in the last 40-50 years, and being so, you would think that he's married, he's got kids, he's happy, he's accomplished, he's lived all his dreams, and he's still living his dreams, and why, that just goes to show how damaging depression can be, and how it's more of a chemical thing than it is anything else. Like, he had no reason, and
then people are talking about Chester too, because he was his buddy, and then he did the same thing. It's just like, and a lot of times they're the nicest people too. That's the thing. Like, I feel like Chester and Chris were really nice people. Like,
right.
Not like Billy, not like, even Eddie. I like Eddie. I think Eddie's pretty stable. Like, I like, maybe he's gotten a little more hubris, but his band stayed together. I think that takes some work. I think, obviously, but
they talk about that a lot too.
Yeah, and there's like I don't know. You go back and forth, and I feel like these guys, Chris and Chester, are way over here. Like, they were the best.
Yeah, for sure. Why can't man
like Ozzy? You got to take Ozzy. Like, you mentioned Ozzy earlier. like I don't see how anyone could hate Ozzy. Like Ozzy was just love, like and
Right.
fun, and like
He
maybe
was.
some pranks and be a little crazy. But Ozzy loved everyone. Like I don't see how he could be controversial. Like maybe his wife, but Ozzy was just he loved everybody. You know.
See this pic?
Mm.
Like, I think this is hilarious because
Wipe that grunge off your face. His face is there.
because grunge, the word is just so stupid. Have you seen that documentary called Hype? It's an old one.
Yes, I did.
And they talk
Back in the
about
day.
how that word even came about, and it was just like the press
Magazine,
made
maybe?
that up.
Yeah,
The
exactly.
press made it up, and they just had fun with it, you know.
And they also had the Seattle Sound. That was the other one. Remember that?
No.
Or the
Yeah.
Seattle Scene. It was the Seattle Sound or the Seattle Scene.
Well, it was
and then
raining all the
grunge.
time, and it was cold, so they
I
just
know.
got together in each other's basements and played music. That was it. That's the whole story behind the Seattle Sound. Like, and everybody makes this whole like, oh, it's a phenomenon. No, man, it's a bunch of bored dudes high on smack and nothing better to do. It's rainy in Seattle all the time, and it's cold.
It's funny because back then they tried to make it all about the Seattle Sound, Seattle Scene, the grunge thing, but it turned out like there were scenes everywhere. And that's what started to happen. Like you started seeing other scenes come into play. But like even back in the day when late 90s, early, there were 2,000 bands in Boston, like garage bands. Like I'm talking about people playing in their basements, like real bands. Today, I don't think there are 2,000 bands. Today, there might be 2,000 artists, but they're not
Right.
like a 4 or 5 piece band. It's like one person and maybe some hired guns show up and they do their YouTube thing. And, it's just different. It's just different. Back then it was like a lot of scenes of a lot of bands. Now I don't think I don't know. Are there 2,000 bands with drummers in Boston anymore? I doubt it.
Probably not. I mean, and it's funny because like I had I one thing that I like to do when I can is go to Riot Fest in Chicago. My cousins live out there. I went last year, and it was cool. And I was really looking forward to going this year, but with my leg, I just can't do it. Not a 3-day festival. I'm 50 years old. I can't do it. But I'm bummed out. I'm bummed out because like I've become friends with the Matas,
People
the
there?
Defense Diaries, and they live in Chicago, and they're planning on going this year. And we were talking about it like months ago, like, dude, yes, Riot Fest is gonna happen. We're gonna go. And then I busted my knee, and then it's not happening. So
You'll be back.
Maybe next year. Maybe
You'll
not.
be
But
back
you know
next
what?
year.
I'm not crazy about the lineup. That's kind of why I brought it up, is because you were like, are there any, last year there were a lot of good bands, but they're mostly older bands. You know what I mean? They're
That's the
mostly
thing.
older bands.
Everyone's
So
getting. I don't know what's going to happen to the music industry in 100 years.
oh my God, look at
What happens when
AI
Bruce
is writing
Springsteen
music.
hangs it up and all these other like legacy bands like
AI
are
is
there
making
venue-
music, and you can't tell it's not a person. You can't
I
tell
know.
it's not. It's crazy. Like,
But how do you connect with that? Do you know what I mean? Like,
right? There's no
that's
soul.
the thing. Like,
there's
there's
heart
no
and soul.
personality behind it. There's no heart. There's no.
Yeah. How do
people
you
connected.
perform that
Yeah.
live?
Yeah. I
Like,
don't know.
where's the show? You know what I mean? Like, you go to a Pearl Jam show in '92, and Eddie Vedder's going to climb the rafters and
That was
crowd.
crazy.
And
He's
then
lucky he
jump
didn't
off.
die.
He's
lucky he didn't die.
And he did this every time, every
It was
show.
fucking nuts. His band would sit there and
Yeah.
have a heart attack, hoping he wasn't going to die that night.
I didn't get to go to see him in the Cameo Theater in Miami when he did that. I didn't get to go to that show, but I had a VHS copy of it, and I would watch it every day. And it was just that part, man. He climbed up to the top and just like, and you're like, dude, what are you doing? And that was crazy because, and at the baseball stadium show that I told you about, he climbed up. I mean, we're talking about really, really like insanely high. But he
Crazy.
didn't.
Like,
but
that's
he
what's
didn't
wild.
He climbed down, but he
the
didn't
one
jump.
that did the craziest shit in their 20s, he's alive. His
Yeah.
crazy shit was climbing shit. It wasn't drugs. I guess that's the key.
Right.
But like all these other dudes are all dead, and he did like crazy. It's kind of weird. Like I would have, if I had a bet back then, I would have think he would have been the one that wouldn't make it. You know, like
Right. Yeah. I mean, because of a crazy accident. Like I just watched a video where
is that,
Jeff
if someone's
Buckley
that
did
risk taking too. Like I feel like if someone's that risk taking, like they're
that.
going to be
Right.
risk taking in other things too. That's the way I felt. Like you know,
And he climbed way higher than he ever would when he jumped, like at that no coach show that I was telling you about. Like he climbed, like you could barely see him. And I remember looking up at him and going, dude, don't
crazy.
jump. You're gonna die. For
You're
sure.
gonna
For sure. Like it's not even a question.
and
Like,
that's what he climbed
from
on. I
that
was
high-
yeah.
from that high, you're gonna die. And it's crazy because I just saw a video interview where it was like Ben Harper being interviewed, and he was like, there was this festival back in like 92, and Jeff Buckley was there, and he's like, I felt like this heat behind me. And then I felt a tap on my shoulder, and it's Jeff Buckley. And he's like, I love how you play the slide guitar. Can you show me some stuff? And they were both really excited because who was headlining this festival was Page and Plant. Remember when they first got back together? I don't think it was 92. I think it was a couple years after that.
Yeah.
But he was like, yeah, like, you know, so they started kind of messing around, whatever, but they were like, you going to see Page and Plant? They were like, yeah, you know, so him and Ben Harper like shot over to that stage. They were like, we could make it like right after your set's done. We can make it over there to that stage. Let's go. And so, what ends up happening is Jeff Buckley during Page and Plant's set climbs about as high as Eddie Vedder did at the show that I was like, don't jump. And he jumped, but he survived it. But then Jeff Buckley dies of what? An overdose later? Like,
no,
how did he
swimming.
die?
Wasn't it swimming? Yeah, he went swimming, drowned.
Jeff
His
Buckley.
father died too. I got a funny Jeff Buckley story for you. So one of my friends in town here, I've known her for a long time.
Accidental drowning in 97. Crazy. And here in Tennessee, in Memphis.
Yeah. So one of his girlfriends stole a song of my friend and gave it to Jeff Buckley and said it was her own. And so my friend had copyrighted her song, and she had been signed to a major label at a certain point. But
that's no good.
They put one, her band got like one album out. It was pretty good, but it got no push. I've known her. I booked some stuff. She's really good friends with my girlfriend. She's still a bit of a musician, but anyways, because Jeff Buckley's girlfriend gave Jeff Buckley the song, Jeff Buckley recorded it. He thought it was his girlfriend. He found out his girlfriend was nuts, and basically they had copyright written it with like the Library of Congress before Jeff Buckley had used it. So it was a slam dunk case, and Jeff Buckley like pays them. Like, so their biggest, she never, like, their biggest thing was Jeff Buckley. Like, she still gets commissions from that Jeff Buckley song that she wrote. My friend wrote it, and the girlfriend had tried to take credit for it. So it turned out good for her, actually. Have someone steal your song.
Wow.
And Jeff Buckley realized it too, and like gave them credit.
Yeah. He was just, I mean, he had a voice of an angel too, man.
Oh yeah.
Is it Kiss Me? Is that the title of it? But
The
it
song
had that
that-
dope bass line, man. That do 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 do. Like that, I remember first hearing that on the radio and was like, "What is this? This is
I love
amazing."
that was the hit. That was the,
And I was
the Long
just learning how to
Goodbye
play guitar at the time, so
Yeah,
I
yeah, I like
couldn't
that.
even. Yeah, I was like, "This is wild." And then of course his rendition of Hallelujah. I think that's
so good. That's
yeah.
what's his name song? Cohen, right?
Yeah, Leonard Cohen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is, I love that one. That is a good one. Now I'm
Do you
looking
like-
up to see if I could find the song that my friend wrote for Jeff.
Last
Buckley.
Goodbye is the title of the song. Thank you. Last Goodbye is the title of the song.
That's the song that Jeff Buckley wrote for my friend. Her name is Audrey Clark, and the song is called "Yard of Blonde Girls." That's the song that Jeff Buckley did of my friend. who's from Boston. Her band is called the 360s. Her sister was Laurie Kramer, who people know from WFNX, big radio station back in the day.
Wow.
But yeah, it's funny how we've been talking a lot about the local music too. I saw someone said the Stompers. You may not. I know the Stompers back in the day, but like
I
we
don't
had a
know this.
lot of good like garage bands. Like Jay Giles was probably like the biggest one kind of that broke through. But there's been a lot of good kind of like hardcore and even garage bands too, like from Boston. That
I'm sure
kinda
there's a
cult-
great. I'll bet you $100 that there's a great hardcore scene out of Boston and bands
There
that I
was, yeah.
probably like that
Oh,
I
you
didn't
would.
even know were from Boston.
Yeah. You ever hear of Tree? Tree's one or SSD?
I've heard of SSD.
See,
Yes.
that was the one I was talking about. The two band members that didn't get along. One of them passed away recently. That's
Oh,
SSD.
okay.
Talking about Springer and Al was the guitarist. I like both those guys. I never really met Al, but I was his Facebook friend. But I loved him, like just watching him. And I've met Springer. Springer's fucking hilarious. They were like the hard, what do you call it? Straight edge, right? And they had the X's and stuff. But when you meet Springer, he's like wasted and like smoking weed with me, and I'm like, dude, I thought you were straight edge. He's like, that was a long time ago. Like,
Yeah.
but Al, I think, was really kind of straight edge. Like, I think it's funny.
Yeah, the
I
straight
love-
edge thing only lasts so long. Like even Rollins will say now, like he's like, I prefer not to eat someone's face, but if I'm at somebody's house and they serve me,
some meat
food, yeah, I'll eat it,
He'll eat it.
just to not be rude, so it's like, yeah, and it's crazy. Like you look at Henry Rollins' physique in the 90s and then factor in that he was vegan and like he didn't put any animal products in his body
No
at all.
eggs, yeah, no eggs,
Nothing.
no milk.
And
Yeah.
like how
That's
do
how-
you
no
gain that
cheese.
much? How do you gain that much mass? I don't understand.
Peanut
Like,
butter. I guess,
yeah,
I don't know.
yeah, I guess so, man. Just soy protein, maybe just a lot of soy.
See, that's
But
a problem. I can't. I feel bad for the animals, but I do. I just liked fucking. I like steak tips. You know what I mean? It's like, Jim, how do you replace that?
I mean, yeah, I'm just a realist, man. I've always liked meat. I went vegetarian
I just don't go crazy. That's the thing. I try to like limit it. You know what I mean? I try to have like one day a week. I'll have like a salad or something instead of doing too much protein.
Oh, I finally got to see a Henry Rollins spoken word. That guy's just like my personal fucking hero, dude. Like
I
the
saw
way
him
that
once.
guy-
Lollapalooza.
the way that guy did life is is mind blowing.
He's smart too. I like him.
Brilliant, and he, like his podcast is so much fun. He barely does the podcast. There's only so many episodes, and he does it with his assistant Heidi, and they talk about like listening him to talk because he is like best friends and grew up best friends with Ian MacKaye from Fugazi, Minor Threat. And so they used to work at Haagen-Dazs together, like the Haagen-Dazs ice cream store together.
I've
when
heard
they were
this story.
teenagers.
This is how he got the job, right? Yeah, yeah.
Well,
this is how he got the job, isn't it? They hit him up when he gave up the ice cream. He was a manager, wasn't he? A manager?
Yeah, it was like yeah, and it was funny because like there were the way Ian MacKaye would fuck with people is there were these rat poison pellets, right? And he put them as an option with the other right. It sounds crazy, but it's not so bad because he would put them as an option with the other sprinkles and toppings for the ice cream. And he would straight up be like, all right, you want blah blah blah, sprinkles, Oreos, rat poison. And so he'd say it's rat poison. And then just be like, ha ha ha. And nobody ever complained. Nobody, because it was just a joke. You know what I mean?
People would be like protesting. Freaking being a punk. Just being a punk.
Right. And you dealing with jobs like that, you have to find ways to fuck with people where it's harmless. Like you just have to. There's no other way. You just have to find fun, passive aggressive ways to deal with the customers who look down on you.
I hate that. I hate the
it's
looking down
right.
shit and asking
Yeah.
for too much. That's why I'm always like my girlfriend. Do no extra dressing. Don't. I'm doing a takeout order. Not fucking asking for extra dressing.
Right.
I get weird because I'm like, I don't know. I did service. I know how it is. It's just like I don't want to be needy.
Yeah.
I don't want to ask for anything special.
Right. I'm that guy too. Yeah, I try to keep it as simple as possible. And I'm not a really picky eater either. Like, it's really funny. When I was a little kid, I was the pickiest eater on the planet. Like, it was impossible to get me to eat almost anything. And then I spent some time homeless and starving as a teenager. And then that on top of your metabolism fucking hauling ass because you're growing, you're like, I wanted to eat everything. Now I'll if somebody put love into it, I'll eat it. You know what I mean? I don't give a shit what it is. Like, you say it's good. If it's not going to kill me, then yeah, sure. You know what I mean? As long as you put love into it, you swear by it. Okay. Somebody served me borscht, and I was like, "What the fuck is borscht?"
What is that?
It's Russian soup, basically. It's like
Oh,
a certain type of Russian soup, and I had it, and it was fucking good.
That would be good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a few things like I don't like, but I'm not that picky. Like, mostly like you said, like if it's made with love, homemade and shit, like I'm eating that shit. Especially if it's like you said, like a soup or something, or like Vietnamese food, or anything like that. I always try it out, and I always end up liking it. So
Right, we're past the 3,000 mark, y'all.
yeah, we'll keep talking.
This
Thank
is
you.
awesome. I can't
This is what we
believe
need.
Can't believe we're raising money by talking about music. All right. For the next 60 seconds at least, this will be the Mike Young Crawford show, because I got to get up and go to the bathroom for a second.
You do.
Sorry.
I'll let you go to the bathroom.
Thanks,
I'll
man.
take it over. I just want to thank everyone for watching and donating today. If you can, open up your credit card. Turtleboy Defense Fund. It means a lot. Like I said, the amount of money that it costs to defend yourself. I think in Massachusetts too, the cost of living, the cost of these attorneys, it's way up. Like, believe me, and it's high demand. I mean, for me, it took me a while to find someone that I could pay $1,000 an hour. So imagine what Turtleboy's paying for these two lawyers and their, paralegals. It's not just the lawyers either. And the printing, you don't even know. The cost is enormous. And like I said earlier, there's a cost to defend free speech, and this is the cost. So if you can help out, it's much appreciated. I love everyone who's been standing up for free speech today. And it was great to see Yianetti on here earlier. And I'm glad to be helping out with the Galera hosting. I'm hosting the Galera for a couple minutes. This is wild. I got to host the Grace Curley show earlier this week, and now I'm hosting the Galera Turtleboy fundraiser until the Galera comes back from the bathroom. So while I'm here, let's talk about more music, I guess. I don't know, especially local Boston bands. If you like any, post them in the chat. I'll shout them out. I'll tell you if I know them. And if you have any questions for me right now, you want to ask me anything right now, I'm wide open. I'm right here. Yeah, I'm the host with the most. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. I'm reading all the comments. I'm reading the chat. That's what I'm doing to get through this, because I wasn't expecting to host today. I was not expecting to host, but now I'm hosting for a couple minutes. I think I've been a good guest so far with the Galera. Does everyone like the show so far? I'm not going to be here for 12 hours. That's the Galera. And New Kids on the Block. Yes. There's a woman named Tina. She's on my Facebook page. She got me into New Kids on the Block. She's another one. We used to give her so much shit because she was like a metal chick. She would go to the metal shows with us. I think she went to AC/DC with me the night we were like second row. But then she got into New Kids on the Block, so we used to give her shit But she won me over. New kid. I'm on New Kids. I like the New Kids. I do.
Dude, yeah. I mean, how do you not like Donnie Wahlberg, man? He's just fucking cool and funny, you know? And I like and I it's funny. I remember, but when I was a kid, I was in middle school when the New Kids came out, and all the girls liked it. So if you were a boy and like New Kids, dude, like that, you weren't getting away with it, especially not in Miami. You're not getting away with that.
No way.
Right. So, but now that I'm older, like when I see like, you know, please don't go girl, come on the Vivo thing, I'm like, oh man, I haven't seen this in forever.
It's hilarious.
And that video
they were
is
so
hilarious.
Huge. Oh,
Like if you watch that video, if I wouldn't get a copyright right now, dude, like I would play that video and we would crack up all the way through it. It's the most ridiculous video I've ever seen. It's like because Joey McIntyre is like he looks like 10, right?
He's so little then.
He looks like 10, and he's like apparently just had a fling with like a 30-year-old woman, and she's leaving. And he's like, don't go, girl. And she's just like, whatever, you know, and you're just like, what the fuck is going on here? And why are his boys going right behind him and shit? You know, like this is really inappropriate. You guys should be looking out for this poor kid. What's wrong with you?
Poor kid, poor Joey.
Yeah.
Someone said Amy Mann, Till Tuesday. I love them. She was great.
Yeah.
That was a great song. There was some other ones I saw. Someone said Slapshot. I think they were more New York hardcore Slapshot, right? I've seen them. I saw them. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know. I was just gonna say I don't know Slapshot.
I've seen them. They might have been Boston. I'm not sure actually if it's Boston or New York. I saw them at a reunion. There was a reunion for Chris Doherty from Gangrene. Chris came on my show recently too, which was awesome. That's another hardcore Boston band, Gangrene. They were not.
I didn't know they were from Boston. I didn't know.
Yeah,
that.
They were not straight edge. The song was Alcohol. But it's funny because he's like best friends with the SSD guys too. Someone said the Fools, Fahrenheit, Del Fuegos, John Butcher Axes. I know them all. I know one of the Fools guys I see at a family function, actually. He's friends of my family. So I see one of them regularly. I actually booked them once at the Boston Freedom Rally. My parents used to go see the Fools. Do you know the Fools, Clara? Did they reach? No. They had a song called, what was it? Life Sucks and Then You Die. That was probably their biggest hit. They opened for Van Halen at one point. That was one of the wildest tours they did. But they were huge in Boston. They used to do a lot of parody songs. Do you ever remember Talking Heads? What was their chicken song?
Chicken song.
No, was it? The Fools did Psycho Chicken, I think it was, if I'm remembering right, like a cover of the Talking Heads. Maybe I'm getting it wrong.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that song.
Yeah.
I mean, I like some Talking Heads,
Yeah.
but I only really know the hits, if I'm being honest.
John Butcher Axe is another one. I like him a lot. He still plays out. And Fahrenheit, Charlie Farron. Like, those are friends of my girlfriend again. Like, those are Charlie Farron and John Butcher.
Oh, okay. I see what's going on here. Okay, so they took the song Psycho Killer and then changed it to Psycho
That's what
Chicken.
it is. Thank you.
Okay, that makes sense.
I knew someone would figure it out, what I'm talking about.
That makes sense.
So that was another one. Those were their two biggest hits. And when I was a kid, we used to listen to that shit. It was, yeah.
Fun fact. Did you know that the word fob, as in like key fob, comes from the song Psycho Killer by the Talking Heads?
Oh, that's wild. I didn't know that.
Psycho Killer, Kiss Cassay, fob, 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 fob.
No way.
For security. I'm totally making that up. I'm sorry. It's a fucking lie.
You got me. I didn't know. What is a fob? Where does it come from?
I have no idea. I don't care.
That was a good one. You had me going. Totally. It's all come around now. It's funny because when they asked about I'm realizing too, when the New Kids on the Block, remember how I said this woman, Tina, got me into them? Now, what I didn't realize is because I see her on her Facebook now, one of Tina's relatives managed the Fools, which is weird. So it's like it's all coming around here. I got music connections everywhere. It's like everywhere I went, there was music around us. I love music.
Yeah, yeah. Like, I don't know where my personality would be if it hadn't been for so much musical influence
Thank
that I've had
God.
over my life.
How many people you meet too, you know? That's another.
Yeah, yeah. Like, um, that was some of the funnest that I've ever had, is being in bands. Just playing shows that like 10 people might show up to. Because really it was all about just like, because there was always like 3 or 4 other bands on the bill, you know, and just hanging out with those bands and just talking about music with them and just hanging out with them. It was always fun, you know, being able to call them up and be like, hey, we want to do a show, but we need another band. You want to jump on? How much does it pay? What do you mean, bro? Like, we're not getting shit out of that. Like,
How many people you gonna bring?
I don't
Those
think
are
I
like-
ever once. No, one time we got paid because we opened for Poison the Well in at the Culture Room in Fort Lauderdale. So that
Wow.
was the one time we got paid.
They
But
actually paid you that? Because I always found like in Boston too, because I used to book this band, and if they get a big show, that they get less money or no money. They usually get no money for the biggest shows because it's
well,
like
because it's
an op-
exposure.
Exactly. And so
exposure.
if you're paying a club and you actually bring like 25 people, you might make a little money. Whereas if
Yeah.
you bring 25 people to the Centrum or or the Palladium, they're like, yeah, you're not getting anything. You're getting
I'd give
nothing.
I'd give anything for video footage of that show, but it just wasn't, you know, people didn't all have cameras on their phones at the time, you know, or at least good video cameras anyway. Like, but I would give anything for that, because like what happened was at that show, yeah, they paid us, but we ended up spending most of our money to pay their sound guy, Poison the Well sound guy, to run our sound. And Poison the Well at the time had stolen that sound guy from High on Fire. And High on Fire at the time was crazy. I mean, they never changed, actually. They're one of the few bands that never changed. And they went on to win Metal Album of the Year like 2 years ago, I think it was, which is crazy. Like the Grammy for Metal Album of the Year. I never would have thought that I'd ever see the day that High on Fire would win a Grammy, you know? And they never changed anything. They didn't adjust in order to boost record sales or anything. It just so happened that whoever was voting for the Grammy and get the best, they were like, this is the album. I think it was called Electric Messiah was the album. And it's brilliant. It's amazing. It's crazy. But yeah, they stole High on Fire sound guy, and they were like, you want to give him some money to run your sound, trust me. And we never sounded better. But the thing is that was the only real thing working for us, because that show we played. Here, I'll even give you a little treat here.
What's the name of your band?
We were called Hatchet Face.
Hatchet Face.
Here. Now this was there's very little footage. There's very little footage of us.
When I hear Hatchet, I'm thinking of the Juggalos. I don't think it was a Juggalo band.
And this show, there wasn't that many people at this show, and I was sick as a dog. I remember this. I was so bad with the flu that day. But
Right now, can't find the way back towards home. Can't find the reason for life. Yeah, can't find the right word for safety. Can't find.
all right, I won't leave that much because the sound is not very good.
I couldn't hear it. It's weird.
Yeah, you can't make out the sound very well. Like
Which one were you though? Were you on the right
I
or
was
the left?
on the left playing bass. Like, and then there's, hold on, I have another. Here we go. But you can't really see me because it's the singer's girlfriend filming it, and I'm over here on the right wearing the white t-shirt, but you can't really see me. And the sound, because, you know, this is old cell phones, dude. You know what I mean? Like, this is, you're talking like,
Even now. Terrible.
like, yeah, this is like 12, 13 years ago, I think, at least. I got to turn the sound down.
This is hilarious.
I know.
Hilarious. So someone said, sounds like Sam Black shirt, 7th Rail Crew, Tree. And the person who posted that is Mike Crawford, which is not me. I don't know. It's freaking me out because those are like all bands I know. And whoever that is knows I know all those bands. Those are local bands. They're saying you sound like them. Who are my friends? Like a lot of those bands, like Tree, are my friends. So it's fun. It's weird. You're weirding me out in the chat, but I think you're on point. Funny. It's so funny that you were in a band like very similar to the scene I was in, Glera. We were kind of in the same scene. My girlfriend said I came up new metal. My girlfriend was more of a punk rocker, and she's like, "You're a new metal guy."
Yeah, I hate new metal.
I do
hate
too,
it so much.
but I like some of it.
Bad.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I like Godsmack.
I
have a
hate,
connection to him too. A lot of
I
connection
just
to
hate
him.
being that guy. I used to be that guy so much where I just be like, that shit sucks. And you suck for listening to it. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
I used
I
to
know.
be that guy, and I don't want to be that guy. And then I feel bad when people are like, 5-Finger Death Punch is awesome. And I'm like, no, they're not. What do you mean? And I feel so bad because I just can't let it go. I'm like, it's awful.
We're all
much
entitled to
music out
opinion.
there.
It's fun
Right.
to have an opinion.
And at the end of the day, it's just people
It's
who
all
are just
opinion.
they're just listening to what's presented to them,
And a lot of it's
whatever they like
fashion
most.
too.
Yeah, whatever they
it's
like best, and that's okay. They're not so inclined to go out and find the most obscure music, and that's, you know what I mean? So, oh wow, look at this, folks. People.
Are we raising more money?
No. Well, we're about to, but I'm
You got a big guest on?
We got a big guest on, Mike. If you're welcome to stick around if you like.
I'll say hi, and then I'll probably head out. I feel like I've done my job. I've gotten you to raise more money and got us to the big guest. So let's do this, and then I'll say goodbye.
And yes, this is someone also, another first timer on the Glare, folks. Another first timer, and she goes by the name of Andrea Burkhart.
What's up, Mike?
Andrea.
What's up,
Hello.
Yeah. Thank you so much for jumping on, man. This is
my pleasure.
honor.
You know, the Phils tanked it today, so my day can only go up from here.
Oh, who was it that lost? Who?
The Marlins. The
the
Marlins.
Marlins.
Drop the third game of the series because that's just what we do apparently.
Okay, so are you a Miami native?
No. I married into the Phillies nation, so
Okay. All right.
yeah.
Right
yeah,
on.
we've had a rough last few days. You might have heard. You might have
We were
heard
talking
about
the Phillies. We were talking
about
that earlier.
We just focus on the goodness of the kid and the dad, and not
Yeah,
the
that-
lady.
That
That's-
dad is a good dad.
I'm positive to this day that lady is actually a Mets fan that is undercover. It's
Totally.
my clearest explanation
I agree.
for how
Yeah,
all that went
totally.
down.
Or Yankees fan,
Great.
secret Yankees fan.
And
Everyone wants to know about the kids.
And being a St. Louis Cardinals and an old school St. Louis Cardinals fan, I have to say Mets are pond scum. That is
Thank
the
you.
most common
you.
saying around St. Louis. I promise
See,
you
this
that.
is why we get along so well.
Yeah. I mean, I remember going to the games. Like I would go to the games when I was a kid in St. Louis, and we would go to and one time we were like, I think it was center field. I think that was the position he played. We were right behind center field, and Mookie Wilson was the and we would just go Mookie,
Nice.
Mookie. I would go with my big brother, who actually gave me that Bernie Federico jersey signed right there.
Awesome.
Big Brothers Big Sisters program, not genetic Big Brother. I have that too, but yeah, awesome. Yeah,
Cool
some of my
stuff.
best memories. Yeah. So how are you doing?
Oh man, good man. It's been a minute. I have not really been doing. I had to check like all my equipment, all my things had like logged out. I had to get everything all set up again. I've been kind of out of commission for a little bit, but good to be back, man. You gave me an excuse.
Right on, and I'm so glad you're here too. This has been a banger so far, man. We've raised over $3,000 already.
Sweet.
In the last 5 hours, and we had a little technical problems earlier. I had to you got a new link because I was playing some music that I used to not get copyright struck before for, and then I did not struck, but they would just end the stream, and then I was so I had to make a new one and
Zeus
send links to
lightning
everybody.
bolt of copyright death.
It is what it is, because I'm not monetizing this, so that's, I figured it would be okay. And because what they do is they just tell you, okay, it's a copyright claim and you can't get money out of it. Okay, that's fine. I'm fine with that. I wasn't monetizing this anyway. That's why I was like, all right, I'll play this stuff.
Yeah.
But then they took the stream down, and then I look at that 3217 right there so far.
Yeah, the copyright stuff is freaking wild. I'll never understand it. So this one time, before I had an older webcam and system and stuff like that, and I was getting issues with lag. So I'm trying to fix the lag, right? And so I do this test video. And just so I don't have to, sit there, because it, accumulates over time, it needs to run for like 20 minutes or something like that to really test it. So just so I don't have to sit there the whole time and see, I just put something on, in the background for it to record and take off. This whole thing is private. Like, it's a private video. I'm not, it's a test. I'm not showing it to anybody, but apparently whatever I was showing, ended and autoplayed to something else that they came in and copyright took down. Copyright struck my private test.
Oh my god.
StreamYard is getting on my nerves with that, dude. Like, StreamYard used to not care, but now they got it all preset to where nope, this is copyright and you can't play it. And I'm like, I can't even just play it. Like, because the thing is, if you stream straight off YouTube something, StreamYard sound sucks. It doesn't come through well. Like me,
I've noticed that lately.
Right. Like, if I tried to play the YouTube video of what I just played, it would have even sounded worse than what I just played, which is like my old band, but which is unbelievable. It's an amazing feat to make us sound worse than we already did. But yeah, like it's, so far it's been good though. I mean, we had David Yianetti on here earlier.
I saw you had David. He had some extremely nice things to say about Aiden and his advocacy. Nice to see the doctor getting his respect.
Yeah, man. That's why we're here. And I gotta tell you though, Andrea, I was scared out of my mind. Like, and it's so weird. I met the guy half a dozen times probably, and and he's really like, it was very natural, very cool. And him coming on here for some reason, I was like,
no pressure, nothing. Well, he seems like the nicest guy. So, I mean, as far as a sort of high stress person to have on your channel. I think he's a great choice.
Yeah, and I'm so glad you joined us because and that was one of the main reasons why I sent the invite to you, because I remember having such a good conversation with you on Nick's channel, and because he was doing his own fundraiser, and and he was kind enough to invite me on, and we had a great conversation with Bob Mata as well, and Kurt from Uncivil Law, and you know, and we had a great conversation about free speech and how important it was. And at the end of the day, that's exactly why we're here. We're here for Aiden, of course, but Aiden is just basically a soldier at the front lines for us all in free speech right now. And, you know, supporting him supports us all. And at the end of the day, too, besides all that, like, you know, do you want Aiden to go to, do you want to never see a Turtleboy live stream again because he went to jail? Like, this is how you keep him out of jail. So you keep Turtleboy articles coming and Turtleboy live streams coming. You know, you support. That's how you do it.
Yeah.
So that's why we're here.
And one of the things that David said that I really appreciated, because it's an evergreen problem, is the problem of how much it costs to defend yourself in the legal system, and just what a barrier it is in our justice system to actually, you know, get justice in a case. Yeah, if you got the resources, maybe you can sort it out. And so it was very much a blessing for Karen Reed to be able to get that mobilization, that interest, and that support to help her get where we were today. You know, if they didn't have the Dr. Russell and the Crash Daddies and the Richard Greens, and I mean, he didn't testify the last one, but all of this expertise that was needed for them to be able to build that case, we could very well have been looking at a completely different trial and a very different outcome. So it's just it's an unfortunate, it's really an indictment of the system from my perspective, that it requires that kind of, you know, reaching into our own pockets to help get the right outcome in a court process. But just unfortunately, that's where we are right now. And it is very, it gives me confidence, heartwarming to me, if you will, to see people willing to do that, to support a cause that they care so much about.
I agree 100%. What do you think, Mike?
I think it's important. Like I feel like I'm repeating myself, but I'll say it again. Like it's free speech isn't free. It costs money. It's easy to fold and say, you know, whatever. I'm being sued. I know how much it costs. Aiden, he's got two lawyers. He's got a legal team behind him, even paralegals, even the cost of the printing, the witnesses, the subpoenas, all this stuff. Like it just goes on and on and on. And you don't know how much this stuff costs until you're the one getting the bill. And I've experienced myself. And like I said, it's not free. And so if people can step up, it really makes a big difference. I want to thank everyone who has stepped up for Aiden and me too. And just, I'm here for Aiden today. So we're talking about Aiden, but I'm just saying it because I understand it like big time. So the cost of how much it costs to defend affects defenses, unless you're just like Aiden and saying, you know what, I'm throwing everything I can at this. I'm investing in this. I'm investing in my free speech. And that's what this is. Like Aiden is investing. We ought to invest in it too, because it matters. And like I said earlier, one person goes down, Aiden is the biggest one. All these other folks have been charged too. Some of them related to Karen Reed, the Ducks cases, but also some not. In Everett. This is an ongoing thing where people are getting witness intimidation charges. Aiden's is the most high profile, the most important one of them all. If we lose this, it's going to hurt a lot of other people in the future. It already is in some respects. So we really need to win this. We need to win it for Aiden as a person, as a journalist, and especially for everybody else as well. So if you can kick in, it means a lot. I know people question, oh, we give it again. That's all you ask. And we wouldn't be asking if it wasn't important. I wouldn't be spending my 3 hours today doing this if I didn't feel it was as important. Valera's doing 12 hours today. So please support if you can, especially if you have it. I'm not asking anyone that doesn't, have the meat. If you're hungry tonight and you can't afford it, don't send a donation.
Sure.
But if you have money, if you can afford it, send a good donation, please.
Yeah. for sure. Honestly, I can't think of a better way to spend my Sunday, if I'm being honest, because this is so important, and this is the kind of thing that, you know, as much as I'd love to continue to give, throw Mark Randazza business and throw Mark Betterow business and throw Tim Bradle
Bradle.
business,
They got enough business.
because community members keep getting arrested and charged with bogus, witness intimidation charges. As much as I'd love to see them grow as attorneys, but not at the community's expense, not at your all's expense, because this is and the way to stop this is to stop this precedent from being set. And the way to do that is to support Aiden so he could beat these charges and let this extremely corrupt local government know that it's your Commonwealth. You are the Commonwealth, not specially appointed prosecutor Robert Cosgrove, not Ken Mello, not Hank Brennan. You guys are the Commonwealth, and this is an important thing. This is probably one of the most important fights that you'll ever fight as local Massachusettsans.
We say, I think we call it like Bay Staters a lot. I don't even know.
Oh, you Bay Stater.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, I was pretty impressed that Ken Mello managed to get himself disqualified as a special prosecutor. Like that takes some talent. Okay. Like you have to really try to pull that one off.
I am so glad you're here to talk about that, Andrea. I am really glad, because I'm dying to hear your thoughts about where Aiden's case is now and what you predict and what you're hoping to expect.
Yeah, well, I got to tell you, the thing that I find just the most remarkable about Aiden's case, and what I've kind of learned about the Massachusetts criminal process in general, is how there doesn't seem to be any such thing as a speedy trial. And it doesn't matter. It goes on and on and on. That's why we have to keep having these fundraisers and having to keep raise the money, because the case won't freaking come to an end. And when you have to go back to court over and over and over again to litigate stuff that you shouldn't have to litigate, like discovery that should have been turned over a year ago, and that you still can't get the prosecutor to hand over. That's what consumes all of the resources, and it reaches a point where I almost wonder if that is the point, if it's just if it's an attrition kind of strategy, bleed them dry until they run out and lose the will to fight.
That's what it seems. That's why we got to keep donating, because we can't let it get to that. I mean, that's I agree 100%. They want us.
My biggest hope for
Aiden's only got as much fight as we do. Sorry.
Exactly.
My biggest hope for Aiden is just that he can get some kind of resolution soon. I mean, let's get this thing over with. When you are facing a criminal charge and it is hanging over your head, you are in this limbo state. You're subject to these conditions and to the supervision of the court. You don't know, you can't plan for your future, because you don't necessarily know what your long-term outcome is going to be. This is an extremely stressful position to be in. It's an extremely damaging position to be in. And so the fact that Massachusetts has kind of found this way to be able to drag that out and increase that punitive type of aspect of just going through the process at all is so deeply alarming to me. The old saying is justice delayed is justice denied. We've seen it so many times. My heart goes out to Aiden and what he's been going through from just having to endure this for so long. I wasn't following Karen Reed's case from the beginning at all. It came on my radar pretty late in the day. And I can still remember it was Aiden had already just gotten arrested at that point when I had learned about the Karen Reed trial. I think about that now and it seems like a lifetime ago. And so for him to have to be living that and dealing with that personally, it's just a travesty.
Yeah.
It's been a
I
while.
could,
How long has it been? Over 2.5 years, I bet, right?
no.
When was that? December of when is that? 2023? When was that? Well, to January. I'm trying to
You
remember
mean
exactly.
you mean Aiden's
Been a while.
case?
Yeah, yeah, since he got
Well,
arrested and went to jail.
This month, late this month marks my 2-year anniversary of covering the Karen Reed case.
Mhm.
And I started I remember, I think maybe a month or two into it. So I'd say he was first charged, I say, in October. So it's almost 2 years.
Yeah.
But it has not been a full 2 years yet since Aiden was first charged. But it will be very
Yeah.
soon. And then when he was jailed, it was in December. It was at the end of
December
2023.
Christmas
Mm.
2023.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy.
And we're still here. Yeah.
Mhm.
We're
It
still
hasn't even
here.
gone.
And so
Yeah.
now we're going to get a whole new set of delays because of this Ken Mello disqualification, right? They're going to have to replace the prosecutor. A new prosecutor is going to have to get up to speed and yada yada. And for something that is so ridiculously foreseeable, okay, that's really the most obnoxious part of that whole motion and disqualification to me is how completely predictable and obvious this problem was. It is rule number 1 that you don't be a witness in your own proceeding. This is why criminal defense attorneys hire investigators. This is why you have investigators, so that if I need to interview a witness, I can have my investigator sitting there with me at the table, and then my investigator can be a witness if there's some dispute that comes up at trial about what was said and we need to impeach them or something like that. It's not just me sitting there with the only independent memory of what was going on. Prosecution, they have law enforcement at their disposal. So this should just be absolutely not even a thought. So just extremely careless and sloppy. He should have known at the time that he was appointed that this was likely to be an issue. And so that's what's so aggravating to me, is the fact that once again, it necessitated a defense motion, defense resources, defense money to do what should have been obvious from the start.
I agree. And I think that one thing that, I mean, it's just a theory, but Jess Machado actually way early on had a great interview with Ken Mello. She got to interview Ken Mello, and Ken Mello was at one point was saying in that interview, well, I'm a special prosecutor. I'm a special prosecutor, and basically I have the DA doesn't have say over how I prosecute this case. But the other side to that coin is the DA isn't accountable for whatever he does in this case. So basically it gives you it gives you the indication that he's hired to basically be a gun, like, hey, let a dog off a leash and go do it. Just get this done. Get this guy out of my face. Get this guy, make him no longer a problem for me.
Oh, it's exactly what we saw with Hank Brennan. Okay. Hank Brennan, I'm sorry. They knew, Michael Morrissey knew exactly what he was getting with that guy. And that was on purpose. That is what he wanted. Okay. It's just become increasingly clear to me as I've looked more into Mr. Brennan's background. I've read some of his, the testimony, the cross-examinations that he did from the Whitey Bulger trial. The man has not changed one bit. Like, he's always been that guy. And I think you're exactly right. It's a way for them to have some cover to be able to, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. No, he's not directly calling the shots about how the special prosecutor is going to act, but he's paying the bill of the special prosecutor. So, you better do it the way he likes, or he's, gonna find a way to get you replaced. Yeah, scary system, that whole special prosecutor system.
Yeah,
it's only picking people that he knows, like you said. Like, he knew who Hank Brennan was. He knew
100%.
He knows exactly who these guys are, and knows that they'll do whatever Morrissey wants without it coming back to Morrissey. It's just it's crazy.
Yeah, I this whole thing, I think it's really strange, because the first time, I've said this a million times, but it's it's merited to bring up again for this stream specifically. I started covering the Karen Reed case in September of last year, and then Aiden gets arrested or charged in October. So, and really, it's just a few days. I went over a few days. People kept saying, you need to talk to Turtleboy. I was researching this case live, the Karen Reed case live. And everybody in the chat kept saying, you need to talk to Turtleboy. You need to talk. I'm like, shut up. I've got all the documents right here. I don't want to hear from another YouTuber or another, anybody else. I want to make my own opinion based on the documents that are made available to me. And thank God for Sleuthy Goosey for making that spreadsheet, putting it out there. And so I decided to do that for content and just go over it. And then after a few days of covering it, I was like, I need to talk to Turtleboy. So I reached out to him, and Turtleboy, Aiden is just like, yeah, I'll talk to anybody about this. Of course, any chance he gets to educate new people on it. So he was really gracious, and he jumped on, and we immediately hit it off and had a great conversation about it. And then just like the next day, even probably, I have to look at the date of when I had Turtleboy on here and then the date on when he was arrested, but it was within a couple of days right after I had him on here and spoke to him the first time he got charged. So just the timing and all of these things being a factor contributed to me taking peak interest in what's going on here, because I was like, this can't be a coincidence. This guy's trying to expose all of this, and then now he gets charged by the very same DA. So I'm like, let me see here for a second. And then I did 5 live streams going over each charge and referencing, because they reference all of his live streams with titles and you know what I mean? And so I'm like, well, I could just see, is this what he actually said? And they contradict each other like drastically. And it's clear that they're just trying to railroad this guy. So I'm at that point, I'm like, I'm invested. So a lot of the reason why I became so invested in the Karen Reed case is because I saw in real time what was happening to Aiden, as a result of what he was doing with the Karen Reed case. And I was like, this isn't right. So we're going down. Is this a corrupt local government right here? Is this what's happening?
Well, and kudos to you for stepping up and doing that too, because it took a lot of courage. That was the entire point of what they did to Turtleboy. That's literally the point, was to try to send a message that any of you other folks out there might want to say some bad things about us or criticize us or question how we do business around here. You can find yourself in a jail cell too. So, I really commend you for having the bravery to take a stand and say, no, I'm not gonna back down or be intimidated.
Honestly, that's one thing. Like, not that I'm trying to compare myself to Aiden, because I could never do the things that he did. No way in a million years. I don't have the ingredients to do what he's been charged with, and and as meticulously as he has to make sure he didn't break any laws, or at least didn't violate his constitutional rights, go beyond his constitutional rights. So not even. But one thing that we do have in common is, to quote a band that I love called The Bronx, there is no warning I'm not ignoring. Like, it's just my nature. You tell me I can't do something, and I'm going, why not? I want to know why. What are you gonna do? You try to tell me what I can or can't talk about. Like, nah. So I didn't even see it as a warning. I just saw it as, well, what are they going to do to me? And I said it a million times. What do they? I dare them to try to come to Tennessee. You know what I mean? With their BS laws, with that BS unconstitutional law. Like, most everybody around here have American flags hanging from their front door, and a lot of them are like colonial versions of those American flags. You know what I mean? You know what that implies. So they're like, oh yeah. Have you ever seen the actual arrest of Turtleboy?
No, I haven't seen it.
We'll go over that.
Oh
actually.
boy.
Play it tonight? Are you gonna play it?
I'll play it right now.
That'll probably
actually.
give me some like I would just tell people like what do we call that? Trigger warning or whatever? Because it
Mm.
is. I feel like
It's
for
infuriating.
me, yeah, when you're talking about this stuff too, Will, like I look back, I was afraid. Like they in December, they made me afraid. Like I went to a
Yeah.
lawyer.
I don't
I
blame you,
remember
Mike.
that.
So
I don't blame you at all.
like and there was that's what it was. And exactly what you said too, Will. When I came back, I was like, now I know they want to shut us up. Like my show back then was like once a week, once every 2 weeks. I went every night. And especially when I found Better, I was like, we're going every friggin' night as much as I can do it because I know they want to shut us up.
Mhm.
So that stuff can backfire on them too. I feel
Yeah.
like they have to realize that the more they push us, the more we're going to push back. Even if we take a break for a month, even if we just say, I need to make sure I'm doing everything right. But people, I mean, we're not. There's only so much we'll take. Like it's the
I
bottom
gotta
line.
say,
I think
speaking of that, Mike. So when I first, heard about the Turtleboy saga and so forth, I had a million questions. I wanted, who's this guy? What does he do? And what's this Turtleboy thing mean anyway? So I went and kind of looked that up, and I found, it's because there's this statue of a turtle with a boy in the town where he lives. Which you're gonna have to help me with the pronunciation, Mike. Is it Worcester, Massachusetts? Worcester, Massachusetts.
It's
And
Worcester.
so I thought, oh wow, that actually caught my attention because I've heard of Worcester, Massachusetts before. And where have I heard of it before? It's where Isaiah Thomas, a famous Revolutionary War journalist, relocated his press. So the Boston area had been like the center of the American press back in the Revolutionary days, and so that was a target for the British during the early stages of the Revolutionary War. They wanted to shut down those printing presses because they were, a huge source of information, but also morale builders for the colonial revolutionaries. And so Isaiah Thomas took his printing press, and they're harassing him. They're trying to get him shut down. They're raiding his offices and things like that. He moved it over to Worcester, Massachusetts, and set up shop. And he ended up maintaining his printing press throughout the Revolutionary War. He's credited with being one of the kind of strongest moral supports of the war, because as you may know, you history buffs, it really didn't go very well for quite some time. And
Yeah.
a little support and information, but so I found it kind of ironic that here we are all of these years later, we're still playing the same story. The tyrant is trying to shut down the presses, and you got one guy in Worcester that is leading the journalistic charge to make sure that people stay informed about what's going on.
And then, he said, fugitive unit.
Yeah,
like
this-
they went so far beyond. Yeah, this is my trigger warning. I'm probably gonna drop off here. I gotta hit the bathroom and feed my dog. But this pisses me off. I can't imagine what Aiden when he watches this, because I guarantee he watches it all the time.
Yeah. Are you jumping off, Mike? Or
Yeah, I do have to jump off. I gotta feed the dog.
I want to
go to
give
the
you a
bathroom,
proper
all that.
goodbye before I bring it
yeah.
on. So
yeah. I'll watch it by myself. I think that's better for me than watching it on screen. I just it gets me mad.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to see you, Mike. Always a pleasure.
Thank you for having me.
All
Thank you
right,
for
Mike.
inviting me today,
Thank
Clara.
you, and thanks for pretty much co-hosting with me for a while there, man.
Yeah,
That was fun.
I loved it. That was fun.
I
I
look
needed.
forward-
I appreciate that, and I needed it. I want to thank you, Clara, for doing this today.
Yeah, man. Right on. Yeah, like let's do something in the future.
Definitely,
I'd like that.
Thank you
a
so
lot.
much.
All right, man.
Thank you, and thank you everyone contributing. Keep donating to Aiden Carney Defense Fund, please. Thank you, Andrea. Thank you, Galera, and thank you, Yianetti. And I saw Auntie Deb earlier. I'm very thankful for everybody doing this. It needs to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate you,
Thank
man.
you. Have a great
All
night.
right, bud. You too. Yo, Mike Crawford, everybody. He gets an applause. All right. Now, I don't know. I don't have a time, but okay, hold on a second. Sorry. I'm going to go ahead and start playing this, but I got to work this out because we're trying to get another guest up here, which you're going to really like, Andrea.
Awesome.
I'd like you to stick around for this one. but let me do that. Is it? Oh no, there's no sound yet, but it's not muted. I made sure of it. And home.
This is right. He's got a next stop, right? Yeah, next one. Yeah, his kids are right there. Yeah, no way. That's the street. We could just tuck right here.
Who is Darth Vader with the voice?
So detectives Brian Tully is one of them.
Okay.
So this is not a uniform situation.
Yeah.
So, my man, how you doing? Come here for a second. You got a warrant. For what? You got multiple arrest warrants. For what? You have to talk to Norfolk about it. We'll just. Yeah, you can in a minute. We'll take care of it in a minute. You have 9 arrest warrants. You're going to talk to the Norfolk detectives, not us. We're just helping them out, then we'll leave them. They know more about it than me, dude. I don't know anything about it.
Am I going to Holden Barracks? Yep. So we're going to bring you to Holden for a quick booking, and then you're going to go to Stoughton District.
This morning. Yes. Can I please close the garage? Yeah, we'll take care of it. Just act like a gentleman. We'll treat you like a gentleman.
So we have a couple search warrants too.
Search warrants? He's okay? He's okay?
In the house? Well, hold on, before I talk to you, make sure you understand your rights. You have the right to remain silent. You choose to speak. Anything you say can be used against you. Against you in court. You have the right to consult with a lawyer before answering any questions. If you can have him or her with you during questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer or want one, a lawyer will be provided you by the Commonwealth before questioning at no cost to you. You may answer questions now or waive. It's okay. That means you give up.
I get it.
Let me finish this. And your right to counsel and have a right to remain silent. If you decide to talk to me, you still have the right to stop at any time for any reason. You understand the rights of that right. Okay.
Yeah, I'll get you everything.
Yep. What's the charge? Intimidation of a witness. Which witness? So, all the things regarding Karen Reed. So, the McCabe's, the Proctors, Julie Nagel, picketing a witness, and conspiracy.
Picketing a witness? Just take a left down Piccadilly.
With the intent to try to Correct. We're gonna get out of the road here, so when
We don't want to create a scene.
So why don't we walk up to your stairs, just without too much of the scene here? Why don't we just go in my garage? Let's do that.
Don't want to create a scene. Late for that, isn't it?
Yes.
He said no. Just that's his. You're gonna go in. Just stay with him. I didn't want Brian to stay with him alone.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, he's by himself with them. All right.
So, all right.
How many cops did that take? How many did that take?
Right.
Ridiculous.
Unreal. And then there's another one that's, I think, yeah. This is the booking video. But this is a bit longer. But yeah, what they did was they stalked his kid's bus stop. Basically.
How low? How
right.
low?
Right.
Disgusting.
They followed the kid's bus and then like they waited for him. That's why he does these things called bus stop live now. So that he can be live. Now, as long as everything just went well, we won't be able to get through this whole thing immediately. But because the guests that we have on, we're going to want to be completely engaged in, I promise.
Going code for this bullshit. All right. Blah, 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 blah.
There are 7 counts of that. Several picketing witness. And
Picketing witness, that's a separate charge.
yes,
You can't protest against someone with this kind of. I'm not trying to.
I'm going to loop around first. Yep. Go ahead. Turn around. We'll back it up. Okay. Yeah, I gotta show them the search warrant. Okay. So you can put it in the back of the car. And I'm gonna grab my search warrant out of the car.
Am I going to get back in the house?
No. So if there's anything you need,
Well, I need to like lock up.
we'll lock up before we leave.
I don't trust you.
Where you? I'm just gonna show him the search warrant. Okay. So who's got it in here? I do in my car.
Yeah, I want to see
the
it.
search.
Oh, mechanics here.
Do it again. All right. Around for me. Yep. So you check them out. Just plug your feet for me. Plug your feet for me. Your phone.
Yep. So I see the thing was called. They call my mother?
No.
No.
Good?
Yep. So
leave them without the seatbelt for now. Okay. No electronics.
Cell phone's right there.
Leave right there. It's on. Camera's on in the back. All right, good. We're good.
right here.
Like I said, he's just going to show him the search warrant.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll transport.
Sure.
You just back it out and I'll stay with the vehicle.
Yeah, I'll wait.
Hey, just seatbelt him before you do.
Yes, sir.
Everything by the book. You have to move the phone. Phone's on the book. Phone's on this red phone right there. Okay. Hey, Jamie, we got stuff tied up. Can I call you from the barracks?
having trouble breathing, but go ahead.
Good. You want to step out for a minute?
Yeah, I'm having trouble breathing.
You want
me to roll down the window for you? Okay.
Do you need an ambulance?
No.
Do you need an ambulance? They're such nice guys.
Asshole. What an asshole.
They're so nice, aren't they?
Body cameras on, your documents with
When can I be out to get my kids off the bus?
If we get the scope, and depending on the bail situation.
How much is the bail?
I have no idea. Second search warrant here is for the residents.
Yep.
And it's the same list.
What's the date of the infractions?
There's various dates. They're on the warrant. And the picketing charge is the date.
I love that Aiden's just not stupid. You know, he knows what to
Everybody else
ask.
that participated in that
Yeah.
got arrested. There's hundreds of people. Okay, and we can't peacefully protest.
We can make this back at the barracks, just serve it and let's go. The last one is for any mobile devices, so like the phone numbers in your pocket.
Yeah.
We're gonna seize that under the search warrant here, and then any other phones that are in the house. Or
Can I show you where the phone is?
Yeah, that'd be great. There's another phone inside here.
Yep.
Okay. And then you said your wallet's in here.
The wallet's in the car. It should be in the car.
Okay. So why don't we walk in and make sure you get your wallet? We'll see where that other cell phone is. And then, is there anything else you need? Any medications or anything you'll need for the next couple hours? Okay. You'll need medication for the next couple hours, you think?
Yeah, I'm supposed to call my doctor too.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go. Let's grab the wallet and then grab that other cell phone.
Okay.
You said this is unlocked? I'm going to give it to the department for now. And then the other cell phone? Is it?
I'll show you.
Okay. Is there anything dangerous or no need to worry about here?
Todd, you want me to come or?
Yeah, just same thing.
Okay.
I also want to, I don't want to take all the stuff and your kids. So what I don't want to take is digital stuff that's associated with them. Are there any laptops or anything that is specifically like your kids or your wife's?
Yeah, all of it except for mine. I only use mine.
And where's your stuff?
Right there on the table.
This one? Okay. And is that kind of your studio downstairs too?
Yeah, I just live in my room.
Okay. But it's this out here. Okay. For medication, you need medication for the next?
It's in my car.
You think you'll need it in the next 6 hours or so? Okay. What?
Oh, you said you didn't know about bail.
The medication, yeah, if he
Yeah,
requires
this is just
within
crazy.
the
Get your
next-
frickin'
so
meds.
Your vehicle?
Yeah.
Right in your vehicle.
It's in
The
my
one
vehicle.
in the garage, correct?
That's right.
Okay. Okay. Let's go down there and we'll grab it.
You need anything else up here? Any phone? We got the one phone, that's it, right? You just need medication, that's
I
it?
was trying to think of shit I need to turn off in here. Is that door locked? Let's try to turn the handle, see if it opens.
It's locked.
With the front door. Just the door handle on it. I have to piss for whatever that's worth. Can I pee at the barracks?
Yes.
I can't put contacts in.
We can break, we suffice for now. Yeah. Ready? You good? I'm good. Okay. So it's those two doors, and then if we just hit the garage door on the way out, that'll lock it
If I
up.
close it,
Yeah, when we close it.
and then you'll have to go through the middle door in the garage and make sure that handle's locked.
Okay.
Then how are you gonna get back in?
No, I'm saying when we leave.
Okay, so what are you're searching for?
You just want my devices, right?
Correct.
So you got them.
Okay.
That's it. Is there there's nothing else that you're looking for?
Like everything that's on that search warrant.
I didn't even. Can I see it one more time? I want to see everything that's on that search warrant.
Yeah, dude.
Is the probable cause?
They're right there.
No, this is just the actual
Right.
warrant. The affidavit is at court. Will be returned to the court.
I want to
So
know
this is-
exactly
so
what
this-
that search warrant says.
Mm-hmm.
So when you take my phone, do you have a warrant to go through Facebook messages?
If the data is held on the phone,
But I can log into any account I want on my phone. You log into an account, you can log out of an account.
so I cannot log in using your phone to
If I'm
a
logged-
cloud
if I'm
service.
logged into an account right now, can you go through those messages? There's private
No.
messages on there.
No, if the data is held within the phone, so phones will save those messages.
Are you gonna read my private text messages?
If they're subject to the search warrant, yes.
So like between me and unrelated parties in a Karen Reed case, like if I'm messaging somebody, something
Yep,
private.
they are.
Unreal.
We can chat about that.
But how will you know it's
Yeah,
not?
here,
Like
let's
how will you know which messages you can read, which
go ahead and give me your thoughts on that right there, because that's
Oh, this is an issue that I've litigated. I've lost because we live in a police state now, and it's not a criminal justice system. It's just a tool to produce convictions against people. But the U.S. Constitution has requirements on warrants and searches that they be particularized, that they be specific and particularized. So we have long had prohibitions against general searches because of back in the days when the British troops would come into your house and they would toss through everything and they would look for anything at all that they felt like would be helpful in incriminating you or making you look like a bad person or whatever. And so the founders were quite sensitive to that and required that if law enforcement is going to go into your private stuff, they have to know what they are looking for, where to find it, and limit themselves to that. So now we enter into the cell phone era, and they use extraction tools like, of course, Celebrite. We all heard about Celebrite. It's the most common one. And so what Celebrite does is, we heard some about at the trial. They go through and they extract everything out of the phone. Okay, not just the stuff that they're looking for in the search warrant. They extract absolutely everything out of the phone, and then it goes through and it organizes it in different ways, and you can create all kinds of different reports and things like that. And where it leaves you is a situation where you still have to have human eyes going through that phone to look out, find the piece of information that they're looking for that's going to be helpful for actually making their case. But of course, they're going to look through everything else that is in your phone in order to, find the things that they're looking for, particularly when they write these warrants in broad ways that say things like, we're looking for any evidence of witness intimidation on the phone, that's like not restraining at all. That could be anything. And so it just basically gives them wholesale authorization to be able to go through your phone. So what I've argued is that there have been technological advances with the types of extractions that can be done. We heard a little bit about that at trial as well, how they have like the advanced logical extraction, the logical extraction, the full system extraction, things like that. So you are able to more target now what it is that you're looking for. So I've argued that police need to do that. They need to not be just taking everything that is available from your device and then having that there where all you have is the pinky swear of a police officer that they haven't gone through anything and everything, because there's no way to verify whether they're telling the truth or not. But if we limit what they're actually able to take out of the phone and look into, then we have some assurance that people's privacy rights aren't being violated. This is not an issue that I have found the courts to be interested in at all. To me, it's massive. So much of our lives resides in our phones. And so just the lack of concern for the normal privacy limits that we have in the analog world with, you know, your physical papers and things like that, just are not translating well into this new digital universe. And it's given the police access to a massive amount of information that they wouldn't otherwise be able to get.
Yeah, that's insane. And Turtleboy's in the chat saying that there's that they took every device, not some that weren't even his. So they have, if they have a warrant for the house and they have a warrant for his devices, can they legally take devices that don't belong to him?
They will, because they'll say we can't verify who it belongs to until we go in and do the data dump and then get the information about what they call dominion and control. They'll assume that anything in Aiden's house, Aiden has access to, so Aiden has dominion and control over it. Therefore, he could be using it for any of these nefarious purposes. And it really ends up flipping the burden of proof, because normally, of course, the police are supposed to prove we have probable cause to believe that evidence of a crime is found in this specific device. But they have found all of these ways to work around that by, for example, just any device that Aiden may have used to, you know, we believe Aiden may have had devices available to him in his phone that he would be able to use for this purposes. In our training and experience, people will sometimes use other people's devices in order to, you know, conceal the tracks of their criminal activity or whatever. They'll put some kind of bullshit like that in their warrant, and just rely on that then to be able to go in and take everything and say, okay, we'll just go in and dump it all, and we'll poke through and we'll see if we see any evidence that maybe Turtleboy has used the phone.
Wow. That's
It's
crazy.
a mess. I mean, it's really a nightmare. This whole digital universe has really destroyed so many of the old rules that we had about privacy. The courts are always like at least a decade behind on tech issues. And with cell phones, it's just, it's not a good world that we're in right now.
Clearly. I mean, our forefathers didn't predict cell phones and computers, and they didn't, they weren't thinking anything of the sort.
No.
So, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's why people are like, oh, well, you know, what the forefathers had in mind. I hate that argument, because people will say, well, the forefathers had in mind, you know, doesn't really apply because of this and because of that. And it's just like, no, if you look at I guess the core of what they were trying to do, you know, like there's a core to what they were trying to do, and everything applies. Like you can absolutely make laws in regards to tech that are constitutional, you know, that are still, I mean, that's what makes what our forefathers had in mind so beautiful and amazing, you know, because it's adaptable to anything. Like it is what it is. Like you're free. You have the freedom of speech. It is, people say, oh, well, that's my favorite argument right there. People go, oh, well, freedom of speech isn't absolute. And I'm like, it absolutely is. I don't care what you say. And they was like, oh, no. Well, our forefathers didn't keep in mind this and that. I don't care. Like
if you go back and like read the old newspapers during like the election season and stuff, and the things that those people would say about each other, like, yeah, they had a much more absolutist view of the First Amendment in many respects than we have in this day and age.
Right. It was the whole attitude was like, no more. Like the whole point is, I want to be an independent human being. And by that, I mean, you or nobody else gets to tell me what to do with me or mine, period. Yeah. That's it. And I have the freedom to make money how I want, as long as I'm not messing with somebody else's. You know what I'm saying? Like that's it. It's entirely designed for the individual American to be successful, as long as it's on them to do it. And that's it. So it's like, I don't understand what's so hard to understand about that. I don't want to get into a political thing, you know, but there's people with these political views that just start to make excuses for their views of things and twist what this was. No, you're not going to sit here and try to misdirect me from what John Adams had in mind. I know what the man had in mind. Stop it.
Yes. It's very simple. What the founders had in mind was very simple. They had in mind a tyrannical government that respected no rule beyond its own authority and its own desire to do whatever it wanted. And the founders recognized basic human dignity, okay, the rights endowed by our creator and so forth, that humans have certain fundamental rights that a government that is not tyrannical will respect. And if you bear those principles in mind, it's really generally not that hard to get at least in the ballpark where you should be with any particular policy.
Right. It's really just like common sense. You know what I mean? Like it just really, for me, and it has to be common sense. I don't have even remotely the education that you do, Andrea, but why do I agree with you? Is it just because you're smart? No, it's just because we share the same views, and it's because it's common sense. Now, you will be able to elaborate on these things a lot better than I could, but at the end of the day, I know damn well if my rights are being violated because I know what I have a right to and what I don't as a human being. And what our forefathers had in mind was what you as an individual are have a right to as being a human individual.
Yes.
And this is what we want to base our American laws on. This is what we want to do. And as long as you have that same understanding as all of these men agreed on over 250 years ago, I mean, that's it. You know what I mean? You can just come to that conclusion. You can draw a very simple conclusion and agree on a law that is going to be in the best interests of all free individuals.
Mm-hmm. Amen.
As you can. There's a time date range that's in my search one. I'll tailor my search to that. I'm happy to have this conversation with you, but not here, so we can keep
Why not?
Moving. Sure. So why don't we? I'm going to go to the barracks too.
When's the next time we can see you?
Me? Yeah, at the barracks.
Like after the conduct the search?
No. Okay. This is someone else who's doing the search.
Gotcha.
And
all right,
Tully's getting off on this.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like he's loving every second of this.
Yeah, drunk on his own power.
Absolutely. Like he was dying for this. Like he was dying for this moment to be able to be in his house saying, now I've got you by the balls.
Yeah.
Pathetic.
Yeah.
Do you know exactly where the medication is in your?
I do.
Okay, let's go. Watch him downstairs. Let's go.
Now, I didn't mean to mislead. A guest was contacting me and asking me. I was trying to work out where to send the link, blah, blah, blah. But I had taken that as they were jumping on now. And then they said, how long are you going to be on? So they could jump on at any time. So I don't know if they will or not. I'm really hoping that he jumps on while Andrea's here, because I know it'll be a big treat.
Whereabouts? Right in the middle. Nope, in the middle. Nope. Towards.
Thank you. Help me, Rhonda.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah, that one.
One bottle.
Yeah, that one.
Okay.
Go put the belt on, all right? Yep. Is that good for you?
Okay.
Window?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
All right. I'll hang on to this. I'll take a cell phone. Okay. You take the wallet. Okay. And the medication. We're just gonna go back and get him situated back at the barracks. We'll meet you back there.
I'll call. Have him open up a call.
Yeah, and then you secure them, and I'll be there in 5 minutes.
Okay.
They love this shit.
Question about him logging. We don't want his name on the login because it'll come up on
Wow.
the. Stay with me. Huh?
Yeah, I'll log in. Okay. Very good.
Cameras, the house clear?
Yep. No, I can't.
And Fanning's there too. That's something that I completely forgot about. Fanning was there too, along with Tully. So Fanning,
And why was he needed?
right? So of course, it's not suspicious at all that Fanning was also overseeing the jury in the first Karen Reed trial. That's not.
Well, for a guy of his rank to be out on a action like this, quite uncommon.
And then you've got Fanning's Fanning searched with Tully as well. And then you've got Fanning's involvement in the Sandra Birchmore case. And that's a whole nother monster right there.
Yeah, that's right.
Like, this is dirty, dirty, dirty.
Once transport moves out, we can pull into the driveway, and we can, the residence is clear, no occupants, deactivate, deactivate.
Okay, I want to make sure to clear up any confusion that might be out there. This is unrelated. So the only reason my Venmo and stuff like that is available is because I'm sitting here for 12 hours and, I need energy drinks and and food. But you don't have to donate to me at all. It's just a lot of people like to show me appreciation for doing these things, and far be it from me to not let you do that. But Aiden's Defense Fund is pinned to the top of the chat. That is where you donate. It is not through my Venmo. It is completely separate. So I know most of you understand that. I would just want to make sure all of you understand that. And you guys have been very generous and I appreciate it. So at this point, it's drinks at the airport when I go to Boston Friday. So I appreciate you guys. You guys are awesome. Seriously, you guys are fucking amazing. All right.
I'm assuming the DLT already told him we were coming.
You want to take the seatbelt off at least? Take it off. You should be getting out of here in a minute. Cool, thanks. Did he already tell you the deal? We're just going to basically book you here, fingerprint you, and then drive you to court. In the front?
Yeah, bring him right in the front.
Okay.
Yeah. Like Foxborough.
What did you say?
Now, here's the thing. Aiden knows why he's being, oh, my bad. Aiden knows why he's being arrested right now, but he doesn't know why he's being arrested.
Mm-hmm.
And I can only imagine how scared he is with that confusion. And he's not letting them know. And I love that. Like, he's not giving them one fucking hint. He's like, nope, like, I'm not giving you fuckers the satisfaction. I know exactly what you're doing, and I know I didn't do anything wrong, and I'm gonna beat these charges. I expected this, but didn't think you were so fucking brazen to do it.
Yeah.
You know, like that's what's going
well,
on.
the
here.
question, obviously keeps coming up. So you can't picket people in Massachusetts? So you're saying you can't picket people?
What?
That's news.
Oh, man. We crossed the $5,000 mark. Let's go, guys. We got 6 more hours left. I know we can hit 20K, guys. I know we can. You guys are killing it. If we could reach 20K for each of the 3 live streams we did for Karen, I know we can hit 20K for Aiden. I know we can. You guys are so awesome so far. Thank you, guys. Seriously. I mean, dude, $5,000. Amazing.
Well, after saying that, I had to run and look for myself and see what the hell does Massachusetts have going on as far as their rules for getting people into court. Because I'll tell you, normally in a situation where you have somebody that doesn't have any criminal history and you have offenses that are not violent, they're, low level types of offenses, you summons them into court. You don't go in and get an arrest warrant. And I'll give you an example. There's this case in my neck of the woods right now that Law and Crime has been interested in. And so I'm going to be on their show on Monday to talk about it. But this Washington State trooper was going home one night and made a left-hand turn across the highway, hit a motorcyclist, killed him. And then, there was subsequent investigation. She was slurring her words, et cetera, et cetera. For a whole variety of reasons, Washington has issues with testing blood in a timely fashion for alcohol. But she was, under suspicion of vehicular homicide for quite some time. Recently, those results did come back. And so she's now been formally charged. The woman killed somebody and she gets a summons to go into court. Okay. You don't have to show up at the house with the freaking Gestapo, to drag her into the barracks. And that's normal. Like, that's what I'm accustomed to. You save the warrants for the people that are more of a problem, more of an established problem.
Well, let's look at. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So I had to look at the rules and see, like, what is this crazy madness? And so the Massachusetts rules apparently say a defendant not under arrest or otherwise in custody shall, except as provided in this other part of the rule, be notified of the criminal proceedings against him and of the date of the return and day by means of a summons. You shall is like mandatory language in the law. Like, that tells you what you're supposed to do. That's supposed to be your default, is they're supposed to summons you in. But, right, there's this little exception. And what's that exception for? A warrant. The district court may authorize the issuance of a warrant in any case except where the accused is a juvenile less than 12 years of age. This is wild to me, okay?
Wow.
I have never heard such broad authorization for, if the court feels like it, they can just go ahead and issue a warrant to bring you in. Upon the return of an indictment against a defendant, the superior court may authorize the issuance of a warrant. The decision to issue a warrant may be based upon the representation of a prosecutor made to the court that the defendant may not appear unless arrested. So, it's nice if that happens. That's like the freaking norm everywhere. But apparently in Massachusetts, it's like, well, if you feel like kind of dotting that I and crossing that T, you can, but it's just sort of optional. Really, if you feel like issuing a warrant for any reason, you
So
can.
crazy.
It's wild.
Yeah, it's so crazy. And the law that they're using to charge him is
Mhm.
just as broad, which is just like,
Oh, yeah.
you can't picket, or hurt the feelings basically of a potential witness, which is fucking anybody. Anybody's a
Yeah.
potential witness,
Yeah.
technically. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like,
Oh, yeah.
what does potential mean?
I was very interested in the whole motion to dismiss proceedings in the cases because I was dying to see like how are they going to rationalize around the constitutionality of this statute. I know they're going to, right? Because it's a conviction production machine. It's not a justice system. So they're gonna find a reason to say, oh, this is all totally okay and doesn't violate people's constitutional rights. But to me, the first time I went and read that statute, it's like I can't. It's so overbroad. It's obviously encroaching on so much protected activity. I just it's mind blowing to me. It should have been thrown out at that point, in my opinion.
Right. I when I first read it, when I was first going over Aiden's charges, I was like, what law is
Mhm.
being used here?
Mhm.
And of course they were citing it. And then I was like, I got to look this up. And I remember being live and going, what? And thinking, I need an attorney to rationalize this for me. Cause I at the time I was thinking because I'm, I am layman and then there's me, you know what I mean? So I was
Yeah.
I need somebody who's educated to explain this to me and make sure that I'm not crazy and read
Mhm.
wrong. And like every attorney that I would hear talk about this would say the same thing that you are. I remember talking to Melanie Little about it the first time, and she was saying almost verbatim what you're saying right now. Like,
This is basic
couldn't
stuff we
believe
learn
it.
in law school in like the first or second year in law school when you take constitutional law. It's fundamental to the First Amendment that it has to be extremely narrowly tailored. Like, yes, okay, the jurisprudence says there can be some restrictions on speech. There are some interests that are so grave that they will warrant that type of protection. And so protecting the integrity of the judicial system is very important, and we do need to further that. But if you're going to do that, the restrictions that you impose must be narrowly tailored. They must only hit that conduct, not sweep up any other kind of protected speech. And they also need to be effective at what it's actually doing. Like the law needs to be it needs to be not over inclusive. It needs to be also not under inclusive. And so yeah, this statute, it violates all of those principles right there on its face. Like this is basic bar exam stuff. Like any law student, I think, would be able to look at this and be like, wow, that is so obviously over inclusive, because it's going to sweep up all of this stuff that you have a constitutional right to be able to do, as we even see just from the outcome of the motion to dismiss, right? A bunch of these charges get thrown out because it's constitutionally protected. And it's just, it's crazy to me sometimes the lengths that courts will go to justify continuing these prosecutions against people.
Yeah, I when seeing this happening in Massachusetts and then seeing this trial go on for so long. I mean, not a trial, but seeing this get just pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed, and then okay, we'll set a date a month from now to discuss this motion. Set a date a month from now to discuss this other motion, and then you're like, hold on, man. Like, why isn't a judge going, okay, I understand that this is a law.
Mhm.
I went to law school. So why are we here with this law when it is clearly unconstitutional? And in the first 2 years of law school, as Andrea Burkhart just said, I learned that this is unconstitutional. It's too broad, you know, like I understand that I have to observe it because it is a law, but at the same time, it's like a judge could just be like, this is no, you know, come on.
It's one of the very frustrating parts about the legal legal system. I keep saying it's like not. It's not. Anyway, one of the most frustrating things about the system is it's concern about form over substance. The form gets elevated over the substance 99 times out of 100, probably 990 times out of 1,000, probably like 999,100,000 out of 1,000,000 times. Probably one of the clearest examples of this that I know of was there was a famous speech that Justice Antonin Scalia gave at one point where he was talking about due process. And so in our 14th Amendment due process jurisprudence, we have this idea of procedural due process, right? The government has to give you certain protections before it can deprive you of a fundamental right. But then they also have this idea of substantive due process, this idea that certain rights are inherent to you that the government, basically has to be very, very careful about intruding on. And so some of those, like one of the big ones is parenting, for example. Basic liberty, liberty is a fundamental right. And so substantive due process, procedural due process. Scalia made this argument that it would not violate due process to execute a factually innocent person, somebody who is actually innocent, as long as they had gotten all of the formal procedures that the law entitles them to receive. That even if they're actually innocent, it's like, well, but you got your due process by being able to go through the procedure, so that doesn't violate the Constitution. I find that abhorrent, personally. Like it's morally abhorrent to execute an innocent person like that. That's why do we even have a legal system if we're tolerating that type of thing? But this is just part of the mentality of the folks who are in charge of controlling the levers of the system and running those procedures and things like that. The procedures often provide different kinds of outs. I don't necessarily want this particular outcome, so I can find a procedural way to avoid it. The U.S. Supreme Court is notorious for these types of doctrines. Form over substance is just one of the characteristics of our legal system, and that's why the judge won't stand up and say, this law is clearly problematic. This prosecution is clearly problematic. He's going to make us go through the, and he seems like a decent judge. Judge is it Judge Doolin? Yeah, he seems like a decent judge. Like, what a nice break from Bev. But,
and the judge that they had before that, man,
it's natural to the system and to the way that judges think that the process is paramount.
Agreed. Yeah, and again, going back to my layman point of view, is our forefathers, the core of what they were thinking when they were creating these laws was to ensure that our government did not become tyrannical. They were designed, it was systematically designed to make sure that each person was not about to be fucked over by their local government or national government, whatever. And that's why is this law a thing in Massachusetts, where it's the birthplace of this idea? It's very weird to me.
Wild.
It's wild. Very weird to me. There's actually more to this.
Yeah. Bring him in right here. Bring him in here. Okay. Upstairs? Yes. Yes, sir. Down low. First door on the left. Thank you. Sir, good morning. Great. I'm going to hang on here. take those off. You don't have a seat. Store this up.
Mr. Connie, I'm Sergeant Frog. I'm in charge of the barracks there. You injured? No. Oh, great. He does have medication, wallet in hand as of right now. You got yours activated. I'll put mine. Yep. Where's the? Go ahead.
Is it KEAR anymore? I believe so.
AID.
Dumbasses.
Hey, what is it?
Yeah, everyone spells it wrong. It's AID.
He's all sick of that shit.
AID.
AID. All right, very good.
Take those cuffs off. Stand up for me.
Ben?
Yeah. So you take them off for me.
When I make a phone call,
Yes, sir.
I don't know anyone's phone number.
Okay.
It's in my phone.
All right.
How does that work?
You're gonna have to talk to the DLT about that. I've never dealt with anything like that.
What's the DLT?
Tell him. Okay. Yes. Just gonna hook up. One of your hands, your righty or lefty?
I'm ready.
You just hook your left hand up. Thank you. Put it down here.
You can pee before I leave, right? It's almost
Absolutely. You want to pee right now?
I'll wait until the last
Okay.
second.
Thank you.
Myself and trying to transport the problem. Yeah.
And he still doesn't have all his tech back.
Yeah. That
Still
doesn't surprise
have
me
it.
at all. I mean, Karen's done with her trial and she doesn't have her stuff back yet, right?
Right. And Brian Walsh got his the next day.
Are you serious?
The
There's no
next
reason for them to
day.
keep it. See, that's one of the things that's
Proctor
so
gave
frustrating
it back to
me.
him the next
You've
day.
extracted
Proctor gave
it.
back to him.
Yeah, there's nothing else you need from it. The physical phone is not helpful evidence. Give it back.
Unreal.
463.
My last name?
Try on TRY1.
3121. And we transported here. Yeah, it's just going to be the way the book. Sure. Well, we're taking the right stuff from the support. Okay. Are they going to after booking? Are they going to book them in cases or next? We don't know yet. That's on him. So we say generated number, but we don't know. No worries. Go from there. That's all right. That'll be his answer, but we'll try to accommodate the best we can. If you need it, let me know. Fingerprinting. Now I know we need a booking number. Yeah, but you need that from the law. You change the yes. Okay. Sir. What's going on? How are we doing? My partner. No, I didn't start off. Well, still recording. Yeah. Well, his Hey, Rudy, just check, see if he's got identification and just do a brief inventory of the form.
Like, the problem is this is so long. But it sucks because there's parts that I don't want to like miss
Yeah.
because there's some dialogue that happens. It's actually pretty funny. But like it's just I just don't know where it is.
No, no
you know?
worries. I'm waiting for kittens to wake up, and I'm not hearing any sound yet, so I'm good to hang out for a little bit.
Okay. All right, cool. And I really appreciate you being here, by the way. This is really a treat. Like I've been wanting to stream with you for a long time.
Oh,
This
it's
is
my
awesome.
pleasure. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
glad we got to connect.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Thank you so much. And everybody here appreciates it too. I know it.
I will bring the kittens on. I'm waiting till I'm about to have to dip, because once they wake up, they will charge me like the Sioux coming over Greasy Grass Ridge at Little Bighorn. And so I don't want to be too distracted by that.
Right on. All right, so all right, so Wallflower, add $50 to your tally there, okay? Because they just forgot to put Glare Fundraiser.
I hope you guys found that Fort Edge. Sure for you. It's been 2 months now. 2 months.
Like, the funny thing is he's in a position to ask questions. Why not? That's what he does. If I'm getting arrested for it, I might as well, see what I could come up with here. You guys find that Fort Edge yet or what? Yeah, Daddy Dimples, he asked if they found the Fort Edge that Lucky Lofgren saw in front of 34 Fairview. And why not? Throw some shit at the wall, see if it sticks. Why not?
Don't know if you won't ask.
Exactly. So I want to like really take full advantage of having you up here and find out if you have seen, find out what you've seen, what you haven't. Have you seen the footage of when Chris Albert threatened Turtleboy in front of D&E Pizza, and when Jill
Yes.
Daniels? Okay,
Yes.
you've seen that?
Yes, I did see that one.
Okay.
Yeah. My friend,
Yeah.
my friend Heidi Elkington, who I'll have to see if I can find it and send it to you in the chat. If you haven't seen it, she's the artist who designed my fish. But I've been trying to get her into doing like courtroom art and sketching and things like that, and other like case related art. So she's done some phenomenal sketches of some characters in the Karen Reed trial, and she did a Jill Daniels from that video. Let me I'll hunt it down and and see if I can shoot that over to you, because I'm telling you, the girl is so incredibly talented, and she has just a way of being able to capture the inner spirit of her subject.
Hold on one second. I mean, keep talking. I'm just trying to take care of a little issue that I may have here. Hold on.
Here she is. Here she is. Okay, I'm gonna shoot this over in the private chat.
All right. And while you do that, people, please put your hands together for the amazing, wonderful, radiant attorney Melanie Little. And this party is just gonna keep picking up people. This is what we do on the Glare, folks. Okay, we got Turtle Boys to free, y'all. What's up, Mel?
I'm on mute. Well, we're done with one mission and now we have another mission. Should we choose to accept it? And we need to accept it because this is all about journalistic privilege and shield and the fact that it does not exist in Massachusetts. And listen, I got a hard time understanding why the local journalists are not all up in this, because it affects all of them. Andrea,
That
how are
blows
you?
my
I'm
mind.
enjoying your cat mommy journey. I just have to say. I'm loving it.
This has been it's been a wild ride. It's quite unexpected. I did not expect to be spending my late summer like this, but really been enjoying it. So.
And you were not a cat person before these kitties came upon you, isn't that right?
I was not. So I actually did have a cat. I had a cat for many years. As you know, cats will just sometimes decide that they're yours, and then you can't shoo them off or whatever. But she was a very sweet cat, but she acted more like a dog, and so I feel like I didn't really get the cat experience. Like, she would come when you called her. She would like fetch. She was very sweet and stuff. She really wasn't like. She just wasn't really cat-like.
Cats are so bitchy.
I'm learning a little bit more about the little devil spirit that resides under all that fur.
Andrea's like, oh, my cat is nice, man. That's not what I signed up for. I wanted
Wasn't expecting that.
An entitled, completely inconsiderate asshole that keeps me up all night long. Like, we could trade. No, Drago is just the sweetest thing in the world, but he's also, everybody talks about how like the ginger cats are more wild, and I don't know anything about that, but I just adopted him because like as soon as I picked him up, his head just went right in my hand, like, oh, and I was like, that's mine. I'm taking this one. This is the one. And like, so he's really affectionate and really sweet, but he also has destroyed my bedroom. Like, just destroyed it. So I'm gonna leave the show up to you guys just for a minute. I gotta run up and grab my phone charger, but
check your text messages while you're at it.
Yeah, no, I'm aware. And this person said she was gonna just join on with you somehow.
She said she's waiting for a password. She doesn't have a password for some reason. I didn't need a password to get in.
She probably has to reset her password to access StreamYard.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
No, I have no idea, because she's not a regular streamer. I'm not going to give any spoilers, but
she shouldn't need a password to go to just jump on StreamYard, though. I don't know why it's asking her for that makes no sense.
Make sure she's got the right link, because remember you.
She does. I just resent it to her again right now too.
All right, it's ladies' night. We're taking over now. Go do your thing. Goodbye.
All right.
Hi, I missed you so much. Where have you
How
been?
you doing, Mel? I know it's been a minute.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. Like, sorry, ladies. I know this is where I get pillows and shoes thrown at me. Hold on a second. Because I have to introduce somebody else to the panel before I go. People, the amazing, awesome, also very radiant Miss Kelly Reed.
Yay! She did it.
I did it. Yeah. I don't know.
I will be right back.
Hi, Andrea.
Hi, Kelly. So nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
We don't need him. Your hair looks amazing. Your hair looks amazing. Yeah, you're like,
it does. Okay, girl.
it's
All
like
the tips. Like right
It's like
now. I
Charlie's
mean, obviously,
Angels.
I've got some issues with all these cats right now. So
I don't think I've done my hair since Karen's trial ended.
Well, it's as good a reason as any.
Oh.
We're here to raise money for Aiden, so you know,
yes,
it's the girls showing support, which is so important.
Is Will taking his shirt off tonight?
Well, I guess it depends. If somebody, I think it cost somebody $1,000 on New Year's Eve. Remember, was it $1,000?
I think it was 5,000, and I think the Star Drive-In took care of that.
Wow. And was it worth it, you guys? Who you guys in the chat? Who was here on New Year's Eve when Will took his shirt off for the right amount of money? It was crazy. It was crazy. So what were you guys doing? You were just watching the video. I don't think I've seen the video of Aiden's actual arrest.
I'd never seen it. I'd never seen it. So it was pretty eye-opening. Totally in there flexing his authority because it's the only thing that he has to flex.
Clearly.
I never realized that Hardman, one of the state troopers who was at Karen's hearings every single day, doing security. I never realized that he was at Aiden's house that day either until today. And I've seen that video several times. It just never dawned on me that it was him.
And that's his name, Hardman?
That's his last name. I'm not sure what his first name is.
Yeah, that's an interesting name for a cop to have, isn't it?
Don't like it.
If the shoe fits. Is he the one who was saying when Aiden was asking what are the charges? Is he the guy who was saying, I don't know, this is Norfolk, you're gonna have to ask them, you know, I don't know what the charges are? Or was that Tully?
I think so.
Because I was listening, I wasn't
I think
watching.
that was him. It was a guy I didn't recognize, so he wasn't one of the witnesses in the trial, and Hardman seems logical.
So Trooper Hardman was in uniform and a yellow jacket. He was not in plain clothes.
I wasn't watching. I was just listening to it. So is that who it was, Andrea? Was he
I
wearing
think
a yellow
so.
jacket?
I think so.
And how about bullshit? They knew exactly what the charges were.
Oh yeah.
And you know, kudos to Aiden for being so incredibly. Oh wait, Aiden says that was the fugitive unit guy, Sully.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because you were a fugitive at that point, Aiden, right? You were on the run from the law, so they needed to call in the fugitive unit.
That was ridiculous.
Kudos to Aiden for being so respectful and not arguing with them and doing all the right things when it came to like being cuffed. And
his biggest flex was wearing a free Karen Reed sweatshirt when he gets arrested. I mean, come on. What are the chances of that? That was awesome.
all the chances. He probably had it on every day, just waiting. Oh, it outrages me even more to see like the way that they stalked him to his kid's bus stop.
Yeah.
And now we know that they were given that information by the not so confidential informant. And now we know also that all of these text messages, Andrea, I don't know if you got to see this, but the motion to unimpound all these things was denied.
I saw
and
that.
So we can only imagine what was going on, because I guess the date of that arrest was October 11th, 2023. We can only imagine the messages flying around between all of these people, including Proctor and Jen McCabe, but leading up to the day of his arrest.
Oh, I bet.
And when it comes out, it's going to be wild.
Yeah.
It's going to be an episode.
It's going to be an episode. This is going to be a whole mini series at this point. Yeah, no, she wasn't. I don't know if she was watching at the bus stop in Lemonade, but she was definitely telling them what time the bus comes. Because I think those messages have surfaced, right? Where
you know, one of the things I did wonder, because I've seen far too many arrests where cops are
we lost Kelly.
We lost Kelly. Cops are looking to, you know, get a reason to up the ante, get a little more aggressive, hit you with some additional charges. There's nothing like, you know, assault on a police officer to really like blast up your bail and things like that. And I honestly, it did cross my mind when I realized they had gone to his kid's bus stop for the arrest, if that was part of the thought process, thinking, oh, it's like, how can we piss him off the most and give ourselves the best chance of being able to, you know, physically interact with him.
Yeah, resisting arrest. They were probably just trying to, you know, poke at the bear. And to his credit, he didn't fall for it because he probably saw it coming too.
Yeah.
What's up, Kelly?
What's up, Will? How are
you doing?
I'm good.
Yeah, me too.
I need
it's great
a
to
studio.
see.
I need a cool studio like you guys have.
No, actually, that
Crooked,
looks
actually,
great. All
no.
you really need is a mic with a boom. It
It
looks
looks
great.
like you have beach and ocean outside your window. So
Yeah.
I'm deeply jealous at the moment. I live in the desert, a good 200, 300 miles from the ocean. We are in our peak hot, dusty wildfire season, and that I can't tell you how cool and refreshing that looks.
Yeah, you look tan. You look great.
Thank you. It's courtesy of not having to go to Dedham every day. Like David Yianetti said, finally able to exhale, you know?
Yeah.
I
How do you like having your life back?
I love it. It is the one thing when everybody asks about how we're all doing.
Yeah.
I've said this to everybody. It is great to be productive again, to start something and be able to finish it. And more importantly, I think it's been wonderful to be present in my relationships with, you know, my family, my friends, my clients, not have an AirPod in my ear and Nathan in my text and worried about the next bomb to drop. And it's been wonderful. It's been quite a relief.
Yeah.
It takes a while to acclimate, right? Back to
It really
normal,
does.
sort of. After it ends, it kind of like you don't know what to do with yourself for a little while. But like all of us, you know, like your life stopped too. And all of we who also were streaming the trial every day, you know, you can't get your everyday things done when you're committed to seeing it through and being there every single day for it. And it's hard to recalibrate once it's over. There's like a sense of loss when it's done, right?
It is. It's a little listless.
And I think Karen said it perfectly. I think we all thought this switch would flip and we would all be in celebration mode. And for me, I just wanted to be home and in my pajamas and just be home and feel safe again, you know, and just kind of let it decompress and let it all sink in. And I sucked it up and I went to one of Aiden's hearings.
You
I
did.
went back to Dedham like 2 later. Because, you know, how could you not? He was there for us, so I had to be there for him, but I didn't want to go. But, you know, like I said, I had to do it, and it's great, and I'm happy to be here to support him tonight. He deserves it. Oh, hi, Meredith.
Yeah. This is turning out to go just as well as I hoped it would. I really appreciate you guys for jumping on and joining, man, because I mean, this isn't like we've been saying throughout. This isn't just about Aiden. It's about all of us, you know, just like, you know, for different reasons, but just like Karen Reed was about all of us too, you know. So it's just it seems almost irresponsible not to support Aiden in this, you know, and considering what he's been through and what he's facing, you know.
Over 100 years in prison. Can you imagine? Andrew's over 100 years in prison for what? For hurting some feelings and for asking questions. And you know, like David Yianetti said, because I was running through the supermarket earlier when David came on, I was like, oh my God, he's on. And then I rewound it. And he was talking about how 60 Minutes would always knock on doors of people and ask questions, you know? You ever arrested them for asking questions?
Exactly.
Right.
Oh, I was the first thing my mind went to was I remember back in the Gabby Petito, early days of that, and Brian Hinton is camped out on the lawn of the laundry's house, and he's knocking on their door, he's asking them questions every time they leave the house, and I don't see him behind bars.
No. And I don't see all of these people speaking out on behalf of Aiden too. Like, listen, this is what we do. Journalists do. This is what we do. We pound the pavement. We go out and we get the story. We ask the questions. We talk to the people. I mean, how many YouTubers, and I don't even want to mention the case names, but there are certain cases of certain missing children where certain YouTubers and other people, journalists, have knocked on parents' doors, accused them of being the ones to take the lives of their own children. They've been proven wrong, you know, time and time again. And these people are not facing 100 years in prison. It's just wild what's going on here.
And they're shit bags. They're like the lowest shit bags that you ever met in your life. Like
when I when I was in Delphi covering that trial, and we all had to, wait in the line to get into trial every morning. And a lot of they had so many media passes, but there were far more media than they had passes for. So a lot of media were in the line with us, and we'd have all kinds of conversations about stuff. And I remember all of them having these comments about how they hated the part of the job when they were like a young reporter, and they'd be sent out to knock on the door of like the family of the murdered girls, and try to ask them questions and things like that. And it was like that's the low man on the totem pole job, because nobody wanted to do it. And yet every single one of them like had a story about being sent out to knock on the door of the family's house. It's routine journalism.
Yeah. And
I think that's
being
too is
I'm
that
sorry, go ahead, Kelly.
would he have been arrested if certain individuals, as it's come out now, weren't sending constant text messages and emails to the district attorney demanding it?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean,
we can't let the Karens win. We cannot let the Karens win.
I am so looking forward to seeing, like, I want to see Turtleboy exonerated out of this. Of course, like, this is what we all want. This is why we're all here. But I want the perks too, man. I want to see Krusty Panties go down. I want to see Fake Victim go down. I want to see everybody who has just gone out of their way to just, because it's really funny to me. Like, I've always described this whole situation as like Turtleboy is kind of like the Roadrunner in a Roadrunner cartoon, and then you got all these wily coyotes that just like he's just doing what he does, and then all these wily coyotes on Twitter and wherever else are just running into walls and building rocket ships and then blowing themselves up, and it's just hilarious. Like, it is so much fun to watch because it's like these people don't get tired of losing.
We're
like
just waiting for the Acme anvil to fall on someone's head. Like, that'll happen.
It happens once a week. It's hilarious.
And what'll be even better to come, I think, from all of this is that the law will change. It has to change.
Oh, it
You
has
can't
to.
selectively persecute people that you don't like because they believe that John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. I mean, that's what this comes down to, really, at the end of the day. And when is the last time, I'd love to know when the last time before Aiden Carney is that someone was actually charged with witness intimidation. And that statute, I've looked into the history of it, was enacted to prevent abusers, like domestic violence abusers, from intimidating their victim to testify against them. If you testify against me, I'm going to kill your children. I'm going to kill your family. That was the purpose for this statute. It was not, for a reporter going to a lacrosse game to say, how does it feel to not outsmart Karen Reed or whatever it is that he said. And you may not like what he said, and you may not have liked the way that he said it or the place that he said it in, but he's got every right under the Constitution to do that.
Yeah.
And that's scary. And isn't it going to be so ironic when the guy they tried to shut up the most is the guy who's going to wind up being the catalyst for maybe making some changes in the law in Massachusetts?
Yeah, and Andrea was actually making a great point that earlier that piggybacks off of your point, Melanie, that she was saying that second year of law school, constitutional law is when these laws they should be narrowed down to the individual and not so broad. They're designed like our Constitution dictates that these laws need to be tightened, not so broad.
Yes.
And
overbreadth and narrow tailoring are like concepts that you file away from second year for the bar exam later, spit them out on your test, and you'll get the points for that question. Like, this is basic stuff.
Yeah. And, and it is obviously the latest in the Glare Institute of Law and stuff. Thank you, professors, for contributing to the class.
Guys, I am hearing a little chorus of tiny mews in the next room, so I am going to briefly go off screen and gather some kittens to attack me for you guys, and then I will have to be popping off for feeding. So give me a moment here.
Are you going to keep all these kittens, Andrea? Have we decided?
I don't know, Mel.
Right.
And I'm afraid to go on the record at this point.
Okay, I won't hold you to it, but I'm sure there's plenty of people that would adopt them.
Yeah.
I guess you have to
Yes.
keep them until 8 weeks, right? Do you even know how old
Yes.
these kittens are? All right, she's got to go. She's off.
Yeah, no, they're estimate somewhere in the between 4 and 5 weeks probably right now.
Andrea, if you can hold out for another 10, 15 minutes, I promise it'll be worth it.
I
But
might be able to
understand if you
come
can.
back, but I gotta go get them out right now. In fact, actually, what if I come back in like 10 minutes?
Sure.
Because I gotta let them out to get to the box.
Absolutely. The link is there. Just come back whenever you want to come back.
Okay,
Andrea's
perfect.
not a cat person. This is like so hilarious. She's a dog person, right? And
I
dog
am
people
very
are
much a dog
except for
person.
Will. You know, Will's a cat person and a dog person now, but typically
For
you're
sure.
one or the other, right?
Yeah.
Hilarious. I love this
All
for
right,
you.
guys, I will be back.
Right on.
Hi, Cal.
Hi.
Hi, Will.
Hi.
It's like a little reunion. I feel like we never really
We
got
did.
to have a victory party after the
We
victory,
didn't.
you know? So we need to have a victory party, I feel like.
I think we're gonna have at least something of the sorts Friday, which I will be at most definitely. So yeah, that is
And for those of you
sure.
out there who don't have your tickets for the Turtleboy and Auntie Deb live show, you
Yeah.
may want to go get your tickets because you're going to want to be there. It's not going to be live streamed. The documentary company will be filming it, but I don't know that it's going to drop for quite some time. And if I were you, I would run out to Ticketmaster and get my tickets because there's not a lot left. Last time I checked, there was maybe 100 tickets left.
And Auntie Deb has a lot of stuff up her sleeve.
Yeah.
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 Is he furiously like writing? I was gonna text him today and just be like, "Hey, what's up?" And then I was like, you know, he's probably like deep in writing mode because you know when you get in writing mode, you can't be distracted. And it's gonna be a show that people are gonna want to go to. Anybody in the chat going? If you already have your tickets for Friday night to go see Turtleboy and Auntie Deb live, put a 1 in the chat. And if you don't have them yet, but you want to go, put a 2 in the chat. Because I would say you better get them now. Otherwise, it's going to be going, gone. And you're going to have FOMO. You really are. And I'm sorry for
Yeah.
people who live far away and can't go. But it's going to be, I think, a good time from what I hear.
Right.
I can't imagine it not being. I'm sorry, Kelly. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say there'll probably be other events that he'll be able to live stream. But why live stream the first one? That's the point of getting people to buy their ticket and to go.
Definitely.
And who knows? He could take the show on the road. If it goes well, he could take the show on the road. Come to a city.
Yeah.
Annie Elise just did like a pretty much sold out tour. She was everywhere.
She did.
And it went really well for her. So, you know, you never know.
I think he said Ernie Bach Jr. reached out to him about doing some at the theater or something also. So,
Well, it could be. Could go on the road.
Sure. I can't see the chat. You guys are reading the chat, but I can't see.
Are you on your phone?
Yeah.
I was
A lot of
looking at
people.
something
A lot of
else.
people are going. Yeah. So maybe find out where the most viewers are that would want to go and then go there. Do a residency in Vegas. You know, you never know.
Dude, I mean, like I love the idea of just Jimmy quarterbacking this whole thing. Like I Jimmy's the kind of mind that you are a fool if you don't enjoy, but also there's no way to predict anything that he's going to come up with. There's no way.
Remember
And
the
I love him
sparkly
for
booty
it.
shorts with
I
the crab
love him for
walk?
it.
Remember that? We did not expect those sparkly booty shorts doing the crab walk as Auntie Bev leaving the stage the last time we saw him perform when we were all together, which was the first time we all, I think, met in person, right?
Yeah. Yeah. That was the first time I met you in person. I've met Kelly.
I met Kelly too when I went to court. That's right.
And I met you the second time I went. Weren't you at the dinner with Betterow? Yeah,
No.
you were at the dinner with.
No, you and I
weren't.
met for the first time at that
No,
at the
no, no,
event
no,
that
no.
we're talking about.
I'm talking about Kelly. That was the first time Kelly and I met. Was at the dinner with Betterow and Maza and Mike Young Jerks. Nathan was there too.
Nurse
There was
Kim.
a bunch of us. Nurse Kim. Yeah.
And Nurse
There was-
Kim was the only one who anybody recognized and wanted an autograph from, which was
Oh, I love that for her. I love that for her.
I mean, can we talk about for a second, like how badass Nurse Kim is doing right now? Like, she is just rocking.
I love
Yeah,
her.
she's just rocking, dude.
As well she should. She's very good at what she does. She's very good at what she does. And Bettero loves her. He's always talking about how smart she is and she's so good at this and she gets it, she gets it. She's very she's made for YouTube. She started out on TikTok, I think, which is very short form and it's funny, but she's a great interviewer. She asks great questions. She has great people on her show and she cares about her viewers and you could tell a lot about. And Will, you say this all the time. You can tell a lot about a streamer by their chat, and the way their chat behaves, right? And the way their chat engages. And yeah, she's awesome.
She is. Yeah, she is become one of my favorite people on the planet. Easily.
Has she come on today yet?
No, she hasn't, but she's coming on way late. That's what she told me. Yeah, so she'll be here, but she's coming on much later. I guess she's got family stuff going on today.
We're in the second half right now, right? You started at noon, so now we're in the second half.
Yeah.
How are you holding up? Are you tired?
Late. No, I'm actually doing pretty good. I'm actually kind of surprised. It started off really rocky because StreamYard has been screwing around with copyright stuff and YouTube has been cracking down a lot harder on copyright stuff. So it used to be that I would just get like a copyright claim and I couldn't monetize something, a stream, but I'm not monetizing this anyway. This is all about Aiden. So it's not monetized. And so I played some videos that I've played many times before on this channel as intros, and then my stream got cut. And
you mean like they shut it down?
That's why everybody got a new link. Yeah, they shut it down. So I had to start a whole new stream, send everybody new links, and by the grace of God, it is still working out because you guys are here. The cerebral ninja David Yianetti was here. I mean, awesome. Jimmy showed up for a little while. I had to kick Jimmy off because I wanted, I didn't want to overwhelm David.
All right.
With me and Jimmy, that's
no, Jimmy just would have been like this.
Probably, maybe, but so and I was really nervous about having David on too, and I don't know why.
You did
like so many I know, right, Kelly? Like, how many times have we just hung out? You know what I mean?
Just have you eaten with the guy?
Right. Just talking, like whatever, and then for some reason he came on here and I was a melted mess,
Cindy Brady with the red light.
And David is
Remember when Cindy Brady went on the show and the red light came on for the camera?
Yeah.
She was like, no, I'm just kidding. You did a great job.
Yeah.
Man, I'm still nervous from it. Still. I don't know why. I have no idea why.
He's so kind and he's so humble and he's so gracious. And I mean, I don't miss the trial, but I do miss the intimate moments, that you guys know we've all had behind the scenes with them at lunches and dinners and different things that we've done. And they're just great human beings. And I cannot wait for him and Bob to start their podcast so that I get to see them again without having to report.
I'm so stoked for that. Oh my God, I can't wait for that. I could just
Alan and Liza to come back and help Karen continue with, everything she's got going on.
Yeah, so they're part of the wrongful death case now. They put their notices of appearance in, so that's going to be fun. You can bet it's going to be televised because, listen, these people know where their ratings are. These local networks know where their ratings are, and you see it. You see it every single day when you go on YouTube, and all of a sudden, people are scraping the bottom of the barrel to talk about anything having to do with Karen Read because they're missing the audiences, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so all it's going to take is for one media outlet to make a motion to the court to have a camera in there for the civil case, and it is going to be televised, I think.
I hope so. I hope so, because I feel like a lot more stuff will come out in the civil trial than was allowed to come out in the criminal trial. And I mean, you can speak more to that because that's your specialty, but I hope she does well.
They'll be able to depose everybody who knows anything about anything. It's going to be great. There's going to be, and I'm sure that's why, one of the reasons why Alan wanted to get involved is because, okay, here we go. Here's your subpoena, Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert, you know, Colin Albert, every single person who was in the house at 34 that night is going to have a deposition. Every single person at the waterfall that night is going to have a deposition. Can't wait to hear all about Julie Albert. Gonna leave those donuts in Bry's car in the morning with the box of Joe. It's going to be fantastic because civil discovery rules are very broad. And you can't just not show up for a deposition, and they can pretty much ask whatever they want.
All right, folks. This party just picked up.
Oh,
the mighty Bob Alessi, folks. Told you,
wow.
Andrea.
An all-star cast.
Well, hello.
Yes.
Hello.
What timing? I can't hear anything at all because I have 5 kittens in a bag here. This has been my life lately. I found a litter of orphan kittens out in my front yard about 2 weeks ago, and so they are my little babies now. So we're bringing them out to help fundraise for Turtleboy.
Very, very nice. Do any of them box yet, Andrea?
Yes. In fact, this little hellion up here, she's the only one that has a name so far. She's Lilith because she's a little demon, and she has quite a mean right cross.
Nice.
You know, Laura Alessi might be able to give you some tips because Laura Alessi is also a cat expert, right, Bob? She has a couple
She's a
cats.
cat expert and maybe one of the best boxers in the family as well.
Nice.
Awesome.
We learned from the.
What's up, Bob?
I'm doing fantastic, and I'm very, very happy to be on your show, and you're very worthy fundraiser. So I'm happy to be. Don't let me intrude. I'm happy to sit here and listen and join in with this all-star cast.
Bob, you could never intrude, sir, and I am so grateful that you joined, and especially on this occasion to have both you and the cerebral ninja himself, David Yianetti, join as well. I mean, this is going as beautifully as I hoped it would. We're raising a lot of money for Aiden's defense fund, and I'm so grateful to all of you for joining so far. I mean, this has been great, and I know the chat is just as excited as I am. How you been doing?
I've been doing awesome. I've been doing fantastic. I'm back to my quote regular close quote practice of law. Going in courtrooms across the country. Cases are a little bit different than the Karen Reed case. I've been able to work out a lot, which makes me very, very happy. And I continue to sleep very little, which seems to trouble people, but so far, so good. How have you been?
I've been good. You know, the knee's healing up. I'm not sure if it healed right, but I can walk on it, but I still need the cane. I think it's just weak. I just can't straighten it all the way, you know.
Sorry to hear that.
But you know, whatever. I'll figure it out when I got to figure it out. But I'm no longer in pain, and I'm going to be making it to Boston Friday, so I'm excited about that.
How are the Sequoias doing?
Oh, I don't know, man. You tell me.
Oh, geez. They're as Sequoia as ever.
Gun show.
Oh yeah, you don't know about me and Bob, man. Yeah, me and Bob set the standard for the gun show.
I believe it. I believe it.
You set the standard, Andrea. Those are well beyond guns. Those are I've labeled them Sequoias.
Nice.
You are way too kind. You are way too kind. I have to bring someone else on, but the problem is oh, here we go. Beautiful. Okay, folks, this party just picked up even more, even though I didn't think that it could. People, the mighty Mark Betterow himself.
Oh, nice. There it is.
Wow, it's great to see you. That's nice.
Great to see you, Mark.
How are you?
Excellent.
I'm just gonna go. So
Yeah.
And I didn't get to say hi to Melanie and to Kelly as well. So hello, great to see you both.
Hi, Bob.
Wow.
What's the status on your podcast, Bob? Everyone was asking about it before. Everyone's waiting for your
As a
podcast.
matter
with
of
bated
fact,
breath.
David and I were just talking about it today, and we're still working on it. We're trying to get it right. I don't have an estimate yet, but it's I'm hopeful it's going to be in this month that we're going to launch it. So thank you for asking.
Oh, I can't wait for that. I like when I heard you were even thinking about doing it, I was like, please, please, please let that happen.
But it's the fastest growing YouTube channel ever.
Yeah.
Well, I got to tell you, the folks on this screen and many others have set a very high standard, and we're doing our best to try to approximate it.
Wow.
Great.
Yeah, and we're moving along and raising some funds for Turtleboy's defense. I think we're past 6,000 now. So
Right
you
on.
guys are cranking it out there, man, and I really, really appreciate it. We all really, really appreciate it.
I really appreciate it.
Yes.
Yeah. We know you do.
It's not cheap, you know. Good legal representation has its price, and you get what you pay for. So let's everyone, if you can, you know, give, because you see what they're doing to Turtleboy. You see how they're dragging this out. There is no speedy trial statute in Massachusetts.
No. We were just complaining about this, how insane it is, how Massachusetts seems to have no sort of speedy trial limitation whatsoever. And I mean, even beyond that, the way that they are forcing this case to be just litigated issues that should never come up, having to disqualify a special prosecutor who should have known from day one that he would not have been qualified to prosecute this case because he was going to be a witness. It just ultimately at some point raises the questions of is this on purpose? Is this a feature and not a bug, to simply drag it out and conduct this war of attrition and hope that they can drain the resources and the will of the person that they are trying to put in jail?
Not when this shit exists. That's not going to happen. Not when we got us, not when we got this chat, not when we got Turtleboy support in his chat and all of everybody here that's got channels and communities that are all coming together for this. It's never going to happen. They're never going to break us down.
Yeah, what Andrea underscores, I have a little bit of experience with from the Karen Reed trial, and there things moved along not at lightning pace, but enough clarity. But I will tell you, because everybody saw it worldwide, the playbook unfortunately seems to be very similar in these cases. And I couldn't agree more with what was just said. And that is the best salve, the best anecdote is an informed and engaged populace. To keep the sunlight shining on, to keep the voices screaming, because he's got just an outstanding set of lawyers in Mark Betterow and Tim and
Bradle.
And it really he's very well positioned, but I believe Karen Reed was well positioned, and we needed every human being out there still to get to where we got.
Absolutely.
The scary thing is, Aiden and Karen are at liberty, or she was at liberty. But you've seen some of these other high-profile cases, serious cases, murder cases. That Miles King case, he had to be released only because of their non-disclosure of evidence over the course of years. And so the fact that they don't have admittedly, a speedy trial statute, even in New York, doesn't apply to homicide cases. But when nothing moves these along, one of the things we see in our case, and I'm sure it happens in some of these other cases, is you get these adjournments for no specific purpose. They're just adjournments for come talk to us and tell us what's happening, when certainly in my regular experience, there's kind of a formula of a logical progression of what happens down the line. Because of the speedy trial statute, there are things that a prosecutor has to do. They have to have incentive to be ready and prepared. And some of these things that you see in these Massachusetts cases, they don't have that incentive. They don't have to do it. And they go years and years, and it just feels like it's never ending. And with our cases, there's 3 of them left for now. Who knows? Maybe there'll be more, but it just feels never ending.
Can I ask you something, Mark?
I don't know if I should answer it, but go ahead.
Right. I'm not sure you can answer it either. That's so. I don't know if it's if the element of surprise is part of the strategy or not, but can you give us an estimate of when we can expect this mega motion?
That's not my terminology. You know, a lot of that has been said. No, I mean, you know, when it happens, filings happen, but I don't think. No.
Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. You answered my question.
Can I ask Bob a question that I'm very curious about? And I don't know if you can answer this, Bob, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but I don't know if you had an opportunity to see the Aperture invoices that were released the other day pursuant to a FOIA request.
I did.
And you did. And I'm thinking back to when you were cross-examining Welcher, which was one of my favorite days of all time of any trial ever. And I seem to recall you wanting to get into a line of questioning about Trooper Paul and his report and Trooper Paul's findings. And I may be conflating things, so excuse me if I am. I remember there being maybe a sidebar and maybe you not being allowed to get into that. But when I looked at the Aperture invoices, it was clear to me that they reviewed everything that Trooper Paul did, his reports, his testimony. And I'm just wondering if the release of those, I'm going to assume you did not have those invoices during the trial.
I did not have them because I learned just as you just learned, I learned of all these just recently. The prosecution didn't produce them and they had an obligation to produce them. We had pending discovery requests. And the painful irony of all that was, as we know from the relentless assault on ARCA, where the prosecution well knew the obligations of parties to produce invoices, and yet typical of the projection and gaslighting we were subjected to in the Karen Reed trial, while they were doing all that, making that arguments, obviously now we find out they were withholding these invoices. And now to your very astute legal point, I can speak about it because a lot of it happened in open court. I'll do it briefly. It was clear to me from the reports that were disclosed by the prosecution that the prosecution had reviewed Trooper Paul. I didn't know the detail that later has come out in these invoices, but just an example of what Dr. Welcher, one of their Aperture experts, had done is he took literal drone photos taken by Paul and the New York State Police and put them in his report. And yet the prosecution still, he altered them, but he used them. And the prosecution still argued he didn't rely upon anything Trooper Paul had done. And we all know the standard isn't that you have to rely on it. You've looked at them, you've accessed, you considered. But in any event, you are correct. I was denied that. And had I had those invoices, it would have highlighted and underscored what really was going on. And it's just another disquieting aspect of how the prosecution conducted that case and what the endemic problems are in Massachusetts with the failure to properly and timely disclose documents and materials. There is few greater threats to justice for a criminal defendant than not getting the documents that the government has, particularly those are exculpatory. The last thing I will say is those invoices for Aperture, as I looked at them, listen, I didn't study them, I just took a glance at them, exceeded $500,000.
It was 600 in total.
Was it 600?
Yep.
What was absolutely astounding to me was the juxtaposition of 600,000 plus and what came out in those invoices. And later, they essentially just replicated what Paul and Buchanan had done with the kindergarten paint experiment. So it was $600,000 for what I don't know if we'll ever know. I just hope the electorate and the citizenship of Massachusetts, who are those victimized taxpayers, will stay on this. But the point is, and Mark knows this well, as Andrea and you, Melanie, this goes on, unfortunately, in Massachusetts every single day.
Yeah.
Clearly.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's what's so disturbing.
It's a problem. And I mean, we've been dealing with it for years and have made demands. I won't get into too much detail. Some of it's public, some of it's not, some of it will be perhaps in the future. But there is a problem with the give and take of just simple discovery and exculpatory evidence and what's done about it, because a lot of times you see even the reaction. I mean, you certainly saw this in Karen's case. It's just kind of a shrug of the shoulders and what's for lunch, you know, what's next. And these are the kinds of things where in many other places, certainly I'd like to think in New York, the issues that confronted Karen, the video that was not disclosed before trial, during the first trial, after the first trial, and the just general lack of intellectual curiosity from a court and how that could be, and yet to get, you know, really upset about, you know, missing signal messages about nothing and that sort of thing as being some kind of significant violation. It's a terrible look. And it does seem to be happening in these high profile Massachusetts cases more than anywhere else I've ever seen. It's a problem.
That's why we have a judge with a robe on,
Mm-hmm.
to make there be consequences when this happens, to deter it from happening in the future. There's a solution there. There just needs to be effectuation of the solution.
Correct.
And Mark, you and I see that effectuation in New York courts, and Melanie sees it, and Andrea, to the extent you're in. I got to tell you, there's very, very few judges that I know that would allow that to occur.
And I remember very vividly watching the first Karen trial and the fiasco that arose with the inverted video and the non-disclosure of video. And people were asking me what was going to happen. And maybe it was my New York bias at the time, you know, thinking, and by the way, when has New York ever been, you know, the gold standard for normal in legal procedure? It's not, but everything's relative, right? Compared to Massachusetts. I was telling anyone who would listen, there's going to be a mistrial. This is just an egregious mid-trial sandbagging discovery violation. How do you prepare for this? You can't. It changes the whole theory of the case. It changes the prior examinations. It changes anything, and that you're going to see a judge just take the prosecution to the carpet and literally she's going to have no choice but to order a mistrial. And instead, she seemed to be completely nonplussed by the entire thing, as if it was just, what's the difference? You have it now. And when the issue was in theory going to be addressed going forward in other motions, and she took this attitude of, well, it's a new trial, so whatever happened before, it doesn't matter. It just makes your head want to explode.
Yeah, no worries. No worries. She's going to get another shot at it. No worries. My bad.
So,
My bad. She's
Mark,
getting
I will
another
tell
trial
you,
anyway. So
from a commentator standpoint, this is probably one of the most frustrating cases that I've ever had to watch, because part of what we're trying to do here is look at the law and the rules, and based on that, predict to people what is likely going to happen here. That's the fundamental essence of the practice of laws. What we're doing in this very legal, realist kind of sense is just predicting what the judge is going to do, given that this is the playing field. And that was simply not possible to do in this court, because the norms that we expect to be followed, the basic principles of fairness and even-handedness and so forth, they simply were out the window. And so it just reached a point where people would have questions of what's going to happen here. I would have to throw up my hands. I have no idea what's going. I can tell you what would happen in a normal court, but what's going to happen in this one is anybody's guess.
Including a lack of openness, which is bizarre. How, I mean, there are always certain moments in legal proceedings that have to be off the record, or it may not be appropriate for public viewing and listening to, but you know, there is a presumption of openness to legal proceedings, and some of the things certainly that everybody saw in Karen's both cases were that 90% of the rulings in business are all done at the bench, even if it need not really be sealed or there's no reason to deny the public access. You know, the jury, certainly there are things they should never hear that perhaps to be dealt with privately, but that's a different story than literally shutting down, turning off the lights and preventing the public from knowing what's going on. You know, as Bob said earlier, that light is the best disinfectant. You need to have shining a light. You need to have people view what's going on, because it's the only check to this kind of thing that can continue, and just shenanigans, if you will, things of that nature. You've got to have public access. That is a check on government abuse.
To that point, do you think that any of this has to do with judges in New York being elected versus judges in Massachusetts being appointed? Do you think that plays a role in this at all?
I don't know, because, you know, certainly in New York City, and I'm talking state court, obviously not federal court, which is a whole different animal altogether. But, you know, New York has such a bizarre system with, you know, well, first of all, they call their trial court the Supreme Court, which any sane state would call the high court. But, you know, the Supreme Court justices are elected, but the reality is, I would venture to guess that anywhere from 75 to 80% of what we call Supreme Court justices in New York are actually acting Supreme Court. They're not elected. They're criminal and civil court judges who then get appointed by, you know, whomever to basically live for years on the Supreme Court. So I don't know. I don't know if it's that system, or I don't know if it's just the culture of Massachusetts, and in particular one county that we're all familiar with. But you know, they kind of had a political hackorama, for lack of a better term, for years, and I just don't know.
Yeah, I would agree with Turtleboy's comment here. I'm from a state that has elected judges, and it's still politics. It's just a different master. But it doesn't really matter if it's the governor that's doing the appointing, or if it's the people that elect the governor that does the appointing. What I find is that I've been a rural community practitioner for most of my life. And so rural communities, by and large, tend to be fairly conservative, tend to be fairly law and order focused. And those values and aspirations get expressed in the political decisions that are made. Judges don't get elected by being soft on crime. Judges don't get elected by giving people bail. Judges don't get elected by throwing out charges when the prosecutor wants to prosecute somebody. There's a whole political process that goes on behind the scene as well, just in terms of establishing like who's going to actually get realistically in the position to be able to run, who's going to have the support to get the endorsements of the police officers union, of the corrections officers union. These are powerful organizations in Washington, so they have a significant amount of influence. There's a lot of capture in all of these positions of power and authority. And so this is something that I've struggled with so much in the aftermath of the Karen Read trial is this how do you fix it kind of problem? Because I can tell you over here with elected judges, we aren't necessarily doing a lot better.
So what is the El Jafel?
It's
enlighten me.
It's something that Bob Alessi doesn't know. I am shocked. It's actually Spanish for the boss. It's El Jefe.
El Jefe.
El Jefe.
Right. I understand that. What I want to know is how that moniker got attached to you.
Oh, I stole it.
Oh,
I stole it. I took it from somebody who didn't deserve it, and we'll leave it at that.
Okay.
Yeah, I took
it's
the
very
crown.
fitting. You are the boss.
Well, thank you, Bob. Now, this is a good segue into something here. I'm probably going to get somebody in trouble because I'm not supposed to know about this, but I have to show this and put you on the spot here, Bob, because this is one of the most beautiful things that I have ever known. And yeah, no, this
I'm
is
glad it's
amazing.
Bob, not us, as we're all sitting here listening to you whine
This
that.
is this is David Yanetti's office.
Nice.
And while they were in this war room doing what they were doing and planning, Bob thought it was important to keep this picture of the two of us up there for inspiration, and that means everything to me. I cannot tell you when this was sent to me how it touched my heart. I was
Can you
blown
zoom
away
in
by
on
this.
that a little bit so people can see the sequoias?
There we go.
Keep going.
And
That's
your 6-pack, Bob.
I think that's as far as it goes right there.
The Wall of Fame. You made the Wall of Fame.
You know, it was the story behind that picture is an interesting one. So I eat every 2 hours and I just have to eat. So we were at a fundraiser in Fall River for Karen. And I was coming down the stairs to go in the SUV because I carry around the Yianetti everywhere, not just the courtroom. And so I had my next meal, and El Jafel saw this firsthand. So, but I'll
You're
get
gonna change my name, and people are gonna start calling me that, man.
I'm an essay with an
I'm
exclamation.
gonna make you wear that around your neck gracefully.
I will, and yes, I will don the name proudly from now on, sir. El Jafel
right.
it is.
So I'm walking down the stairs to go get to the SUV to get my food. And then we were walking down, I think, together. And then somebody said, I want a picture of you two. And I want you to flex. And I was a little bit shy at first. And my partner in the picture had like a sweatshirt or a hoodie on. So he first said to me something, and I said, well, something about a 6-pack. And I said, well, you know, I think I've got an 8-pack. And he said, nah. And so I pulled up my shirt right there in the stairway. It's just what two muscle heads do when like that. So he said, that's enough. He rips off his sweatshirt and then, you know, shows the sequoias. And then the photographer says, I want a picture of both of you. And that is how this picture came about. Very happenstance. The epilogue to the story is we go downstairs, I get in the car, I get my Yianetti, I go upstairs, and guess what was in the Yianetti? And it was what, like 9 o'clock at night, 8:30 at night. I had a massive amount of cereal in a Glad bag. And then I had a little milk container, right? Who carries that around in a vehicle to fundraisers at 8:30 at night? So I go back up to the main sort of ballroom, and we are still talking. And I pull out, just as if I had just grabbed a drink, I pull out the Glad bag with the cereal. I open it up. I pour the milk in it. I pull out a plastic spoon, and I continue my conversation. Milk and cereal in the middle of a fundraiser. True story or not, El Jafel?
Yeah,
It's a true story.
I have told this story at least a half a dozen times.
Oh, you
since.
have? Okay.
Oh, yes. Yes. But I love it because you're confirming it, and it's great. Like, anybody who is like, is the glare full of shit? I don't know. Now they know. So I appreciate it.
I'm
And last point is I was totally outgunned in that picture.
No, sir. I mean, I remember like when you lifted up your shirt and showed your fucking abs, I was like, dude, how old are you? And you were like 67, like with the most confidence. And I was like, this dude is the dopest man alive. I was immediately, and it's cool because like that was the most time I got to spend with you and talk to you and get to know you. And so many other times where every other person that interacted with you this entire experience, it's almost like they describe you as almost a father figure. You seem to have the answers for everything that they want to know. You're just a fountain of information, and your heart is always there to just be helpful and to be, and it's amazing. I remember the first time I met you, and it was in court, and I knew you were for real because I saw you lean into Bill Reed's ear and give him a word of confidence, and you hugged him, and I was like, this guy is awesome, this is amazing, and just that was when I really knew this second trial. I was like, they are gonna kill this. They're just gonna kill this.
Yeah, I love people. Whatever I can do to help people be better, make them feel better, genuinely feel better. And every day of the trial, when I walked into the courtroom, I went over and gave Mrs. Reed a big hug, and we embraced. And I shook Dr. Reed's hand, and I told them from the middle of the trial on, we got this. We got this.
Yeah. You were just like, your passion was so obvious from the beginning. I mean, people, this is one of our favorite hits right here.
What could be more egregious? What could be more misleading than that? And what could be more important?
With the glove. With the glove.
I love it. Yes. I remember, Bob, there was a day where you were in the courtroom, and it was that day, I think it was. And there was a moment where Judge Bev and Hank Brennan seemed to be almost in cahoots, just gaslighting you. And it was so obvious. I was covering this, and I was yelling at my screen because I was like, how is this okay? I was so mad. Anybody who was watching me, most people were watching Melanie, but those few of you that were watching me were like, Will, chill out, calm down. I was so mad for you.
Yeah, as I've said many times, we had a job to do. We were steely focused. Love your dog, Mark. We're steely focused on the what our objective was, and there was nothing, and I underscore nothing, that was going to get in the way of us blasting through to achieve our objective. My perspective was like a golf analogy. You want a 10 handicap, you want an 18 handicap, you want a 100 handicap. You're going to need all of that and more. We're still going to, at the end of the day, we're still going to find a way to do it. And I want to say something about Kelly Reed. Kelly, through a very large part of the trial, was there all the time, no matter what was needed, and was incredibly loving and helpful. And I'll give you a few quick anecdotes. Remember during jury selection, I couldn't find my phone, Kelly, and you went and found it.
In the men's room.
In the men's room. The other thing was with food, because I do eat every 2 hours. Kelly always made sure that I always had fuel, but she always was there to make sure that I ate in a non-sloppy manner, because I remember one time when I don't eat bread, so I started taking all the middle of the sandwiches out and just grabbing all the contents, and some things got on the floor. And Kelly very nicely but clearly let me know that she's very happy to bring in food, but cleaning up the food that I drop on the carpet's not in the volunteer job title. But Kelly was extraordinarily supportive, did so many things, always gave me a hug, always gave me encouragement, and it was just fantastic. And that's just an example of the type of team we have.
Kelly was mom the whole time. Kelly was definitely mom the whole time, for sure. I've never experienced more hospitality than when I've gone to Boston the 5 or 6 times that I went. and from the Reed family, from the Reed defense team, from Aiden and the supporters, everyone has been on. And Mark, I mean, me and Mark have hung out a few times. Every time it's just been a belly laughing good time.
Maybe a couple of days.
Yeah.
Bob, when you were telling that story, though, I think the question everybody wants to know is, did you finish the sandwich? And did you talk to any while you were eating the sandwich?
And what kind of cereal do you eat? They want to know that too.
Okay, so I'll take those in order. What kind of sandwich was it between the bread?
It was a chicken Caesar salad wrap.
Yes, thank you, Kelly, because I remember it was chicken, but I didn't remember exactly what it was. And it was a very, very good wrap. And I inadvertently, but admittedly, selfishly destroyed like half of it for everybody else because I just left the bread and had taken the contents out. I did finish what I had eaten. I seldom don't finish what I eat. And now, Melanie, could you repeat your question, please?
Yes. What kind of cereal do you eat? What kind of cereal was in the Glad bag? First of all, I see a Glad bag sponsorship for your podcast. We're going to manifest that for you. But what kind of cereal do you approve of for those of us that want to stay healthy?
Yeah, sure. So non-sponsored with Glad, but happy to talk about that at another time. With regard to the contents of the cereal, there's usually 3, sometimes 4 that get mixed in. The first is Fiber One. The second one is, I think it's called Heritage Flakes. It's the Flash brand. That's cereal number 2. Number 3 is, I think it's like Casablanca Farms Vanilla Crisp. I put that in for flavor because the first 2 are a little bit bland. And then every once in a while, I throw in a sprinkling of Kashi Golden Crunch on top of it. So those are my go-tos. After I eat that, at the end of my day, which is usually about 2 or 3 in the morning, I have from our local Honest Weight Co-op, which is a health food store, I have muesli with it's very heavy with goji berries in it, and then on top of that, I throw in flaxseed cereal. So I'm a pretty big cereal nut. I only do it once a day, but that's the answer. And what was in the Glad bag was the Fiber One Flax brand Vanilla Crisp, but I hadn't thrown on a sprinkling of the Kashi Chocolate Crunch.
I remember having lunch with you guys one day during one of the hearings, and I'm always fascinated by the little things. And, you know, your dynamic with the cerebral ninja himself, David Yianetti, was really, really fun to witness. You guys had this overwhelming respect for each other. And the way you guys, there was a moment where you guys were like talking about yogurts, that who had whose yogurts was who, and you can have mine if you want. And and I was just watching this going, this is like, I hated lawyers before this. What's going on? Like, these are my favorite people on the planet.
David Yianetti, and I've said this several times, and I think most people know this very well, is one of the most brilliant, lovable, likable, kind, and generous human beings you'll ever meet on this planet. And it all exudes from him naturally and easily. So it was pretty easy for me to strike up an absolutely best friend relationship with David Yianetti, and very quickly. And it would take up a whole show and maybe a bunch of shows, and I won't take up everyone's time here, but just give you a couple of quick anecdotes. You gave one. We shared. I got the Yianetti. I bought that, and it was so big that I had space in it. And David one day said, you know, I ate terrible during the first trial, and I kind of got a little out of shape. And he said, can I, you know, I'll go to Trader Joe's, I'll buy healthy food, tell me what I should buy. And he did. And he said, you know, can I put my food the first, you know, and I said, listen, you can rent free in my Yianetti condo. I named it after you after all. And I said, so if I can keep the naming rights, you can put your food in for free. And it was just things like that that went on and on and on. We'd steal away to the Equinox to go work out in the gym together. You know, we just did a lot of things together. And I remember toward the end of the trial, we took probably a 10-mile walk from where we were staying in the seaport all the way up to the North End. He showed me where he lived as a prosecutor in the North End.
Wow.
And it just was a friendship that kept deepening and deepening. And I know the last point I'll make is went a bit viral when we were walking in the courthouse, and probably the 10,000th person yelled, "We love you, Yianetti." And I just reflexively said, everybody loves Yianetti.
Yeah.
And that I think that comment in my mind underscores David Yianetti, just a fantastic human being and a brilliant, excellent lawyer.
And for the record, his sister Tanis is a queen as well. And so, Mrs. Yianetti, you did a great job with those kids. They're both amazing.
They had us over for Seder, David and his wife, which happened right in the middle of the trial. And Melanie Tanis was there. She has an extraordinarily rich and appropriately spicy personality. And I met Mrs. Yianetti, who was there. So I met and thanked the source of Tanis and David in person.
And Tanis introduced them. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Truth.
I do know that upon being introduced to David and his wife, David fumbled that situation once and was able to somehow magically pick that situation back up. Fumble not in any of the bad sense, but he did in some ways not end up doing what he had hoped he had done the first time, and he got a second chance. Boy, was he lucky he got the second chance. And it was all pre-marriage. This is when they first met. And again, it was just something that was very cute and not anything at all nefarious.
Nefarious.
Guys, this has been awesome. But I'm going to have to dip. The cat is over here literally trying to eat my face. And so it is time. It's wonderful to meet you, Bob. Good to see everybody. And free Turtleboy.
Andrea, thank you so much for joining. I'm so glad that you finally got to join this channel. I hope we get to do this again in the future. So I'll be in touch.
Sounds good. Take care, guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
Wow. Andrea Burkhart, everyone. She is just a gem, man. She's brilliant.
She is. I've
brilliant.
not met her before, so that was nice.
Yeah. First time she's ever been up here. And yeah, this is going incredible. Thank you all for being here.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah. And there's more that I sent invites to who responded and said they'd make it. But, you know, it is the first day of football. So I understand that. And I am on till midnight. So everybody here is welcome to stay as long as they'd like. I'm curious as to is there anything Bob that you feel that you want to address as far as the civil case? Do you have any thoughts that are overwhelming to you that you want to express?
No, I am not involved in any way in the civil case. I went back to my practice of law, which is quite robust. Everyone, and I'm not following it closely. I do certainly, when I go on social media, see what is out there. My perspective may be a bit elementary because I'm not following it. My perspective is straightforward. And these were my words that I generated in the second trial. There was no collision. There was no collision. there was no collision.
That's
My
it.
view, since there was no collision, that civil case should crumble.
Yeah.
That civil case should crumble down into, at best, ashes.
But the
I love it.
depositions will be epic.
Yes. Yeah, I asked David about that when he was up here earlier. And yeah, I because I wasn't sure. I thought just in theory, because the Glare Institute of Law and stuff only provides so much information. But, so I asked David about if there's a chance that since the depositions, they're not bound in civil law as they are in criminal law, and these depositions allow a lot more doors to be open as far as questioning goes. Is there still a chance that John O'Keefe could still get justice? And the only way that could be is probably through these depositions, I would think. And it's shocking to me that the O'Keefes would move forward with it. You know what I mean? It's very strange to me, considering, especially since the criminal case was pretty much a slam dunk, in Karen's favor. So, and simply because the truth was on her side. So I don't understand why this is even moving forward. It's beyond me.
I'd leave it to others to comment further on the civil case.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough.
I will say one further thing about the civil case, and Damon Seligman is on that case as an attorney.
David mentioned him.
A tremendous attorney.
Yeah, he says
There
there's
is
a dream
excellent
team.
legal representation, certainly by him.
Yeah, David he described it as a civil dream team for Karen. So yeah, I look forward to seeing what comes out of this, because I mean, we want Karen to come out not only, okay out of this, we want her to come out on top out of this. You know what I mean? We're talking 3.5 years that her, Kelly, and the rest of her family have been just tormented. I mean, there's no other word for it, just tormented this entire time. Bullied. And with I mean, it's the government. How scary is that? How do you I still can't wrap my head around it.
Yeah, Damon and his partners, and they are also excellent attorneys. I am very, very confident in their legal abilities to address what you just said.
Right on. Yeah. No, I wasn't asking a question. I already understand that you can't comment further on the civil case. I was just giving my thoughts, but yeah. So what's next for you, Bob?
Well, I have, what's next for me is, God willing, I keep being able to work out. That's my avocation. So hopefully that keeps going strong. I love gyms. I love engaging with people. So that is great. My practice is very robust. It has been, and certainly after this trial, it's ramped up a little bit. So I have to make some decisions about what I'm going to do, make those more acutely, more thoughtfully. But I've got a number of great institutional clients who were so patient with me, granted me so much leeway for essentially 6 to 8 months. So I am back with them. I thank them every day for what they did, because that allowed me to do what I was able to do in the Karen Reed trial. So I'm back with my partners at my great law firm, DLA Piper. And it really is a great law firm. I have great partners, and they all were patient with me while I did it. So I'm back to practicing law. And the other thing, which is a bit of a surprise, but a very nice thing, is when I go to Massachusetts and even in New York, and a couple of quick examples, I don't walk 15 feet. And especially in Massachusetts, and somebody just all of a sudden I hear Alessi. So I've lost my first name. I no longer have a first name, which is fine. I just hear Alessi, and then they want to do selfies. But it's fantastic because people who know me, for better or for worse, know I like to talk. I like to engage with people. So I've gotten to meet a lot of people. There's just such great people out there. And I didn't realize the depth of the concern and the support that is out there for the judicial system. And that's heartening that people are tuned in, right? They're participating. That's what democracy needs. You need an informed electorate and you need a participating. So that was very, very heartening to me because justice is very important to me. And also I was up at Saratoga for the Travers and the Flat Track, just a great summer place to be, particularly in August. And I was the guest of the producer of Fox Sports, Pete Macheska, and I was at his table, and there's just a number of people from the Boston, Connecticut, even New York area coming up. Very, very excited, very, very thankful for what happened. So what has it allowed me to do? I've just met so many more people, and I try to stay in touch with as many as is reasonable. So last point of my answer is I do spend a part of my nights in early mornings responding to certain people, especially people who are in very difficult circumstances. I hope they don't think that I'm this night stalking or night wacky person. I hope most people know that I don't sleep that much, and that's the part of the day when I don't have clients and I'm able to do those things. So those are some of the things that I've been doing, and I've also had some unique and very enjoyable social interactions on an individual basis that I won't get into.
Right on. Yeah, I mean, it was 2 a.m. when you first responded to me about this. I was awake, but yeah, it was 2 a.m. and I was like, "What? All right, on."
I was just finishing dinner.
Yeah.
Do you wake up in the middle of the night to eat every 2 hours too, like a baby would? You know, we got to feed babies every 2 hours. Do you wake up every 2 hours in the middle of the night?
No, I don't.
Next to your bed.
I don't. It's a great question, but I'm eating enough throughout the day that the 3 or 4 hours that I end up sleeping, I'm usually, Melanie, able to make it through that. But I can tell you when I do wake up, it's right back to the trough.
That's great. $100 short of $8,000.
Let's go, people. I mean, dude, you guys are killing it, man. This is absolutely fantastic. I'm really grateful for you guys.
Well, Mark and Melanie are usually the draws, aside from El Jafel, who reigns supreme. But I certainly know that where the inspiration for the money is coming from.
I mean, well, you know, if we wanted to get the money flowing, we could, you know, for example, I'm just going to toss this out there. You could say no. You could say no.
Don't do it.
We could auction off a live gun show. I mean, you know, you don't have to take your shirt off or anything. Just both of you guys in your tight t-shirts, do a little auction it off to the highest bidder, maybe if you wanted to, or something such as like that. And then many people may want to save that as their screensaver. And, you know, that would be worth some money to some people. Or, you know, like a lunch, like Will, if you want to go to lunch with somebody, maybe the highest bidder could go to lunch with you next time you're in town. You know, things like that.
What do you
Anybody
say,
have any
Bob?
ideas in the chat? I'm not going to force these men to take their shirts off or anything, but
No,
Will did do that on New Year's Eve for like $5,000. He did.
Yeah, it was New Year's Eve. I was drinking. Yeah, that's not happening today. But Bob, I'm totally for just a very modest gun show if we can get this up to
like a push-up contest.
We can get to 10 grand, 10K in 15 minutes. What do you say, Bob?
You know what I'm going to do? I am going to take counsel on this from 2 lawyers on the show and see what their counsel.
Good idea.
I will start with Mr. Betterow, and then I will have cleanup counsel from Ms. Little.
I'm here for emotional support. I don't want to have
an attorney.
He wants no liability.
All this. So yeah, I'm going to pass the buck on that one. But
Mark, I
Props to
promise
Melanie
not
for
to go
trying.
after your malpractice insurance policy if the advice turns out to be negligent.
yes,
I'll sign the waiver.
yeah, I definitely should call my malpractice carrier before.
I mean, I'm
further.
just tossing out ideas. I'm open to other suggestions. I'm just thinking we could, I could be the auctioneer. We could get this thing moving a little bit. We only have, we're trying to raise 20 grand here, right? We're almost at 8. We still have 12
Listen.
grand to go and only 4 more hours to do it.
I
$3
have
an hour,
perhaps
according
a
to my math.
substitute. How about if I look to see if I have a ready-made photo and I post something that has already happened rather than doing it's sort of live-ish. El Jafel's sequoias like shine 24/7 and he can do whatever he chooses to do. But I'm happy to look for that as well and have that part of the auction. I know it may not be as fetching perhaps, but it's really the same effect. It's I do one every year for my birthday.
How about the
My
picture
daughter.
or the autograph picture that is in Yianetti's office, the picture of you, the two of you that already exists. Maybe you two could autograph it to a person, with a Sharpie.
I'm happy to do that. Happy to do that.
Definitely give them your pharmacy picture, Bob.
Oh, that's not,
I'm glad you said it, Kelly, because I was gonna bring that up.
you know what? I will set aside the shame that will come. I will look for that also, and if I'll go off screen in the moment, and maybe I'll share that because that is worth. Kelly, excellent point. The laughs from that, and there's a great story behind one of the pharmacy school pictures. But I'm happy to put aside modesty and
think the
shame
hair
for that.
is matched, Bob. I think you look beautiful.
Well, thank you, Kelly.
I gotta tell you, I zoned out through half of Bob's story when he was telling it, showing me the picture, because I was trying to that's not Bob. I'm looking at it going, I don't see Bob in there, man. Where is it was a lollapalooza of hair. I'd never seen anything.
It's pretty awesome, that hair.
Yeah.
That hair's pretty awesome.
And I'm telling you, stud all the way, dude. My man, I've never seen a more perfect mustache in my life. This thing was, they should hand out awards for mustaches, and Bob should clean up every year.
Well, listen, Melanie, I leave it to you as to how to monetize this. But what I'm going to do is go off screen. I'm going to look and see if I can find the photos.
Yeah, that's great.
And then you tell me how, and
That's great.
it's his show, how you want to roll this out. I'm going to repeat my request to Mr. Betterow that if he believes I should plead the fifth or do otherwise, please interject an objection. I'll take the ever awesome and brilliant mind of Mark Betterow and his advice.
Really throwing a lifeline here to say, don't make me do this. And
the mighty Mark Betterow, Bob.
Wow.
Yes. Alrighty, I'm going to go off screen. I'm going to look for it.
Gonna go
Now
do
I
some
say off
push-ups.
screen, I'm just going to go see if I can find a way to.
Maybe the Yianetti could make a special
Bob.
appearance. I don't know.
Bob, if you don't have the picture of you and Will flexing at the fundraiser, I have it in my phone. I can get it to you.
Oh, I definitely don't have that.
Okay.
But what I'm looking to do is to see how I can, on the screen, go off video. I've seen I think I see it right here. So I will do that, and I will reappear hopefully with it.
He's going to do some push-ups. You know it. He's going to go do some push-ups. And also, I think he's at his 2-hour eating. He's got to go get a snack. He's going to get the fiber one. Fiber one is like, look, I don't think it has any
Baby
flavor. I
oil.
think it's kind of like grape nuts, which is like eating gravel, but I'm not quite sure because I've never had fiber one. I'm a frosted mini wheats girl. That's my cereal. And also, Lucky Charms never killed anybody either.
Best.
Captain Crunch peanut butter has its place as well. But I don't look like him. Although I hope I do when I'm his age.
due to my only consistent true vice, I'm a Captain Crunch guy. I crave the Captain Crunch.
I'm
Can't
really
help it.
he ate that cereal with milk and he didn't mix it into cottage cheese because the man lives on cottage cheese.
I like cottage cheese too.
Yeah. He got David hooked on. David had never had it, and the two of them ate cottage cheese every day at lunch.
Yeah.
What did they put in? Did they mix it with something? Like
No, they
fruit?
just had to have it. So Bob's wife very nicely cooked for him through the whole trial. So I would have that in the microwave, and they would have cottage cheese as their appetizer, and then I would take Bob's food out and give it to him, and then I would pop David's food in, or David would get the microwave to make his food because they eat very healthy during the trial.
Wow.
And then they would have some Jersey Mikes after as dessert.
I love cottage cheese by itself, man. Because it's really low in calories. I get the non-fat cottage cheese, of course. But I only eat it when I'm actually like trying to like stay, in shape and fit. I've been, because I don't want to use my knee as an excuse. The fact is I could have stayed active and I didn't. But when I'm trying to stay active, I eat healthy, but lately I've been doing that the last few days. I've eaten chicken and rice for the last 3 nights.
That's because you're coming to Boston.
No, not really. But yeah, maybe so. Maybe. Yeah.
Cottage cheese with pineapple or cantaloupe. I usually eat my cottage cheese with fruit too. It's a good thing to eat while you're on the air because you can just have it there and go off camera and take a spoonful and you can just throw it together real quick. But
Yeah.
Bethany Frankel is a huge cottage cheese person and she makes all kinds like caviar and cottage cheese. Like she's always making like salty cottage cheese, which I need more ideas of things to mix with my cottage cheese. So I love that everyone in the chat is saying cottage cheese and Doritos is the best. Cottage cheese and Doritos apparently is the best. I'll allow it.
I don't think I've had cottage cheese since 1983.
It was very popular back then. Remember when Olivia Newton-John was doing the aerobics videos and stuff? Cottage cheese had its heyday.
Yeah,
And now there's a thing called whipped cottage cheese, which I hear is very good too.
I don't know. I like the texture of cottage cheese. I like it. I don't know.
They only eat 2 good cottage cheese. Bob only eats it plain, and David likes it with fruit.
How are the donations doing when there's like 10 minutes of discussion about cottage cheese? I'm guessing.
Look at the chat. Everyone is loving the cottage cheese. It's got cottage cheese on a baked potato. See, I wouldn't have thought of that. Thank you. That's a great idea. I need to mix it up a little bit with my cottage cheese. Yeah, back when the Atkins diet was the thing, the cottage cheese was popular then, and the roast beef dipped in mayonnaise. Just
Atkins
no
diet.
bread. It was fantastic.
Did you ever do the Atkins diet?
Didn't we all? What diet haven't I done? Is the
I used to
question.
work with a woman, a good friend who at the DA's office. Atkins is the one that's like all protein, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So she would eat like plates of bacon, saying this is Atkins. And for once in my life, I was like, this fad dieting may be a good thing if you can literally sit and eat bacon all day. Because bacon should be in everything, right? Bacon should be in cereal. It should be.
Bacon's the perfect food. It's the
I
perfect food. You
agree.
can have it for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. It is the perfect food.
If you put bacon bits all over like cinnamon sticks with icing on it, you will never, ever, ever go back. Like you will.
Oh,
it's delicious.
There's
It's
a
so
donut
good.
place by me that makes like a maple bacon donut. So it's like a maple glaze with bacon sprinkled on top. It's delicious. It sounds gross, but it's really like peanut butter and bacon and banana is really good too.
I love bacon. I eat bacon a lot. Mostly, I eat more bacon than I actually want to because I save the bacon grease and put it in Clubber's food, and his coat is just so shiny because of it. And he loves it. And he's just not going to turn away from it either. Like sometimes he just lets the food sit there until the next day, and I'm like, come on, man, eat your food. But if I put the bacon grease in there, he's like,
Like father, like son.
pretty much, yeah. Yeah, he's great, man. Like he's just I would have went nuts this whole time while my knee was healing. I would have went crazy this whole time if not for him, because I mean, he is just the best cuddler. He just, I mean, I just lay there, watch movies, and he lays on me and we hold each other. We fall asleep like that all night. It's just the most, Clubber, once he came into my life, made me like, took my happiness level up by like 75%. Like I never saw that coming. He's just my homie. He is just my homie. And Drago brought the other 25%.
Kyle just sent me Bob Alessi's. I don't know if this is his yearbook photo. It's a black and white photo. He's got a bow tie and, you know, what some people may call an afro.
That's a high school graduation photo.
Okay, that's high school graduation. He's back there listening.
The wizard.
Yeah. My mother was furious with it because she told me, now listen, it's windy out. You get out of your car, you get inside, because you know when the wind gets your hair, you end up looking like a member of the Jackson 5. So it was high school, junior year, whatever. And a bunch of my friends called me over, typical what athletes did back then. They were all drinking beers before their high school graduation pictures. So I got lured over there. The wind was blowing, and then I got the sat for the picture, and I just said, I better pick my hair because I know, and I just picked it out. And my mother had made sure that, before I left, that it was kind of wet and matted down. She got the proofs, and I didn't hear the end of that for about 10 years.
It is a fantastic. It reminds me of like Welcome Back Cotter days. And also back then, Kelly, you're younger than I am, but everyone had a perm. And so we all had picks in our back pocket too, because you needed a pick for your perm.
I will tell you, all of that is 100% natural. I've never had a perm in my life, and you will see that soon in some of my pharmacy school pictures.
This is so funny. So Bob started talking after a few minutes, and all we see right now is like this R that kind of vibrates when you talk. And what really would have been cool if out of nowhere you said, close the pod bay doors, Hal, because it looks totally, Hal from 2000. Anybody know what I'm talking about?
2001 Space Odyssey? Is that it?
No, just like the blinking icon talking.
Yeah.
He's like the Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, exactly.
I was hoping you didn't say some odd picture showed up on the screen when I was talking, so I'll take the vibrating R any day.
We can only show your pictures with consent. I would never. It needs to be a consensual picture showing.
That picture's already been on Facebook and Twitter. And Laura likes to drop bombs every now and then.
Yeah, she sure does, unfortunately.
And post a picture of her dad.
All right, we're at $8,580 so far, guys. Thank you so much. You guys are killing it, man. Appreciate it. I know Aiden does. I know Bettero does.
The vibrating R. People are getting a kick out of that. The vibrating R.
No, what did I do?
Is Aiden still watching? Is he still?
I don't know.
Oh.
He's going to join. He's going to join me later tonight. But yeah, he's been in and out of the chat.
Well, I'm sure he's excited that Bob and Dave and Melanie and Andrea and everybody has come on supporting him. I know that.
Yeah. And there's more to come, hopefully. I know other people who have confirmed that they would.
You lied. I'm showing this. Can you see it?
Kind of. Hold on. Let me. There's Bob boxing.
Boxing Bob.
Boxing
he
Bob.
should autograph that. That's a good one.
Yeah,
to
that's a really good one.
Fantastic.
Real autograph. Yeah, absolutely.
Love it.
I will autograph any pictures that anybody sends to me.
I love it.
You're a great guy.
I think he's loving his newfound celebrity status. I mean, what's not to love, right?
It's well deserved.
Yeah.
I mean, these are, I mean, the Karen Reed defense team is got to be the most talked about defense team in the world right now. You know, this is great that they're, I mean, they should be, I hope everything happens for them.
Including Mr. Betterow.
Yes.
Yes, all of you and your newfound celebrity status. Listen, what is so wild to me, I don't know if did anybody in the chat go to CrimeCon? I guess today was the last day of CrimeCon. The fact that the Karen Reed case was the biggest case, really, true crime wise, of the past 2 years, if you go by views and public interest, and that there was nothing at CrimeCon about Karen Reed's case at all, is wild to me. It's wild.
The whole thing is crazy. Just the way the media covered it in the first place. Don't even get me started.
I know.
You know, I mean, and then we've got Aiden's case, which needs to get coverage as well. I mean, the media needs to cover it more. I really hope that they stream it, not just so, you know, those of us creators can stream it as well, but so that the world can see what's going on. You know, so the world can see how crazy this is.
Is there a way for me to share, or do I need to send it to somebody?
Well, you probably need to send it to Will.
Or you can let him share his screen with you. I guess
Yeah.
give him the permission.
I don't know how you do that.
So you go down to. Oh, I can't do it because I'm not the host, but there's a way to allow guests to share screen.
I know there is. I've just never done it. If you can believe it.
You don't even know how to let me redirect to you.
Hold on.
Sherry, can you tell this boy how to do the basics? Because he's hurting over here.
I figured out how to do
Cherry.
I figured out how to do the permission thing for sharing live streams, but and I think it's set to that even too. Hold on, here we go. Guests can stream through their own.
Oh, people are saying somebody says I would bid on a workout via Zoom with Alessi. There's an idea. Somebody wanted lunch with me. I'll be happy to do that. Or maybe Mark and I would do a lunch together in New York for people who are in New York.
Just send it to me, Bob, and I'll
You have to keep it under wraps.
Actually, email it to me. It's easier for me to share it if you email
I don't
it to
think
me.
he wants to let it leave his device.
Yeah, the pharmacy ones.
Okay. Well, then, okay. Well, then I'll just blow up your screen.
The flex one, I don't care that much about. But why don't we just? I'll send you. You just tell me. Let me get something to write this. Note this down with.
I've got you on a full screen, so you can just hold your phone up to the camera if you want.
The thing is, though, Bob, you show it, everybody can screen capture it. So if you
that too. If you don't want anybody to see it, if you don't want it to get spread around, don't show it. Because
I don't want my pharmacy ID to get.
Okay, yeah. Then don't do it. Yeah, absolutely.
I'll tell you what. I'll send you the other one, and you just tell me where I should send it to.
Whatever you're comfortable with getting blasted all over Twitter, and I mean all over Twitter, expect that. Then you could send it. But if you're not comfortable with that, don't do it. I'm more concerned for your privacy than I am anything else.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. I think I'll pass on it then. It's a good point about the screenshotting. I'm not as versed in all of that stuff. I see Mr. Betterow smiling. I think that is his advice sub saliento.
Yeah. Right. It is. I'm streaming on Twitter as well. So you're looking at 8,527 views so far. So
Bob,
total between
one of that Laura had shared on Twitter. You may have seen it. You got your boxing gloves like this.
Oh, I didn't see that one.
Yeah, that's a great one. Maybe you should sign that one.
Okay.
And that way there it's not too personal.
Right.
Oh, is that the one where I got outed for not wearing a mouth guard as I usually do when I box?
I don't know. I think
this was a photo shoot. I don't think you were actively boxing in this photo.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know, but I will, as your attorney, say that you were not actively boxing. You were likely, you were posing for this with a photographer, maybe.
Yeah, you know what that was? That I was actually hitting. I was doing mitt work. Thank you, Melanie. Yep, I remember that one. I was at a very high-end gym in Boston called Clientele. It's on Boylston Street. And there's the owner of it is Chi. His name is Chi Bang. He's like a Bruce Lee.
She bang.
No, Chi.
There's a
Pronounced
song.
Chi.
It was a song.
Right. But yeah, I'm familiar with the song. I'm ready to pause,
I'm just
Melanie.
gonna sit here and eat my Twizzlers.
And I went there, and he's very good. He enhanced my boxing skills with his martial arts footwork and his movement, and he's trained Boston Red Sox folks, Patriots, etc. So I went there and he was doing a new website, and he asked me if I would do some things, that I did some boxing things for his website, and that was on his website. I think some things that I've done are still on the Clientele website. But you're right, Melanie, that was a photo shoot. But I was doing actual mitt work, and they just had a photographer doing clicks as I was doing mitt work.
Right on. When did you start boxing, Bob?
I started boxing when I was 5 years old. My father was a Golden Gloves boxer. His father was a boxer. I started so I followed my father into the gym when I was 5. I started boxing competitively when I was 9 years old. I stopped boxing competitively 10 years ago, only 10 years ago.
What?
Yeah, I was boxing. I had a tournament in Barcelona, Spain. I used to go pretty much anywhere where it was essentially Fight Club stuff. That one was on a cruise ship in the harbor in Barcelona. I would go anywhere, but I stopped at that time after the third intervention from my family. I continued to sneak out and do some sparring, but not competitively boxing, up until I think a year and a half ago. And I plead the fifth on anything recently. Nothing competitive, just sparring.
Guys like the Terminator. It's unbelievable.
I know, dude. Like, what do you? This dude's out here in his 50s, cockfighting. Like, what are you doing, dude?
My nose will tell you what I'm doing.
Wow, you are next level, Bob. The dopest human being alive. I mean, you continue to prove it.
First rule of Fight Club.
Nobody
Yes.
talks about
Anyone?
There
Nobody
is no
talks
Fight
about
Club.
Fight Club. Man.
Well, listen, I am going to, for 5 or so minutes, I'm happy to stay on. If there's anything else you want to discuss, anything you want to talk, I wanted to make sure that I came on and supported what Dr. Turtleboy has done, what he has meant for the First Amendment, for reporting, for putting the sunshine on government. It needs to be kept on all government. He was an integral part and a seminal part of Karen Reed and the defense of Karen Reed long before I became involved. I support tremendously that journalistic aspect that got me interested, got me to come on to the team. And David Yianetti, who was also there in the beginning, as important as Karen Reed is, as important as Dr. Turtleboy is, to me, there's something much larger at play here. And that is the right of every citizen. And this is going to sound a bit wonky, but it's the right of every citizen to be free from their government. But when their government entangles them, every citizen should have the protection of every constitutional right and every other law that's out there. Unfortunately, that doesn't happen, and it doesn't happen a lot. And that's why I think it's very, very important whenever I can to support the ability, not just of the Dr. Turtleboys, but of the Karen Reeds, but of every citizen to have comfort that the government that they pay for, the government that is of them and for them is truly of them and for them. So to me, this transcends individuals, and I come on programs like this in addition to the support for the individuals to make sure that all of us are protected. And unfortunately, sometimes the only way for that to happen, the only way for these maladies, these injustices to be deterred or ameliorated are for attorneys to step up and send a very, very strong signal out there that you don't really know, if you're going to be mischievous, who the next Karen Reed or Dr. Turtleboy you're going to run into that is going to have able counsel that is going to bring out and stand up for those rights. So in sum, for me, this calling is beyond any of us, and it really is important. And I think for better or for worse, it's something we're all going to have to continue to be vigilant about. And I'm very, very proud of everybody who comes out to support these causes. They're very worthy, they're very important, and it really can affect any individual at any time.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, yeah, I obviously it couldn't have been said better. You just said what I've been saying for the last 2 years in a matter of 30 seconds. Thank you for that, Bob.
Sure. Well, listen, it's been a multiple factorial thrill to be on. El Jafel, you are fantastic. You've been doing this for a very, very long time. You do it so well. Thank you for inviting me and allowing me to speak. And if I could, just a word about, the other guests that are on.
Please.
Kelly, thank you. Kelly, I can't thank you enough. You made every day enjoyable in many, many different ways for the Karen Reed trial, and all that you did was very, very important. So thank you. Melanie Little, you are one of the very first law tubers I ever watched. I didn't know there was such a thing as a law tuber. You do it at the highest level. You do it with such beauty, such pizzazz, such humor, such insight, such skill. Your viewers are very, very fortunate. And I was on your show, and I considered that to be an absolute high pleasure. So it's great to be on a show with you. Thank you. It's always exhilarating to see you and to have you serve the audience and your subscribers at such a high level. Mark Betterow, I almost got the chance to work side by side with you. That should have happened. I won't cover that other than to say that was a missed opportunity for me. You are one of the brightest legal minds that are out there. I believe the folks that get to see you multiple times, fortunately, fully appreciate your brilliance, your insight, the amazing articulation you have of these legal principles. I've said it many times, it's one thing to watch a trial. It's another thing to have the folks like you who comment on it make it sensible, as Melanie does, as El Jafel does, to make sense of it, to help them understand what they're seeing. And you do it as well as anybody does out there. And you, in addition to that, somehow find time to be in a courtroom and exude and demonstrate that excellence in New York courtrooms, and therefore have the very high and well-deserved reputation that you have. So it was a pleasure for me being on the show with you as well, Mark.
Man, thank you, Bob, so much. You are absolutely amazing. And I stand by it, and I will scream it from the mountaintops. The dopest human being alive, folks. The great Bob Alessi, folks.
We love you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Bob.
We love you, Bob. Man, that guy is just a treasure.
He's so good. So great. And he really does give the best hugs. I mean, he came in every single day, no matter what their night was like, no matter what was going on. He was always happy to see all of us. He was always in a good mood, always ready to fight the good fight. And we were very blessed to have him on the team. We really were.
Well, you see, you see the way he is, the way he communicates, the way he is passionate about what he does and relates to people. I know you had David on earlier. I didn't see it, but you know what he said about David. You know what everybody thinks about David. You know about the other members of the team, Alan, obviously, Liza, and you realize they never had a chance. The other side. I mean, when you put together that kind of legal brain power, humanity, skill, dedication, and actual belief in what you're doing, and you put that against what you saw, what they were dealing with. That's why somebody like Bob can tell family, we got this midway through the trial. You know, you never want to write checks you can't cash as a lawyer, for sure. But those people on the other side, they never had a shot going against that kind of brain power, that kind of humanity, that kind of dedication. They could not lose. I mean, like, just that was not an option.
No, and I was just going to say, I'm sorry that Mark, I mean, and just imagine if Mark would have joined the team on top of all that. I mean,
well, they're afraid of Mark.
Afraid a little of me. I mean, I don't know.
And he did it for free. He did it for free. He donated his time, you know, and for a huge law firm like that to allow one of their top guys, one of their top partners, their biggest names to take a leave really from the firm for the months and months and months that it took to prep and try that case. I mean, it speaks volumes about DLA Piper allowing him to do that.
Right. It speaks volumes about how valuable he is to them for them to allow him to do that.
Absolutely. That tells you about what they think of him too, that you have to let him do some things that he wants to do because he's that important and valuable to us and to certainly the clients he services. And you can see why he's, you know, top of the hill of this profession.
It's just sound business management. It's all it is. It's just sound business management. You got somebody like Bob Alessi on your team. You let him go. You let him do what he's going to do, you know?
I think it would have been smart of the district attorney or the judge to let Mark Betterow stay on the team and keep him gagged, because an ungagged Mark Betterow is dangerous.
I can't wait. I can't wait. So excited. I mean, what I'm hoping for ultimately is, you know, they just smarten up and drop the charges, but
that's
no, they're not. I mean, and I've seen this before. It's not unique to these people, even though they're unique in many ways. Sometimes you go so far down the rabbit hole as a prosecutor, you dig in and they can't let go. And the only way they see saving face is to try to punch their way out and hope for the best. And that's what you saw with Karen's case. I mean, if they were to capitulate and drop that, they would have been publicly crushed by everyone. And they become almost delusional, saying, well, we have no option. We have to try to win. And if we win, we look great, the way they see it. Not really, but that's the way they saw it. So what do? They try to punch their way out. They embarrass themselves. They make it worse. They all go down in flames. They look terrible. They look corrupt. But this is going to be no different. I mean, there's no out for them. I mean, you know, I don't want to talk too much about the specifics, but you have a special prosecutor that was assigned at great taxpayer expense, and he's already half gone. He'll probably be fully gone in the next several weeks, I would imagine. And, you know, that's another issue for the public and taxpayers to scratch their heads and say, well, how does that happen? How can this possibly be going on? But, you know, at this point, the case isn't even technically being prosecuted by the DA's office. So they can just don't blame us.
Yeah. I'm I'm sorry, Kelly. Repeat that because I talked over you and my mic is better than yours and I couldn't hear you.
I have a question for you, Mark. When I invited you to come to Dedham, I believe you and Melanie came on the same day, Flag Day, maybe.
Yes, June 14th. Yep.
I remember it was hot. I remember that.
Do you have any regrets in saying yes?
No, I mean, I didn't know what we were getting into, obviously. I mean, by that time, we had talked about it a lot and followed it and had already, well, it took me really 15 minutes of studying some of that case to realize this was not a good case and it was probably corrupt. And that became a strong, I think this is a corrupt case. It's a miscarriage of justice. But I had no idea when we went out there what the reception we would get, why, and frankly, never understood why. I mean, we're just, certainly from my perspective, just some loudmouth lawyer from New York, from Massachusetts, with an opinion. I mean, yeah, I didn't want to say that, but yeah, we're kind of in the same vein of that. But I didn't understand why anybody really gave too much care one way or the other about what some loudmouth lawyer from New York cares about some criminal case in Massachusetts, but people did. And it certainly now has become, a regular thing. I mean, this is a constant work thing. There's a lot of personal relationships that have grown from it too. Everyone here, many other people. So that there is all kinds of good, but there's a lot of bad too. There's a lot of, there's all the lunatics that you deal with who, they say what they say, they do what they do. But again, in the real world, none of them matter. I think it's worth the relationships. And from a lawyer's perspective who does this for a living, this is what you do. I mean, a case where, in many ways, a dream case for this world is representing someone who you think is being persecuted. It's got First Amendment issues. And there's a lot of people who don't like them. And you know what? From a lawyer's perspective, that's actually more attractive than unattractive because you're fighting for a principle. Like Bob had said, it's bigger than any one criminal defendant, whether it's Karen in a murder case or Aiden in a witness intimidation case. But these are the kinds of cases that really make you check yourself, what you stand for, whether you're the lawyer or whether you're just somebody watching about, do you stand for the First Amendment? Do you believe in it? Do you believe that when a government is overreaching, even if somebody may express opinions that you don't agree with about everything, which I don't, by the way, but it doesn't affect me in the least bit. I don't care. I mean, I obviously like him, but I'm also standing on something that matters. And a lot of the people who take positions in these controversial cases seem to be judging that on whether they like him or not, and choosing sides and opinions on other cases based on, what this guy thinks, which is crazy to me.
Yeah.
A lot of whack jobs out there. I think we've been targeted by all of them pretty much.
Yeah.
All of us.
I was reading the other day. I've learned some new terminology. I do now every now and then what's called a doom scroll, I'm told is the word, when you're working and you take a break for 20, 30 minutes just to clear your mind. And of course, why you would clear your mind by, scrolling through Twitter. That's
not a clear mind.
No, but I was, there is something hilarious when you see people online who are, I think, having a serious discussion, at least in their minds, having a serious discussion. And some of these people are even like lawyers, allegedly, and they're talking, and I think they're being deadly serious. And when you see them talking about you, saying, this one is getting paid by this one to do this, so he can do this to that one. I mean, I'm reading all these theories about who's paying me and who's fronting this, and all I'm thinking is, well, then where the hell's my money if this I'm not seeing it, at least not the way they're describing it.
Wait, can you believe that Wendy Murphy put out that tweet the other day saying that Karen Reed and the attorney should have to pay money for the trial?
That was, and again, it's all like scales of relativity. So
Most bizarre thing.
she's at a high level of competition with herself for like all-time worst because she's about the top 10. That tweet the other day has to be, bar none, the single most batshit crazy tweet you would ever see a lawyer. when what she said, I mean, it was so bad. I sent it immediately to Bad Legal Takes, but of course I had been busy that day and hadn't been on Twitter, and found out, dummy, that was on Bad Legal Takes like 4 hours ago, within 5 minutes of when she tweeted it. But she was basically saying that Karen, who is a criminal defendant who was dragged into court against her will. I mean, that's how the criminal justice system works. The defendant doesn't ask to go to court, doesn't really want to be there, and hired incredible lawyers and won. And then I think what Wendy Murphy said is that the state of Massachusetts should sue Karen Reed and her lawyers because of this experience, or words to that effect. And then she's blaming the corrupt jurors, who, of course, last time I checked, were actually picked by two parties, including the prosecution. And I gotta tell you, sometimes you actually see funny tweets too that are really good. So you know that there's that really outspoken juror who's great, who just rubs their noses in it all the time.
Paula.
Paula. Yeah. Paula Prado.
And you know, they've said terrible things about her that are just outrageous. But I think it was her the other day who made a really valid point after all these invoices came out for the trial. And, you know, you come to learn that Morrissey was spending tens of thousands of dollars, again, as if it's like out of some Orwellian nightmare, paying taxpayer money to investigate jurors, their families, and all these other people. And as I think she so aptly pointed out, they didn't find anything that you people all told me I was doing. You told me I was, a supporter of Karen Reed, and I was doing this and doing that, and
an illegal immigrant,
all that stuff. But yet, tens of thousands of dollars that you paid to investigate me, you didn't turn that up.
Well, how else are they going to tell you what they were saying at the VFW if they don't spy on them?
God, it's also, the case has now been over for 3 or 4 months, whatever it is, and people still just won't let go. And
still fighting about whether John O'Keefe was hit by a car. They're still out there on that pedestal, like, it's hilarious. But how ironic that Wendy Murphy pissed you off enough to get involved in this case, and Jennifer Coffendotfer gets the honor for pissing off not just me, but also Olivia, to the point where we both became interested in this case. So how ironic.
I can totally say that, but for Wendy Murphy, I'm not here, because I had no idea who she was. Now, if you had said to me,
I love that.
Are you familiar with some lawyer who in 2020, I guess 4 it would have been when I got involved or thought of this, was still running around screaming about, Duke Lacrosse, about being a good case, I would have said, what? But I just had a friend of mine, a lawyer, who's from the town I'm from, saying, you have to see this. Are you familiar with this case? And I said, well, I heard of it. I mean, I heard it's, the drunk woman who ran over her boyfriend. That's what it was. That's, if you read the newspaper, that's what it was.
That's all I knew it was when I first heard about it. I totally dismissed it as she ran over her boyfriend. She got drunk and ran over. What's the big to do about this? That's it.
It read as sounds like a tragedy, horrible, but what's for lunch? Just not interesting beyond that kind of stuff. And then he started saying, no, you got to look at these tweets of this lawyer. And I believe at the time what Wendy Murphy was ranting about, and I'm sure someone could go back and watch these old appearances, but I think what she was screaming and yelling about was how she has to be forced to the witness stand. They have to call her as a witness and make her, assert her Fifth Amendment and make her say that she's not going to testify, and they should hold it against her. And I said, who is this lady? And I looked her up and I saw she was a law professor, a former prosecutor. Look her up on Twitter. In her bio at the time, she called herself a civil rights lawyer. I mean, here she is making a mockery of a presumed innocent and now completely innocent criminal defendant and whether she should be forced to testify. And this woman was calling herself a civil rights expert. And, you know, it kind of went from there. And then people would say to me, do you know who she is? Do you know, like, her family? I said, I have no idea. And they would talk about that. And I said, I don't know anything about any of her other family members. And then I, you know, came to learn and see some of that and realize, wow, this is just, what the hell have I gotten myself into here? But
and it's really funny because like all of the so-called experts who have been claiming Karen is guilty this entire time are impressively stupid. Like it's shocking, really. You know, like people who are like, look at Koffendorfer, who's a former FBI, and it's like, have you ever even heard of the law? Are you kidding? Like I have a GED, man, and I can tell that you don't know what you're talking about. And Wendy Murphy is unpredictably stupid. And I don't mean you don't know when she's going to be stupid. It's she's consistently stupid. You just don't know where she's going to go with her stupid. And but you can always count on her tweeting something stupid or going on court TV and saying something stupid. And it's always with Julie Grant. And you're just like, how do people not see this? You know?
Well, I mean, again, I guess they all attract each other on some level, but I mean, I didn't know who Julie Grant was either at the time, which is no big deal. I just looked her up. Okay, court TV, whatever. So in the beginning, when I was real naive about this, I would attempt to have conversations, again, as a lawyer with no stake in any of this. I'm just giving you my legal opinion, and a lot of you weirdos don't like it because I'm telling you, well, you know, the evidence stinks, and you know, whatever you think or who you like, the facts are what they are. And you'd be surprised about all the interesting people I was having conversations with before I knew that I was talking to a lot of people that I certainly would never talk to today. But so there, I remember, and this was during the first trial, actually, the Julie Grant had tweeted something about the firefighter, Katie, you know, the one who was the non-friend, of Brian Albert's daughter, right? And so I responded to her and very politely explained to her legally why you're wrong or why this was a big deal. I think she was minimizing it as non-big deal. And I was explaining, well, actually, you know, if it goes to her credibility and this and that, it is kind of important. Very polite. I wish I could find it. And she blocked me right out of the gate. I mean, I had no idea who this person was. And I just realized that this is a member of the media who's hosting a show, who, you know, puts on that DePietro clown, talks to him during the trial, was talking to him with bated breath about, Julie, you won't believe what's going on in the courtroom. Hank Brennan has them eating out of his hand. I've never seen more dramatic, powerful things in my life. This guy, what he's doing, Julie, and the two of them, you think they wanted to fan themselves. You need to get a hose, hose down about, and it just sounded so ridiculous, whether you believe them or not. But they're so incredibly thin-skinned when lawyers are trying to have conversations, just saying, actually, I think you're looking at this the wrong way, and here's why. They don't.
I live for you and David's responses to their tweets. I live for them.
Well, it's just ridiculous. I mean,
it is.
They're just so nasty for the sake of being nasty, and you know, I don't know why they get so nasty to people who have an opinion that's different than their own on what to most people is just a criminal case. I mean, it's important, it's interesting, but to most people, we literally have a relative here, someone who faced a lot of trouble, so that's a little different, obviously. But to most people, it doesn't impact your personal life on that level. Even if you get interested and upset about what happens, it literally impact you or your family. You know, you may feel sympathy for someone who was killed, and that's understandable. But to see some of these people just get so nasty about whether it's lawyers or anyone else because people disagree with them about it. And then when I found out, how dare you represent someone we don't like, then forget it. Now you've just become, to some of these people, they equate you to the client, which is a terrible thing to do. And you saw them do that with Alan, right? They started with the Harvey Weinstein and Kevin Spacey stuff. But these people are so delusional because I'm listening to that and I'm saying, first of all, that's totally unfair. You never equate a lawyer to the client. But I said, if we're going to play this game, Whitey Bulger is kind of a bad guy, I think. If we're going to play this game, he killed many people. He ruined lives.
With impunity.
He did.
Was he acquitted, by the way? Whitey Bulger, was he acquitted?
I don't
Kevin
know.
Spacey was acquitted, right?
Right.
Refresh my recollection.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about him. But the point is, with Bulger, I mean, I never thought that was a fair shot at Brent. There's plenty of fair shots you could take at Brent, and believe me. But I don't think that's one of them. But the people would come after Karen's lawyers for who they represented, as opposed to just saying, maybe you just don't like this guy because he's really good. And it worries you because, all of them are good. They're going to win. They know what they're doing, and it just bothers you. I mean, he speaks glowingly of Bulger. I mean, that's for him and his conscience. I don't even have an opinion on that. But these people who hate you for representing people or defending the First Amendment, getting involved in these kinds of things, you just got to find something better to hate on and get a life. It's really not that interesting.
Does Richie have a link? Richie, are you coming up here?
Oh, I didn't even bother sending him one because he is a 99.999% no.
Oh,
that's not Richie's style, but he is welcome up here. He has a standing invitation, as does every single person on this panel, and then some.
I'm here to say that microdots is probably one of the greatest gifts that Aiden gave us.
Oh man, yeah.
And he's just so brilliant.
He is, they say the power of video and media is really powerful and entertaining, but I tried, ladies. I tried. When he did that one video, and I know you're watching, so you get your flowers here, because when you did that one video, and other people kind of went on this too, but the whole waterfall thing, the breakdown of what was happening, and moving it away from games of grab ass to clear confrontation. And anyone who's ever been in bars knows exactly what was going on in terms of the gesticulating, including on John O'Keefe, by the way, where he looked amused and almost wanted to goad it on and all of that. But when that appeared on video, and I know other people did that too, I mean, I remember seeing it with JFK and all of that. That to me was a probable game changer for that whole case. And you'll notice that at the second trial, who became the whether you wanted to call it a third party culprit or not, I mean, that's all semantics to me. Who became the plausible alternative at the second trial? And it was Higgins, far and away. And the reason that is because what you saw on the video, and that's a game changer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I am absolutely convinced that Higgins absolutely had something directly to do with John O'Keefe's death. And he was the only one with real motive. And and I am convinced that the motive wasn't even Karen. The motive was Brian Albert. I think that he was just trying to impress Brian Albert the entire night. if you look at that video and you see what's going on, Brian Albert's in his ear, and every time he gets in his ear, he gets all peacocky, as Microdots puts it in his videos. I think, because think about it, there was all this time, this huge gap, 2 weeks, I think it was, between text messages between Karen and Brian Higgins. Then all of a sudden, Brian Higgins starts talking to Brian Albert and telling him, I mean, that's what's going on. Karen all of a sudden shows up with John, and then they're drunk. They've been drinking all day. They drove all the way back from New York from a funeral. And,
that's an underrated part of this. You just mentioned it. I was going to mention that, having made many drives from Boston to New York, that can range anywhere from a 4 to 5.5 hour drive. These guys are cops. They're at a cop funeral. They're buddies in Canton. They're coming home. They're in the car together for 5 hours. They're guys. Guys talk, okay? If you don't think that, Higgins' bizarre flirtation and situation with, John O'Keefe's girlfriend, if you will, would have come up. I mean, that's totally makes sense that could have come up in that car ride and theoretically led to something. I mean, I have no idea what happened.
Me either. I'm just theorizing.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter, but these are things that, that car ride, all the drinking, you want to impress someone, you want to be a tough guy. I mean, God knows what was said in that car, which somehow led to everything you saw, several hours later. And are you coming? I mean, there was that one text, right? Are you coming? You coming here?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You see John kind of do that little dance and head nod. I mean, something looks weird there.
Right. But let's not forget, moments before that, you have Brian Higgins motioning at John O'Keefe, and in a very clearly aggressive manner. And Chris Albert is trying to calm him down, probably because he's trying to run a business across the street. And he's going, no. But Brian Albert interjects to Chris Albert, like, what's your problem? You know what I mean? Like, let the man do what he's doing. And then the text message comes. Are you coming here? Which indicates to me that Brian Albert was like, all right, look, you're not going to do nothing here.
I don't know.
Invite him over to my house. Let's get him over to my house.
One of the front, I mean, look, obviously none of these people testified the second trial. So in hindsight, one of the most frustrating parts of the first trial becomes, because nobody knew about that video, or nobody saw that, or nobody focused on that, there was a chance to ask Brian Albert, Chris Albert, Brian Higgins, Nicole Albert, who, I mean, maybe to a lesser extent, some of these other people, what the hell is happening here?
Right.
God knows what they would have said. God knows what Chris Albert would have said when he's clearly concerned enough to be swatting Higgins away and stand in front of him with his back to John O'Keefe, telling him to calm down. And what does that mean? And the only thing that's really weird about it is, if I remember correctly, and if I'm wrong, someone will tell me I'm wrong, but didn't Higgins testify that when they left, it was just nothing? It was as normal as any other time? And it clearly wasn't.
Right. Yeah. He testified, no, everybody just said goodbye.
Right.
And
Yeah.
everybody was happy. And
so that has to be a lie, because you wouldn't forget that, because he would know the next morning, oh shit, he's dead after this happened. So you would never forget that. So when he says either nothing happened or I don't remember anything at all, that is clearly a lie. 100%.
Yeah. Yeah. Clearly. I mean, there's video proof that it's a contrast to that testimony.
Yeah. No, I mean, and, he never got a chance to be confronted with all that, which begs another interesting question. Why did the DA, I mean, with Proctor, you kind of understand it. I mean, you're kind of damned if you do, you're damned if you don't, as a prosecutor, if you don't call the lead investigator, who, by the way, was the lead investigator. I mean,
Yeah, he was.
Well,
It says it in his termination papers. It says he was the lead investigator.
Says that in a lot of places, but yeah, he definitely was the lead investigator. But, you know, you have to wonder, did that video and that scenario somehow factor into, as a prosecutor, I'm not going to call Higgins. I'm not going to call any of these Alberts, literally any of them, right? Anyone who was there. I mean, the only Albert who testified was who? Any of them? Nobody from the bar.
Kelly, you may not be able to answer this, but as far as the Michael Proctor hearings went, those back-to-back hearings, those 2 days, you know what I'm talking about, where he was trying to get his job back. Is there anything, a general consensus, more or less, from your family as far as thoughts go from those hearings?
I honestly have not spoken to them about it.
Okay. What do you think about it?
Am I allowed to say that now that the trial?
I think so. I mean, I don't know.
Clearly, I'm not a fan of Michael Proctor. I think what he did to my cousin was disgusting. And I think that there's a lot of stuff, or I hope that there's some stuff that happened that the public doesn't know about that he participated in, comes out in the civil trial. And it was really hard for me to watch, knowing stuff that happened, to watch Karen, watch him testify in the first trial, but even more so to be sitting directly behind Bill and Janet. And, you know, Bill had his arm around Janet, and to watch them watch their daughter confront this man who had said such vile and disgusting things about her and had done vile and disgusting things to her that some of the public knows about, some of it isn't known.
The public's going to know a lot more about Michael Proctor in due course.
I love it.
He's going to be testifying in other trials involving other people.
But to answer your question, I do not think he should get his job back.
Do you think he will get his job back, Mark?
No, and I think this is all an exercise in just trying to gather back pay anyway. I mean, you have to look at it there's a practical level too. He can't police ever again. He's just not, practically speaking. I mean, imagine the idea if he was awarded his job back, now what? You're going to send him out to do what? I mean, if he works for the state police, I mean, he's either going to be in the rubber room or like snaking toilets and changing garbage bags. He can't police. So no, but I think what he's trying to do is just get some back pay. And I think he would probably resign one day later after he thinks, you know, but it's also another sign of, you know, the Massachusetts hackorama. I mean, the civil service protection is off the charts.
Right.
And I'll fault him for that. I mean, he's using a mechanism that is available to anyone in a civil service union. So, and again, this goes to what you talked about earlier. If you stand on the principle, sometimes, you know, you have to let the system work for unpopular people like him. So he's entitled to do it. What I can't understand is the advice he gets, personal advice about his own well-being and family, that he would put himself through this and have all this come out again. And, you know, all you need to know about him is, you know, he's arguing this is no big deal and other cops do this, so I'm being treated unfairly and whatever. That's an argument. But, you know, since he got terminated, he gave 2 public statements, widely disseminated across the media, and was given the most softball of softball questions, to the extent that this man had any redeemable value, either as a police officer or just as a good human being, right? And they said, would you do anything different now? And he said, no, he wouldn't do anything in this case different, investigatively and whatnot. So he really is just useless to the state police. I don't know why he's going through this. And if he gets his job back, I think he'll quit the next day. I think it would just be collecting a few dollars, and that's that.
I think it was quite ironic that they had the nerve to sit there too during his hearing and whine about the fact that the FBI unknowingly got his phone messages after all the telephones that, he's taken and been through. And
this is a guy, I mean, again, everybody focuses on like the text messages and all, and rightfully so. I mean, they're bad, clearly, on many levels. But this is a guy who claims he had this missing video in his back pocket for 2 years and it never came up and he never told anyone. I mean, is there a single person who believes that? And if you believe that, then you must concede and recognize how incompetent and unfit for duty he is. I mean, if that's real, when you see what he did in the investigation in Karen's case, if you think he's honest and he was doing it the way he did it, because that's the way he should have done it, then he's unfit for duty. So which is it? I mean, you can go down any path with what he did and what he said and how he communicated, but all those paths lead to the same place, which is, dude, you're just not fit for policing and you need to go. You're just, nobody wants you here. So I don't think you're ever going to see him as a police officer again. And I don't think the state police would allow it either. I think they would give him the worst jobs imaginable if he, God forbid, got his job back and make him quit. But I just don't think it's about that. I think it's about collecting some back pay and leaving.
Yeah, I feel like that it was weird to me that they only talked about just kind of like the text messages and that was it, like as if that was the only thing he did wrong, when there's clear evidence that he conducted this investigation at least negligently when you compare it to, say, how he conducted the Brian Walsh investigation. So that the fact that they weren't holding him accountable for any of.
You say negligently, and I understand you're trying to give him the best possible light. You're looking at what
I'm saying in the sense of how they're going to look at it, most likely. You know what I mean?
There are facts which are just irrefutable and troublesome, which are,
right.
If there was no car accident in front of the Alberts house, which scientifically seems pretty clear. I mean, scientifically and engineering wise, people don't want to hear that, who think that, Karen causes cancer and global warming and all of that. But to the normal people, multiple doctor after doctor after doctor and engineer after engineer essentially said, this doesn't make any sense. Well, that leaves you with a yard full of taillight pieces with no explanation for how they could have gotten there,
exactly.
So how did it get there? And then when you start going down that path, and then you realize that some of the other facts that involve Michael Proctor, like calling a tow truck company before he ever got to see the car, that is a corrupt act. Okay.
Yeah.
That is not police investigation. That is not intuition. That is knowing what's going to happen before I see any evidence to support that happening. Okay. Then you add in, the Dighton police officer who basically nuked him and blew him out of the water with what the taillight looks like.
And he tried to get away with putting the wrong time on the report.
There you go. That was going to be my next point. Exactly. That's another mistake. And I forgot to do this. I forgot to do that. And, sometimes, maybe ducks are a bad example because we could all get arrested, but it is true. And lawyers use this adage all the time and many, many times before Karen Reed, by the way, people. But when it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's usually
a duck.
And there's a lot of just oddity that seems to follow that guy around if he didn't do some of these terrible things that he's accused of.
I still have this book here. Do you guys remember this? One of the judges in this case quoted from this book, Make Way for Ducklings. And I think it was in the Schiffer case. And I was like, I have that book. I still have it right next to me. I forgot it was here.
That's awesome.
This place takes place in Boston, and it was in the judge's decision in the Schiffer case when he threw it out.
The famous ducks in in the park, in the common. The ducklings. You've seen them, right?
Yeah.
Did you guys see the Vinnie Politan post from CrimeCon that somebody put a rubber ducky, a rubber turtle on his table and left it there?
That's hilarious.
I didn't know there were rubber turtles. That's interesting.
I didn't either.
You can find anything on Amazon. I'm sure.
Pretty much.
You can find rubber turtles. All right, I got to jump, you guys. I love you all.
What
love
time?
You all.
It's late. Yeah.
The radiant Melanie Little,
So
y'all.
much, everyone. Please don't forget to donate. Turtle Boy's Defense Fund is pinned in the chat. And it's not just Turtle Boy. It's also your First Amendment rights that are at issue here. So there's a much bigger picture. And love you guys.
Love
Melanie,
you.
we love you. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. She is just fantastic.
Yeah, she's the best. I'm going to jump to in a few minutes. I've got to do some stuff and get a good night's sleep and get back to it. And then, we'll end up seeing you in a few days, right? Over the weekend.
Yes, sir. Oh, yes, sir. Believe it. It's happening.
Yeah. So
I'm
gonna-
arriving the day of.
Okay. Well, I hope your travel plans work out. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. I'm not going to ask for money or anything like that. That would be a little, given my position, but bringing awareness to these kinds of issues. I'm not talking about the money, but just the, what's going on. And, I agree with what Bob said earlier. You need the public to know and to care and to exercise their right to say, we don't agree with this, if that's the case. So you're bringing a lot of attention to that, and I thank you for it.
And I'm grateful to you, Mark. I mean, I can't even begin to express my gratitude for all the inspiration and your friendship all this time. You're great. You're great.
Well, we can talk about that in a few days over.
Over the old wood.
Okay.
You know it. All right, man.
Take care, Kelly. Always.
See you Friday.
Hey, see you later. Thanks for
The
having
mighty
me.
Mark Betterow, y'all. And then there were two.
I'm actually going to go soon too, but before I go, I do want to say we've spoken a lot about Karen tonight, and I really would just like to say, for anybody who's considering donating to Aiden, I really think that you should. I think it's a worthy cause. I think that things for Karen would have played out a lot differently during her trial number 1 and trial number 2 if it were not for Aiden, if it were not for him. I think back to the first time I met him on the steps of the courthouse with his megaphone. It was July. He was sweating like crazy. And, they kind of kept our family off to the side. And we had a front row view to what Alan now calls the crowd daddy, right? There were small crowds. And then every single time we had a hearing, there were bigger and bigger crowds and dump trucks coming and writing Free Karen Reed in them. And Free Karen Reed became a saying and a t-shirt and a billboard. And there were a lot of people who played an integral part in all of that and in raising money. And, but certainly Aiden played a major part in that. And for that, I am eternally grateful to him. And I don't want to see him be in prison for anything, that he did to try to help her and to free her. And we got a free Turtleboy now. So
We got Turtle Boys to free, Kelly.
got Turtleboys to free.
Thank you so much. I mean, I don't even know how to begin to tell you how much I love you. Seriously. You were so, out of everyone in your family that I interacted with, it was you that I interacted with the most. And it was just, you showed me so much hospitality, and I will never, ever be able to express my gratitude properly for that. And I will never forget it. And I will never forget you being such a big part of the most important thing that I've ever been a part of in my life, and making it so exciting for me to do so, and helping me feel so enthusiastic about doing it. But just by being you and everyone in your family, just by being them, and Aiden just by being him, and everybody and all the supporters and everything. So I hope that we continue this fruitful relationship moving forward. I miss all you guys so much, and I hope I get to see you one of these. I don't think this next time I'm going to Boston will be the last, and so if I don't see you this time, I hope to see you another time.
Thank you. I absolutely love Karen. I love my family. I've never been more proud in my life to be a Reed, and all of you YouTubers put in so much time and so much effort and gave so much of your hearts and your souls into helping spread the word about Karen, and you're all just so easy to love. So I was happy to do it.
That's awesome. Thank you. That's
Love you.
I love you too.
I'll
We
see
all
you.
love you, Kelly.
Love you right back. I will see you on Friday.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
Free Turtleboy.
Free Turtleboy. Kelly Reed, y'all. All right, folks. Now I'm not done with guests tonight. Now we're in the home stretch, folks. Normally I do 3-hour streams, and we got 3 hours left. So this is just like we're just beginning a brand new stream. As a matter of fact, let's make it feel like it. What do you think, guys? Let's make it feel like it. So obnoxious, but I'm doing it anyway. Woo! We are back, my friends. This is the home stretch, y'all. You guys hanging in there with me this whole time. I am mind blown, and I am mind blown by the fact that we have raised over 10K for Dr. Turtleboy, folks. 10K. But we're not done. We're not done. We still got another 3 hours to go. So we're kicking it. We're hanging out. We still got Nurse Kim coming back. I hope Jimmy comes back. We got Nurse Kim coming. We got Maza Media coming up soon. We have another special guest coming. As a matter of fact, he already posted it on Twitter. People, in less than an hour, we're going to have the man of the hour himself, the man of the one of the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th, 11th, 12th hour. Dr. Turtleboy himself. He's going to join us in at 10 o'clock. So stick around and hang out and make sure and let him know how bad you want him to come up here and hang out and share his thoughts by clicking on the link at the top of the screen, at the top of the chat. Make sure you click on that. Make sure that you give what you feel is generous and helpful. And whatever it is, whether it be $1, whether it be $20, whether it be $1,000, or whether it be $10,000 to reach that $20,000 goal that I set, then just know that each penny is appreciated, no matter how much or how little, because every bit counts. And remember, folks, this is This is about you all. This is about you guys. This is about your freedom of speech. This is about you not having to live under a blanket of corruption just because you don't feel like you have any choice. This is your choice. These people, this local government in Norfolk County have put Turtleboy in an awful position, but by doing so, they also put the ball in your hands. They also open the door for you guys to say, we're not dealing with this. We're not living with this. We're not living like this. And this is how you do it. Because Turtleboy is the one in the position to fight, not just for himself, but for all of you. And he needs a good defense to do it. And that is the mighty Mark Betterow and Mr. Tim Bradle. And I wish I had a cool, like, I got to think of one for Tim Bradle, man, because my man is just the dopest. Like, I got to tell you, I've said this a million times, man. You know, I've had maybe 15 minutes total of conversation with Tim Bradle. And in that 15 minutes, I learned that I've never met anyone more passionate about freedom of speech than Tim Bradle. And Turtleboy has got the right team. Make no mistake about that. Turtleboy has definitely got the right team. Yeah, and I got to thank everybody who's joined so far. I mean, we had Jimmy, which I feel bad, man. I really want Jimmy to come back because I love when Jimmy's up here. I want Jimmy. I want to thank Jimmy, Mike Crawford, the Cerebral Ninja, David Yianetti, folks. And man, what a good time it was to hang out with Mike Crawford. I gotta take a second and really express how grateful I am to Mike Crawford for coming up here and how cool it was that we had such a fun, natural conversation. It's so weird that we had the beef that we had, and yet we could talk like we've been friends for years. And that's really how I felt. I can't speak for him. I don't want to say that that's how he, I don't want to speak as to how he felt, but I really felt like, it was a very natural conversation, and it was like I had been friends with him for years, so I'm really grateful to him for that. And taking the time out of his day to come up here and just kick it with me and then take over the show while I saw a man about a mule. So, but yeah. And then this powerhouse panel, has there ever people now, I'm going to toot my own horn here for a second, folks. Has there ever been a more powerhouse panel yet in this community? I mean, let's just be real, folks. Let's just be real. I mean, this was so important to me to do this for Aiden, and I was so worried that I wouldn't be able to pull it off. And if I got booted off of YouTube right now, I'd still say that this 9-hour stream is one of the best, if not the best, that I've ever done. And I'm really grateful. And it was you guys that made it work as well as it did. So thank you guys for that. But I'm going to stop sucking my own dick here because I've got literally easily someone backstage who's become one of my favorite people personally. And I'm so glad that he's joining right now. And he's here to show support. for Dr. Turtleboy, Mr. Media, Aiden Carney. Folks, all you Maza maniacs, give it up for Maza Media.
Going on.
Damn, I'm glad to see you, bro. How you doing?
Good to see you, man. I had a headache all day long. I was just exhausted from my Saturday, and I was going to come on at like 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon and just was couch ridden all day. And I'm like, well, I guess it's going to be a late appearance for me. But hey, any appearance is a good appearance, I always say.
I'm actually so grateful for the ones who are going to show up late, because when all of those amazing attorneys just were on my panel here, I was you could tell I was pretty intimidated. But when they were all up here, I was like, what am I going to do once they leave? And then I was like, man, there's still people who had actually, responded and said that they were going to come up, and they still haven't. But I actually, and I feel like such a dick, dude. I actually, in getting caught up as much as I was, and trying to make sure this thing was perfect, and I didn't include you in the process. And I remembered this morning, and I was like, I'm not doing this without Maza, dude. I need to like send Maza an invite. What the fuck am I doing? I'm slipping.
Right. It was funny. I heard you say that, like you're sending an invite. So I'm like, I know I'm getting mine. Maybe mine got lost in the mail or something. But like, hey, I'm like, I'm all good. When I saw the people you had on this show, Bob Alessi, Melanie Little, Andrea Burkhart, Kelly Reed, it was like, my goodness, this David Yianetti, Mark Betterow. This was a superstar lineup of the highest magnitude possible.
You belong up here, dude.
Thank you,
are
man.
another one who has a standing invitation on here anytime you want, man. Anytime. Like, mi casa, su casa.
Yeah, I just think back to the first time I ever put my voice on Karen Reed Bay's show, which was The Young Jerks. It was literally the night Aiden was sent to jail in December of 2023. And that's when I was so outraged. I had just been someone posting on Twitter, and that night I'm like, I'm picking up the phone, I'm letting it all out, because it just, for me, like this, I've said this before and I'll say it again. There's people out there that are not supporting Turtleboy because they just want to support Karen Reed, and they just don't want to help out Aiden. And people have to remember that, have that belief system, that a lot of people like myself wouldn't be following this case or covering this case if it wasn't for Aiden's reporting. Because the first time I ever heard about the Karen Reed case was not on the news, was not on CBS, WBZ, or Boston 25 News. It was literally because I saw an article from Turtleboy about Karen Reed and him and many people holding signs out there. And for me, the biggest moment in all of this was literally the night he got arrested, because that was the absolute point where all the powers that be in this state literally had just revealed their hand, that everything he had been saying about Karen Reed and what they were doing to her and the past, or about a year before that, was now happening in absolute real time. And we were literally seeing Aiden railroaded, hauled off in cuffs. I remember so many people live on the news outside that court that night. And I remember going on and just saying, if they think we're backing down, if they think we're not going to keep supporting Karen Reed or Aiden, that they're absolutely joking. And I think that was meant to, number one, silence Aiden, and number two, silence Karen Reed supporters. And /Aiden supporters, and they tried. They went all in with I guess the terminology is the red hot poker. They went all the way in as hard as they could. They put all the chips down, and they thought that they could shut us all up. And the only thing that happened was Karen Reed supporters and Turtleboy supporters. By the time Aiden was out of jail, we were stronger than ever and larger than ever before. And they tried everything they could. And I don't think they realized when they pulled all this that this thing was a lot more popularized on the internet than they realized. I think they thought they might keep this thing quiet, but they couldn't. And it was, it all blew up in their face. And they're going to continue to try to do what they're doing to Aiden. They're going to try, but they had to deal with Tim Bradle. But now they have to deal with Mark Betterow, as we know, has a lot up his sleeve right now. He's like Gambit from the X-Men. He's always got that ace up his sleeve that's ready to explode at any moment. So it's going to be a big win for Aiden coming up, but it's going to be a battle. I think it's going to be a battle. As we know, one of the motions was denied. One was approved or agreed upon by Judge Doolin recently. But it's going to be a battle, but I think it's going to be a big victory overall.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see how it's not gonna be, especially, but the only way it wouldn't be is if we quit before Aiden does, and we can't do that.
Right.
You know, the thing is Aiden's got fight in him. I was talking about this with Crawford earlier, and Aiden's got fight in him, but the truth is, Aiden's only got as much fight in him as we do, folks. So, we've got to show him that support. That's how this is. And those of you who are not, if I didn't even think of that, but for the reasons that you brought up earlier, if you're not supporting Aiden because you think it's somehow disloyal to Karen Reed, well, I mean, look at the panel we just had. Look at the guests we had. These are all people who have fought tooth and nail for Karen, and here they are supporting Aiden Carney. Where the fuck are you? Get on the train.
Right.
We're over here and we're moving. There's plenty of room. There's plenty of room on it, but we're moving. And if you're not on board, get the fuck out of the way, because we're not stopping.
Right.
And Aiden's actually going to be joining us in about 30 minutes.
Perfect. That's awesome. That's going to be, like I said, there's so much going on in his favor right now too. And like I said, I think that just having Bettero on board of the Bradle was one of the biggest things that could possibly happen. Because I think this is kind of paralleling Karen Reed's case, where she had David Yianetti just like Aiden had Tim Bradle initially, but the magnitude of all the charges and the stakes of it just warrant extra attorneys. And Mark Bettero being a part of this team is extremely huge, because you just need sometimes these cases get too big for one attorney, and it's not in any way a representation of that single attorney's ability. It's just that you need an extra attorney. Like we saw Bob Alessi, who was on this show earlier, and what an addition he was to a defense team that was already strong, already sufficient. But he was able to just bring so much extra to all of that. And they're doing the same thing to Aiden that they did to Karen. They overcharged Karen. And they're doing the same thing to Aiden, which is a magnitude of charges. See what sticks, throw it all up against the wall. It's fine. And this is the same fight it was with Karen Reed. It was a financial fight, which is once again, Will, why your 12-hour, I think it's about 12 hours you're doing today, a 12-hour fundraiser is so important. Because what we learned about in the Karen Reed case was that the district attorney's office, or Norfolk County, we're not as financially well off as we may have thought. We had Michael Morrissey essentially begging for $1 million, all but singing the song "If I Had $1 Million," so he could finance trying to put Karen Reed behind bars for a second trial by using taxpayer money. And like you said, Karen Reed's defense team was shockingly well funded. And regardless of the great attorneys we had, and the facts being on Karen Reed's side, it all really at the end of the day came down to financing, which is why for me, fundraising it really became my biggest, really my heart kind of went in terms of fundraising for Karen. I've done a Turtleboy fundraiser, got to do one again soon as well. And Kelly, how you doing? Good to see you again. I'm sorry I missed you while you were on the show. I watched you when you were on the show, but I couldn't be on the show at the same time. Sorry about that. Man. Yeah, she is the best. The cousin of the year, 3 years in a row, maybe 4 years in a row.
Yeah.
But it's the same thing with Aiden. This is a financial battle. This is all about money, money, money. And the more money we raise for Aiden, Lauren Murray, what's going on? The more money we raise for Aiden, the stronger that that hand's going to be. It's one thing to have great attorneys. It's one thing to have the facts on your side, but it's also got to be a battle financially to help Aiden win, which is, again, why, not only having a fundraiser is so important, but the funds that have already been raised today. This has to be the largest, most successful fundraiser ever. And the Glare Institute of Law and stuff is having the opportunity to host that today. So that's awesome, dude.
Yeah, man. I'm honored to even be in a position to where people would even tune in.
Yeah.
But I when you think about it, it's like, don't just think about whether or not Aiden's got enough money right now to cover the attorneys that he's got right now. Think of it in terms of who knows down the road what kind of bullshit the prosecution's going to pull, and maybe Aiden might need a third attorney. You know, who knows? We've got to think in terms of that when we're donating and supporting Aiden. You know, we want to make sure that he's got a nest egg to be able to make sure that he can fight this fight. And has all the resources he needs to fight this fight.
I agree with that wholeheartedly. And then, you know, God forbid they try to pull the same situation that they pulled the Karen Reed trial the first time around, which is try to get a mistrial declared and keep this thing running for years down the road. Or maybe a situation where, you know, a handful of charges get dropped, you know, in a trial, but then maybe 1 to 4, 2 or 3 to 4 or 5 of those charges are still on board for, say, a potential, you know, retrial. You never know what kind of tactics they're going to play, which is very disturbing. That this is what's happened to Karen Reed. This is what's happened to Aiden Carney. And it's very disturbing that this stuff is going on in our state. And once again, it's coming down to, you know, someone that has the facts on their side, Karen and Aiden, someone who has great attorneys, both Karen and Aiden, and then someone that has a multitude of supporters, both Karen and Aiden. And it comes down to all those factors lining up against the forces and the powers that be in this state. Like we just saw what happened to Sean Paul Reyes in Connecticut. And he had an incident with Fahey, a state trooper in Connecticut who pulled a weapon after he told him to get off his property, pulled a weapon. This officer was not only, he retired, quote unquote, really resigned in my opinion, but he was also arrested recently. He was arrested. And to me, that's considered swift justice. In other words, if state police officers or town police officers are out of line, then Connecticut has shown us that they're going to hold that officer accountable. Now, in the state of Massachusetts, they've very wishy-washy done that, right? Michael Proctor's been fired. Some of these state police officers have been rehomed.
But the question is, would Michael Proctor have been fired had there not been so much public demand for it?
Exactly. That's exactly the point, is that we had to push and push and push. I don't know what it was like down in Connecticut with Sean Paul Reyes, but they made the right decision. Not only, you know, they arrested that officer, arrested him. They haven't arrested, you know, Michael Proctor's situation is all because of why? Because, well, his text messages were controversial, but they're not really looking into their, I mean, well, let's be honest. Michael Proctor's text messages are controversial. They're sickening. They're disgusting. They're deplorable. They're unbecoming of a Massachusetts state police officer or any state police officer. Nobody's denying that at all. But the fact of the matter is that crime scene investigation at 34 Fairview Road was suspicious as hell.
Yeah.
Beyond suspicious as hell. And there should be a state police investigation into that instead of sweeping it underneath the rug, because they're not holding all these people accountable. They can just do what they can basically partner with enemies of Aiden Carney or people that have a vested interest in seeing Aiden Carney go down, storm his house like a bunch of stormtroopers. I'm not trying to be funny when I say this, but like a bunch of stormtroopers from Star Wars, basically barge into his home, take his devices. Apparently, I've learned today that Aiden said that apparently some of the devices taken were not even his. They were in the possession of other people. They can just take his devices, haul him off into custody, and then arrest him basically in what appeared to be, without question, an absolute frame job 2 months later. And just, there's no accountability for this at all. It just, they sit in the courtroom and Tim Bradle, you know, I hope he has Energizer Bunny batteries in him, because he has to keep going and going and going, making the same point over and over again.
Over and over.
Right.
It's wild.
Right. And, you know, how many times have they swapped out judges here? And Tim Bradle has to basically reinvent the wheel for this judge, even the same judge. And I know, you know, I don't think Judge Doolin's necessarily a bad judge, but I'm not going to say anything higher or low about him either. But my issue with this
He's
judge,
the best one yet.
He is.
I'm still left questioning. I know where you're getting at. I'm still
Right.
left questioning. Why are we still here?
Right.
You know what I mean?
And the issue I I have, and this is what gets me the most frustrated, and I see this through Tim Bradle especially, is Tim Bradle has been repeating the same point over and over again, and he makes too much sense, and it's like these judges don't get that big picture. And my biggest frustration now is within all of this is that this judge, regardless of whether he's good, bad, whether you like him, whatever, love him, hate him, whatever, he's not hearing this case enough. Like, if, for example, they'll go in there in August, and then they're going to be there, I think, September 24th. And it's a month in between. And by the time September 24th rolls around, this judge has seen so many different cases, has forgotten so much about the last time he was in the court, that now all of a sudden Tim Bradle has to bring him back to refresh mode, basically, and saying, Your Honor, this is the facts. This is this. This is that. This is why we want this, and it's always that battle against that judge's memory, which is the problem with, because let's just be really honest. All these charges should be dismissed up front. There should be no need of a trial. It's the same thing as Karen Reed. But you have this situation where you have to refresh this judge over and over and over again. And Bradle's going to take that 15 to 20 minutes. Your Honor this, Your Honor that. And it's like this judge, because he doesn't hear it enough, he doesn't understand the grand scheme of things, that there's a frame job basically going on here. He doesn't get that big picture as to what they're doing to Aiden, what they've done to Aiden.
No, they don't. And people, real quick, let me if you guys are not on the Maza Media bandwagon and you're not Maza Maniacs yet, click on this link that I'm dropping in the chat right now and subscribe.
Thank you.
To Maza Media, because he is brilliant and he is all heart. I promise you that.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And, like I said, this is, to me, what the Turtleboy case represents is it's really the second half of the grand picture here, which is the Karen Reed saga, the Turtleboy saga. And this is basically about finishing the job now. It's basically, like Doc Holliday and Wyatt Earp, after Morgan and Virgil have left Tombstone, Arizona, they have to team up with other gunslingers to finish the job and do the battle against evil. And, I kind of see that's what's going on here with Aiden's case. This is the second half now. This is the second chapter. This is the finish the job time now. It's just we can't have Aiden go back to jail. We can't have Aiden go to prison. We can't have him suffer.
That's unacceptable.
Yeah.
We just can't. Unacceptable option.
Right. Absolutely. And that's, like I said, this is, they tried to pull a lot. They did this with Karen. They did it with Aiden. I talked about that earlier when I've been on this program. But they went, come on. Does anybody even can anybody think of anything that's ever happened in Massachusetts outside of Karen and Aiden where anything like this has ever happened? And if so, it's probably extremely rare.
I'm wondering if it has happened.
Yeah.
And it's been happening because,
quiet. Yeah.
And I only say that because look at the rash of cases that have been taking place, the things that we've been made aware of since. I feel like maybe possibly I should say, I question, is it because it's just been starting to happen, or it's always happened and we're just now catching it as it happens because we're on high alert of corruption in Massachusetts? Does that make sense? I mean, look at this right here. This,
I know where you're going,
dude.
I know where you're going with this.
I'm not even going to talk about Gigalotti right now. I'm talking about
I know where you're going.
Yeah, this shit right here.
You must have a video.
I got a video, my friend.
I bet you do.
This bullshit right here.
There you go. It tells a lot right here.
Look at him. Oh, look at him.
So
high as fuck. High as fucking on job.
Never knew Macaulay Culkin was a cop.
No.
Now
coming off a double and you got a bad back.
All right, shut up. I'm not gonna. Yeah, I just wanted to make the point. Now look at this shit, dude. Like, I posted that video yesterday, I think, and this fucking thing is. I said, please share. Yesterday morning, I shared this, and I said, please share. Whatever, and whatever caption. And this thing, this is how people are pissed off in Massachusetts about this, and they're pissed off all over because I've never gotten more likes on a post in my life.
Mhm.
And it's not about that. It's just I'm blown away by what that tells me is people are just sick and tired of this shit.
Yeah.
You know? So there's 57,000 likes on this thing. There's 11,000 reposts on my post from yesterday. Yeah. I mean, 1,000.2 comments, because people are sick and tired of this shit.
Yeah, I saw that video. I did not see this video until I woke up this morning. I happened to see it, when I woke up, and I was like, well, here you go. And the biggest takeaway in this whole thing, I think, is the obvious here. I'm not as concerned about that state of that officer as I was the officers involved in the video that were
covering
kind of weekend. They were like Weekend at Bernie's. They were kind of propping the guy up, like, these are not the droids you're looking for.
He's fine.
Yeah,
he's fine. Wave to him and let him know you're fine.
Right. The age-old argument. If it was me or you or anybody else in this particular state of mind, we would basically have spent the night in jail and had to call our attorneys in the morning. But this officer, he's fine. This guy's just had a bad day, man. He's worked a double. His back, his back's injured from hitting the casket. He hit the casket in '98 against the Undertaker at Royal Rumble. He's it's a Shawn Michaels back injury reference if people need that joke explained. But no, that's basically what they did. Like that guy in the video, props to him though, because he refused to get played in that situation. He refused to be like, no, I'm not going to let you gaslight me. Your man wearing that badge, carrying that gun is
Right.
basically screwed out of his mind and his head right now. And
and he had his hand on his weapon the whole time while he's sitting there trying to keep himself up against the car.
Right.
That's crazy.
Oh my goodness. That's just, it's not even just a bad look. It's completely unacceptable. It's beyond unacceptable. But like I said, the bigger point beyond that cop's state of mind is those other cops. If those other cops are not like, we got to tend to this right now, because it appears to me it's another situation, just like we saw with Karen Reed, where if someone's not holding them accountable for this officer's state of mind, then who is? And that's the big question. You mean they would have just let this kind of fly under the radar, never bringing it to public attention unless it was brought to public attention, which is very, very concerning once again.
Agreed. Yeah. Agreed. I mean, yeah, it's just the constant one thing after the other. I mean, and this thing in Haverhill with Francis Gigalotti, which I'm hoping, I did send JFK a link, so he's welcome to jump up anytime he wants. But he'll probably jump up later on because Nurse Kim requested that they jump on when she does, which will be about 11 o'clock. And she wants a dance. She wants a dance off with
Kevin
Kev. Yeah. So
the dance is sweeping the nation.
Yeah, we're gonna top off the night with one of those. Hopefully, we get Kev and JFK up here. I'm looking forward to that. I mean, just awesome. I'm blown away by the guests that we've had so far. I mean, Andrea Burkhart. I mean, I have been dying to get her on this show for a long time, and just and then I went to DM her and I didn't have the option, so I had to just leave a comment, and she DM'd me right away and was like, "Yeah, let's do it." That's awesome. Yeah, she's great. And then it's just and then of course Bob Alessi, Melanie Little, Kelly Reed, Mark Betterow. I mean, this was just for me alone, this is a dream stream for me alone,
awesome, man.
Besides the fact that this is all for Aiden,
right. It's important. It's important for all of us to show up, and it's great to see everybody backing each other and supporting one another. I just think, like I said, I think fundraising is just the most important thing we can all do, which is totally awesome. And Andrea Burkhart, Bob Alessi, and Kelly Reed were the shocking appearances for me today. I was not expecting those guests, and I was extremely excited to see them on today. I still wonder what kind of camera Andrea Burkhart uses, because that camera has the highest quality. It must be like 4K or something. It's like picture perfect quality. It's like you see it, it's like Your studio's perfectly lit. It's amazing.
And I loved, I gotta tell you, man, it was bothering some people in the chat, and I was just like, you have no soul, stop it. But like listening to those little kittens meow was melting my heart, and it, for some reason, it works as like perfect little background music for Bob Alessi telling stories.
That's funny.
I can't explain it, but it was just perfect to me, and I was just sitting there like, oh my god, this is just the best.
Yeah.
So good.
Yeah. No, I'm a big cat fan. Cats. I have my own cat. He actually shocked me out of nowhere yesterday. I was walking around the house, and all of a sudden, just like, what is this? Oh my god! Oh, that's my cat. Okay.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Cats are the best. Dogs are the best. Love animals wholeheartedly. It's always been, I've always loved cats. I've always had a cat or a dog my entire life. Love those animals to death.
Damn right, folks.
Good. Yeah.
This is going to be known forevermore as the Dream Stream.
Right.
Absolutely. And it's because of you guys. You guys are amazing. Yeah, I'm like kittens. That's it. I can't. Like, they're just the sweetest things in the world.
Yeah.
Claw my face. I don't care. Just give me that cuteness. I just like that. Like, I'm a big softie that way.
It's like over $14,000 in donations I'm seeing here. They're saying.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, we're getting up there. I don't. I know we were at. Let's see. Yeah. Hold on. Here we go. Wallflower's been keeping up with it. 14. We might make that 20K, man. That could happen.
Yeah, it's realistic.
We could hit that 20K mark, guys. This is amazing.
That's awesome.
Maza, as I did with Mike Crawford, Money Making Mike, I'm going to leave the show with you for a second because somebody just reminded me I'm going to let Clubber out one more time.
All right.
Not once during the stream, but I'm going to let Clubber out one more time before I come back, and I'll let you talk to everybody, address the chat and everything. Thanks, buddy.
All right. All right. Well, I'll take over the show for now. Aiden's defense fundraising link is being, it's in the chat right now. It's pinned to the top of the chat. If you guys can make a donation, go ahead and make that donation. Right now, $14,098 have been donated so far. $15,000 is in reach, and $20,000 is the goal for tonight. You're going to help Aiden Carney battle against corruption. As we know, Aiden rose up above and beyond and such a high level that his well-being was actually placed on the line. As we know, he went to jail 60 days. We do not want to see him go back to jail. We want to fight for Aiden, help out Aiden any way he can, the same way he fought for Karen Reed and led this movement of great people, where so many wonderful people have gotten involved in helping Karen, in helping Aiden, which has been absolutely outstanding. And we're going to continue to back up Aiden the same way he backed up Karen. We don't want to let him down right now, right? So we're going to continue that fight. Help out Aiden Carney by making a donation to his defense fund. Do I have any dance moves? I do have dance moves, mostly with my feet. I don't do my upper body dancing's not too. It's all right. It's okay. It's no better than Will Smith in the movie Hitch, I think. Maybe this finger snapping or something like that. But that's all about it. But I used to light it up at weddings back in the day, about 15 years ago. But I don't know if I still got those moves anymore. But we'll see. I probably do. But yeah, I'm not going to show the guns off. There's going to be no shirtless Maza on this program. I heard that Bob Alessi and Will were going to have basically showing off the guns a little bit. That was being discussed and all that good stuff. But hey, tickets for the Wilbur Theater Friday night are available on Ticketmaster as well. Aiden Carney will be at the Wilbur Theater. With him will be Auntie Deb. That is correct. Auntie Deb, the greatest comedian in this entire movement, whether it be the Karen Reed movement or the Turtleboy movement, the greatest comedian since Jim Carrey and Robin Williams and Ben Stiller and Adam Sandler and Will Ferrell is no question Auntie Deb. He was the rising comic. He was basically like Jim Carrey when he was on In Living Color with all the skits, all the characters. He could imitate anybody and everybody. So Auntie Deb, Jimmy, will be there with Aiden Carney this Friday night, September 12th. Tickets are available on Ticketmaster, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody is pushing for a sellout. All the tickets up front have been sold out completely. It's all balcony seats right now, but there's plenty of tickets available. I think, well, not plenty of tickets available. I think it's slimming down right now quite a bit. But it should be a great night. Who knows what's going to be in store on this particular night? Rumors are swirling. I believe this might even be confirmed that Mark Betterow will be there. But this should be a fantastic night through and through. A lot of laughs, and should be a great night. You can, and that donation, that ticket will help raise money for Turtleboy as well, which is fantastic news. And I know Jimmy has wanted to do something for quite a long time. I know Jimmy had talked to me. I don't know if he said this at all, but he might have this plan for Friday. But I won't say anything because I don't want to spoil any of his plans. He'll get back to me and say, "Man, that was my big secret for Friday. And you're talking about something me and you talked about a year ago, and I don't want you to spoil that." So what I'm wondering, though, is there going to be a Halloween party for Turtleboy this year? I'm wondering if that's been the past 2 years. I wonder if that's going to be 3 years in a row. That was really fun last year. The Halloween party was a great time. Everybody was there, packed to the gills. Tons of food. Like, I always love the food. That's always the most important thing for me. What is the food? How much food can I have? Can I go back for seconds? That's all great stuff. So those are things that are always important to me, but I'm hoping there will be a Halloween party this year. I'll stand by for an announcement from Turtleboy in the coming days and weeks about that. I think it was early October last year that they started to reveal that those tickets were going to be available for a Halloween party. So we'll see if they'll be doing one for 3 straight years. I missed the first year. I was anonymous that year, and I think I was sick at that time, so I couldn't make it out to the very first Halloween party. It was still anonymous Maza at that point. But last year I showed up. I had a great time. We all had a fun time last year. We partied all night long, and it was definitely an awesome time. Great to see a lot of wonderful people there and all that. So, again, tickets available for the Wilbur Theater Friday night. That's on Ticketmaster. Please go ahead and buy a ticket if you have not yet. And then additionally, as you know, donate to Turtleboy right now. Will be back. He's hanging out with Clubber. As we know, Will names all his animals after characters from Rocky movies. I love the Rocky movies. I think most of us love the Rocky movies, except for Rocky 5. Nobody really likes Rocky 5. So I'm looking to Maza party till 9. I think I was there till like 11. Rad House Media in the comments there. That's hilarious. But now, so like I said, I'm concerned about the way they're trying to stack the deck against Aiden. Truly am. And I think, like I said, my greatest feeling is always raising funds is the most important thing. And it bothers me that so many people behind the scenes had vested interest in framing him, bringing him down. These were often individuals that had a bone to pick with him or previous conflict that went back for a certain amount of time where they wanted to do anything and everything to just bring him down. And what bothers me too is the fact that certain devices should have been returned to him by now, that he should have got his materials back. I think they sent him they gave him the copy back a couple months ago. They haven't given him back all the other stuff. And it just, what was their entitlement to hold on to this? And we're seeing this in the Karen Reed case as well, where Karen Reed, Howard Carr just reported that Karen Reed's vehicle is going to be returned to her, maybe her devices, maybe her 2 phones, but it's been so long. The trial's been over now for almost 3 months. What is the protocol? What is the time frame to get this information and this property back in their hands? That is absolutely, for me, an absolute cause for concern. And it bothers me that there's all this wiggle room in the DA's office where they can determine, well, we'll decide when we're going to give Turtleboy back his property. We'll decide when we give Karen back her property. And I think that, and I said this about the Karen Reed SUV, whether she gets it back in 3 months or not, this is something she should have gotten back. I would say this, someone disagreed with me. I would say 7 to 14 days maximum is reasonable. That's it. You got 7 to 14 days to process everything, get it back to her. No more than that maximum. Minimum 3 to 4 days. Maybe 1 to 2 days. But come on. You walk out of court, you're a free woman. give her back her property. Give her it back. End of discussion. And it shouldn't take all this time for all of this. And that to me is something that I have a big issue with, and I've always had a big problem with, is the amount of time it takes to get people back their property. Oh, we could take Aiden's phones, and they wanted to get Karen's phone again, and back and forth they went, which is troublesome, because again, we just saw what happened in Lynn. You got an intoxicated, an officer there that's, I don't even know what he was even on. I mean, I'll be honest, I don't even know what he's on, but he was on something, right? So much so that he was basically out of sorts. Officers are covering up. Like, no, man, he's good. He's good. He's good. They'll always back their fellow officers. Even if they, my God, who knows what these officers do sometimes. And this is not anti-police. This is not saying all cops are bad. This is just saying under certain circumstances, some cops out there are willing to cover for cops that are not honoring their badge and doing that job correctly. And that, to me, shocks me. And it continues to go on. And this is a situation that, that's it. Someone just asked us, did Karen get her bond money back yet? I have not heard anything about that at all. And I'll say I doubt it. That's something that she should also get back soon. The glare is back.
I am back.
All right.
Dude, you didn't even take a breath, man. I swear to God.
I kept it going.
Yeah, I love it, dude. Like, you are a machine. You were born to live stream, my friend.
Exactly. Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
I couldn't have left it in better hands. I swear.
Thank
Sorry,
you, man.
Mike, but Maz is the king. Jeez.
I did an infomercial for about 5 minutes of the time you were gone, and then ranted and raved like a maniac for the next 5.
An infomercial? Is that like a long commercial for sex addicts?
No, info commercial. You reminded me of Cherry a little bit by misinterpreting what I said.
She rubs off, man. She rubs off, dude. Like, I can't help it. You try dealing with her all the time.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, anytime I say anything, I look in the comments and I see Cherry just take whatever I said, twist it and contort it. She was just saying the reflection of my glasses was a reflection of porn on my computer. That's
you will
Cherry
never
porn.
get bored. You'll never get bored. She is she is a fucking angel. But people, without any further ado, as I said before, the man of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th hour, Dr. Turtleboy, Mr. Media, Aiden Carney, folks.
What's happening, guys? How are you?
What's going on?
Did I come through or did I come through? Did I promise you?
This has been amazing, man. I've been watching almost the whole day. Had it on. I don't know how you had a whole string of guests there. It was like Mega Panel that you had on earlier. That was Mega Panel. I don't know what, that was crazy.
I mean, there's one simple explanation, and it's just that I'm dope as fuck, bro.
True.
Like, no, I'm just kidding.
No, you're not. Kind of, yeah.
No, man, no. This what you're doing is so important, and it's important that people know it, and it's important for me and all of us that you know how much all of us appreciate it, and that's what this is all about. In part, besides just making sure that you never see another day in jail for something that you should not ever even been harassed for in the first place, even.
Yeah, I mean, one day in jail was one too many. You know what I mean? It's like I ain't going back. Although when I was in jail, I did think, all I could think about was, you got a lot of time to think in there, and all I could think about was the future. And how dope it would be one day to have, like, when this is all said and done, that we'd have like a show, like a live show, and and it's happening Friday, and it's in downtown Boston, the theater district. I haven't checked today's ticket sales, but man, it's getting close to like under 100 tickets left. We could very easily see a sellout by then. I talked to Auntie Deb today, man.
Auntie Deb says it would be the first sellout if it happens.
Wow. What? They've never, no, they've definitely sold that theater out before.
He says no.
They have some guy named Josh Johnson. Do you know who he is? Black guy. I guess he's some sort of comedian. I don't know. They've been hyping him up.
Well, the thing is it doesn't count if it's a comedian, like a comedian special, because they give the tickets away for free to fill the seats because they're, streaming them or televising it or whatever for the sake of appearances.
They do?
Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't know that. Okay. All right. That's interesting. So yeah, man. I mean, we could, dude, it's going to be awesome. We're going to have, I talked to Auntie Deb today. Like I said, we're about what the lineup's going to be, what we're going to do. We're just going to have a lot of fun with it, man. We want to give people a unique experience. It's not just going to be like a regular live show. It's not just going to be me sitting up there behind a desk riffing and showing clips. And although people probably wouldn't mind that, but like, I want to give them something different, something fun, something that they can remember. And just really, really, really looking forward to it. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, I'm stoked. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be there. I arrived the day of. So,
Nice.
I don't know if I'm going straight to the Wilbur from the airport or what. But
what time does your flight land?
Like 11 something in the morning.
Oh, you'll be good. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I was joking, but
I didn't know what time the flight was landing, but I'll be getting a hotel. I don't know where yet, but like and then I'll probably get there at like 4, you know what I mean, a few hours early just to take it in, relax, enjoy myself, and just get ready, man. I do this every night, sometimes. I mean, I had 45,000 people with Alan Jackson. I mean, that's like close to filling Gillette Stadium, when you think about it. But like, but that's different when it's on a computer. It's different when it's like you're doing it. I'm alone in my house, like talking to a computer, Now it's going to be like looking out at a sea of people, and it's just all paying to like be there to have me entertain them. Like, that's wild to me.
But they're all there for you, man. So, it's not like they don't know what they're getting into. You know what I mean? They're not going to go there and be like, okay, who's this guy? Impress me. You know what I mean? They're like, you want Turtleboy. So, it's going to be wild, man. And it's going to be fun. I guarantee it. And I have 150,000% faith in the world, in Jimmy and his creative mindset in this, and what it's going to what's going to manifest from his mind.
For sure, man. Yeah, exactly. Like when I've been on with Jimmy, what reason I wanted him to do this is because when I've been on his show before and he interviews, like he's just so well prepared. And he has like an entertaining thing ready to, like, he's a theater guy, he's a natural entertainer. So he's the perfect fit to kind of do this, I think.
Yeah. Oh, I agree. I remember I had him on my show one time and he had the whole list of ideas and things he had planned for my show. And it was a big hit. It was he was absolutely just took the internet by storm that day. You know what I mean?
Oh,
and he loves it. Like once he dives in, he's like, fuck yeah, let's go. You know what I mean?
Exactly. So I'm looking forward. Wow. 14. Wow. Holy shit, man. You were at 5,000 a couple hours ago. That's crazy, dude.
That's wild.
Holy shit, man. Hey, I just want to say thank you so much to everybody who's donated, man. Like every single one of you guys, all of you. I love you guys so much. I'm like, I'm humbled. I'm just a boy from Worcester at the end of the day. You know what I mean? It's like, and I'm just humbled by the fact that all these strangers, all these people would find me important enough to want to watch my show, come to my hearings, give, donate to my legal defense fund, come and watch me do a show. Like it's hard. Trust me, man. It's like, I'm not used to this. This is like a lot. This is new for me, and it's taking it in. I'm just like, I want to thank every single person, in person, like I do. And like, I make a point of that when you see me out in public. Like I never say no to a picture. You know what I mean? I try to look you in the eye and shake your hand when you introduce yourself to me, because I do appreciate you and I do value you. And, I thank you guys so much from the bottom of my heart for having my back.
And everyone loves you, but it's also what you represent to them too. The last 2 years of me being involved in this, I've just been amazed because you gave, for lack of a better way of putting it, you gave Massachusetts a big set of balls. You know what I mean? To just stand up for themselves. You inspired them to stand up for themselves, not take any shit. And look where we're at right now. Look at where you're at. Look at where Karen Reed is acquitted. Look at where we're at. This is the greatest thing I've ever been a part of. This is personally for me, selfishly speaking, I'm getting so much out of this, just out of the experience. And a lot of that has to do with you.
And the winning has just begun. Let me tell you, we haven't even, when the documentary comes out on this, which is being done by Compelling Pictures, man, trust me, you're going to be blown away by this doc. I have full faith in Jeff that this documentary is going to fucking kill it. It's going to be the best doc you've ever seen on any topic. Never mind the Karen Reed one. It's going to blow away the HBO one. It's going to blow away the Sandpaper or Netflix one, whatever. If that ever actually ends up getting done, who knows with them, but it's just going to be awesome. And, I talked to Jeff about this, Jeff Caligari from Compelling Pictures. And he's like, yeah, the doc is cool. He's like, I'm not a doc guy. We're doing the doc because I'm a movie guy. We're doing the motion picture on this. And this is just, the doc is to build hype for the movie. So there will be a movie on this. He's already in discussions with directors, actors, you name it. The Turtleboy movie. So it's basically, my cover, the Karen Reed case through my eyes, kind of. It's just gonna be awesome, man. That's when the winning really begins. That's when we really start being just being able to sit back and enjoy, and hopefully by then all these stupid charges are gone, and I don't know how this is gonna end. I don't know how it's not gonna end with me in jail. It's not gonna end it's just not gonna happen. And I don't know if this ends with a trial where we go there and we lay out all the facts, and which I'm more than happy to do with my extremely capable legal defense team, which you guys are all funding, by the way. So I really appreciate that. I'm more than happy to do that. I don't want to do that. It's stressful. I hope it doesn't come to that. But if that's how we have to win, Karen Reed would have rather had her charges dropped, but I'm sure she didn't mind being acquitted either. But I'm sure she also didn't want to be put through that all. I was in the courtroom for that verdict. I was in that, for the, not just the verdict, for the 20 minutes leading up to the verdict, when it was just them in the courtroom and no prosecution, no judge, no jury, no McAlberts or O'Keefe's, just her team. And they were so scared, and nervous. I've never seen them like that before. Alan Jackson wasn't Mr. Confident and bravado then. He was so nervous walking around that courtroom. And I don't ever want to feel like that. Who would ever want to feel like that? I don't wish that feeling that they had in that courtroom upon anyone, even though it had a happy ending. They didn't know that, it's they figured it probably gonna happen. They didn't know something could still go wrong. You're still gonna be nervous, So I nobody wants to go through a trial. So if I have to go through and win it that way, then I'll win it that way. But there's a lot of different ways that this can end. We have a motion to dismiss, another one coming within a couple weeks that will be argued at the next hearing. And boy, is it compelling. Bettero's mega motion that's going to come out that he's been working on nonstop with Olivia and Bradel and Cordy for the last, basically month almost at this point. It's just been relentless. And so I don't know if it's going to end with a dismissal. I don't know if it will end with a new district attorney, because at this point, I don't think that Michael Morrissey is going to run for office again. He is not doing anything to fundraise. I think he's done. He's going to tap out. And I can't imagine that a new district attorney, these charges are representative of the old regime. If you were the new DA, wouldn't these be the first thing you want to drop?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is an unwinnable case. There's nothing in their favor at all. It is absurd that it's still going on.
Yeah. And it's embarrassing. You guys want to air this? You guys want to air all this stuff out? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess we can do that. You want to make sure you want to reveal that Krusty is the mastermind of this whole operation. Even the trolls are saying that they're already tapping out with the fake victim charges. I already beat her once in court with the freaking It was acquitted. People forget that it was acquitted in June. That was a warm up. That's what that was.
Yeah.
And you want to put her on the stand? Be my guest. Go knock yourself out. I don't think they want to do that. It's like I can't imagine that one going to trial. You guys want to take the window intimidation thing to trial? I mean, you'd be witnessing that. Well, you're gonna have to come down and testify. I don't know how you feel about that.
Holy shit, guys! Hold on a second. Man, homie came through. Some people I almost forgot that I even sent invitations to because my head's been spinning at how great this has been going. People,
someone donated 1,500. Ooh, who is that?
Homie, we got Runkle on the Bailey.
Get out of here! Oh,
all right.
How about that?
Yeah, no, I was at a shooting competition all day and finally was able to pop in. So
thank you for dropping in. It's great to see you. First time I've had you on this channel as well. A lot of first timers today.
Well, it doesn't have to be the last. So good to see you.
No,
but it's
I
good
sure hope
cause.
not. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So how'd you do in your shooting competition? Was it 3-gun is what I was
3-gun. And it's Canadian 3-gun as well. So all of the guns that you'd normally use in like a US 3-gun match are banned here. So I was running an SKS and it wasn't.
That's right. You're in Canada.
Very well. So that was not great. It's like,
I
missed
slingshot.
my AR. So
I like somebody really built like a fort in your property. It looks like, yeah. There's some
I'm pretty sure
bizarre-
that was the Girl Guides because my wife had Girl Guides up there, so I'm pretty sure that that's what they were up.
What's a
they got
Girl
up there.
Guide?
It's like a Girl Scout, but Canadian organization.
Okay. I thought you had like a homeless encampment on your property. Okay, that's better than the alternative, I guess.
Yeah, it would have been really concerning if there was like no explanation for it. It was just this weird, somebody puts up instructor.
You're the only one here with a sex cult, Turtle Boy.
That's true. Well, for now.
Yeah, I mean, I aspire.
One day, if you work hard at it, you can have your own.
Right. Right.
Just
You're on your way.
But yeah, man. So like I said, this mega motion that's going to come out when Betero gets in the zone, and I know you had him on earlier, and he's really instructed me. He's like, don't give anything away. And so I'm not going to give anything away, but you guys are you're going to get like a 12-hour stream out of mega motion. Wow. Like it's going to be so much shit. You're going to, and it just sucks with the recent ruling with Doolin about unimpounding stuff. It's going to require a lot of redactions, that some of the best stuff. I wish this. Oh my god! My god! The Jennifer McCabe text messages. Oh my god! Oh my god! You're gonna
give me a second. I'm gonna nut real quick.
Like when you hear this, when you hear when you hear what Kerry Roberts said to her on February 1st, you are gonna be like, oh my fucking god. Oh, I'm not gonna say anything. I've said too much already, but oh man, just remember that one, the February 1st text message from Kerry Roberts. Like, oh man.
You've got it all like
oh, it's just like please don't redact that one. It's too good. What the hell is that?
What the hell was that?
It's McGruber saying, I'm gonna shoot.
Oh.
Oh, wait, hold on a second. No, go ahead, guys. I got people contacting me here.
No, jump on.
Well, this is somebody letting me know that they can't, which is okay.
Man. Anybody I should
it was Brian from LV Cops.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. How those guys doing?
Well, they're doing good. I was actually on LV Cops yesterday and had a great time talking with Brian, and Gonzo's no longer part of the channel.
Oh, but, why not? Falling out or
no. He's got family stuff that he wants to tend to, and he was a little burned out on YouTube, and which happens.
Yeah.
So he was in the chat, which was awesome,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Will, when we got dinner like 6 months ago, you didn't know anything about the Adelson trial. I was like telling you, it was like you didn't know fuck all about it. Did you watch
No.
it? Have you learned anything about it? Were you interested in it?
Oh, not really. No.
Nah.
I mean, I
Okay.
enjoyed watching it like because so many people in our community were covering it. So I just enjoyed being in the chat. So I got a little bit of it, but I got enough to know that she was going to be found guilty.
Yeah, it's not
You know
nearly as
what I mean?
fun.
Like,
Yeah, it's not nearly as fun when the defendant's guilty.
right.
Like,
Right.
obviously guilty.
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
know? It's definitely not as fun. Although I think the funnest one that everyone's looking for is if Wendy goes to trial, because that one's the one that's like not a slam dunk. There's a reason she hasn't been arrested yet, and she's like the ultimate villain in this. Like, even if she is not involved in killing Dan Markel, she's still horrible. Like, objectively, like she changed the kids' last names after like 5 seconds and just erased him and their middle names too. So like people, that's the one people want. That's the one that like, well, because this was like it's a rerun. It's like I watched this trial, but I'm like, oh, it's like the same shit as all the other trials, except they got 2 prison snitches now, which was pretty funny. One of whom was promised a new set of teeth. So that was entertaining, but other than that, it was like the same shit.
They're doing a lot of payments in body parts in this trial.
Yeah.
Oh, the
'Cause,
details that I was aware of were really entertaining. I'll give him that. Like, just the way that the money was exchanged for this and everything. I was like, oh my God, this is insane. But I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
No, you didn't interrupt anything.
I interrupted Ronk.
Oh no, I was just commenting on the payment in body parts because like one person is going to get new teeth, another person got new something else, and it's like, okay.
I mean, they're a family of dentists. That's kind of their barter, isn't it? That's like what they have to offer. Oh, you want some teeth? I can get some teeth for you. That's actually what we do for a living. We got some teeth.
I got teeth.
You know?
What's teeth?
But yeah, the Karen Reed case is just unique because it'll never be replicated like anything like it. And
I hope not.
You would, yeah, that's true. You would hope not. And I still can't believe it happened because it was just so transparently problematic from the beginning. And yet they just hit the accelerator anyway. And I'm like, I remember when this first happened, I'm like, well, this can't ever go to trial. They don't want to air any of this shit out, right? They're like, yeah, actually, we want to do it twice. And we're going to pay a shitload of money to do it. We're going to hire a special prosecutor and something called Aperture and make them rich off of this. And we don't care about humiliation. We have, when you have no shame whatsoever and no accountability, it turns out you can just do whatever you want.
I don't think this one worked out all that well for Aperture, honestly.
I mean,
no.
That would be awesome if they went out of business. Like,
my bet is you're going to see like a rebrand.
Yeah, right. A new name.
And they have like, it looks, you go on their website, they have hundreds of employees, including doctors, biomechanics, like from around the country. Like, it appears on paper to be, when you look at it, you're like, this is like a legitimate company with like big names and experienced people. And then Shannon Burgess testifies at trial. And you're like, what is this? What is this operation?
Well, and a company like this, what they really do for a lawyer is to sort of guarantee that they're going to provide you with an expert that you can trust, that you're like, this guy's going to be fine. He's not going to get busted on, some stupid BS. And then very publicly, that didn't work out for them because like Burgess is a nightmare. Like, just
Aperture suffered the single biggest reputation loss since Ocean Gate, to say the least.
I know. Like, even Enron's looking at them like, wow, bro, that's rough. You had a rough one there, dude.
Yeah, and I didn't even get the chance to talk to Bob about that because I was lucky enough to be in the courtroom when he was crossing Burgess, and it was just like, what a clown! Like, just looking at this guy and just and just looking at
arrogant, that guy. And you can tell he's arrogant from what he charges, because that's like what you value yourself at. Like, if you're charging he says $750. Apparently it was $900 an hour. Like, to charge $900 an hour, like, that's how he values himself. Like, that's what he views his worth at. Like, and he showed it on the stand. His attitude was reflective of what he charges by the hour. Like, that's what he thinks. Like, just the way he condescendingly talked to you. But at the end of the day, he was so useless that Hank didn't call him back on rebuttal and basically didn't mention him in the closing. Hank's whole closing was, Karen Reed's a bad person, right? She called it this time, and then she did this, and then Jen McCabe said she did this, and Kerry Roberts said she did this, and John was dying, and John's 46 years old. Did I mention he's 46? He was a good guy. He was a cop, and he took in 2 kids, and blah, blah, blah. And oh yeah, the blue paint test, we're not going to talk about that. We're talking about what a good guy John is. Like, that was his closing, you know?
Well, and he ended up echoing the "it just did" thing when he's like, you know, we don't know how exactly it happened. It's like, you spent a ton on an expert to tell us how it happened. So if you're saying we don't know how it happened, like, that's your entire job here, dude.
Their best
Why do you think you're here?
The witness that they incorporated the most in their closing was, ironically, Arca, because, like the trolls, they took the candy and they said, "Oh, look, the taillight broke." Like, that was their big thing. Told you the taillight broke. You know, I told you a taillight can break you. Well, nobody really disputed. I never disputed that. Maybe some people did. I said that the arm would also break, and that's what Dr. Rentschler testified to. And they had no rebuttal for that, because of course an arm would break that. Anyone with an arm, which is most of us, understands that if you put your arm out and a 6,000 pound car was barreling down the street at 24 miles an hour, you'd move your arm out of the way, because that shit would hurt if it even nicked that vehicle. Never mind the whole fucking thing. And like, somehow John's arm was just cool.
I mean,
Not even a
he's
bruise.
apparently really indestructible.
Yeah.
World's toughest dude. Like,
Right. The $6 million Boston police officer.
Right. You think he had the Terminator endoskeleton underneath that skin?
Unreal.
That's the outrageousness of that entire case, was that all this stuff was so blatantly obvious, and they're like, "Oh no, it was a vehicle that hit him, and the taillight caused the pattern wounds, but no, it wasn't a dog. That was, come on, stop."
And when you go back and you watch Adam Lally, some of his pretrial stuff, he talks about the dog bites, and he mocks them. He said I swear I heard some audio the other day where they suggested that the scratches on the arm came from the right quarter panel of the car. Not like the taillight thing came out of trial number 1. I'm like, whoa, that's how they're explaining it. Like, the tail, I did not see, that was not on my bingo card. Like, the taillight did that. But then they were married to that story. They were just stuck with it. And it was just like, I thought they were going to say some shit like there's something underneath the car. Like, he got hit, and maybe, you know, I've never really looked under my car, but I would assume there's some sharp shit under there. You know, I assume they were going to blame something like that, not the taillight.
it's such a weird case, honestly. Like, the first trial, people were like, "Do you know what the background is?" And I said, "No, I don't. I'm going into this blind because I'd like to see sort of what, you know, see how the jury is." And you get the intro of Karen Reed was framed, and I went, "Oh, this is going to be funny because this lawyer has overpromised. There's no way he can deliver on this, and this is going to end up being stupid." Like I was saying, this is going to end up making him look stupid in front of the jury, and I was just waiting for that moment. And then I kept waiting, and I'm like, why is this not stupid yet? Why does this actually make sense still? And like, why did they run this case? I just don't get it at all.
Yeah.
They had to run. I mean, they were married to it. Like, after they put all their faith in Jennifer McCabe and Kerry Roberts, and they were just stuck with it after a while. And by the time this whole thing blew up with the Google search 15 months after Karen was arrested, it was too late. They couldn't go back in the house. They couldn't Actually, we're gonna go after these people. It was too late. They were married to this stupid story, and you got a dead cop on your hands. I mean, maybe if it was just a different kind of victim, a regular civilian, they might have dropped it. But there was a lot of political pressure when a cop is killed. That you can't have a cop killed, murdered in your county, and then no one gets convicted for it. Like, that's political suicide. So they were like, they had to try something, I guess. I don't know. I think it was stupid, but
a big point you made, Aiden, outside the courthouse in 2023, very early on, I think, into your appearances outside that courthouse, was the fact that no Boston police officers, none of his fellow officers were showing up in unison like they would typically for a murdered cop. And I thought that was, you made a lot of great points, obviously, but I thought that was one of your top 10 points that you've made throughout all of this, was that was a big indicator. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, except for Carl Dougal, who was just kind of blinded by his personal distaste for Karen Reed. You're right. There were no Boston police officers, which never, ever happens when cops are killed. Like, the Weymouth police trial for Michael Chestnut's killer was heavily attended by police officers, to the point where Auntie Bev had to issue an order saying cops can't come in uniform. It's too whatever. And you can't come in there. It's funny. She had the same order with Karen. That the gag order, a lot of people forget that this, the buffer zone order, part of it was that police couldn't come dressed in uniform. And she threw that in there to be like, see, I'm being fair. And I'm telling both sides they can't influence the jury. It's like, no one's coming. Like, that's an order for no one. Like, don't worry, they're not coming anyway. So they're not going to be in uniform, because they're not going to be there at all, because they think this is stupid, and they know that they're cops. They know something's up, right? Especially Boston cops, because Brian Albert had a reputation in that police department, and it wasn't a good one. People knew what his deal was, and so I think a lot of people saw this, and they see the fact that John O'Keefe is dead, and they're looking at the injuries. And before this even happened, they knew something was wrong. Like, Steve Scanlon knew something was wrong. That's why he went to David Yianetti. A lot of these people know. If Steve Scanlon knew, other people knew, and they went to him and they said something, but nobody wanted to be the rat. Steve Scanlon's a coward. Like, he knows something. That guy knows something, and he went to them. He hadn't seen the autopsy photos at the time, so he'd have no way of knowing that the injuries are inconsistent with an automobile collision, because he didn't see the injuries. But yet he went to David Yianetti with the tip anyway, and told him to look into Brian Albert for his friend. Like, that's weird. And so he knew something was up. That means other people knew something was up, but none of them wanted to say anything because of this element of fear. And it's so ironic, because that's ultimately what my charges are about. I'm the scary one, not Brian Albert, who has created an atmosphere in Canton where people are afraid to go into his house. They're afraid to question him. They go to the media and ask him not to mention the fact that a dead cop was found on Brian Albert's yard. Don't mention him. He's a pillar of the community. Don't see, he's got that kind of power. But I'm the scary one. Like, that's wild.
And they were all so scared of you in front of CF McCarthy's that day.
Oh, yeah.
They were all so petrified and intimidated. Unreal.
That was a gift. I mean, these people just constantly show how unscared of me. The only one I was slightly worried about was Julie Nagel, because she was a woman and I didn't know anything about her prior to the trial. Then she got up on the stand and she was like, "Lally." I'm like, oh, okay. She's not sympathetic at all. Okay, cool. I was afraid that she was going to get up there and be kind of like girly and sympathetic, and like this poor innocent woman that got dragged into this and just a friend of the McAlberts. And then she got up there. She's like, yeah, so Lally told me not to do this. And then, she's outside the CF McCarthy's taking shots at us, saying shit to Meredith, calling her pregnant and shit. Like, it's like, okay, so you are a McAlbert.
And touching her.
Our brother did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, what is going on?
He goes,
dude?
It's just a little touch. He said, just a little. Oh, just a little touch. Why didn't you say
a loser, guy?
That's permissible. Just a little touch. I'm like, what?
Yeah, I mean, they were really testing you. They were really trying to get you to violate your bail. They were really that was the goal, is to get you to violate your bail and get you locked up.
Wasn't happening. It was
wasn't
not gonna
happening.
happen. They could do whatever they wanted to me out there. They could have punched me in the face. I wouldn't have hit back. I would have just stood there and filmed the whole thing. And but you know what? It's whenever you mention Martin Luther King, people are like, don't compare yourself to Martin Luther King. Disclaimer: I'm not comparing myself to Martin Luther King. He is somebody that I look up to. Okay, he is somebody that I admire. That's why we teach about him in history. But what Martin Luther King taught his followers to do was to, like, his whole plan was a media strategy, right? Like, he's like, we have to get the news we have to create a situation where we peacefully protest and provoke a violent reaction from them. And it has to be on video. The media, because the media will eat that. It is the only way to use the power of the media to show the country how immoral this is, right? And how bad these people are, who the actual bad guy is. And that's essentially what I've done, right? Is like, I have peacefully gone up to these people, asked them questions, and what do they do every time? They have these like violent freakouts, and they just act. This is not how innocent people act. And it proves my point for me.
Yeah. Sorry, there's somebody that I'm going to bring on in a second. And that's why I'm a little distracted. I apologize.
So just talking about similarity of tactics for the haters in the room.
Yeah, similarity of tactics. And so one of the things they taught, they had these trainings, right? The SCLC, the Southern Christian Leadership Council, and they would have trainings for their activists, because they're like, Martin Luther King would not allow somebody to take part in these protests if he thought there was any chance whatsoever that they could not control themselves if provoked. And they would literally have trainings where they would, role play, and they would just get up in their faces, call them the N-word, hit them, throw shit on them, blah, blah, blah. And like, they were trained to just sit there and take it. And like, if you had any inclination of getting up and fighting back or defending yourself or anything like that, you're out. You can't be involved in this movement. And eventually that's why the movement splintered into groups with like Stokely Carmichael and Malcolm X, who had a different vision and a different plan than Martin Luther King had. Martin Luther King's plan was to get the shit kicked out of you routinely on video and win over the hearts and minds of the American public. And it worked fucking perfectly, because we're still talking about him today, and so that's what I would do. If any of those people ever hit me, I would not hit back. I would literally, it would be a fucking gift if one of them hit me. And two of them did on video that day, and they were charged with assault. So there's that.
Unreal. Like, it's just all these things that keep happening make you more and more shocked that this is still going on. It's just like, and what it does, honestly, is it just proves your overall point more and more too. Like, these people have way too much influence, and they're dirty, and they're, they obviously have, to some degree, the court system at their disposal. It's crazy.
Yeah, Chris Albert especially. I mean, he's got what's his name on speed dial? I mean, Mello, although not anymore, but just calling him up, and whenever they want. Oh, there's 9 people with sides across the street from me, not even on the same side of the street, holding signs saying resign Chris Albert and free Karen Reed and free Turtleboy. And I want them charged with a felony. And you look at these people, and I'm so glad the Canton 9 did that, because when you looked at them, you're like, these fucking people are witness intimidators too. It's like, yes, that's what I was hoping for with my arrest. I couldn't ask people to do that, because they'd be like, you're encouraging this, blah, 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 blah. It's like, but I wanted people to be so inspired by my arrest that they went out there and they did the same thing, and be like, arrest everyone. Go ahead, arrest everyone for doing this, and see how that turns out. And I'm surprised that disappointed in the media.
Trying.
Yeah. Well, I'm disappointed in the media. Like, the rubber ducky things was freaking insane. And the fact that like people like Sue O'Connell were like, yeah, I don't know how to feel about this. Will this is it like, bro, how hard is it to say that this is fucking insane that we're arresting people for rubber duckies? I don't feel like that's a bridge too far, or like taking some radical opinion.
Right.
That's why
rubber ducks.
That's why I got so mad at her at the time.
I
It's
know.
like
Yeah.
it felt like gaslighting. I was like,
It is
lady, are you
gaslighting.
serious?
Yeah.
Like you're making me feel crazy because I'm like wondering where the logic is and charging people and absurd and pointing out how absurd it is that
Rubber
somebody's getting
duckies.
charged with rubber duckies.
A 6-month sting into
Right.
one guy, an elderly
Yeah.
man who owns a business in Stoughton and is dropping. Dude, they subpoenaed like the company that printed out the fake money that he would write Colin did it on. Like they got a search warrant for his car. They dumpster dove. Somebody was jumping through dumpsters. They did a 6-month investigation into this man, and it was dropped the next day. Like Tim Bradle got in court and filed a motion to dismiss, and then boom, it was just gone. Like what the fuck?
There he is.
my
There he
God.
is. He's on the corner of the street right there. He's just put rubber ducks. He's putting rubber ducks down again. There he is.
Put the duck down. Put the duck down.
It just
Sir,
shows
back away from the rubber ducks now.
it's pretty. The fact that my charges haven't been dropped though, and Rich Schiffers have, and the Canton Nines have, kind of proves the point for me that like it's not about what I'm doing. I'm being punished for the size of my audience. I'm being punished for my influence. Like that's ultimately what this is, because they're like, well, we're not going to go after Rich Schiffer. He's just some guy from town. He's like, whatever. He's passing rubber duckies around. This is stupid. If I was passing rubber duckies around, they would be like, revoke his bail, throw him back in. He's trying to intimidate the witnesses again. He's causing emotional harm to Chris Albert. Lock him up.
Real, dude.
And even today, when you showed my arrest videos and like reliving that, it's like, bro, Tully was in my living room. Like,
dude,
that's weird.
With Fanning. I forgot that was Fanning.
Going through my house, ransacking it. And like, they actually brought this probable cause warrant in front of a judge who they all just sign it. Like, that's one thing I've learned about judges. The search warrant from the state police. Where do I sign? Whatever you want. Boom. They're not going to deny anything. So when Gallagher and Tully get on that stand with a straight face and say that we didn't have probable cause to search the house, okay, and they didn't even ask a judge to sign off on that. They didn't even try, and there's no punishment for trying. I know it's a lie because they searched my house for far less. I didn't have a dead cop on my lawn. Apparently, that's all I had to do is just throw a dead cop on my lawn, and then they'll leave me alone. They'll be like, well, probable cause, that's ridiculous. Now we're not even going to bring that in front of a judge because they'll just laugh at us.
Yeah, I was really blown away by that. Like the fact that, and this is the thing that we got to remember too. Like, we're looking at Tully and Fanning in your living room, but we got to remember they work directly under Michael Morrissey.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? They're Massachusetts State Police, but I've never seen a press conference with Morrissey without Tully right next to him. You know what I mean?
He's always right there. It's creepy. He's like
right.
with the bald head, you know.
He's the Beast Man to Skeletor. He's the Starscream to Megatron. He's his henchman. He's his, it's crazy.
Yeah, and he's diabolic. He's the best liar of all of them. Like, he was stone cold on the stand when he just explained away how. Yeah, so we weren't interested in the tip about the Ford Edge. That wasn't something that piqued our interest, and here's why. And just says it with a straight face, like nothing's wrong with him. He's not like, whereas Bukkake came across as like arrogant, like you knew he was just douchey. Where Tully just got up there with a straight face. It was like matter of fact about it that like jurors might have believed him. They're like, well, this guy must be serious. He's bald and he's like straight faced and he's got a suit on. And he's so serious. So this guy must be like a real cop. Like, he cosplays. These guys cosplay as like real serious, by the book police officers. And then we see their group texts and we're like, bro, you guys are just frat boys that never grew up. And now you have guns and badges. Like, we're not fooled by you.
You said cosplays. That there's somebody backstage who I think you might have some words with. That
oh God.
Choice words for. I mean, people. Who is this?
Oh no.
Who is this?
Yeah,
This is specially appointed prosecutor Robert Cosgrove.
You're talking a little fast today, Cosy. You on something? Usually you don't talk that fast.
Well, I'll slow it down for you then, Turtle.
I'll allow.
Oh my
So,
God.
what kind of shoes you got on today? You got those Walmart shoes?
Yeah, the ones with the Velcro strips. Yeah, why?
They look comfortable, and at least they can't become untied.
Well, yeah, they're Velcro. So
Yeah. What bowling alley did you steal those from? That's what I would. You have to return those. You know, you're not supposed to take those with you.
that's not how bowling shoes work. But okay.
How's Mrs. Cosgrove doing? Specially appointed prosecutor Robert Cosgrove.
She's doing well. She's downstairs
In the basement still?
That's correct.
Wow.
How do you feel about former special prosecutor Mello, no longer being involved in the fake victim case and possibly soon the McAlbert case? How do you feel about that?
Well, as luck would have it, me and Will Glare had a conversation about this over the past couple days. And he originally tried to blackmail me. That's why I'm on this case.
Really?
And I call him Yellow Mellow because he's sick and he's yellow. So.
Okay. So what do you got up your sleeve for me? Any bail revocations coming up? What's going on? You gonna put me back in jail?
Well, just as long as there's no more T-Rex arms on a public way.
we were just kidding around. We were just grab-assing. That's what
I
we call
tried
it.
to
It's a little
tell him.
grab-assing.
Aiden, I tried to tell him. He doesn't. It's like he can't hear.
Will Glare, did you tell him the story that I told you why I don't appreciate T-Rex arms on a public way?
No, you tell him, man. I don't fucking think about you after I'm done talking to you.
Well, I'll take that as a compliment coming from you.
You do that, specially appointed prosecutor Robert Cosgrove.
Anyways, Turtle Dove, what happened was
Tony Turtle Dove? Cosgrove. That's not professional, man.
It's not at all.
Well, you have several names. It's hard to keep up.
Yeah, you got to watch more of my YouTube presentations then, because that's not one of them.
I watched them all, but I'm a man of advanced years.
You are, which makes me wonder why. I mean, why are you doing this? Was two pensions not enough for you?
Well, you know, they call me triple dip.
Yeah.
And
what's wrong with double dip?
Well, it's not enough. I mean, 3's better than 2.
I suppose so, but I mean, you got bills to pay. You got some credit card debt. What's going on? Why are you doing this?
Well, I got a wife. I got a wife in the basement. I mean, you know, there's a lot of expenses.
What is she? What a Peacock account? I mean, what do you need the money for, pal? Like, what are the expenses? How are you guys going on vacation somewhere? What's going on?
As a matter of fact, yes, we're on vacation right now.
Oh, really? Are you? Where at? Can you tell me?
Martha's Vineyard.
Okay. Let's see. You're not so nice, but not Nantucket nice. So maybe because Martha's Vineyard is a double dip island, Nantucket's really the triple dip. Maybe that's why you're doing this.
Nantucket ain't shit.
Oh, geez, spicy Cosgrove.
Spicy Cosgrove.
Yeah. This side of you I've never seen before.
How did you manage to work the StreamYard, specially appointed prosecutor Robert Cosgrove?
Well, I have 3 or 4 antennas up in here right now.
3 or 4 antennas coming up out of your coffin, 6 feet under the ground.
That's correct, Will. Thank you. Everybody's a comedian over there. Okay.
Well, I don't appreciate you trying to, if I'm being serious, I really don't appreciate you trying to revoke my bail twice over nonsense. I mean, that window intimidation thing, you told us that you were not going to file a motion to revoke my bail. And then Krusty Panties or someone contacted you and said he's saying mean things about Elizabeth Proctor. And then I show up and you try to revoke my bail. I mean, what's up with that?
Well, there's a little bit of a story behind that.
Oh.
I call her twisted panties, but
TP for short. Like
I had a bad lunch that day, and I was a little upset and twisted panties and Gattani with that we couldn't get him out of the restroom here at the office.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
made me a little bitter. And also, a T-Rex sounds on a public way is just unacceptable. My wife broke her hip because of that.
oh, she did.
That's right.
How can? But no one was out. It was like 10:30 at night. I didn't even know that the camera had audio. We were just, it's like grab assing. It's two grown men who had a little too much to drink, stumble out, see a blinking light, do a little comedy show. We didn't think anyone, we didn't know, I didn't know that your clients, I mean, the victims and witnesses were listening in on that. You know that, right? Like that's kind of secretly recording someone.
Well, it doesn't help when Chris Albert's calling here every 10 minutes crying the blues.
Yeah, I mean, why don't you just tell him to fuck off? I mean,
Right.
you always have that option.
I mean, I have several times, but he keeps calling back.
Really?
And
So he's like an ex.
And Yellow Mellow has me over a barrel.
Well, what's it like? You know, you had that trial with me in June for the violation of the restraining order. It took 3 days, right? And I was acquitted, and I didn't even have to take the stand. And your star witness, Lindsay Gattani, she didn't really. I guess the judge didn't find her believable or whatever. How do you intend on convicting me with a felony witness intimidation if you couldn't even convict me on a misdemeanor?
Well,
I got to roll, guys.
Thanks, Maza.
Please,
Appreciate
Maza.
you, man.
Oh yeah. See you later, Maza.
All right.
You don't talk to him. You leave him alone.
Hey, we're all in this presentation together. Take it easy.
Yeah, but the
Anyways.
thing is, man, look, man, I can already hit. Look, I found John DePietro's crowd, and they're saying the same thing about you. Listen to that.
I don't see how there's that many people with antennas they're doing that.
Yeah.
I don't see how that's possible.
All right.
So it's speaking of, I got of DePietro. So remember I told you that I got that guy emailing him, catfishing him, pretending to be Hank. Remember that a while ago?
Yeah. Yes, I do recall. I do recall that.
So we got it's continuing. So there's more. It picked up again. So he has, all right. So this is all going to come out, but, and I'm like, can I write about this? Like, they're like, no, we're still fucking with them. And somehow DePietro watches my presentations, but hasn't heard about this yet. But it's just amazing. And so he's all, can I just read this to you? Okay, let me just read this.
Of course.
Okay.
It's Will Blair's presentation. Sure.
Okay.
It's your benefit.
All right. So this is him talking to who he thinks is, he goes, a woman. He goes, "Dear blank, I've been trying to contact Mr. Brennan through his office line regarding the Cameron Reed case, but have not received responses to my voicemails. Despite his decision to decline interviews, I am reaching out again following the recent release of FOIA documents, including receipts, which have prompted numerous calls and emails from prosecution witnesses, as well as family and friends of both the witnesses and the O'Keefe family. They report unreturned calls from you and have pressing questions about the expenditures revealed in the documents." So apparently the McAlberts have seen all that money that's been spent, and they're like calling up Hank Brennan. Somehow those offend them, and they want Hank Brennan to do something about it. And then they go, "While we've supported Mr. Brennan, his silence and apparent disengagement are concerning, especially key individuals await communication. It's time to address this and shift the narrative. Additionally, with Aiden Carney's trial approaching, there is widespread doubt about the state securing a conviction. Many, including myself, strongly believe Mr. Brennan should lead the prosecution to deliver the justice that we feel is necessary. thank you. So this is him talking to somebody who he believes works for Hank Brennan. Okay. Telling them that we want you to replace Special Prosecutor Robert Cosgrove. And also, why aren't you returning anyone's calls or messages? He hasn't figured out yet that Hank took the money and ran. Like, Hank's fucking out of here, dude. You ain't going to see Hank ever again.
No, dude, he's gone.
I think that's hilarious. What's up, JFK?
Well, if he
I muted him
hasn't
because he
figured
had
out that
background
he's-
noise.
Okay.
If he hasn't figured out that he's being played with yet, then I don't know what to tell him. I mean, geez.
Yeah. Well, he wants to take your spot. I mean, that's they all think you're not getting the job done, and they want to replace you with Hanky Brennan.
Don't do me any favors. Please don't. Please do. I'm a man of advanced years.
Can't triple dip then. Can't triple dip if you get benched.
Well, I can be double dip and I can be just fine then.
Okay. Maybe, I mean, you should do that. You're not looking too hot these days. Every time I look, I mean, you look like you have leprosy or something every time I see you.
Well, you know, look, you know, day at the beach, day yourself, Turtle Dove.
Okay. Wow. Spicy Cosgrove tonight, I see.
Yeah. Jesus. Hey, listen, Cossie, specially appointed prosecutor Robert Cosgrove. We love you. We appreciate you, even though you suck and you need to drop those charges. Go to bed.
That was uncalled for. We don't talk like that to each other.
Shut up.
Going up for your people over here.
Give Mrs.
By the way, JFK, John F. Kennedy, good to meet you.
Oh, wait. Let me unmute my man. There we go.
Nice to meet you, buddy. Nice to meet you, great friend.
Good
That's
to
a
meet
wild.
you.
You used to be a judge, right? What happened?
Well, now I triple dip. That was double dip. Now I triple dip.
Okay. Get your money. Get your money, I guess.
Yeah, I got to get that paper.
Absolutely.
What
Get it.
fucking planet am I on right now, bro?
Oh,
Jesus
man.
Christ.
Oh, shit.
All right. I'm getting you out of here, specially appointed prosecutor Robert Cosgrove. Give Mrs. Cosgrove a good for me, all right?
Yeah.
Well, I always do, Will Glare. Thanks for having me on your presentation.
It's great to have you on my presentation, as always, sir. Have a good one, buddy.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
What's up, fellas? How we doing?
JFK is in the house, y'all. People, give it up.
Yeah, peace. How you doing, Mr. Runkle? How we feeling, brother?
Tired, but doing pretty well overall. How about yourself?
I'm doing all right, hanging in there. TB the King, what up, bro?
What's happening, JFK? How are you, man?
Chilling, man, chilling.
Excited about this Wilbur show, man. Really excited about this.
Oh, you're doing big things, man. So you have a rollout plan? What do you think you're gonna do?
Oh, we got it's like a variety show. We got to one of the things we're gonna do, like, we're gonna have some games and stuff, and some audience interaction is what I'm big with, because I don't want to just get up there and just do a YouTube presentation. You know, I want to get the audience involved. I want to do some Price is Right shit. Like, let's just put it that way. You know, like there may or may not be a come on down thing, like based on whatever. Because I want to get the people in the balcony, the mezzanine, everywhere. I want to feel like you got a shot at getting up here and being part of this. Like, I want to have big audience interaction. That's just what I'm big with on a YouTube show. It's like, you want to interact with the chat. You don't want to just sit there and talk for 2 hours. You want to talk to the people and interact with them, you know, make sure they're having fun.
Yeah. Right. You're going to fall in love with it, man. It's, you know, doing things live it's like a different vibe, different energy. And, you know, the whole build up to it, driving to the venue, the behind the stage, getting there, getting intro, then, you know, your adrenaline's up. If you could bottle that shit up every day, you're going to want to drink that, you know, so to speak. So you're going to love it, man. And just continue to keep hitting them with it, you know, keep doing them.
Yeah, and I was telling Will this earlier. It's like, when I had the Alan Jackson interview, I had 45,000 live viewers, and it didn't feel like it. To me, it was just another night talking in front of the computer. It meant nothing to me. I wasn't nervous. It didn't make me feel any type of way that I felt any other way. But like, this time I will have about 1,000 people sitting in front of me, and it's different, man. It's different when there's actual people in front of you. Like, and so this is going to be new. It's going to be interesting. But I'll be well prepared, and I want to make people have fun. Like, we got people flying from all over the country and from out of the country. We had a nice people message me the other day coming from Winnipeg, and they're flying in. People are doing. I mean, that's an investment. This is like a vacation for these people. Like, I got to give them something. I got to give them something to remember.
Every time you jump on that bird, you're risking your life, right? Every time you jump on them birds, bro, and they're coming to CTV, you know? So yeah, for sure, you know, for sure. I'm happy for you, man. That's awesome, man. And that's like I told you before when you was on the show, you know, your name in the lights down the Wilbur, like so many people are seeing that. Like Mark Wahlberg's in town right now.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he's shooting a movie. He actually drove by Kevy Kev's house. So Kevy Kev was sitting on his front porch, and so where Kevy Kev lives in Lynn, he used to own a lawnmower shop. He used to do like 2 cycle engines and stuff back then, and so he lives like right on the corner of where GE, the General Electric factory, is or whatever. So they're shooting in there. They're using the General Electric facility as whatever, you know, their base camp or whatever, and so he's just sitting on his porch with his son, and he looks up, and there's Mark sitting in the back seat of a truck, and he's like, "Hey, it's fucking Marky."
I know Donnie Wahlberg was seen running around downtown near the State House doing some movie like a month ago. I don't know if it's the same movie.
Nah, Donnie's doing a TV show out here now. The Blue Bloods got the Blue Bloods got canceled. They're doing like a spinoff, like a Boston version of the New York Blue Bloods.
Okay.
So,
gotcha.
but my point is, like, these big dogs are out here. You know, there's a lot of big dogs from Boston. John Cena's a big dog, and you know when they drive past the Wilbur, you know your name's right there, and they're like, "Damn, this fucking guy's got the Wilbur. Like, what the fuck? How the hell did he get the Wilbur?" Right? So, you know that buzz. It's a different look, man, and them lights downtown Boston. Best believe that,
And
man.
the Wilbur stood up to like the mob too. Like they showed me all the emails that they got, and like 30 over, you know, 3 dozen emails from people demanding that they cancel the show, like demanding it and citing nonsense. And some of them mentioned the Karen Reed case or whatever. He's supporting a cop killer, blah, blah, blah. Others mentioned he's anti-Semitic because Joel Waldman told them that. And, you know, but they were just like, they ignored them all. They didn't respond to anything. And, you know, good for them, because it's like, that's the way it should be. That's the way it should be. It's like, no, you don't get to decide, you know, that who gets to speak at our theater. Like, it's a free speech. The Wilbur Theater is not endorsing everything I've ever said and done. They're endorsing my right to say it. Like, that's what this is all about. And that's what my case is all about. It's like, yeah, you might not like the things that I'm doing. You might look at that video of me confronting Jennifer McCabe and say, well, I wouldn't do that. You know, that's uncomfortable. That's not cool. You know, and your opinion is valid if you say that. But what isn't cool is if you say that, well, you should go to jail for that. And that's ultimately what's happening here, is that they're saying that not only is that offensive, but it's also illegal, and you go to jail for that in this country now. And that's where everyone should have a problem with that. Everyone.
Yeah.
Right. For sure, bro. For sure. I got a problem with that. I'll tell you that right now. That shit is wild, man. I mean, you did nothing wrong. And at this point of two trials of
I mean, they're just going to keep trying. It's kind of reprehensible, because they're sitting there going, well, we don't like what this guy has to say. And the proper thing to do in a free country when you don't like something somebody has to say is you ignore it, or you like push back, you argue it. You know, we have dialogue. We have, like, you know, the marketplace of the minds. And instead they're like, well, we're just going to go and use force. That's the way we're going to solve this. And that there's no place for that.
How long was Cosgrove? How long was he judge for?
I don't know, but I'm sure he's an attorney for a while. I'm not sure when or who appointed him, but you know, I think he's been retired for 4 or 5 years now. Don't hold me to that, but you know, it just shows that they're not sending their best. If they're getting like retired judges to do this, like, they can't find any I mean, Massachusetts has no shortage of lawyers, right? Like,
right,
that would like to make a name for themselves. I'm sure some of these people, and they're looking at this case and they're just like, well, this is a loser. And we talked about the Adelsons before and how it's kind of a repeat. That's what, if they keep doing that, that's what Karen Reed's going to turn into. Because we already had 2 trials, right? And then we're going to have a civil trial, right? And then we're going to bring Turtleboy back. And it's the same trial. It's like we're going to bring all the McAlberts in again, all the scumbag cops in again, Proctor, all, like, you guys are really, we're going to do this again. How many times are we going to do this same dance? And you guys are going to lose every time before you just realize this isn't worth it, that we need to just move on with our lives.
Mr. Runkle, let me ask you a question, right? Are you familiar with Marquis Simmons, the Mizzy Cash? He's the guy. He just got released on a So Mizzy Cash is a rapper, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
His real name's Miles Kings, but the tentacles connected to the Karen Reed case with Scapiccio. He was in jail for 3.5 years for murder. So Miles King murdered Marquis Simmons, and when he shot him in the chest, Marquis Simmons said it was Miles King when he was on the way to the hospital. And then Scapiccio, who did the trial for, if you're familiar with the Sean Ellis case in Boston, she's the blonde-headed lawyer from Boston. I don't know if you're familiar with her, but she's real sharp. She's a defense attorney. Well, anyway, she's like a female version of Alan Jackson, so to speak, right? So anyway, he was in jail for 3.5 years for murder 1. And guess who was the lead prosecutor on the case? Proctor. So they just recently, they were withholding discovery, right? And, some of the motion was for speedy trial because he was in jail 3.5 years in a house of correction, and they didn't have the trial, what have you. But obviously the other side of it was Proctor, who just got fired. But this guy, he was in jail 3.5 years on murder 1. They released him on a $10,000 bail. He's home on a murder 1 in Massachusetts on a $10,000 bail. Now, I know you know a thing or two about the law. That's why I'm asking you. Have you ever heard of someone being home on murder 1 on a $10,000 cash? And I'm talking about $10,000 in Massachusetts. It's not like bail bondsman type thing where you pay a percentage. It's straight 10,000 and he was out. So 10K got him out. Have you ever heard anything like that?
I mean, it kind of suggests that they have a pretty weak case if they're, if they're willing to, go to bail on that, because
it's a pretty strong case. Like when you read the chart, that's what's crazy about it.
The thing is a strong case could turn into a weak case if you start getting misconduct, and that suggests that they're really worried about it, and what they're probably doing is they're probably saying, well, we're going to let him out on bail so that any of these violations are not sort of compounding, and so that it's not basically to undermine the case for throwing it out, but because it's made worse if they don't let him out, right? If he's stuck in custody while they're not disclosing information. So that's an element, at least.
Nurse Kim.
There she
Hello.
is.
Nurse Kim.
Goddamn, Nurse Kim. You got
Oh, she loves it. Oh,
the one and only.
You're muted.
You're muted, Nurse Kim.
Oh my God, I was just talking to you guys and listening to Many Men Wish Death Upon Me, because that's my song before I go live. And Turtleboy, Aiden, that's kind of a song that we should be singing all the time, right? Hype yourself up to 2000s hip hop. But as I said, I love to be here. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me, Will Runkle. I can't. You're everything. JFK, hi. Nice to be on a flight with you. And Kev 781. That's my man's.
Oh,
Disclaimer. Disclaimer.
Saying.
Oh, shit. Oh, there we go.
You brought her flowers?
He got a flower.
Digital flowers, baby.
Disclaimer.
It's happening.
I've heard of virtual handshakes, but there's some virtual flowers.
It looked like real flowers to me. Yeah.
Smooth as ice.
Yes.
I love it.
Yes.
Like,
Well,
I mean,
boys.
this is like anti-Higgy game right here, bro.
Yeah.
That is- yeah.
Incredible.
And by the way, I just want to thank David Yianetti for the very, very nice things that he came on here earlier and said. That was really cool to hear him say those things, man. That was awesome. Like, there's been a lot of highlights to this 12-hour stream, but that was the highlight for me, was hearing the things that David Yianetti said about it. Because,
and did you catch Alessi's speech after too? Alessi said some really nice things too, man. I mean, he drove it home.
And I appreciate that. What I liked about David's was that he specifically talked about the case, my case, and why he thought, like, he talked about the 60 minutes thing, and like, this is journalism. So it was really good to hear, somebody from the Reed defense team speak out about this, because that meant a lot to me hearing that.
Yeah.
Because I understood, like, before, like, during the trial, obviously they had to be kind of like tight-lipped. They were itching to tie me to Karen, which I get, but now that the trial's over, it was cool to see Yianetti come on here and, really speak out and say, like, these charges are ridiculous, and not just like he's a nice guy that we like Aiden or anything like that. It was just like, and here's why these charges are bullshit, because this has been done before, because this is how journalism works. People go up to you and ask questions, and it's not illegal when people do that.
No.
Amen.
He gave you your flowers. That's what he did, bro.
He did. And
Your digital flowers, Aiden.
David Yianetti's a great guy. Bob is, it's like they are, and their whole team, is when I would see them in court and everything, they were so nice to me. I mean, they were so complimentary, and they let me know that, like, look, even though publicly we have to, like, they reassured me kind of that, like, look, we appreciate this so much, and so I did appreciate him putting that on the record today and saying that. That was cool.
Yeah, Kelly said some really nice things too.
Oh, Kelly's great. Oh, I love Kelly. Yeah, and Kelly has been. I've met a lot of great people throughout this whole ordeal. This horrible tragedy, right, has brought a lot of really cool people into my life that weren't there before, and I hope that you guys are around for a long time.
No.
Yeah. Definitely. Yeah, this has been a great day. Even better than I had hoped it would be as far as the vibe goes, for sure. And hopefully we could hit that goal. That would just make it beyond perfect, I mean,
where are you at now?
We're close. We're creeping up on 18,000.
I mean, that's impressive. You were at 6:00. You were at $5,000. And so that's halfway. So I'm like, oh, cool. We're going to get to 10 grand today. That was the pace that you were going at. That has accelerated drastically. I think the mega panel earlier with Andrea, you call her Andrea. Is that how it's pronounced?
Yeah. I don't know. Is it? She didn't
Andrea
correct me.
Burkhart.
It's Andrea or Andrea?
Andrea.
Fuck.
It's all right.
I'm calling her Andrea the whole time. She could have corrected me. I would have stopped.
She wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that is insane. I listen, I tune in. I see the friggin' panel. I black out. I leave my own body. I was like, thank God I wasn't there, because I would have had to turn the screen on. I wouldn't have been able, I would have just looked like an idiot. So, and you've had multiple of those panels today, Will. It wasn't just the mega panel. It was then Bettero comes on. I can't. Then he brings up Lola. We had kittens. Like, you fucking hit every single mark you could have.
I mean, yeah. This was a fun. I'm so grateful that everybody responded and agreed to come. Like, there's only one person now that was on my list that actually did confirm, but never came. I'm sure they have their reasons, but they are missed.
Oh,
big
name. And you talk to Mikey Crawford.
No,
how do you make it Mike?
I mean, not big like you're thinking, Aiden, but yeah, somebody who is a big cheerleader for you in the community and has done some really said some really impactful things on your behalf.
Cool. Well, whoever they are, I appreciate them and I value them. So thank you very much.
That Mikey Crawford interview was pretty good too, man. Seeing you two together, that was pretty dope, man.
Yeah, no, and it was cool. I was talking about that earlier. you know, it was weird because it's almost like it's even hard for me to believe that we had beef, because the way we were talking, it was genuine, and it was like we'd been friends for years, you know. It was really cool. I genuinely got a pleasant experience out of that, and I look forward to having him up here again at some point.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah.
And I just want to say one thing, TB. I'm happy that Alessi came up here. And Yianetti came up here speaking so highly about you after all the Howie Carr talk and this and that. And, you know, I threw my 2 cents in that. And just to put you over the way they did. And like you said, not because they, you know, because it's right. It's the right thing to do, you know, and you're being fucked by the Commonwealth, which is a common thief of Massachusetts. So I'm happy that you got that validation, you know, and that's how it works sometimes. Sometimes you just got to sit back and let it organically melt together. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. No, that was really cool to see. And, you know, like, but Bob, he calls me doctor. Like, he's insistent. He respects my pronouns. Bob Alessi does. He does, man. That guy, he like, the first time I met him, he addressed me as doctor. And so I really appreciate that. That's how I introduced myself to Dr. La Posada, Dr. Wolf, and Rentschler. Wolf didn't think it was very funny, but Rentschler loved it. He was fucking jovial about it because his family hasn't been attacked the way Wolf's has. And La Posada, she just like, oh yeah, I heard of you. That's all she said to me. I'm like, Dr. La Posada, Dr. Turtleboy, nice to meet you. She goes, oh yeah, I heard of you. She said, yeah, okay. And I did it to Dr. Wolf. I went up to him and I'm like, Dr. Wolf, Dr. Turtleboy, nice to meet you. And he just kind of shook my hand and like you could, that poor fucking guy is like shell shocked from this because he didn't sign up for this. He's like he's a nerd. You know what I mean? At heart, he's like a bio. He didn't sign up to be like what's a Julie Carpenter? Why am I? What's a Jennifer Cofen doofus? Why am I being dragged? Why is my wife being mentioned and shit now? Like, why am I being asked about my wife's Facebook groups on the stand? Like, you could tell. And I think he just knew that, like, talking to this guy, if somebody's taking a picture of this right now, this is going to be fucking bad news. He didn't want, which I totally get. Yeah. Poor guy.
Awesome, man.
But yeah, Rentschler was different. Rentschler was like much more cooler and more laid back about it. I just think because, you know, and even on the stand, Rentschler had more personality. I mean, he like Wolf was the one all the ladies loved, but like Rentschler had a little personality got up there. He started talking about his kids and stuff. He's like, shout out to my son. Happy birthday, boy.
And got shut down.
People like I love Dr. Rentschler because people, you know, Wolf was the one they all loved, and I love Wolf. He was great. No, but people forget about Rentschler. His testimony was more important because his testimony was that the arm, like, remember, Wolf did the test, said that the vehicle didn't add up, like the injuries to the vehicle, whereas Rentschler's was to talk about the injuries to John didn't line up, you know, and that was the ultimate thing. It's like that. Because the taillight did break. I mean, ARCA showed that the taillight did break, but the arm is the important part. The arm did not break. That arm would have shattered into a million.
He said something about physics, right? He said you can't. He's like in the first trial, he had that soundbite. He said like you can't deny physics or something.
You can't deny the science.
The science.
You can't deny it. And then then Dr. La Posada one-upped him by saying repeatedly, it doesn't matter because he wasn't hit by a car.
I love that.
It doesn't matter because it wasn't hit by a car.
She kept saying it to him too.
I know she did. It was like he gave up. He cried uncle by the end. He's like, all right, I give up on this one. She's just gonna keep saying it.
I loved her. She was like my favorite, I think, of all because she was so powerful.
Yeah.
Like in her
pure eye contact the whole time.
Yeah, wouldn't let up from him. And like to find out, of course, the jury didn't know, but for us to know that Hank had used her as his own expert in previous cases, I was like, bitch, she is just everything.
Yeah.
And she had an answer for when they were like, oh, we're going to attack her credibility. And you couldn't touch her.
What was her answer? You remember what her answer was? Oh, yeah. That's bullshit.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me. That was bullshit.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's like, and now we've seen through this FOIA request that they spent tens of thousands of dollars on some company that would have did what Krusty did for free, you know, and that's look these people's background information up and try to smear them. And they found out that, like, ooh, the station nightclub fire, she didn't get there fast enough or something like that.
Yeah, that.
And so they had their big gotcha card, like, oh, what about the station nightclub fire? Where were you for that? And her answer was just like, oh, that was bullshit. And that was the end of that. That was all that research down the drain. She's just like, oh, that was bullshit. Oh, okay. Oops.
She might have been the nail in the coffin for the case.
100%, man. She was I think she was the best witness by far of either prosecution or defense.
Because she was no selling everything they were coming at her with. She was like, nope, that doesn't matter. He wasn't hit by the car. Next. You know?
Next.
Yeah, she kept
really was
moving. Yeah.
And she treated Hank like he was like like she was his second grade school marm.
Right.
You know, that was just like, no, Hanky, no, that's I told you, no, sorry, nope. Like he was like the bad boy. And he treated her like she was the second grade teacher that he had some respect for. Like he treated her with respect. Whereas when every other witness he treated with no respect whatsoever. Like Lucky Loughran and Nicholas Barros and Dr. Wolf, he treated them like shit, but not her. He was scared of her.
Yo, Wallflower earned a wrench with me tonight, man. She's been keeping tally on this all day, dude. So I mean, if anybody earns a wrench, dude, like
throw your peace signs up for Wallflower in the chat. Peace signs up for Wallflower. Throw them up. Throw them up.
People, absolutely, people.
You know, earlier tonight, Bill, you played the body cam footage of Doctor getting arrested, you know, at the school, at the bus stop, man.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, you know, to see the way you handled that, Turtleboy, I give it up to you, because I don't know what I would have done in that situation, in front of my house, in front of my kids.
I was like,
I probably would have crashed out.
I was like, can we close the garage door? That was my number one concern. I'm like, were you guys just gonna haul me out of here? Because we got to do something about the garage door. I can't leave it open like that. They're like, oh no, we're gonna ransack your house. Don't worry, we're going through that.
Yeah.
You know, and just seeing them in, like I said, I treated it like I'd been looking for these people forever. Like I've been looking, I went to Proctor's house. I knocked on his door. I wanted to ask him questions. That's all I want to do with these people is ask them questions. So now, like I would have killed for an interview with Brian Tully. And here I am in a fucking room with him in handcuffs. You better believe I'm going to ask about the Ford Edge. You be like, oh dude, like what's up with that Ford Edge? And he's like, we're not here to talk about the Can't Read case. I'm pretty sure I'm here right now because of the Can't Read case.
A little bit.
I think that's got something to do with it. Like, so maybe you don't have to answer it, but like, what's up with that Ford Edge, bro? Like that. And as soon as I got out of the car, you know, it was an hour and 20-minute ride from Holden to Stoughton in the back of a Cruise, handcuffed, uncomfortable as shit. And the whole time I was just thinking, like, oh, this is the documentary just got so much better. Everything just got, this is going to blow up in their faces. Oh my God. And I'm like thinking about, like, I thought about Karen because she was brought to that courthouse in handcuffs. And I'm like, I watched it before and I'm like, I got about 10 seconds. I got 10 seconds to say whatever the fuck I want because I know the media is going to be there. What am I going to say in those 10 seconds? And I'm like, oh, Ford Edge. I'm just going to ask, like, yeah, hope you guys find that Ford Edge. You guys find that Ford Edge? We're good. And it worked to plan because then I get out on the courthouse steps afterwards after I was released. And I think Ted Daniler, one of them, asked me, like, you mentioned the Ford Edge. What was that all about? Let me tell you about the Ford Edge. Like there's this dude, Lucky Loughran, that they didn't. I found him before everyone else did, you know? And like, you guys want to talk about Lucky Loughran? I'll talk about Lucky Loughran all day. Let's do it. Like, why weren't they talking about Lucky Loughran? Why weren't they tracking down this guy? Why did I interview that man before Michael Proctor did? Can anyone explain that from the DA's office?
No.
Okay. You know,
yeah.
I think that's
how did I find an eyewitness in this case before the lead investigator or anybody working under him? I mean, it's insane.
And that's, I said from the beginning with this case, it's not what they did do to frame Karen Reed. It's what they didn't do.
Right.
Like this was an intentional. It's they didn't get a search warrant to go inside Brian Albert's house. They didn't separate the witnesses. They didn't treat anyone else as possible suspects, and they didn't interview key witnesses like Lucky Loughran. They didn't ask Kelleher for his ring camera video. Give me a break. I mean, what did Gallagher say on the stand? Oh yeah, I know from experience. Those Arlo cameras. They only film 5 feet in front of you or some shit like that. Real, I mean, could you take a look? Could you take a look? Maybe, and even if that's the case, you still presented a trial. It's going to pick up audio, isn't it? You know, Chris Albert's freaking got audio at the pizza shop. This guy doesn't have audio on his ring camera. Give me a break.
Right. Come on. Especially in that neighborhood. And let me just say this. I think the most slept on thing in this case, honestly, is Steve Scanlon. And you interviewed him.
Yep.
And you fucking, if you listen to that, I went over that. I got 80,000 views playing that video. And I went through it, talking about it on one of my older videos. And I just re-uploaded it as a video. And people were so intrigued about that, how you schooled him. I was kind of going over what you said, how you caught him up. You were like, so he was trying to put you over, right? He was like, I learned everything from you, man. Can I call you Aiden? No, he was like, can I call you? He was like, what's your other name you call yourself?
He was kissing my ass.
There's another name.
Yeah.
Daddy.
No. There's that other name. You have like another alias. It's a name.
Aiden Carney.
Yeah, it's
Journalism
like
Jesus. Yeah, I don't know.
something like that. He was like, can I call you that? And you were like, okay. And he's trying to put you over. He's like, I learned everything, man, from you. I just watch you every day. And then you were like, yeah, that's cool and everything. But, you know, I wasn't covering the case when you said that shit. And he was like, and then when you were like, so how did you know Colin was in the house? And he was like, I know what? He said it just like that. I know what? Like he got caught right off guard. He was probably outside like one of these Italian clubs in Southie or something, or the North End, one of these like private clubs. He was like, I know what? He's like, I heard it from you. Man, you caught him up. If people need to go back and listen to that Scanlon audio, that shit is crazy.
Because of the Scanlon, how I tripped up Scanlon was I said that he's like, oh yeah, when I went to David Yianetti, I didn't know anything about anything, you know, Colin or Higgins. I didn't know anything about that. I just went there because it wasn't adding up. I go, what wasn't adding up? He goes, the injuries weren't adding up. I go, how could you know about the injuries on February 2nd? There was no autopsy report released, and there was no media report saying anything about injuries. He's like, oh, I learned it from you. I'm like, I hadn't reported on it yet.
Let me just say this. He was like, I learned it from you. Can I call you Clarence? That's
Can I
what he
call
said.
you
Can I call you
Clarence? Can I call you Clarence? That's right. So yeah, he was schmoozing me over there, and he kisses at the end of the audio. He goes, "Hey, just one more thing." He goes,
Clarence.
"Keep up the good fucking work." He tells me, "Keep up the good fucking work."
Oh my
Kind of keep me. He's just a little snake, you know. I mean, think about it. Brian Albert's his buddy, and he's going behind Big Bad Brian Albert's ass and ratting on him to Yianetti. And that's ultimately why he didn't want any of this on the record, because he didn't want to get in trouble with Big Bad. He was a snitch, and he didn't want Brian to know about it.
He was scared.
Olivia.
I mean, he's such he's the biggest coward. I'm telling you, that guy knows something. Like he did not just end up in David Yianetti's office by accident. That guy you're right. He is the key to this. He knows something. He's hiding something. And how I want to know why. I mean, was his daughter friends with these people? Did she find something out? Like, I'm not saying she was there or anything like that. That would make sense to me if he just doesn't want his kid involved, you know, wants to stay, doesn't want her getting dragged into this. I would get that. Protecting your daughter, but like that guy knows something, man.
Definitely.
Yeah, man.
I know that Runks is fighting to stay awake, man. You want to bow out properly, or do you want to hang out, or what, man?
I should probably bow out. I've been I got up at 6 a.m. I've been running around shooting things since then and so forth. So it's not anything against you guys. I'm just exhausted. And I was like,
no, yeah, for sure.
I would watch a channel on like a day in the life of Runkle.
Yeah,
between court by day, shooting shit by night, like random Girl Scouts building shit on your property, which I imagine is like several dozen acres at least.
It's 160 minus a road allowance.
There you go. Yeah.
157.
Yeah.
Damn, Runkle.
I would watch that.
All right. I will I'll let you guys go.
Hey, Rocco, let me ask you one question. If you had one word to describe the state of Massachusetts, just one word, what would it be?
Don't.
Don't. Don't. There we go.
I mean, I've had people being like, "When are you coming down to Massachusetts?" I'm like, everything there seems like a tire fire, and
never.
I'm pretty sure me just like landing in a plane, they'd call that witness intimidation out there.
There we go. That's a good hot take right there.
Yeah.
So,
Ronks, I really appreciate you. I know you went out of your way to come here and hang out with us for as long as you did, and I really appreciate it. I know we all appreciate it, everybody in the chat as well. So thank you so much, man. And I can't wait to bring you on again. We'll plan something soon, I hope.
Sounds good. And
nice meeting you, man.
Great.
Yeah, nice meeting you.
Likewise. And hopefully those numbers on the fundraiser keep going up. So night all.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Awesome.
Man,
So
what
awesome.
a night.
Hold
What
on.
a day.
We got to give him a round of applause here real quick. Man. Yeah. And the person who I kind of gave up on messaged me and should be joining us shortly. So,
Oh, really?
And I'm actually I'm good to go. I was gonna end this in an hour, but we're so close to that goal, man. I might just run a little longer and see if we can reach it.
See if we can get there. Let's go.
We know how we can get there. You know how we can get there, boys.
Oh yeah.
Oh God.
You know how we can get there, and we can get there
Now-
quick if you wanna.
All right. Now, if anybody is not going to be in on the dance off, you're going to have to step aside. But the dance off is happening because that's what the people want.
Yeah.
So let me know if you want me to take you off the screen because you're going off the
I don't
screen.
think that's what she was. I don't think that's what she was getting.
I was going shirts off. That's how we
That's
were
not
Shirts
happening.
off.
No. That's not happening.
This
There's
isn't a
no
pro lesson.
alcohol.
Well, but the
There's
dog
no
fight-
alcohol. That's not
New
happening.
Year's
I
Eve.
was wasted.
Yeah.
I was fucking wasted.
There's no alcohol here.
All right, just
the
kidding.
dance
Just
off
kidding.
is
All
the
right,
plan.
I'll put the baby oil away. All right, guys, come
Oh,
on.
God.
Sorry, ladies.
The dance off is the best you get. Let's get to 2,000. Let's get to 20,000 in the next 20 minutes. And if we can do that, hit the Kevin Blair dance off.
Oh my God, what is your demographic, Will? What is your split? 90-10?
Yeah, probably similar to mine.
80,
Oh my
20.
God,
Probably similar to mine.
ladies,
Yeah.
80-20.
ladies,
Yeah.
calm down. I love it. Oh, I love it. Got fans. This is hot. I should probably leave. You guys are who needs to be here right now.
Stop it,
Nah,
Kim. You jumped up here for the dance off. Stop it.
Yeah, but she
Let's
needs to
get-
be in the dance off too. She needs to
I
take it up
did.
to
Well, listen, I
39,000.
need to because it's Kevy Kev.
Nurse Kim, I mean, you could really get us up to 39,000 feet. I mean,
Let's go.
it can
Let us
happen.
go.
Okay. All right, let's go. 20 minutes, people. $20,000.
Shit, let's go. That's
Let's
what it
do
is.
this. Come on, people. Let's
Yeah.
go.
Yep. You gotta play them beats though. You gotta get the beats going. You gotta get Kevy Kev loose. Once he hears the music, man, he takes it to another level.
God damn.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, we
man,
don't
we're
just
doing it.
we can't just start dancing, Will. This isn't like
We're not
interpretive.
doing it yet. Will you just let me quarterback this shit? When the time comes to fucking drop a beat, I'm gonna drop a beat.
God damn, Will.
Noted. Okay. He's like, you got 20 minutes, and then he's just telling me to dance for dollars. I mean, am I at Centerfolds? I don't know. What are we doing?
Oh
now?
shit! Are we going to Centerfolds after the Wilbur? Disclaim. Oh,
Oh my
shit.
god.
God damn.
Keep me the fuck away from that place.
Oh,
Oh, you've been?
I never want to see that place.
Oh, you
ever.
went to
Again?
Centerfolds, bro?
Did I say again? Did I say again? Did
I
you
don't
hear the
know.
word again come out of my mouth?
Oh man.
Do you like that place, Aiden? Have you ever been to
I-
Centerfolds in Worcester?
In Worcester, the one on Route 20. Yeah. I mean, when I turned for 18, obviously that's like the first thing you want to do is go to the strip club. And I remember that, like, like being like, oh yeah, like this is fun. Good looking naked women, like this is fun. So I went to. So now there's this place in Worcester called Hurricane Betty's. Everyone calls it Sweaty Betty's. It's the old lamplighter. Went there as like a joke, like a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
It's actually a date, and I went there, and oh my god, like you couldn't get a boner at this place if you wanted to. Like it was like, bro, they recruit from the neighborhood, and it shows. And it's like, dude, this is like not. This is people looking for crack money. But there's guys there throwing money around. Like they will get anything. I'm like, dude, this is not. This is not like I imagine. Like my understanding of the nudie bar was from watching Married with Children growing up. And Al Bundy going to the nudie bar with his throwing like good looking women on stage dancing, throwing their bras at you. I thought that's what the nudie bar. No, it turns out it's just a bunch of crack whores. That's it. That's why you got to go to Canada. If you want to go to a real strip club, you got to go to Canada. You got to go to Montreal.
I love St. Catherine Street.
I love girls
exactly
their way through college. I'm not a hater. Okay?
Yeah, some honorable women that just don't mind being groped, right? And because they're trying to go to nursing school, like that's what it is. And it's hands-on. Canada is very hands-on.
I'm in ATL, man. Believe me, it goes down out here, man. This is the capital of the strip clubs out here. Clara. You know about Georgia.
Give me the wooden-legged pole dancer at the Claremont.
The Claremont.
Atlanta. Give me that any day. Give me Blondie any day, crushing PBR cans between her tiny titties. Dude, give me that shit any day. I know JFK knows what I'm talking about.
Shit. Yo, check this out. Check this out. I'll tell you a quick story, right? So we used to go to a festival out here called the A3C. They shut it down, right? But they did it from like 2009 to like 2018. And they have a big headliner. And like they'll have Nas headline and Wu-Tang Clan, whatever. And it's a big underground hip hop festival. So we got these cats, Sky Zoo, right? He's a big hip hop artist, but he's more in the underground scene, right? Who else did we have? We had a couple of Shea 45 cats that did radio. And we tell them, yo, we're going to the strip club. And they think we're going to Magic City. So we're like, nah. Oh, you know who we got with us? We got Chris Santos with us, the big chef that has Beauty and Essex. He's on the Food Channel. He rocks with us, right? So he's with the crew. So he's like, where are we going? He's got all the money. We're like, just come with us. So we took him to a place called the Claremont. When I talk about Turtleboy, you would love this. You want to talk?
Where is that? I've heard of that.
It's in Atlanta. It's in Atlanta.
Okay.
If you want to talk about pure fuckery, this place is fuckery on steroids. They got chicks in there that are like 75 years old, 50-year-old ladies crushing beer cans. Yo, these dudes, check this out. These dudes they had the best cologne on. They had Rolexes on, big rings. They thought they were going inside like a ball in place. We walked in this place, man. It smelled like shit. Blue ribbon cans. They're like, where the fuck are we?
Why do people pay
it's
for
heaven?
It?
It's heaven.
But like
you
can't. The whole point is to go to a strip club is to get slightly turned on, slightly aroused.
No, it's like the blue moon. Remember the blue moon up in Kingsborough?
What the fuck is the point? It's like a joke. I'm just supposed to go and look at these rats. You're supposed to be slightly aroused or slightly turned on at a fucking strip club. That's the whole point of going to a strip club.
Oh man, yeah. The Claremont is a culture, bro. Like
you go there for the wing.
You go there for the environment, and those strippers are not there to turn you on. They're just to add to the environment. That's all.
Like the Sopranos.
Yeah. Now you don't go to the Claremont to get turned on. Nobody does.
They do lap
You're
dances.
fucking weird.
Oh yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Of
course.
course.
How the fuck would you want to get a lap dance from somebody who's fucking that doesn't turn you on?
Some people do.
It'll happen.
Guys like me and JFK don't go to the Claremont.
But no, what you do? But what you do is you take Kevy Kev with you. You start getting them drunk, and you pay one of them girls. You pay one of them girls to give him a lap dance, and he's sitting there with a 75-year-old lady. Dancing on him. You're just sitting over there laughing.
He's an angel.
You go to Tootsie's in Miami to get lap dances. You
Yes.
go to fucking I can't even name any anymore. It's been fucking
You remember 10? Did you go to 10?
Yeah, but that's like topless, right? Isn't that just topless?
No, not up at the beach. No.
There's this one place I remember. I went to I had like a VIP card when I was like 25, and I was a manager at Papa John's, and I went with
Hot wood.
all
Okay,
of my all of my drivers. Like I worked in Hollywood, Florida, and all of my drivers were black guys, right? And we all got along real well. And I took one guy, Ant, to Tootsie's, and he was like, "This place, all right, you know," and whatever. And then he was like, "Let me take you to a real strip club, dog. Let me take you to a real strip club." And then he took me to this place in Miami called the Rolex. Now, I started to just roll right into this place, and then the bouncer was like, hey, yo. And then he goes to my friend and he goes, "Let your man know where he at." And then my friend goes like this, and he started searching. So like you get searched before you go into this place, and it smelled like ass and booze, and it was just girls shaking their sweaty asses everywhere. But
as God
it wasn't
intended.
for me. It wasn't for me, but I could see the appeal. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is what you go to a strip club for. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was no holds barred. It was wild, but yeah.
Centerfolds. I'm sorry, Centerfolds. I think Nurse Kim was talking about was the one around the corner from the Wilbur. So to give you,
I went
Will
there for my
doesn't know.
21st birthday, Kim Hunk. That's where I went for
So,
my 21st birthday.
We have
Where
a
the Wilbur-
Centerfolds in Worcester too. Maybe
Yeah.
it's a
So
satellite one.
the Wilbur is in the old combat zone.
Yeah, I know.
So back in the day where the Wilbur was, it was nothing but prostitutes out there. Like, you used to drive through there in the 90s, and they used to jump in the window of your car. Like, if you had your windows down, they would legit come in your car. Like, it was crazy. They had the strip club, the Naked Eye, and then they still have the Glass Slipper. So on the corner was the Naked Eye, and then around the other block was the Glass Slipper. But now on the little alleyway right down the street from the Wilbur, like 2 blocks up, is Centerfolds and the Glass Slipper. So that's like, the Glass Slipper is like OG Boston. Like, they moved it up a couple of streets, but it's still the same. It's basically, you ever been to King Arthur's in Chelsea?
I've heard of it. I can't say I've ever been.
Let me tell you, I'm surprised that ain't never made the TB blog.
Oh, it has. It has made the TV. Oh, we had this Revere stripper back in 2017 who had an amazing rant. I had her on the show. I interviewed her, and she explained what I didn't. I'm like, what is she? She had some rant she posted on Facebook where she was talking about I be popping pussy. And I know I get the pussy popping, and I'm like, what does that mean? What's a pussy popping mean? And she explained it all to me. She was really nice, actually. And
how'd she break that down for you, doctor?
I don't remember. It's like they took my Facebook page down, so that interview was lost forever. I used to do a Facebook live, but I started YouTube in like 2019, 2020, somewhere around there. I was a Facebook live guy for a while. And then that became unreliable because I would always lose my Facebook pages, and then the videos would be gone.
So
forever.
many pages, bro.
Yeah.
So I was around back then.
Yeah,
he was getting banned every other day, bro.
Yeah, and it's like, and so then after a while, I just did YouTube, and YouTube doesn't ban you; they just demonetize you or whatever. So like, they don't really kick you off.
I'm sorry.
You got to be real
God,
bad.
I'm
You got to
gonna
be
go
real
to
bad to get kicked
confession.
off here. What, she got kicked off? What?
Look at LV cops. They're thinking to themselves, Kimberly, you're a mother, for Christ's sake. What are you talking about right now?
Whoop, whoop. I just want to give a shout out to the LV. I don't what's the guy you interviewed with, the police
Byron.
Byron.
No,
I love
Brian.
his Brian. I'm sorry. The take he did on Francis Gigalotti, how he broke it down, how he couldn't breathe in but he could breathe out. Was that how he broke it down?
Yeah, he was on his diaphragm. Yeah.
Yeah, he broke it down, and honestly, to get that type of information from him was great, and because they and I seen you, Kim, on your live earlier too. You said it was a homicide. How do you get around that at that point?
Yeah.
It's a homicide. Who goes down for it?
Right. No, that was like heartbreaking, and to see Christina Rex out there and discussing it, I liked it. But now we have to wait and see where this investigation goes, but we got to hold them accountable because there is no accountability there if they're going to say that it was a combination and not have at least a manslaughter charge on all of them, right? Like anyone who had a part of their body on him should be charged, in my opinion.
Look at a lot of women. Look like 3 or 4 women cops. Weren't there a bunch of women cops?
I think there was 2 at least.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I question the definition of homicide. I think that homicide just means a death caused by another person.
Yeah,
Oh,
right.
right,
You
but we're
know,
not
It could be
talking about
lawful
car
and it could be
accident.
unlawful.
right. So you know, and so I mean, it could be that this turns out to be ruled an accident. You know, you just never
No.
know. So I'm not going to look too deep into the word homicide just yet. Is all I'm saying.
Well, I'm going to
Well, they
say that they didn't have the homicide for even Officer John O'Keefe, and yet they charged Karen Reed with second-degree murder.
I just don't know
Agreed.
when I watched that
Agreed.
tape, I'm just like, how the fuck, bro? Did you miss George Floyd? Like, I'm just watching, like, Drew, you know, everyone's watching, and like
Right.
that's like you did it this way, like, bro.
Right.
What are you guys thinking? Like, I don't want to think the worst of police, but like, what were you guys fucking thinking?
That's what I told James Jackson when he was walking out of Macy's sticking polos in the bag. I said, "Listen, bro, everybody gets arrested throwing polos in the bag. Why are you doing it the same way, you fucking knucklehead?" He said he was running across 3 lanes. This fucking guy.
God damn, James.
Oh, damn, James. Where you at, James, man?
Yeah, God
What happened to
James.
James' partner in crime there? The other guy that was in that article. What was that guy?
Man, he
What's
just
up with that?
disappeared.
Oh, he
I
did.
don't know where
Okay.
he is. Yeah,
down in
he
Master
disappeared.
Cass. Down,
Yeah,
hanging
yeah,
out
he's
with.
hopefully he's got his life together, man. But he was, you know, like you said, TB, you know how it goes. He could be on the other side right now. Hopefully he's doing okay. You know, God bless him. But yeah, he was a knucklehead for sure. Yeah, Louis. But I just want to say that I had the family on the show with Francis Gigalotti, Becca and Jigga's aunt. And they said if they charge him, because I heard Glera saying they're probably going to charge the drug dealer and say it was him who gave him the drugs and this and that, and that's what killed him. And I said to the family, I said, if they go that route and they charge the family, charge the drug dealer and make it seem like to the family, we're doing the right thing. Are you guys on their side? And they said, no, we don't want the drug dealer charged. We don't care that he did the drugs from the drug dealer.
Really? They don't care?
Yeah.
I mean,
well, that's what they said. They said he made the choice to take the drugs. That's not what killed him.
If he wouldn't have got the drugs from him, he would have got them from somebody else. A drug addict's gonna get. Period.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Drug dealers who don't do drugs themselves are the scummiest people. Like, I can understand if you have a drug addiction and you're selling it. Well, but you're also scummy because you know what it does to people, and you're still selling it. But you're too much of a pussy to do it yourself. You know what I mean? It's like so. Drug dealers who don't do drugs are like the lowest of the low, in my opinion. Like, drug dealers who are addicted and this is how they pay for their addiction, I have somewhat sympathy for. But like people who are like, you're not addicted, so you sell this poison and you know what it does to people, but that's why you don't do it yourself. Like, you're a piece of shit.
Agreed.
Nowadays, most drug dealers are drug addicts because the drug game has changed up with the fentanyl and how deadly it is. And the profit's different. Like back when you could sell Percocets and sell OC80s, and not like I know anything about this. Disclaimer: I know nothing about this shit, right? But I'm just saying, like, back when you could sell pounds of weed and things like that, there was profit. I mean, what profit you going to get now? The profit doesn't add up. If you're selling fentanyl and someone dies and the feds come in, the feds are charging you with murder. So it doesn't matter how much money allegedly you're going to make. It doesn't add up to a fucking murder beef or, the way they charge you. So the most people that are selling the drugs nowadays are on the drugs. It's just like a big training game. It's people in shelters.
Yeah.
The drug game is trash. So I would bet the person who sold them this drug probably sold a little bit of drugs and did a little bit of drugs. If he was going to ask me if I was a bet,
probably. Yeah. I mean, that's what I would bet that too. I would assume that's the case. Because I would assume anybody involved in this, like, they're just like, well, I don't do it myself, but I'd sell it. Like, that's a real if you're evil if you do something like that, in my opinion.
Yeah, nowadays, especially with the shit that's out there nowadays, you're killing people. Like, literally, people are just dropping right in front of you. I had a guy, I put him on my show last week when I was in Lynn. I was driving by, I was shooting some visuals, and I seen him. I had seen him a couple of days before that, and he was, he was panhandling, and he was doing the simp, right? He was walking, his foot was hurting. He was like, "Oh, my foot, my foot." So he walks over to the car, and I got $10 in my hand, and I said, "Listen," I said, "before I give you this $10, I said, just let me know right now. You ain't no rapist or nothing like that, right? Because the thing is, I help a lot of homeless people, right? And then when they walk away, I say, what if he beats his wife up? What if he did something to a kid? I don't know this dude's backstory. So I just asked him straight up. I said, listen, you ain't no rapist. He pulls up his shirt. He got all jail tats. It says crazy white boy on his. I'm like, all right, buddy, I get the drift. Here's the $10. You earned it. And I said, go get a coffee, man, and live in the moment. So like the next day, I'm driving by the same intersection. I'm sitting there and I'm looking right at him. I go, what's up, Sean? He looked right at me, didn't even know who the fuck I was, right? I'm like, God damn, I thought I kicked some knowledge to you. So then I circled back a couple of days later after that, and I talked to him, and I gave him another couple dollars, and I said to him, listen, what are you doing out here? You're going to die out here, my man. Like, you're going to die. You know that. And I asked him, how many times did you overdose out here? And he was like, yeah. I'm like, how many times you overdose? He said 13 times.
Wow.
Yeah.
God said, I'm not ready for you, man. Get back over there.
Fucked up.
You know? So that's how insane this whatever you want to call it, addiction, you want to call it a choice, whatever your take on it is. But that's the mentality out here. The self-sabotage is real.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Well,
everywhere.
Anyway, well, I gotta call it a night, my dude, because I gotta wake up early tomorrow. But God, I appreciate you guys. I just wanted to come on for a while, and God damn it, I appreciate all you motherfuckers so much. Thank you guys so much for everything you've done for me, and I'm telling you, it's gonna be put to good use when you see Mega Motion. You're gonna be like, oh, this was worth every penny.
Yes.
You're gonna see, because I got the best lawyers in the world fighting for me.
You do.
So,
yeah, man.
Yeah, and we're fighting for you too, TB, because you are the best, and you were the first, and you will go down in history, in my opinion.
Oh,
and
thank you.
This has been weaponized against you, and you deserve nothing but to be whole and then be blessed afterwards, because you are changing the trajectory of the Commonwealth. If we are successful, and we will be, babes, because we are all standing with Turtleboy, so he's not by himself in this. And if you're successful, then this changes everything for Massachusetts and First Amendment rights.
And I can't say it enough. I can't say it enough, people.
Amen. Amen.
Aiden's tenacity in this is only as strong as our tenacity. He needs our support so he can get this defense as strong as it can be, and they can be unbeatable. So
what do we got for tickets at the Wilbur?
I just checked. There are left 116 seats left.
Wow.
That's it.
Damn.
So that means it was close,
Congratulations.
close to 1,000. So we got 5 more days. I think we're gonna get a sellout at this point now. This is fucking wild, man. Fucking wild. I can't believe we're gonna sell this shit out.
Dude, that's a hell of a thing to put on your bio.
That
bro.
is.
Yeah, man. Get those Wilbur tickets, people.
It's gonna be dope.
And we'll be there. I'll be there. Okay.
I'll be there.
That's gonna be there. All the big shots, all the big guys, the big players.
The big dogs.
Yeah.
Told you, if you needed a cage dancer, man, I would have done it. That was me. That was me. That in the chat one night, TB.
Oh, that was you. Okay,
Yeah,
that was real Kevin Kev. That wasn't an imposter. Okay, good. Yeah.
Oh, wait, before you go, TB, I know somebody who's got probably something nice to say to you, my man. Just hang out just for a second.
Oh yeah, for sure.
What's up?
Oh, Bob Mata. Look who it is.
What's happening?
Yes, sir. Wait. He needs a. Yeah, there we go. Sorry.
I'm surprised you're not a crime cop.
No,
you can hear you.
No. I
You didn't want to go to the Delphi Love Fest at
no,
CrimeCon?
couldn't do it. I had a good Sunday, man. Good Sunday. Chilled. Little birthday, little softball.
Is it your birthday today?
Oh.
No, my aunt's birthday.
Okay, happy birthday, Aunt.
Happy birthday, Aunt.
Yeah. So what are y'all up to?
Oh, nothing.
Oh, nothing.
Chilling.
You're powering through.
Ain't nothing but a thing.
Raising some funds for some felons here.
Yeah.
Funds for felons.
Here it is, guys. Let's wrap this up.
Felony fundraiser.
Funding a sex
Put
cult.
on a shirt.
Oh shit. Oh man.
Show your felons.
You know how much sexy Kool-Aid this shit buys, man.
A lot.
God damn. This shit's fucking funny.
So, you excited about the show next week, man?
So
That's
excited,
this week,
man.
right? It's the 13th, right?
This week. It's
Excited,
Friday.
Yeah, Friday.
12th.
It's fun. Just looking forward to it. You know, like I was saying earlier, it's like I'm so used to just doing a YouTube presentation where I'm alone in my house. You know,
Right.
a lot of people are watching. I'm alone here, but like I'm not actually seeing anybody. So it's gonna be so different, like in person. Like I'm not the nervous type.
Oh, it's gonna be awesome, dude.
Yeah, it is gonna be different.
Yeah, you
So
got
I'm
this.
looking
You
forward
got
to it.
this.
Yeah, it'll be fucking great. It's
But-
I like that. I like that idea with maybe reaching out into the crowd a little bit.
Oh, for sure.
Some Price is Right shit. Like
that'll go over well.
Yeah.
You know, we're thinking about doing something like that, having a thing where it's like we call down 3 people from the crowd, buy their seat.
Shit,
You
bro.
know,
We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it.
Get them down there and do a little fun and game stuff. We have some. We might have some Julie Carpenter tweets that are gonna enter the game, so it could be fun. You know, we're looking forward to it. We just want to have fun. That's all we want to do. Have a good night.
Yeah,
you know?
it'll be good, man. Jimmy will fucking you guys will play off one another. It'll be good. It'll be funny. I think it'll be a funny night. I think it'll be an enjoyable night.
And I just have to remind myself that everyone who's there wants to be there. It's like
Right.
paying to be there. They already like me. It's
They
like
want to
they're-
see
that's
you,
why they're
Aiden.
there.
It doesn't
that's
matter.
right.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't have to win them over. They're already there because they like me, you know?
Yeah, I
And you
wanted to
do
be
live
like,
events though. You've done
wanted to be
several
the
live
plan.
events. You do your bingo. You do everything.
Do the bingo, the bingo,
Yeah.
the can trivia, the bingo, and the bingo nights. Yeah, we do that. It's
Yeah.
and that has structure to it. It's like, so I know what I'm doing. Whereas this one, I'm like, I don't know what we're gonna do, but I'm sure it'll go by so fast and it'll be over before we know it. And then I'll go out. I have so many people in my inbox saying like I'm flying in from here where I want to meet you, and I don't want these people to leave. But I'll meet. Like at least I can do is shake your hand.
Yeah,
and
aren't you
take a
gonna
picture with you?
you do like a meet and greet after?
Yeah, with like with the VIP tickets, you know,
That's what
because
the
obviously
VIP
we're
is.
doing it with 1,000 people. That's not logistically feasible.
No, it's
So like, but I'm gonna go out to a bar afterwards somewhere, and like the night is young, and so like hopefully word will spread there. If you want to come and hang out, I'd like to meet everybody. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, North Station. They did North Station over down the block. You know what I mean, where the garden's at. So like you could probably go. Like they got the Causeway. They got the Greatest Bar. That's a pretty big spot too. The Greatest Bar. Like if I'm just throwing some ideas.
Now I
out
was
there.
thinking about going to like somewhere in Southie or whatever, but that's like a younger crowd.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
And,
You're in Southie. That's right.
You know
You're
what I
out
mean?
there.
Well, you know, like it's a younger crowd though, and like sometimes there's like lines, a lot of lines. Like
I'm going to be at the Glass
Friday.
Slipper. So if you want to come,
The
and
Glass
see me,
Slipper.
I'll be at the Glass
I'm rolling
Slipper.
with you.
I love it.
Disclaimer.
What's the strip club?
God
in
damn,
Tulsa? Go
Kevin.
to that one.
We'll go and help young women get educations. Okay.
Or we
are
could go.
paying for
Or we could all go
tuition.
hit. We all could go to Encore and play 34 for 34 Fairview on the roulette table and fucking.
Ooh.
I would go.
That feels like a bad omen, not a good
Why
one.
are you
Jesus.
whispering?
I could do that. Like 3 notes.
I want to do that.
3 and 4. Those are the lucky.
I can get a
numbers.
free. I can get us a rom. Well,
Oh,
no,
really?
okay, not like you know.
God damn.
I don't mean it like that, but I mean like
God
probably-
damn, Nurse Kim.
I didn't mean it like that. I just meant it like I get like the little coupes because I love the Encore.
Oh,
That is not a bad idea.
That would be
That's
so
like-
fun.
That is big enough.
That's
to
yes.
host like that, and they do have like a bar area, and then
Yes.
you can go do other. Might be a good idea. Well, think about
Hey.
because you don't have to game. You can. They have a bar there. You can,
Yeah.
Yeah.
They usually have big bars. It's a good place to congregate.
They have.
I love
they
that.
have-
Dave and Buster's, except it doesn't suck. You know.
yeah.
I mean,
Um,
if that at that point is right, honestly, if you're gonna do that, you should try to take somebody right that does some PR shit or whatever, someone that's like knows a thing or two. Go to the
I got a
Encore, and
guy.
let them know that you're about to bring like 500-600 people to the fucking Encore,
Yeah.
and you want to get comped. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Don't you know what I mean? Let them know who. Yo, it's TB, the king, motherfucker.
God damn. God damn.
You know what I mean? Because
you're onto something because like
you're
the
bringing
event,
business.
a venue like that, it's like because if I was like pick some bar down the street, capacity 200 people, like it's just not gonna happen.
Exactly.
Whereas like with that, it's like capacity unlimited. It's a fucking casino.
Correct.
You know.
All right, so here's
and it's-
the deal: is as Nurse Kim's attorney, you're gonna have to give her a cut because it was her fucking idea. So
That is a good idea.
saying,
It's
just saying.
10-minute, probably what, a 10-minute Uber ride from there.
You get
You know,
7% of the door, whatever you bring in.
I like that idea.
Yeah,
I
Kay's
like that
right.
idea.
I really think that's so good. I got a guy at the front desk. Okay, his name is not Tony because my guy Tony is from Ira Lexus Danvers. But I'll look it up and we'll figure it out. And let's see. All right, so 19109. This is happening. We're gambling on Turtleboy, and he's coming up. Perfect. All right, you're gonna hit the jackpot, baby.
Yeah.
So, you know, what do we think? What's a great number? What's your lucky number, Aiden?
37 is my lucky number.
Oh, do we have any ladies in the chat that have not made a dono for your doctor? Give him his lucky number, and he'll give you something in return.
I should have said 100. Okay.
Yes, you should have, but that was okay.
You know.
Wow. Hey, can I ask you all a question? How you feeling about that Pats game? How are the vibes in your area? Like, are you guys thinking Drake May's like?
I'm like the biggest Drake May cheerleader. He looked fine in the first half, not so good in the second half.
Dude, the amount of hate that fucking Caleb Williams gets is unbelievable, dude.
Well, he paints his nails.
I don't give a fuck. I like that. Like out of the things that matter to me in this fucking.
Well, that's
world,
cool if you win. If you're gonna paint your nails like that, you better be fucking good. You better be as advertised.
That has no impact.
I know. I agree with that, but like that's a bold move. Painting your nails. That's a cool thing to do if you win.
Well,
that's just not so cute if you're not winning,
or if you don't give a fuck. You know what I mean?
But,
Like,
but when the guy behind you is,
he's thinking about whether I'm painting my nails or not. If he goes out and fucking balls, you know,
when you're the Bear, when you're the Chicago Bears, and you're most famous for drafting loser after loser at quarterback. Like you have when the greatest quarterback you've ever had in your entire franchise history is named Jay fucking Cutler.
Sid Luckman.
I remember going to a Cubs game in 2016, and Jay Cutler was the quarterback then, and seeing they were selling shirts there. It was the funniest shirt I ever seen. I should have bought it. It's a picture of Jay Cutler with a gun to his head, and it just says $20 says he misses. It's like, oh my God, that was rough. It's like, but that's the big. So my point here is that
believe me, I know
they get the #1 overall pick in a quarterback stack draft. The guy picked directly after you is a fucking superstar in the making named Jaden Daniels.
We'll
and
see.
You picked Caleb Williams. He better fucking deliver. He better deliver.
Right, exactly.
He better.
I mean, fucking polls. You know, like his entire career hinges on this, whether this guy's a fucking legit #1 guy. So, but we'll find out. Like last year was fucking, you know, insane. I've never seen a more poorly run organization than the Bears in general, but last year like was next level fucking nightmare scenario. It's like, dude, I'm living off 85 still. Like, can you think about that?
Well, they got Ben Johnson now.
Years, dude. I'm living off 85 like it was yesterday. I still know the lyrics of the Super Bowl Shuffle. That's how fucking sad that is, man. It's like it's been a long being a Chicago sports fan is probably the most torturous.
Bro, you won 6 championships off Michael Jordan. And then you just won 3 Stanley Cups. You won 3 Stanley Cups like a decade ago. What are you talking about? Yes.
Oh, dude, you guys.
The fucking Cubs won in 2016. The White Sox won in 2005. You guys have won plenty. What are you talking about?
Please, dude.
Move to Atlanta. That's a city that never fucking wins. Some of these never fucking
deserve
win.
it.
Nothing.
Transient.
You know?
Most people don't like
28-3, baby.
Atlanta. Everyone moves to Atlanta.
Move to Baltimore. Like,
Baltimore is legit.
Some of these places never fucking win.
Yeah,
Chicago
Cleveland.
wins. I mean, you guys had Michael Jordan. That's it. I could live
Right.
off of that forever. Michael Jordan.
I had Jordan in my wheelhouse. Like I'm in fucking like a junior in high school when Jordan starts winning championships. So you can imagine like that time of my life. It was like it was appointment television. I never missed one Jordan game ever because he was the fucking GOAT, dude. The GOAT.
He is. Nothing will ever compare.
Yeah, he was unbelievable, man. It's like my kids don't even know, you know, so they know of him.
Well, they know the Jordan brand,
right? Exactly.
It's like that's how Michael, you know. It's 100%. Like it is a cultural thing where people like. I got offended when people talk about LeBron. Like, bro, no, shut up. It's not a debate, dude. It's not the fucking debate. You didn't see Jordan. You don't understand. You don't understand. he fucking left to play baseball for 2 years and then came back and immediately started winning championships again. Like that was fucking crazy.
He won 3 in a row right after that, didn't he?
Yeah.
It was three
for the
and
White
then
Sox, didn't he?
baseball, and then 3. It was like, you know,
In his mid-30s, he did that. Like he started,
dude,
he won
and
his first
changed his
championship
game
at 30.
completely. He went to the fadeaway. That was like in his later years, he fucking mastered that fadeaway like a fucking assassin. And you know, he completely changed his game from when he was young to when Jackson took over, and they're like, "Yo, dude, you have to use your teammates, otherwise you're never going to win a fucking championship. You can't do it alone." And that, like, once he got that through his skull and understood that concept that he didn't have to be the guy who scored 50 points a night, you know, that he had to distribute the ball. That changed everything because the guy's the fucking bad motherfucker, dude.
It's a killer instinct. It was like would Brady have it? Some people fucking have it, right? Where they just get so pissed and offended by little shit. Like he won that 6th championship because he was mad Karl Malone won MVP. He has said as much. He said, that pissed me off. That fucking pissed me off. He won MVP. I had to go win a fucking title because of that. Like Brady was motivated. Like Brady's text messages got leaked when they investigated him for Deflategate. And in one of the text messages, he's like talking shit about Peyton Manning in there. He's like, bro, he's gonna fucking, he ain't shit. Like he ain't shit. Like,
I can't believe that game though. That game,
I mean,
my
Brady,
God.
he was a fucking.
It was 19, right? We won
dude,
19 the whole season. What was it? What was the?
Which one?
We won
talking
19.
about
In 2008, was it 2008 in the Patriots when we won the whole thing?
2007.
2007.
I want to talk about it.
When the Giants won the bowl,
What
man.
the
Dude,
fuck, man? That was the most depressing thing ever in life.
Yeah,
God
you would have taken like 13-3 and win the bowl. You know, like fuck undefeated and lose the bowl. It's like
undefeated.
Yeah, I know.
Nurse Kim, do you like sport ball?
Most.
Are you a sport ball fan? Oh, she muted? Oh,
You're muted.
She's saying no.
Sorry.
Sorry.
No, I am into it. I was trying to like get into like, all right, this is like inappropriate, but I was like, oh, I'll just do like thick pics or some shit. You know what I mean? Because like I was going to like, you know how sometimes you see the girls walking around doing fucking, pardon me, like doing pics and they're doing is like showing cleavage. I was like, I could do that. And then I was trying to diversify into gambling. Long story short, couldn't do it. But I do. I love the Patriots. I love the Red Sox. I don't give a shit about that. I love Mr. Betterow, so I'll say I like the Celtics. But generally speaking, I'm a sports baller. Yes.
Right on.
Did you say thick? Did you say thick?
Thick picks. Yeah, because of the thickums.
What's that all about?
It's funny.
Thickums.
Oh,
what's that? Yeah,
it's an inside. It's me and Jimmy. It's a thing. Yeah.
That's very public.
Yeah. Well, whatever. We're just like we're carb loading. We were skinny trial 1. We're just, we're eating all the bread. Okay. We're eating our feelings and we're a little thickums. So if some people are saying, oh, you're filling out things here and there. And it's like, hey, listen, fucking Judy. All right. I can't help it.
Fucking Judy.
I gained a couple pounds. It's distributing where it shall. Okay.
Nice.
So let's not shame a woman in her top. Okay. Thank you.
All right, Kim, I've got a question for you, and it is sports ball related. So, did you see the video of the fucking Phillies fan, the woman who comes racing over and rips the kid away, the ball away from the head at the Marlins game? So,
bingo.
In terms of that particular situation, if you're a baseball fan, you hit it.
He hit the goal.
We got to interrupt you for a second there, Bob. This is a big moment.
Damn.
No,
Get the fuck out!
He's going to be at the Wilbur a week after me, and he hasn't sold it out. Jeremy Piven.
Jeremy Piven. Oh, I love that guy so much.
Yeah.
He's a Chicago cat.
Is he?
Yeah.
He's a great actor. I mean, he made Entourage. Entourage wasn't good because of fucking anybody else. He made The whole fucking,
Ari was the man.
That show would have just been plain boring without him.
Like the main character in that show sucks. Vince, the
Right.
guy, you know, I mean, he's boring.
he was the least.
You never seen him do anything again.
Yeah, exactly.
But
Like
everybody was the least
made that fucking show.
Yeah, no, Piven's been good for a minute, man. Like he was good in fucking Say Anything, but he was like a lunatic. He had a bit role like young in his career. Plus he was in fucking
Singles, dude.
Singles, yeah.
What's so funny about peace, 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 love it under peace, peace, peace. Wow, wow, wow.
That role was even like smaller than his role in Say Anything.
Yeah.
He was like a drunken lunatic in that when John Cusack had to play the fucking like the key guy with the bag walking around at the fucking end of the year party. That show, like that movie at the time was fucking dope. Cause you know, Adam Horowitz had just started dating Ione Skye, if you're a Beastie Boys fan. So like I was a big Beastie Boys fan back then. Still am.
Yeah.
But
R.I.P.
Which
You give
Adam was?
Beastie
Oh,
Boy vibes.
okay.
Oh, yeah.
I was gonna say which Adam?
Ad Rock.
Ad Rock.
Ad Rock's the one that's still alive.
Adam Horowitz.
Yeah. MCA is.
Yeah, MCA. Yes,
Adam Yauch.
Yeah.
Yauch.
The deep voice one.
Yeah. The raspy. He was
Yeah,
raspy.
Ad Rock's the one that never went through puberty. Like,
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It worked though.
Yeah, get on the mic, my man.
I love the fucking Beastie Boys. Man.
Oh, hell yeah.
How could you not?
The fucking best. They were so talented, not just as rappers, but as musicians, man.
Anything, yeah.
And music, they were fucking amazing.
They were fucking
talents.
great, dude. Like
You know?
they hold up. Like you could throw that shit. Like all my kids listen to the Beastie. I mean, I didn't give them any choice, but like they know. I'm like, yo, I'm like, this shit's fire.
And
like,
just like they were like
everything's
just
cool.
3 neighborhood kids too from
Yeah.
like Brooklyn that like knew each other too. That all
they
the
were
odds of
punk
having
fans.
that talent in a small concentrated neighborhood like is fucking 1 in a million.
Crazy. Right,
you
just dudes hanging out.
Yeah.
They're like fucking with some shit that, you know, they're like, because they were a punk band at first.
They were, yeah.
And it didn't go well, you know, but then they went back to it when they picked up their instruments again. But yeah, they're they still are fucking. There was like an amazing thing like 2 years ago, like Sirius did. They made a Beasties channel, but it was only for like a month or 2 months. I listened to that fucking thing like every day because it was always like Beastie or Beastie centric shit. You know what I mean? For like 2 months on like so that was like a dream for me.
They got Rock the Bells though on series. Series 7.
It's solid.
They got that.
Rock
Yeah,
the
they
Bells,
got
that's
that.
all the old school.
LL was in the mix with them too back then with
Oh,
the
yeah.
Beasties because of Rick Rubin.
Yeah.
Rick Rubin is responsible a lot for the Beasties and Russell Simmons, believe it or not.
No,
You
yeah,
know?
dude. Like Def Jam, like DMC had written Slow
Def
and
Jam
Low.
was Def Jam
Slow
was
and
the
Low was
fucking,
actually
that
written
was the
by
label.
Run DMC, and they gave it to the Beasties, which of course was on License to Ill.
That's
and,
the
you know,
jam right there.
Dude, yeah, it was, that was old school shit.
Yeah.
You got Beastie Boys on Def Jam. It was Beastie Boys, Public Enemy, and LL Cool J.
Yes.
Like them 3 big heads right there at the same time. That was crazy back then.
Yeah, PE man, come on.
But yo, I got to bounce, but I want to say I love you guys all.
Hey, congrats,
so much,
man.
man. Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
man.
Thank you guys
We
so
did
much
it.
for helping us reach this
Good
goal
stuff.
tonight. That was awesome.
Thank you for everything you're doing, man, on behalf of everybody.
Yeah.
We're here for you. We're here for you, Turtle Boy.
That's
I'm
right.
here for you, Kev. Keep up the great work. All right.
All right, break away
Bye,
on
guys.
Friday, man.
All right, night, Aiden.
Peace to you,
One
bum
love,
crease.
man. See you.
Peace to your bum crease, sir. And I'm so proud of you, Will. Like beyond proud of you.
No, man, be proud of the whole community, man. I'm just a
course.
member of the community. That's it, man.
Great job.
Like you guys did it. All you guys did this, man. I am blown away by every time this happens. I'm like rejuvenated by. I mean, you know, for these people who sit here and they throw these comments around like you know, oh, nobody supports Turtle Boy, blah blah blah, bullshit, dude. I literally got every single person that I wanted to on this channel today, on this live stream. Bob Mata was the one hanging Chad.
Friggin'
He
Bob
was
Mata.
the one.
I didn't forget about you, man. I knew you were going for 12 hours, so and I knew what time you started. So,
Yeah.
you know, I knew I was good. I knew I was good. I fit it all in. I had a busy day and made it work. So I'm glad I made it at the end. So
I've never been more proud of being a part of something in my entire life than this community. And this is 2 years this month. Later on this month, it marks my anniversary of being part of this community. And yeah, I'll never ever like squander this. Ever.
yeah, well, don't sell yourself short, dude. Like you know, you built this community, you know, so it's like you take your props because you earned them. So, you know, you did a good thing today. 12 hours is a fucking long run, bro.
It
Yeah.
is.
Yeah.
So
I sent Olivia a link, but with Olivia, it's hit or miss. It's if she can or if she can't, you know what I mean? So she never actually confirmed that she could. So everybody who said that they were going to were here.
He's working
you
the
know?
case, which is tricky.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
exactly.
She's tricky.
She was like, I was knee deep in mega emotions today. So and I dude, say no more. You're doing your part.
Yeah, like plus, you know, when you're working on the case, you got to be careful about what you say in general. You know what I'm saying? It's just like you have to. It's tough.
Yeah.
It's tough to like because like people are gonna want to ask questions, and it's like you're deflecting the whole time because you can't fucking talk about it because you're working the case. You know, it's like I know from defense attorneying, it's like you just can't like cases that you're on. It's rough. It's rough. Like to talk about it while they're still going on. So Olivia gets a pass. It's the right thing to do, probably. I'm guessing. If she were to call her bosses and say, "You think it's a good idea?" They'd probably say, unless you're not talking anything about the case, which is possible.
We did it, Wallflower, and yeah, well-earned wrench today. All 12 hours, Wallflower's been tallying the because you can't count every single donation. Somebody just might be watching a past stream from Turtleboy and donate. You know what I mean? So she's been counting all the ones that are hashtag glare stream or whatever. And she's been doing that all day for 12 hours, hanging in there. Wow. So she's part of the team, man. She earned it.
Shout out to Wallflower.
Yeah, man.
Wallflower, you're an angel. And boys, I have to bid you adieu because your girl's got to work first thing in the morning. But it was a pleasure. Fair. And Kev, I'd like to have you over sometime if you're into it. And we'll talk. We'll talk Francis. And then if I could come over to your house, and to JFK's house, then we can do an actual dance party.
Yeah, we're gonna get that. I got the digits, so I'll hit you up and we'll figure that out for sure.
Absolutely.
Right on.
All right, guys. Take care. Have a great night. Bob Mata, big fan. Have a great night. Tell your wife I said hello. She's lovely.
I shall.
Sleep well. Sleep well.
Wow.
Hey, Nurse Bob, where you? Bob, if you don't mind me asking.
Nurse Kim ain't leaving without an Oscar
for best
clap.
Editing goes to Will the Glarer.
Live.
JFK.
Bob, where you from, if you don't mind me asking?
Chicago. I'm a Chicago cat.
Oh, Chicago. Okay, yeah. Okay, I should have known. All right.
Yeah, man, I'm bummed out, Bob, because this leg thing fucked me up, man. Me and Bob were planning early on this year to do a Riot Fest in Chicago because I went last year. I really had every intention of going this year, and it's just not happening.
This fucking guy decides he wants to hop a fence.
But you know what?
What the fuck is that all about?
It's not meant to be because the lineup I'm not crazy about anyway, man.
Yeah,
I
Saturday was strong, but yeah, it was. It was. Yeah, I'm with you.
Next year,
it's still to me. It's probably year after year the best festival. It's I mean they've aged me out at Lala, because it's just they've really geared it towards the young crowd, but it's like I can barely find anything that I fuck with at all like anymore at Lala, because I used to bring like my young kids on like Saturday or Sunday, and we just because I wanted to introduce them to like festival music and just being at a show and shit like that. And it was always pretty chill on Sundays. And but that was when I could find bands that I wanted to see, even like up and comers, you know, like now it's like it's just not for me. You know, it's like I could fuck with some EDM, but like all day. I'm like,
no.
I'm like, nah, man.
I can't even. I'm too old to even handle the drugs that it would require to enjoy that.
Yeah, you're
you know, like
slow to jump over fences, man.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know, I mean, I didn't have a choice.
Yeah.
I had to get in my house.
The goose was on the loose. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I'm excited tomorrow. Monday Night Football. We'll see.
Who's playing?
Bears Vikings. So
Bears Vikings.
Yeah, my shit.
Right on.
So we'll find out if Ben Johnson's legit. I'm excited about it. It's like, you know, it's like when I try to get out of fucking true crime like mindset, it's like I gotta fuck with the NFL. You know, the Bears.
That makes sense. That's
Yeah, it's like you know, despite what Turtleboy's saying with the Jordan era, which is true, it's been fucking bleak, man, for a long time.
Yeah.
Just bleak. We don't win shit. Teams, not only are we not winning, we're bad. You know, it's like it's the worst. Yeah. So,
You're about to retire Derrick Rose's number, though, right?
Yeah, man. It's a shame.
He deserves it. What happened to him? He was the man, though.
Dude. Like that.
He was unbelievable.
He could not get over that knee injury, like psychologically. He just always thought it just destroyed his game. Even if he was completely healed, it just changed his mentality because he was always afraid he was going to do it again. And he played that way, but he changed his game up, you know, like later. But he was a bad motherfucker when he came out, man. He was like
explosive.
Oh, man, he was great.
He
So
was explosive. Yeah. He's a good guy, though. You know,
He
you
is.
get to hear him talk, you know. He's a
He
nice guy.
is. He is. He's a good dude. Allison had a federal case, and she had repped defendant, and it was like a shooting on the south side, and it was like gang related, but it was two 15-year-old girls, and Derrick Rose had paid for the funeral of the little 15-year-old girl victim, and so it was a pretty fucking intense case, you know, because it was like it had a lot of angles to it. But yeah, like Rose is just, you know, he never forgot where he came from, and he always went back and fucking, you know, took care of the people that raised him up. So yeah, he's a good dude. Chicago
Yeah, that's
kid.
beautiful. So you're out there taking cases in Chi-Town, huh, bro? That must be insane. That's insane.
It was. I'm doing the creative shit for full time. Like I was 23 years in. I'm like, I did my time, you know, and I wanted to, like, the last stretch do something different, you know. So I figured, you know, I couldn't do what I'm doing now if I didn't do what I did then. You know what I'm saying? So it was.
You a CM Punk fan?
Yeah.
I fuck with CM Punk.
Yeah, for sure.
I like him too. I got respect for him, man. And then even going into MMA, you know, and doing it for real, like that's. Yeah, I didn't see that coming. I hated him as a wrestler until he did that, and then I was like, I got a lot more respect for him.
Yeah. He did the intro at the draft for the Bears.
Did he?
Yeah, it was pretty.
No shit.
Yeah, it was pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome. Yeah, he's a big Bears fan. So, yeah.
He represents Chi-Town. Every time there's a WWE event, they just were just in Chicago. I think it was a SmackDown. They just was there like last Friday.
Yeah.
And he brought his wife came back, AJ Lee. Her name is, like, his wife. She was a wrestler, but she was gone for 10 years. She came back, and that fucking place, the pop in that place was crazy for him. When he drops that music, they love him in Chi-Town.
Yeah, I mean, the hometown kid.
Yeah.
You know, it's like we don't have many champions anymore. So, dude, you know what I'm saying? It's like it's so bad. Like I might actually root for like the Chicago Fire if they did some shit, and I don't even like soccer. You know, it's like I just can't do. I've tried. Can like half the world be wrong? Like, there's got to be something about soccer that's awesome because like so many fucking people love it, and I'm like, shit's slow. Like they never. It's like I get the skill, I get the amount of running that they do, but I'm like, dude, they never score. I guess it's like if you think about a hockey game, right? And it's like, like a 1-0 hockey game is like one of the most exciting things you'll ever fucking watch because like every possession is like end of the world. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, like one goal is it. So I guess maybe it's like that mentality, I suppose. But
yeah,
I don't know.
And them domes though, like in Brazil, and them domes, and they have them hockey games,
crazy.
and that's what it is. I think the crowds in the soccer games, because they're taking it to like the WWE, like when they go, like when the WWE does like a dome, like in another country, like the audience takes over the show.
Yeah,
and it's like I think when people go to these soccer games, like they
100%.
take it over, and it's like their thing,
It is. Like, what kind of made me want to start watching it was like whatever that fucking show was with dude from It's Always Sunny and then the big movie dude. And they bought
Ryan Reynolds. And yeah, I actually watched a lot of the first season of that. I enjoyed it.
Good because I didn't know how it worked. I didn't know, which I'm a big fan
I
of.
still don't understand it either.
Well, they knock you out. You have to earn your way up to Premier League shit. And like I think the MLB should fucking like institute like the White Sox after last year should have been kicked down to the minor leagues again and then had to fight their way back up because that wasn't a professional product they put on the field. Like, dude, they lost more games last year than any team in the history of the game. I'm like, you can't win 40 fucking games and call yourself a professional organization. I'm like, they got to knock those motherfuckers down to like the minors, like the low A's, and you got to fight your way up. That's what they do in soccer. I was like, that makes sense. Well, you got to like have you got to have like a big influx of cash come in if you're like one of those. But those club teams, man, it's like you see the way that the entire town, like that's it.
The fans,
that's their
man,
whole shit.
They stab each other over that shit. It's crazy. They like become like the fans of the soccer teams are like a gang, and they stab each other. It's crazy.
Oh yeah, the hooligans.
yeah.
The hooligans are soccer.
Right.
Yeah, but sunny days, they should never have built a baseball stadium in Denver. The fucking air's too thin. It's like, I'm like, they'll never be able to win a series because you just can't win enough games at home because you're never going to be able to find pitchers that are going to be able to keep the ball in the ballpark out there. It's like, it's like they've come close, but like that's just
you see it with the basketball players. Like, you see the best people go to Denver, they play, they lose every time because of the air, like you said.
Right. Yeah, it's true.
That elevation. It's wild, man.
Shit's real. Like if you get out there, like you get like you're gassed and like the first day you're out there and you're walking around, you going to bed, here, give me a kiss.
There we go.
I love you.
Okay.
Awesome. I'd love to see it.
Yeah.
Love to see it.
Hey,